Chapter 1 Nightmare. The autumn waters gleam beneath the setting sun, while the fading light extinguishes the distant mountains. Several crows circle in the sky, occasionally emitting harsh, hoarse caws that evoke a sense of desolation and annoyance. In the spacious classroom, the teacher scribbles something on the blackboard, while the sound of pages turning occasionally interrupts the silence. The old electric fan creaks ominously, as if it might fall at any moment. During the last class of the late afternoon, the golden rays of the setting sun flood the room, and most of the students rest their heads on their desks, surrendering to slumber. In a corner of the classroom, a somewhat juvenile girl suddenly awakens, quickly covering her mouth with her hand to stifle any sound, her eyes wide with confusion as she surveys her surroundings. Breathing rapidly, she finally exhales slowly after a considerable pause. Hastily, she gathers her belongings and prepares to exit the classroom. "Stop! Huang Yi, do you not need to report before leaving for the restroom? Or do you not regard me, your Chinese teacher, at all?" A stern voice emanates from the podium. Huang Yi remains silent, glancing at her watch, then scanning the classroom with a complex expression upon her face. Her classmates below regard her with puzzled looks. Those who were roused from their slumber cast her a weary glance before sinking back into their dreams. "Eh? Are you unwell? I'll accompany you to the infirmary." A girl clad in a plaid skirt, tall and strikingly beautiful, immediately rises and reaches for Yi's hand, leading her out. The teacher, witnessing their departure, purses her lips, contemplating how to punish the two upon their return. On their way to the infirmary, the girls walk hand in hand. "Yi, what's wrong? Are you ill? Your palms are clammy. How can we walk outside the school?" The infirmary is in the opposite direction. Once they exit the school gates, Huang Yi can no longer hold back her emotions and collapses into her dear friend's arms, weeping. "Shiran, let me tell you, I had a long dream while sleeping in class. I dreamt of the apocalypse. The campus was swarming with zombies, and we hid in the classroom for ages." As Huang Yi sobs through her words, her voice choked with emotion, she struggles to articulate her fear. "Ooh, that dream was terrifying. Have you ever had a similar dream? It felt so real. I remember every second vividly." As she continues to cry, Huang Yi receives no response. After weeping for a while, she wonders why Shinran hasn't uttered a single word of comfort. With Shinran being slightly taller, Yi's head rests against her neck as they embrace. Zizi. Suddenly, Yi feels something trickling down her head. Is it raining? She looks up at her friend, only to find Shinran rolling her eyes, drooling incessantly, with glaring veins protruding on her face and a wheezing sound escaping her throat. Ah! This resembles the zombie she encountered in her dream. Unconsciously, she steps back a few paces, breaking free from Yi's embrace. As Shinran collapses to the ground, convulsing, Yi stands frozen, fear compelling her to retreat a few steps. She realizes this can only signify a transformation into a zombie. With a heavy heart, she gazes at Shinran, now showing signs of zombification, the very person who had cared for her until death in her dream has, in reality, mutated from the very beginning. It seems dreams and reality are not always identical, but one thing is certain: the apocalypse is truly upon them. Without further hesitation, knowing time is of the essence, she recalls the countless separations and death she experienced in her dream. Classmates, who had once shared a bond, turned against one another for mere scraps of food. In the final moments of her dream, she grasped the truth: survival is paramount. The onset of this transformation is irreversible, and fighting back tears, she chooses to abandon Shinran. Upon reaching the street, she hails a passing vehicle. After providing the driver with an address, she leans her head against the window, her mind in turmoil, engulfed in panic. After traversing several intersections, she spots a dozen ambulances and police cars just like in her dream. On the first day, those exhibiting signs of mutation succumb to unconsciousness, whisked away by ambulances to hospitals or quarantine facilities, yet no illness is detected. By 10:50 the following morning, following a heavy downpour, both symptomatic and asymptomatic individuals collectively undergo transformation, launching indiscriminate attacks on the living, plunging the world into a zombie crisis. At this moment, the car radio crackles to life. "Good morning, residents of N City. Our hospital has initiated specialized research on the Z7 influenza virus, and we have developed effective treatment methods. If you observe anyone displaying similar symptoms, please call the emergency number for centralized quarantine and treatment." In recent years, disasters have become commonplace, and people seem to have grown accustomed to them so long as they do not occur in their immediate vicinity. They continue with their lives indifferent. At the entrance of the community, elderly men leisurely play chess, discussing the new virus and commenting that excessive smartphone use can lead to epilepsy. Here we are, miss. That'll be 25 yuan. Upon exiting the vehicle, she rushes to the supermarket, her WeChat balance hovering just above 1,000 yuan. She promptly activates a credit service to stock up on supplies. As she approaches the pet section, she feels an urge to purchase some dog food sustenance that is both edible and easy to store. Miss, I recommend this brand of dog food. It's imported from abroad, rich in nutrients, and prevents shedding. Your dog's fur will be softer than ever. Can humans eat it? Huang Yi feels a sudden impulse to buy a bag for a taste test, but upon seeing the price tag over 100 yuan, a wave of disbelief washes over her. Perhaps not. She grabs a bag and begins filling it with various cookies, instant hot pots, and other snacks. Before long, her bag is brimming. Checking the time, she realizes it's already past 7 in the evening, and darkness is creeping in. She hastily makes her way home, quickly placing orders for large quantities of rice and bottled water on her phone, even contacting a factory for compressed biscuits and canned goods to place a bulk order. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Ms. Huang. Is this order really so urgent? Can we deliver it tomorrow morning? Tomorrow won't do, boss. It needs to arrive tonight. My company requires it for tomorrow. They'll give an extra 100 yuan for fuel. Please tell the driver to hurry. Usually, Huang Yi relies on takeout for her meals, and aside from snacks, her home is devoid of any food supplies. After 5 hours of frantic effort, her home is now overflowing with various provisions. Using the bag of cement and some wooden boards she purchased, she secures the front door. She is acutely aware that, during the apocalypse, the threat of starving individuals is far more terrifying than the zombies themselves. In her dream, they had always believed the government would come to their rescue, yet they never received any aid. After the apocalypse, the majority of the military fell victim as well. She fills every bottle in her home with tap water. Although the initial days of the apocalypse may not result in power outages or water shortages, who can guarantee that the large reservoirs at the water plant aren't contaminated with zombies? Boom! A thunderclap reverberates outside, and she senses rain is imminent. Huang Yi slumps onto the sofa by the window, gazing outside at the still-lit city. In-city is a bustling metropolis, with people jogging below and delivery drivers continuing their relentless hustle for survival. May tomorrow dawn without any calamity. After self-soothing with this thought, she drifts into a deep slumber. Chapter 2: The Beginning of the Apocalypse. The autumn leaves fall for the final time, drifting mournfully to the ground. At 6:30, her alarm clock blares, and Huang Yi groggily opens her eyes, noticing the faint light of dawn. She finds herself having spent the night on the sofa, as a biting cold wind sweeps through the window, leaving her throat parched and painfully dry. Stumbling to her feet, she downs a glass of water, yet aside from the sensation of something flowing down her throat, the pain remains unabated. Peering out the window, she observes that people are already up and about for work, and the breakfast stalls in her community are bustling with customers. Suddenly, she stumbles, nearly teetering over the edge. She had just felt an impulse to leap down. Quickly, she flicks on the light in her room and rushes to the mirror. With a clatter, her phone slips from her grip and crashes to the floor. Huang Yi stares in horror at her reflection. Once possessing smooth skin, she now appears malnourished, her pajamas revealing the prominent veins coursing throughout her body, while her eyes glisten with a bloodshot hue. Ah, this is a dream. I'm dreaming. I must not be awake yet. I refuse to become a zombie. Returning to her bed, Huang Yi comforts herself, cocooning beneath the covers, unwilling to accept the harsh reality. Outside, a deafening thunderclap shatters the air, followed by a torrential downpour that washes over the world. The sudden thunder jolts the panicked Huang Yi awake. Something is amiss. If I've turned into a zombie, why do I still possess memories? It feels as if I can still control my body. The rain continues to pour, and the world seems to have hit the pause button. Good morning, residents of N City. Yesterday, the new virus was discovered, and as of now, 1,000 cases have been confirmed. It has been determined that this virus does not lead to death, with some cases showing signs of recovery. Huang Yi silently watches the television, time slipping away, with only 1 minute remaining until 10:50. She mentally envisions what will come after 10:51 herself, completely devoid of consciousness, transformed into a mindless zombie. Glancing around at the various snacks, she had initially believed she could safely survive the apocalypse. Yet the unpredictability of life proves otherwise. 10-9-8-7-6-5. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm for 10:50 sounds, and Huang Yi finds herself too exhausted to switch it off, her body succumbing to an indescribable sensation as she collapses. Uncertain of how much time passes, she awakens on the floor, disturbed by the hurried footsteps echoing from the staircase outside. Occasional screams pierce the air, and the scent of something charred lingers in the atmosphere. Struggling to sit up, she shakes her head to clear her mind at how delightful. To my astonishment, I find myself capable of speech. A wave of elation washes over me as I hastily rise from the ground. The reflection in the mirror reveals my former self. The grotesque veins have vanished, and my complexion is now more radiant than ever. I pinch my cheek with fervor. There is a distinct sensation, yet it does not elicit pain. I yearn to wash my face and gently twist the faucet. I glance at my reflection once more, confirming my situation. After an extensive 5-minute assessment, Huang Yi finally comprehends her predicament. Before the apocalypse commenced, she had indeed transformed into a zombie, and upon the onset of the calamity, she had undergone another evolution. Thus, she remains a zombie, yet possesses her own consciousness, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. She observes the zombies wandering below, devoid of her instinctual trepidation. Across the community, someone has scrawled messages on a bedsheet and affixed it to the window. Help me. I am in the bedroom. My mother has mutated in the living room. I require water and food. Save me. Huang Yi opens the window, and the individual across the way waves frantically, their eyes alight with hope. Others, in a fit of desperation, scream and shout to attract attention. However, all of this proves futile. One person, in their fervor, has left the front door ajar, and the flimsy bedroom door succumbs to the onslaught of zombies, their screams echoing throughout the community. Huang Yi remains uncertain whether it is the distance or something else entirely, but she feels no impulse to feast upon them. Tentatively, she picks up a bag of chips and places a small piece in her mouth. Delicious. Tears of joy well in her eyes, grateful that her enjoyment of snacks has not been stripped away. She opens her computer, only to find the headlines inundated with articles about the zombie mutations. The forums are ablaze with discussion. I'm at my wit's end. I have only a few buckets of instant noodles and no hot water. Consider yourself fortunate. I have only the remnants of takeout from 3 days ago in my trash can. Emergency services are unreachable. Where has the government vanished to? By noon, the government finally released authoritative data, revealing that approximately 80 to 85% of the population had undergone mutation. Some smaller nations have outright declared their demise, awaiting aid from others. When calculated, this implies that out of the 6 billion people worldwide, over 5 billion have become zombies. The sounds of explosions and honking vehicles fill the air. The apocalypse has arrived with startling abruptness. Although people have watched related films and read novels, no one anticipated that such a day would manifest in their own lives. A day spent in seclusion, much like any other, swiftly concludes, but this day is punctuated by intermittent screams and explosions. The forum members, once so nonchalant in the morning, now grasp the gravity of their situation after enduring hunger for 2 meals. In Huang Yi's community, access to the apartment building is regulated by card entry, and the mutations began that very morning. Surprisingly, the stairwell is devoid of any zombies. A Boulder resident has already verified this and begun tallying the number of secure rooms. Each household is equipped with robust security doors. As long as no messages have been sent in the resident group, they remain undisturbed, gradually forming alliances. Tiger, there's a zombie in this unit. I can hear scratching at the bedroom door, reports a newly recruited member. Listening to the thin man's words, Wang Hu marks an X on the door with a marker. Those hiding within their rooms, upon seeing someone outside, gradually feel reassured. They understand that their food supplies will eventually deplete, leading them to join Wang Hu's group. Wang Hu consolidates the gathered supplies, and they all take refuge in a single room, taking turns to stand guard. Some, possessing an abundance of food, hesitate to join forces, yet even they are intimidated by Wang Hu's stern words. After all, no amount of food can rival the quantity possessed by their collective group. When the time comes and they run out, the opportunity for protection will have vanished. The following day, Wang Hu continues his search. The towering building, consisting of over 30 floors, has 4 units on each level. Today, they arrive at Huang Yi's door, prompting the thin man to knock while they listen intently for sounds from within. Knock, knock, knock. While preparing breakfast in the living room, Huang Yi hears the knocking and instinctively inquires, "Who is it?" Wang Hu from outside. He responds promptly, "We are not zombies. Our unit is temporarily safe. We hope you will open the door so we can provide you with food and a secure place to stay." At this moment, the thin man recalls something and whispers to Wang Hu, "Tiger, I remember now, this girl is called Huang Yi. I've noticed her before. She's quite beautiful, and she lives here alone." Upon hearing this, Wang Hu shares a knowing smile with the thin man, intensifying his efforts to portray himself as a good person. Huang Yi is not swayed by his words. She knows her food supply far surpasses theirs, being 2 or 3 times more abundant and consisting of long-lasting items. Their food will spoil in a few days, while hers is plentiful. Only a fool would join forces with them. I prefer to stay inside and fend for myself. Wang Hu and the thin man are taken aback by Huang Yi's response, as any intelligent person understands that if they miscalculate and exhaust their supplies, they will have no choice but to venture out, especially a young girl. Just moments ago, Wang Hu had envisioned himself being revered and implored for refuge by Huang Yi. Very well, if that is your decision, we cannot compel you. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek us out on the rooftop. You need not provide any supplies. We will treat students, the future pillars of society, with special consideration. The group gazes at the sturdy security door, somewhat regretful as they depart. Chapter 3. Harassment. This morning, Huang Yi rose early. It seemed that after becoming a zombie, she no longer required much sleep. She felt no concern for the happenings outside her door, dismissing any occasional visitor who attempted to persuade her. Habitually, she opened her computer, only to find there was no signal, and her mobile phone also displayed no reception. Just like in her dreams, the internet had collapsed the following day, and 3 days later, the power system along with the water supplies ceased to function. Since then, as night fell, the world plunged into darkness, resonating only with haunting howls. After her transformation, Huang Yi's hearing had become remarkably acute. Today, the commotion from those on the top floor was particularly loud, that in just 2 days, a significant portion of their food supply had been consumed. Some families had arrived empty-handed, and in this confined space. The depletion of food was an inevitable fate. The leader, Wang Hu, promptly made a decision, reducing the daily food ration to the bare minimum. Each person was allotted merely half a bowl of porridge and half a loaf of bread, which incited considerable discontent among the people. "Young man, you youngsters have robust bodies, but at my age, half a loaf of bread is hardly sufficient," protested an elder. "Indeed, we brought plenty of food when we arrived. Why should the rations be the same? I have young children who cannot go hungry." With a leader to voice their grievances, many began to express their dissatisfaction regarding the meager provisions. That a lean man, wielding a baseball bat, approached the first elder who had voiced his concerns, his expression menacing as he growled, "Old man, this is the apocalypse. Outside are monsters that devour humans, that if we exhaust our food supplies in a few days, we will have no choice but to venture out in search of sustenance, and that could cost us our lives. You, being older, should grant us young people a chance." The elder, unfazed, disregarded the lean man's words and strode directly towards the food storage room. The lean man exchanged glances with the 2 guards at the entrance, who each seized the elder by an arm. The lean man swung his bat, striking the elder's leg. The elder collapsed to the ground, a heart-wrenching cry escaping him. The onlookers recoiled, too intimidated to meet his gaze, let alone assist him. The apocalypse had erupted around 10 in the morning, not on a weekend. Many young individuals were still at work, leaving behind mostly the elderly and children. The few young men present bowed to Wang Hu and his group, all too aware that their actions were intended to serve as a warning to others. And none dared to resist. As the crowd dispersed, the old man felt despair wash over him. His only remaining option was to appease them. "Young man, please stop. I know I've erred. I possess vital information." The lean man, looking down at the sweating elder, spat dismissively before turning to ascend the stairs. Desperation overtook the elder, who hurriedly divulged, "That girl, Huang Yi, her family has an abundance of food." Upon hearing this, the lean man halted in his tracks. "That you're speaking of that high school girl?" Yes, I overheard her in the elevator last night. She seemed to have ordered a significant amount of canned goods for her company. And it was urgent that I also heard the sounds of someone moving things yesterday. The lean man stifled his excitement. They had long been troubled by the scarcity of food, and if the elder's claims were true, they would not have to worry about a food crisis in the near future. It was imperative to discuss this matter with Wang Hu. Just as he was about to leave, the elder clutched his leg, prompting the lean man to wave him off. Someone, give him 2 loaves of bread and a pack of instant noodles. Receiving what he desired, the elder quickly tucked the items into his clothing and limped away. After finishing her breakfast, Huang Yi perched by the window, gazing at the road outside her complex. That was just the beginning. The road was not yet obstructed by abandoned vehicles, and now and then, she could still see a few fleeing cars. Each passing vehicle attracted a horde of zombies, gradually drawing away much of the undead that had gathered at the entrance that a police car drove by. A middle-aged man from a ground-floor apartment across the street dashed out. Pleading for help, he knelt before the vehicle in desperation, seeking assistance from the officers, yet the police car rolled over him without hesitation, leaving him to be devoured by the zombies. This scene was witnessed by many, some of whom lost all hope. The government seemed to be struggling. No one cared for their lives, prompting some to choose to end their own suffering. On the top floor, upon hearing the lean man's report, Wang Hu swiftly decided to invade Huang Yi's room. The availability of food was secondary. Wang Hu, eyeing the married women around him, held a particular anticipation for the high school girl. Should she possess resources, it would be a win-win situation that he immediately gathered several followers and marched toward her door with great fanfare. Huang Yi, watching Charles IX munching on snacks, was suddenly disturbed by the cacophony of approaching footsteps. The sound of knocking followed. Huang Yi, I am Wang Hu, the leader of the safe zone on the top floor, that I hope you can open the door so we can discuss matters amicably. I have nothing to discuss with you. Just allow me to exist in my room. When Huang Yi refused to negotiate, some of Wang Hu's subordinates grew impatient. Wang, it's just a young girl. Why waste words on her? Let's break down the door. Wang Hu, armed with a fire axe discovered in the stairwell's emergency box, wasted no time. He struck the door, underestimating its sturdiness, leaving only shallow scratches. The lean man suddenly noticed some gray powder at his feet. Squatting to examine it, Wang, this is lime. She has sealed the door with lime. If her family is lime, the old man must have been truthful. She undoubtedly has a wealth of supplies. Now that the presence of resources was confirmed, Wang Hu and his crew were even less inclined to relent. Huang Yi, I advise you to open the door immediately, or I will send someone to batter it down daily until it gives way. Some individuals from the top floor descended to witness the spectacle. Upon hearing rumors of Huang Yi's plentiful canned meat, they were eager to pry the door open. With only a meager meal a day, they were on the brink of losing their sanity. How could she hoard so much? It was truly despicable. Did she possess no conscience, watching as the elderly and children starved? Thankfully for Wang Hu, they hoped to force the door open quickly. He was determined to make her pay. Yes, all that food should not be squandered by her alone. It ought to be under Wang Hu's management. Those who do not blend in during the apocalypse often meet a grim fate. The elderly, too, volunteered to assist in breaking down the door, some rushing home to retrieve tools and excitement. Inside her room, Huang Yi was utterly speechless that if you knock again, I will throw all the food down. The crowd outside froze, unable to fathom that anyone would dare waste food at such a time. Huang Yi had no intention of intimidating them. She promptly tossed a box of instant noodles down. With a thud, the box burst open, scattering noodles across the ground. The onlookers quickly turned their gaze downward. She truly dared to waste food that no one had the courage to continue battering the door, fearing she would retaliate by discarding all her provisions. Chapter 4. Revenge. In the days that followed, Huang Yi found herself increasingly distressed. The absence of those banging on her door had only invited countless elderly individuals feigning hardship. And through the peephole, she observed one elder deliberately twisting a little girl's arm to induce tears. Gazing at the room filled with food, she sighed. One day, when a young mother knelt at her door with an infant, Huang Yi quietly opened the door, tossing out a bucket of soy milk powder and a few compressed biscuits. Initially taken aback, the mother soon felt a surge of joy upon realizing the food that had been offered. Huang Yi expected her to express gratitude and depart, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. The mother hurled her baby to the ground, lunging forward with hands and feet through the gap of the open door. Shouting loudly, "Help! She has opened the door! Quick, come!" Then came the piercing screams as her outstretched hands clawed at Huang Yi. Stunned, Huang Yi thought, "Is this not akin to a dog biting Li Dongbin?" The door jammed, unable to close, as hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. And no longer feeling pity for the woman, Huang Yi kicked out her leg. The woman, having gone 2 days without food, lacked the strength to resist and was sent sprawling over a meter away. As the lean man and his companions arrived at the door, the woman toppled towards him, her nearly 200-pound frame pinning him to the ground. Her kindness had only brought her doom, without enhanced strength. She could never have pushed her out to close the door. Outside, the woman's screams echoed, and as the crowd bore witness to the darkness of the apocalypse, the seeds of malevolence within them began to sprout. Huang Yi contemplated relocating. After all, the constant harassment in her current residence made it impossible to find peace. That evening, several helicopters suddenly flew overhead, appearing to deliberately hover over each residential complex for a time. "Citizens, we have established Safety Zone Number 1 in the northern suburbs, created by the military and the government. We urge residents hearing this broadcast to find a way to reach there." Upon hearing the establishment of a safe zone, the desperate souls confined within their homes seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope. Just after the announcement, vehicles surged forth from the underground garage, racing northward with fervor. It appeared that the safe zone would soon materialize. Much like in their dreams, those who had once been comrades, upon receiving the news, readied themselves for departure from the school. However, the overwhelming presence of zombies and the narrow corridors left them cornered in a storage room cluttered with odds and ends. They were besieged by a relentless horde, tormented by fear for days, until the dilapidated wooden door could no longer withstand the pressure. Regaining her senses, she, now a zombie, found herself perplexed by the eerie calm of this apocalyptic world, especially when considering the plight of those struggling to survive in the cracks of this reality. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She still had her aunt and her family. After her parents' untimely demise, she had spent several years in her aunt's care, a kindness she deeply appreciated. With a newfound purpose came motivation. She resolved not to wallow in despair any longer. Her aunt's family resided in a neighboring city. Even the slightest glimmer of hope compelled her to seek them out. Before departing, she felt an urgent need to take decisive action. Over the past few nights, she had frequently heard the piercing screams of young girls, and it was all too easy to deduce the horrific deeds of that monstrous group. On the rooftop, Wang Hu and his cohorts had cornered a frail youth against the wall. The boy clutched a bag of peanut brittle and a few cookies tightly to his chest. "Brother Wang, spare me," he pleaded. Wang Hu's cold laughter echoed in response. "Spare you? Who will spare me and my brothers? Hand that over, and I'll throw in a little extra for you today." His underlings, uninterested in idle chatter, began to close in. Faced with this grim situation, the boy cast one last glance at the peanuts, gritted his teeth, and surrendered them. Just as he handed them over, one of the thugs delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him sprawling backward. Pathetic, the lackey chuckled with malice, for a human life had become worthless in this new world. They indulged in their hedonism, capable of anything in this dystopia, in a dimly lit room devoid of any illumination. The faint outlines of people sprawled on the floor could be discerned. The windows were tightly shut, and a foul odor pervaded the air, punctuated by intermittent sighs and the grumbling of empty stomachs. A few emaciated figures entered, their expressions contorted in disgust as they pinched their noses at a pack of cookies, one said, prompting several women to crowd around, eager to be chosen. The gaunt man had no interest in their wretched state, their bodies reeking of decay. Nearby, Wang, who had taken 3 women under his wing, looking down upon those struggling to survive within those walls, that if you find them unworthy, I'll hand over the 3rd one to you. I can't manage them all anyway, and there's that schoolgirl downstairs. Tonight we'll break in. Even if she exhausts her supplies, we'll drag her out. Fine, Brother Wang. I've had my eye on that girl for ages. Even in the apocalypse, she's utterly clueless. When we pull her out, she'll learn what rules are E.A.S. for the older sister. I recall there is a woman in here who has been utterly uncooperative. Huang Yi lingered at the door for quite some time, ensuring no one was around before she cautiously pushed it open. Taking out her recently organized backpack, she made her way to the staircase. Peeking out carefully, sighing with relief upon seeing no guards, she descended to the 1st floor, where she discovered the entrance door ensnared with ropes and barricaded with various items. Outside, a few zombies aimlessly searched for prey. One paused upon spotting Huang Yi, but after a moment of inspection, it seemed disappointed and continued its aimless wandering. Drawing out a kitchen knife, she began to cut the ropes. She felt no pity for those on the top floor. Those elders cared only for their own gain. While Wang Hu and his gang had lost all semblance of humanity in a few days, they might descend into even more extreme depravity as the ropes fell away, the door creaked open, and the zombies outside, alerted by the noise, began to shuffle closer. Yet upon seeing Huang Yi, they displayed no interest. Perhaps due to the frequent suicides, these zombies were not lacking in food, each appearing quite robust. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air, and she crashed heavily against the air conditioning unit on the second floor before rolling down to the first. Huang Yi rushed over. The surrounding zombies took notice of this scene, but remained oddly silent, as if waiting for Huang Yi. Approaching the woman, who seemed to have been somewhat cushioned by the air conditioning unit, Huang Yi observed that she still retained consciousness. The woman looked at her with confusion, uncertainty written on her face. "Are you a zombie or a human? Why haven't they attacked you?" "I'm a good person," Huang Yi replied. The woman, no longer questioning, gazed at her with pleading eyes. "The scum on the top floor are killing people. Can you help me take revenge?" Before she could finish her plea, her voice fell silent. Huang Yi noted the tattered remnants of the woman's clothing, her body marred with scars, and the unmistakable signs of burns. Though she had already succumbed, Huang Yi spoke softly to her remains. "Before I go, I will aid you." Chapter 5. Judgment. Gazing at the lifeless girl on the ground, she realized the girl was likely of a similar age to herself. The unforgiving apocalypse had claimed many kind souls. Reflecting on this, she felt that the wicked must be punished, cradling the girl's body. She ascended the stairs slowly, the zombies trailing behind. Drawn into the corridor on the rooftop, Wang Hu and his crew reveled in their barbecue, indulging in their feast. "Take it easy, you lot. This is the last case of beer. After this, there won't be any more." The underlings, flushed and boisterous, reassured him. "Don't worry, boss. We'll save some for you. Here, take this pack of cigarettes. We'll stick to the cheaper ones." Due to the power outage, perishable items like vegetables and fruits needed to be consumed quickly. Since someone had a portable grill, Wang Hu decided to indulge for one last night. After all, they would spoil soon enough. Inside the room, a brawl erupted over a prime spot by the window, all for a few more whiffs of the grilling aroma. Just moments ago, a half-eaten corn cob had fallen onto the air conditioning unit, where it was promptly snatched up by a balding middle-aged man, who eagerly devoured it. That moment, an elderly woman stood up. "Grandma Jean, where are you going?" asked one of the younger men. The old lady did not respond but walked towards the staircase. Wang Hu waved his hand dismissively, allowing her passage. Overjoyed, Grandma Zhang hurried forward, her face a tapestry of wrinkles breaking into a somewhat unsettling smile. "Boss Wang, hello. I'm not hungry, but those poor souls below are desperate for food. Since you've all eaten sufficiently, might you spare some leftovers for me to take back? I wouldn't want to let them down." Wang Hu regarded her with mock concern, feigning kindness. Grandma Zhang, I recall you once scolded me for parking improperly. Look at your age and still, you're making the trip up here. My apologies. You see, our team operates on a merit-based system. My brothers have been patrolling and protecting you all, and they've lost quite a bit of weight these past few days. Grandma Zhang looked at the corpulent thugs around her. They were hardly the protectors she imagined. She thought they do nothing but bully young girls. They were not doing anything else. But Boss Wang, you're eating so well. How can we possibly compare with a single loaf of bread? Wang Hu straightened, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Giving you a loaf of bread is already a display of mercy. Our rations can last at most a week. Have you thought about what comes after that? I'm not denying you a chance at survival. I said if you want to live, you must follow me and eat well. Don't tell me you're old. Did you see old man Wang? He is just as capable of working alongside us as anyone else, planning for our escape in a week's time. Grandma Zhang found herself at a loss for words. Wang Hu had mentioned this plan a few days prior. An escape to the safe zone broadcasted on the radio, a venture that would require everyone, young and old, who wished to survive and eat to join him. However, the thought of facing zombies made some people hesitant. For them, it felt like a death sentence, preferring the safety of daily rations. Some elders firmly believed that when the day came for Wang Hu to leave, he would surely take them along. After all, humans possess some degree of humanity. Surely, they wouldn't abandon them to die. Wang Hu, as a leader, had done enough, but his subordinates, like the Gaunt One, were responsible for the numerous suicides, including that of the young girl. Huang Yi moved slowly, having just given the girl a taste of her own blood, hoping to revive her, imagining a miracle might unfold like in the novels. Yet, no miracle occurred. The girl remained still, as if peacefully asleep, while the wound she had inflicted upon herself healed at a visible rate. The zombies behind her suddenly stirred with excitement. Had Huang Yi not been in their path, they would have lunged at her. The air was thick with the rancid scent emanating from the humans. On the rooftop, revelers sang and danced, some playing cards, others boasting loudly. Even the security personnel at the door joined in the chaos. Huang Yi glanced back at the staircase and silently retreated, spotting a half-open door. She stepped inside. The room remained unlit, yet her vision, adapted to the dim light, was clear. "Listen, no matter what happens, don't go out. Stay in here, understood?" The group fell silent, and several flashlights flickered toward Huang Yi. Upon recognizing her, someone shouted, "Boss Wang, come quick! That girl has come out. Quickly seize her. Do not let her escape. Hurry, capture her," Brother Wang proclaimed, stating that whoever caught her or forced her to open the door would be rewarded with 10 days of ample food. Several individuals immediately advanced towards Huang Yi, their eyes filled with deep-seated hatred, having hoarded supplies for themselves while blaming her for their current hunger. Huang Yi stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Like the mother with a child, she had merely wished to assist, yet had only received betrayal in return. That as she stepped back, a few young men squeezed through the door, though they feared the zombies. They appeared remarkably brave at that moment, puzzled as to why Huang Yi did not flee, suddenly startled by a series of growls emanating from the shadows. "What was that noise? Is that the girlish dog?" "Forget it, catch her first. I'm not afraid of dogs, that we can kill it and eat its meat later." The individuals on the top floor rushed down, having clearly heard someone mention Huang Yi's presence. Wang Hu thought to himself, what could a mere girl possess in terms of food? She will soon be forced to emerge. It seems that old man's words were nothing but lies. If there was enough food, I am certain she would not dare show her face. Upon seeing Huang Yi cradling a child, Wang Hu gestured for silence among the crowd. "Huang Yi, what is the matter? Are you seeking refuge with me?" Huang Yi gazed at the man, his face rough with stubble and his eyes cold and unfeeling. "That I do not know this girl's name. But do you not possess a shred of humanity? She is so young, and yet you would drive her to death." Wang Hu frowned, casting a reproachful glance at the gaunt figures behind him. Observing their silence, an elder stepped forward. "It is that woman's fault for being ungrateful. Even after receiving 3 loaves of bread, she remains unsatisfied." Some women, their expressions numb, scoffed. At this point, desiring to be full while retaining innocence is a death wish. The flicker of guilt that had briefly appeared in Wang Hu's eyes vanished. As the older brother, it was his responsibility to resolve the troubles stirred by his underlings, but he perceived Huang Yi's silence as a refusal to provide an explanation, indicating that the matter was far from over. "There are no more rules now. My underlings merely wish to offer her a chance at life, but she refuses. Perhaps she is simply despondent. Why waste breath on her, even if we resort to force? What can be done? We do not know how many soldiers remain. No one can control us. Forget it. Let it all end." Cradling the child, Huang Yi moved toward the top floor, the zombies behind her beginning to ascend as well. Initially, the crowd was too numerous, their chatter drowning out the zombies' growls, and Wang Hu and his companions ceased to pay attention to Huang Yi, bewildered by the sudden influx of zombies. When did they arrive? The scene descended into chaos, with everyone rushing into the rooms, seeking the innermost refuge. Wang Hu's underlings scattered, leaving him to guard the staircase. Upon reaching the rooftop balcony, they found empty bottles scattered on the ground. A campfire still flickering, while screams echoed from below. Huang Yi placed the girl beside the fire, reasoning that it was preferable to a gruesome death at the hands of zombies. That moment, Wang Hu, accompanied by several of his underlings, retreated to the rooftop. Unfortunately, after a few minutes, they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies and were brought down. Wang Hu, in his final moments, struggled to raise his head. His gaze complex as he looked at Huang Yi, asking with confusion, "Are you a demon?" "No, I am an angel. Dear Sister. Chapter 6. Departure. Returning to her humble abode, Huang Yi lay on her bed, savoring a restful night. After breakfast, as dawn broke, she descended with her bicycle, the rear seat secured with a bag brimming with food. She was determined to set out in search of her aunt's family. The residents of the other apartment buildings remained oblivious to the events of the previous night, mistakenly believing that only the opposite building had succumbed to the zombie onslaught. But as Huang Yi embarked on her morning journey, no one took notice of her. Otherwise, they would surely question their own existence. Upon exiting the community, the roads were strewn with wrecked vehicles. Some individuals had attempted to escape by car only to find themselves trapped. Huang Yi leisurely pedaled along, lifting her bicycle over impassable obstacles while the zombies paid her no heed. Some zombies, upon catching sight of her from a distance, hurriedly approached, only to express disappointment upon closer inspection. Before long, she reached the outskirts of the city, where the roads became significantly easier to navigate. The sky was exceptionally clear, and a gentle breeze wafted through, providing comfort. She headed north, anticipating that, barring unforeseen circumstances, she would arrive within 2 days. That as noon approached, while pedaling at a leisurely pace, Huang Yi suddenly heard the roar of engines behind her. Two off-road vehicles sped forth, halting before her. Huang Yi braced herself to stand and pedal fiercely to escape. But her apprehension subsided upon seeing a man, a woman, and a young boy of about 10 years emerge from the vehicles. That in the other car, an elderly lady sat beside a pet dog, and Huang Yi felt relieved, sensing that they posed no threat. The man driving approached and, noticing Huang Yi, asked with curiosity, "Is it just you? You dared to escape on a bicycle?" The young boy gazed at her with admiration. "Big sister, you're so cool, unlike my mom, who doesn't dare face the zombies." Huang Yi calmly explained, having already prepared her responses in anticipation of encountering others. "Zombies are not particularly fast, and a bicycle is quite maneuverable. I merely escaped by chance. That we are headed to the safe zone mentioned in the broadcast. It's just our family that made it out. We were originally traveling with others, but we encountered a horde of zombies last night, and they met with an accident." Thus, Huang Yi climbed into the vehicle, her bicycle secured atop. As they drove, she learned that the man's family had received news about the safe zone and had quickly assembled their escape plan. They had been fortunate, as at a fork in the road, the man chose the left path, thereby saving his family, while the others had vanished without a trace. With the vehicle, their journey accelerated remarkably. What was initially a 2-day trek transformed into an arrival by afternoon, where the outlines of the safe zone became visible. A vintage manor, surrounded by fortified barriers. Workers were seen erecting higher walls, while individuals armed with guns and bows patrolled the perimeter. Huang Yi's vision, sharpened by experience, allowed her to spot soldiers skillfully using bows to target distant zombies. Suddenly, the gates swung open, and a group of children emerged. The youngest possibly no older than 7 or 8, but the leading boy guided them cautiously forward, stopping near a corpse to retrieve an arrow from its head. The ground was littered with bodies, many adorned with arrows embedded in their heads or bodies. The safe zone was low on resources and had few job positions available, prompting the children to be enlisted for arrow recovery. In a moment of distraction, a young girl, eager to collect more arrows, inadvertently attracted the attention of a distant zombie. At this juncture, all the children were required to retreat immediately. The girl, realizing her mistake, cast an apologetic glance at their leader, an older boy, before turning to flee. The boy ran effortlessly, aware that zombies were not particularly fast. As long as he remained composed and did not trip, he would be fine. Suddenly, he noticed someone lingering behind. "Ergu, what are you doing? Hurry up." "Don't worry about me, Jungo. I'll be fine soon." Ergu continued to extract arrows, determined to gather 30 in hopes of trading them for food. As his mother had fallen ill since the apocalypse began, with 5 meters separating him from the zombie, he aimed to grab one last arrow before departing. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Just as he turned to leave, he found himself face to face with a zombie, its gaping maw directed at him, roaring that he had focused solely on the zombie before him, failing to notice another had circled around. The other boys halted in their tracks, watching Ergu, who, in despair, cried out for help, his legs trembling in fear, rendering him immobile. The soldiers, observing the scene, remained coldly indifferent. The distance was too great for them to intervene. Each day, they faced a relentless stream of zombies at the gate. Their safe zone situated at the confluence of two cities, with gates established in all directions. Within the safe zone, all individuals were either on guard duty or contributing to construction, utilizing every resource at their disposal to fortify their sanctuary while beginning to cultivate easily preserved food. Huang Yi and her companions arrived at the gate, and after undergoing some basic tests, were confined to a quarantine room for 3 hours. Sister, I want to contribute to the safe zone like those older brothers. Huang Yi was at a loss for words and gently ruffled his hair. After the quarantine concluded, they were escorted to the accommodation area. Huang Yi offered half of her food in exchange for a room, ensuring the family settled in comfortably. The boy's father, an engineer, was precisely the talent the safe zone required, while the boy accompanied his mother to the kitchen. Huang Yi stayed in the safe zone for 2 days, observing the continuously rising and thickening walls, pondering, it should be quite safe here. Once I locate my aunt, I can bring her family over to one of the city gates. A group of soldiers sat together, engaged in idle chatter. Their astonished expressions revealed their disbelief as Huang Yi leisurely rode past on her bicycle. Captain, did I see that correctly? Did that little girl just go out? One of the captains was so stunned that his jaw nearly dropped. Since the establishment of the safe zone, people had continuously arrived, yet none had ventured out into danger. The captain contemplated, glancing at the firearm at his waist. Xiao Zhang, go give this to her. The captain, upon seeing Huang Yi, was reminded of his daughter, who had gone missing since the apocalypse began, leaving him in a state of uncertainty regarding her fate, that he offered her a weapon for self-defense. Hoping that his daughter might also receive assistance from others, Xiao Zhang quickly grasped the situation and hurriedly pursued her. Huang Yi, noticing the footsteps, halted, initially believing there would be another inspection. However, upon seeing the handover of a glistening silver handgun smeared with grease, along with 2 magazines, she understood the captain's intentions. Hello, I am a soldier of the 5th Squad. This is a gift from our captain. Please convey my gratitude to him, Huang Yi replied, accepting the gun without hesitation and nodding her thanks from a distance. With this newfound possession, she felt a surge of confidence. In her homeland, private ownership of firearms was strictly prohibited, and such items were seldom seen outside specific military or police jurisdictions. Possessing a firearm endowed her with a formidable deterrent against any nefarious individuals she might encounter. As she gazed along the roadside, she noted that in less than 2 days, the grass had grown abundantly, and she set off northward once more. Chapter 7. The zombie siege. Huang Yi pedaled leisurely, relishing the fragrant air of the countryside, where lush green grass was dotted with vibrant wildflowers. Upon cresting a hill, she was suddenly confronted by an overwhelming horde of zombies, stretching as far as the eye could see. "Oh my goodness, so many!" she exclaimed, nearly losing her balance. Once she regained her composure, the sheer scale of the undead throng still sent a chill down her spine as they moved en masse in a singular direction. Observing their path, she deduced they would likely bypass the safe zone. After a moment's contemplation, she drew her handgun from her waist and fired a shot into the sky, ensuring they were caught off guard, thereby preventing an assault on the safe zone. The squad leader stationed at the entrance heard the distant gunfire, sensing it originated from her weapon. "Doesn't that sound like your gun?" he pondered aloud. After a moment's thought, he replied, "It does seem so. Shaoli, Tianci, you two drive out to investigate the situation and report back immediately if anything arises." The pair swiftly set off, preparing for combat, theorizing that someone might have attempted to rob or assault Huang Yi, prompting her to retaliate with gunfire. After all, in this apocalypse, one encountered all manner of people. After traveling several kilometers, they stumbled upon the very horde Huang Yi had seen, a massive, shadowy mass that obscured the sky. Startled, Shaoli turned off the engine, fumbling to restart it, drenched in sweat, before hastily turning back to inform the captain. Soon, they arrived at the base, relaying the urgent situation. "Quickly notify all the brothers to assemble at the main gate," he instructed before dashing into the city. Moments later, the loudspeaker blared to life. "Survivors of the safe zone, a large horde of zombies is approaching from 5 kilometers north and will arrive shortly. All personnel, prepare for battle and ensure the safety of yourselves and the safe zone. Those capable of combat, assemble at the north gate immediately." In that moment, the understanding that their fates were intertwined became evident. Nearly all the men gathered at the north gate. Fortunately, they had previously dug trenches and firearms and ammunition were swiftly transported to the front lines. Even the children were busy carrying supplies, while the soldiers devised a battle plan. Coordinating their efforts, everyone stood ready, and those in the trenches could feel the ground tremble beneath them. Some were overwhelmed by anxiety, and one individual, gripped by fear, attempted to flee back into the city, only to be shot on the spot. Many who had never fired a gun were issued bows and knives, taking their positions along the defensive line. In that moment, all personal grievances faded. They were united by a singular belief in protecting the safe zone. Teams outside returned after planting explosives and reported detailed information about the zombie horde, having set traps along their path to weaken them in the initial assault. Suddenly, a zombie appeared on the horizon, followed by an unending stream of undead, and in the blink of an eye, countless zombies were advancing towards them. Upon reaching their designated positions, they detonated the explosives, obliterating the front line of zombies. However, the effect was less than optimal, as the undead quickly filled in the gaps, continuing their relentless march to TO them. The lives of their companions were inconsequential, and as they witnessed the living descend into madness, they accelerated their advance. In that moment, gunfire erupted, bullets whistling through the air. This juncture, chaos engulfed all. The machine gunners in the trenches fired indiscriminately, not needing to aim, as zombies were everywhere to receive the bullets. Heavy firepower shattered the limbs of the undead, rendering them unable to move, forced to crawl on the ground, only to be crushed beneath the feet of their relentless companions. Tionci was also in the trench. Originally a machine gunner, flanked by a woman in her 30s who assisted with ammunition. She was one of the few women who voluntarily joined the fight. In a near frenzy, he pulled the trigger, oblivious to the depletion of his ammunition, until Li Jie urged him back to reality, swiftly helping him reload and cooling the barrel to prevent a catastrophic failure. The apocalypse had robbed them of so much: family, dignity, and a peaceful life, and he harbored a profound hatred for these mindless monsters. The zombies drew within 100 meters. The gunfire persisted, yet they continued to encroach. 90 meters, 80 meters, mortars prepared to fire. Several mortars were launched, causing a tremendous explosion within the horde, yielding unexpectedly favorable results, obliterating a significant number of zombies. However, one shell detonated too close to the trench, sending several zombies flying towards their position. Those armed with knives immediately rushed to eliminate them. The battle had raged for 5 minutes, yet to the soldiers, it felt like an eternity, each bearing immense psychological pressure. This was the last line of defense for the safe zone. If breached, they would have no choice but to retreat into the city. Although the walls were tall, such a retreat would leave them completely trapped within. Some had played similar fortress defense games before the apocalypse. But now, facing hundreds of thousands of undead, primal fear threatened to consume them. They could only roar in desperation to bolster their courage. Gradually, they noticed a break in the horde behind them. Brothers, fire with all your might. Artillery, don't hold back on ammunition. The zombies are dwindling. Do not let them approach the trenches. As if hope had emerged, the gunfire intensified, and all were consumed by bloodlust. Zombies that came within range were dispatched with knives, some even pursuing the undead in a frenzied chase, unafraid of death. Perhaps, for some, dying at that moment would be a form of liberation. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased, plunging the scene into silence. Soldiers collapsed onto the ground, gazing skyward, their arms devoid of strength, relishing the sweet taste of victory. They had been dominated by fear for far too long. Some began to weep, their minds unraveling. The remaining scattered zombies, either incapacitated or lying on the ground, were swiftly dispatched by those wielding spears and knives. Elijah, lying atop Tionci in the same trench, had no intention of fleeing as the zombies neared within 10 meters. She continuously assisted him in firing and reloading. Brother, since the onset of the apocalypse, I've been utterly alone. If you will accept me as your sister, I promise to take good care of you. He remained silent, holding sisterly tightly, once again experiencing the warmth of familial affection. In the distance, Huang Yi heard the echo of gunfire, momentarily halting her stride. Realizing that the safe zone had been secured, she breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden emergence of the zombie horde was inexplicable. Did they possess an awareness of where humans congregated, and how did they manage to gather? Huang Yi found herself unable to comprehend it. Within the safe zone, the others were not engulfed in joy. They began to clear the battlefield, using excavators to pile the corpses of the zombies for incineration. The air was thick with a foul stench, a scent to which the survivors had grown accustomed in this apocalyptic world. With the experience gained from this battle, various defensive measures were established. Then on the edge of the battlefield, atop a hillside, a frail zombie gazed longingly towards the safe zone, its eyes filled with desire, only to be met with disappointment at the sight of the fallen zombies scattered about, before it silently retreated in flight. Just as it was about to depart, a gunshot rang out, and its diminutive head exploded. The shooter was Xiao Li, who, after completing a mission with TNCI, had been assigned to provide cover for those in the trench with a sniper rifle. That an avid reader of novels, he had often speculated about the existence of more advanced zombies orchestrating the battles. But upon witnessing the chaos, he realized these zombies lacked any semblance of strategy. It seemed he had overthought the matter. That as he prepared to call it a day, he spotted the small head, assuming it belonged to a newly arrived zombie, and promptly shot it to prevent any accidental ambushes on his comrades engaged in the cleanup. Chapter 8. The Peculiar Family After the Small Zombie Perished. A limbless zombie in the distance was drawn to its carcass, laboriously crawling over to consume it entirely. Upon finishing, its body convulsed violently, and its remaining hands began to elongate, with nails sharpening into lethal points. Its head swelled and contracted, flattening as its once dull pupils emitted a crimson glow. Moments later, it thrust its hand into the ground, burrowing into the earth and vanishing from sight. Huang Yi continued her journey on her bicycle. Arriving at a small town, the eerie silence of the town was unsettling, with not a single zombie in sight. She speculated that the recent horde must have gathered here, or that the zombies had been taken away during the migration. As she noticed large bloodstains at the town's exit, evidence of the zombies' passage, that as she traversed the streets, the town appeared modest, primarily consisting of residential homes, and only a few eateries and barbershops lined the roadside. After a considerable distance, she finally spotted a convenience store. Upon entering, she observed red footprints on the floor, the bloodstains still fresh, indicating that someone had recently passed through. The shelves were bare, and food remnants smeared with blood littered the ground, suggesting that a robbery had occurred as the apocalypse began. Did I ask anyone here? She called out that I'm a good person, just here to look for food. She did this to prevent any surprise attacks. Although she felt safe from the zombies, she could not guarantee her safety from humans. Groping her way to a back room resembling a storage area, she sensed the presence of others within, as she had heard movement moments ago, but it ceased as she approached. Hello, is anyone there? There are no zombies outside. I mean, no offense, just inquiring about supplies, after waiting a few minutes with no response. Huang Yi moved to the window to peek inside, when suddenly a gruff voice boomed, "Get out now, or I swear I will kill you." The man continued to roar threats at her. Understanding the situation, Huang Yi turned to leave, but not long after, the iron door behind her swung open, revealing a woman who immediately called out to her. "Hey, wait a moment, young lady." Cautiously, Huang Yi regarded her, puzzled, fearing she might be prevented from leaving. My husband encountered some people attempting to raid supplies a few days ago, so we are not friendly towards outsiders. Please come inside quickly." Huang Yi was skeptical, but considering her firearm, she decided to enter. The room was dimly lit, and the woman switched on a light, revealing a small solar power generator that her husband had set up to provide continuous electricity. Then on the table were several plates of food, likely prepared before her arrival. Huang Yi noticed a man in glasses wearing a plaid shirt. The woman appeared plump and amiable, indicating they were the owners of the convenience store. Huang Yi took a few buns and paired them with her ham sausage, eager to eat and gather information before departing. The atmosphere was unsettlingly quiet, with both parties on high alert, having soundproofed the room to protect against zombies. Huang Yi could almost hear her own heartbeat. Suddenly, a noise echoed from above, resembling something falling, accompanied by the unsettling sound of a rattling cage. The man, engrossed in his meal, immediately stood up, fixating on Huang Yi, while the woman nervously explained, "It's probably just the window that wasn't shut tight. The wind must have blown it open. I'll go close it in a moment." Yet the man appeared agitated, seizing a fork from the table and advancing towards Huang Yi. In response, she swiftly drew her handgun, aiming it at him. "Don't come any closer." Both were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated Huang Yi producing a firearm. The man, a former soldier, recognized the weapon as genuine and dared not move, understanding that anything could happen in this world. After a lengthy half-hour interrogation, the truth began to unfold. The man, named Han Jun, was a retired soldier who, after marrying his wife Lu Feng, had settled in Xingfu town, operating a convenience store for their livelihood. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had remained hidden, avoiding the outside world. Their child was upstairs, and they were anxious to keep Huang Yi unaware of his existence. Hence their earlier agitation. Although they explained their behavior, Huang Yi still sensed inconsistencies. Why hadn't they called their child down for dinner? They led her upstairs, where in one room, a dog cage contained a boy of about 10. Bound with ropes on his hands and feet, his eyes glazed over, indicating he had undergone a transformation. The couple implored her, "Could you please not harm him? Though he may be in this state now, he will always be our child. I would trade my life for his." Upon uttering those words, the man collapsed in despair. Huang Yi finally understood their distress. "Please, I won't meddle in your affairs. You need not be so anxious. You won't kill him?" They asked, hope flickering in their eyes that no, but shouldn't humans and zombies be adversaries? Huang Yi patiently explained, "Regardless of the circumstances, he remains your beloved son. How you choose to treat him is your prerogative. I have no right to interfere, so please rest assured." The zombie child in the cage lifted its head to gaze at Huang Yi, and the couple visibly relaxed, realizing she had no intention of deceiving them. They hurriedly retrieved food to offer her hospitality. The apocalypse had come so suddenly. A once happy family found their lives irrevocably altered that fateful morning. Initially, as the catastrophe unfolded, they learned through the television of the impending crisis and promptly closed their store, seeking refuge. However, many, unaware of the severity of the situation, attempted to raid the supermarket. Han Jun, distressed over the substantial inventory he had purchased, opened the door to deter them, only to have a zombie slip inside. By the time they realized something was amiss, it was too late. Their son, just in the 6th grade, had already transformed, leaving them to grapple with guilt over their failure to protect him. Each day was marked by tears. After their son became a zombie, the couple had not smiled since, losing all hope and fearing for his life, wishing only to remain by his side to atone for their mistakes. They prepared ample portable food for Huang Yi, assisting her in reinforcing and modifying her bicycle, urging her to stay safe and assuring her that she could return to them anytime. This couple was the first genuinely good people Huang Yi had encountered in the apocalypse, restoring her faith that some could retain their humanity. "Things will get better. You must hold on. What if the country develops a serum for treatment? Thank you, young lady. Please be cautious on your journey." The wife replied, handing her a dagger for self-defense. As Huang Yi resumed her journey, she glanced back to see the couple waving from the doorway, while the little one on the 2nd floor reached through the bars of the cage. Peering at her from the window. Chapter 9. The battle on the outskirts of N City. In a county town, some individuals sought refuge in the basement of a bar. This establishment had constructed a small underground shelter to store supplies and serve as a temporary resting place. When the apocalypse began, revelers unaware of the impending doom were led there by the owner for safety. That a young man, resembling a wealthy playboy, shouted at several women attending to him, "Hey, Tiger, where's the food? If it's not ready soon, I'll dock your pay." The cook, Wang Hu, frowned at this demand. This rotund man had previously been their bar's biggest patron, spending lavishly each month before the apocalypse. Now, he had offered 10 million for protection. Only about a dozen people had managed to escape here, consisting of a few security guards, bar staff, and the wealthy man with a handful of customers. A few of the women had realized the situation and ceased their flattery of the repugnant man, while others clung to the hope that the apocalypse would soon end, striving to please him. "Wen, why have you been ignoring me these past few days? Come over and give my legs a rub." The rotund man spoke while occasionally caressing the shoulders of another enchanting woman who was attending to him. "You fat fool, it's the apocalypse now. While others serve you, I certainly will not," she scoffed. The overweight man, infuriated, hurled a plate to the ground. "And I bought everything here at the onset of the apocalypse with money. But the bank was uncooperative and my transaction failed. Do you think it's been your money that's kept you fed all this time?" He grumbled further when he noticed that Wang, who had yet to deliver breakfast, expressing his discontent by throwing objects around. Xiaoli, who had been massaging him, approached to offer comfort, only to receive a slap that sent her sprawling. Wang Hu, holding a pot, stepped forward. "Enough, Wang Hu, value loyalty, that I end this apocalypse. Must you bully others so? Wang Hu, once reckless and tattooed, had regretted his past after taking a life and spent 10 years in prison. Upon his release, he and his friends ran a bar, treating their subordinates well, which was why he had endured the fat man's antics, not wanting to stir up trouble. Unfazed by Wang Hu's restraint, the rotund man grew angrier upon seeing the contents of the pot. "What foul dish are you preparing? Is this what I ordered? Stop everything, you useless lot. We barely have any food here. This basement primarily stores liquor. The kitchen on the first floor is food, but it's far too perilous. Isn't there security with you? You should take the risk and grab some supplies. Things have been quiet upstairs for days. It should be safe." Anyone with eyes could tell the fat man was spouting nonsense. The nightly cries of zombies echoed, and venturing outside was a death sentence. After much deliberation, Wang Hu sighed in resignation. "Fine, if we don't find food soon, we'll be too weak to survive anyway. Let's go for it." He called a few security personnel to prepare for a food hunt. Wen, who had been watching, pulled a friend along, eager to escape the fat man's repulsiveness. After a night of preparation, the group donned protective gear and, under the fat man's watchful gaze, carefully opened the door and stepped out one by one. As soon as they exited, the fat man slammed the door shut behind them. Embracing Xiaoli and surrounded by a few sycophantic admirers, he smugly remarked, "That fool Wang Hu, I won't let them back until they find food. This way, I can conserve rations." His stomach growled, and despite the charred remnants of Wang Hu's cooking, he couldn't resist taking a bite, only to spit it out violently due to its burnt flavor. Angered, he glanced at the women nearby with a sinister grin. Lacking strength, he began to torment them. Meanwhile, below, the legless zombies suddenly halted, drawn to the sounds above. After Wang Hu and his group ventured out, they encountered several zombies in the bar. They signaled to Wen and stealthily approached the kitchen, where they stumbled upon a zombie gnawing at an unknown leg. Wen's friend, unable to contain her fear, screamed, prompting the zombies in the room to lunge at them, while others in the main hall rushed forward. Wang Hu dashed toward a zombie on the verge of attacking, swiftly plunging his knife into its skull, but found himself unable to retrieve it. The kitchen door swung shut, and the security personnel hurled various tools at the two advancing zombies, while their efforts proved ineffective. They did slow the creatures down. As the zombies closed in, Wang Hu seized the moment to kick one in the chest, propelling it backward, while the others managed to bring down the second zombie with their makeshift weapons. Wen and her friend, no longer afraid, joined in, tossing kitchen knives toward the exit. Together, they vanquished the 3 zombies, collapsing to the ground, realizing it had been far more challenging than anticipated. The fat man, hearing the commotion outside, concluded that someone was either transforming or they had all perished, continuing to revel with Xiaoli and the others, indifferent to Wang Hu's fate. Suddenly, a head emerged from the ground, its eyes glowing red. The first to notice was Xiaoli, who instinctively recoiled and attempted to scream, but a shadow swiftly passed. Thud! Xiaoli's head rolled across the floor, and the fat man, still oblivious, only sensed his companion's sudden limpness beneath him. "I said, can't you exert yourself? Are you truly unaware of your condition?" When the figure beneath him failed to respond, his irritation flared. Just as he intended to lash out, he noticed Xiaoli's head lying still, rolling its eyes at him. The legless, mutated zombie sprang from the ground, leaping onto a cornered woman, swiftly ending her life and beginning to feast. The fat man scrambled toward the door, realizing it was still locked from his earlier actions. Panic rising as he feared Wang Hu's group might turn, he had just ordered tables to be moved to barricade the entrance. "Open the door. Let me out. I don't want to die. I'll pay $1 million. I'll pay $2 million. The fat man, losing his wits, screamed desperately for Wang Hu's assistance, forgetting he had locked himself in. The zombie finished its meal and slowly approached the fat man, swiping its claws and cleaving him and the door in two, silencing his screams. Wang Hu and the others, having taken cover, dared not breathe, knowing the basement had no other exits. They realized the zombie must possess some extraordinary ability to breach their defenses, far beyond what they could handle. As for the fat man's cries, they had long since ceased to hold any weight. In the apocalypse, money was worthless. Chapter 10. The ugly countenance the legless zombie gnawed on the fat man's remains, its diligence revealing just how palatable he was down on the second floor. Wang Hu and his companions were nearly paralyzed with fear, unable to make a sound at INA corner. Zhang Wen and her friend huddled together, trembling, inadvertently bumping into a nearby table. The zombie, savoring its meal, perked up at the noise, dropping its food to listen intently. Huang Yi leisurely rode her bike when she spotted a bar by the roadside. Previously a model student, she had never ventured into such places, but with dwindling water supplies, she decided to investigate. Pushing the door open, the bell jingled, alerting the zombies within, who immediately lay in wait, anticipating fresh prey. The group hiding inside never expected anyone to enter. The bar's main door was shut, requiring a turn of the handle to open. Thus, only a person could have come inside. Huang Yi stepped through the threshold, met with an eerie silence, the air thick with the stench of decay as she made her way to the bar. Wang Hu peeked out, signaling her to be quiet. Huang Yi spotted him and prepared to speak. But Zhang Wen yanked him back with a fierce glare, reminding him that any exposure could spell doom for them all. Down below, the creature sensed the presence of someone above and, with a swift motion, clawed its way through the earth, landing before Huang Yi with a ferocious growl. Startled, she instinctively dodged, countering with a kick. The legless zombie was sent crashing into the wall, shaking its head as it prepared for another assault. Huang Yi quickly seized a chair, wielding it as a weapon. The creature lunged at her, but she struck with the chair, akin to swinging a baseball bat, causing its head to explode in a shower of blood. Seeing the zombie defeated, she called out, "Come out, everyone. It's safe now." Wang Hu, hearing her voice, emerged from hiding, stunned by the sight of blood and the corpse of the mutated zombie. He wondered how this young girl possessed such strength. Upon closer inspection, he noted the zombie's elongated claws and absence of legs, realizing it had undergone a mutation, likely sacrificing defense for increased damage. The remaining individuals stepped out, discovering the basement door had been shattered. Arriving at the grim conclusion that the fat man and his companions were lost point, one of the girls pointed out Huang Yi's blood-splattered dress and arms, remnants of the recent battle. Wang Hu approached, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Wang Hu. How did you end up here with all the zombies outside?" "I came on my bike. The outside is clear of zombies now," she replied. Wang Hu's companions couldn't help but stare at her bulging backpack, filled with what they presumed to be food, as the outer pockets brimmed with sausages and biscuits. Zhang Wen, unable to contain herself, finally spoke up. "I hope you weren't bitten or scratched. Tiger brother, keep your distance." Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Zhang Wen had not washed or groomed herself for a considerable time, the strong scent of cosmetics mingling with an unpleasant odor enveloping her. Huang Yi, wearing a look of disdain, instinctively recoiled to the side. Noticing her silence, Zhang Wen grew more convinced of her suspicions and dared not approach too closely, fearing Huang Yi might transform into a zombie. They had previously encountered a similar individual in their class. While they had sheltered in the classroom, that girl had incessantly speculated that some would continue to mutate. Shockingly, some had believed her, and those who merely sneezed were hastily accused of imminent transformation. Those singled out were isolated, deprived of any water or food. When the zombies eventually breached the door, she had desperately clutched at those around her, pushing them forward. Huang Yi harbored no fondness for such people, especially since this woman had provoked her. Ignoring her, Huang Yi approached the bar, where she spotted a water dispenser. As she opened her small water bottle to fill it, Zhang Wen stumbled over, collapsing against the dispenser. "I want water. Exchange it for food," she exclaimed. "That you're on the verge of mutation and still wasting food. I suggest you hand over your backpack to us. Have you lost your mind? I would rather throw it away than give it to you." Huang Yi, feeling increasingly irritated, contemplated leaving this place as soon as possible. Turning to exit, she coincidentally noticed several security guards attempting to stealthily approach her. Zhang Wen and her companion, emboldened by their numbers, began to mock and speculate about her. Having just visited the kitchen, they discovered that, due to the power outage, the food on the first floor of the bar had completely spoiled. Their eyes turned green with envy at the sight of a food package in Huang Yi's possession. Huang Yi pointed to the zombies on the ground and declared, "If it weren't for me, you would have had no chance against these mutated creatures." Zhang Wen sneered. "Umph, how dare you say that? If it weren't for you, would they have even gotten close? We would have remained undetected." Wang Hu, standing nearby, chose silence. Earlier, when Zhang Wen accidentally bumped into the table, the sounds of the zombies gnawing had ceased. Perhaps, without Huang Yi, the zombies would have sought them out anyway, but he hesitated, contemplating whether to seize the food, as he too had not eaten satisfactorily in quite some time. Huang Yi, speechless, chose not to engage further and turned towards the door. "You two, keep an eye on her. Don't let her escape. You're not going anywhere. Leave the food behind, since you'll soon mutate anyway." Zhang Wen, driven by hunger, had lost her reason and was ready to concoct any excuse to snatch the food. Calmly, Huang Yi retrieved the knife given to her by the couple, contemplating briefly before drawing out her pistol. This time, instead of threatening, she shot Zhang Wen in the leg and then fired at another girl's chest, instantly killing her. The sudden gunfire jolted everyone awake, and the security guards froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Zhang Wen lay on the ground, clutching her leg and emitting screams akin to a slaughtered pig. Huang Yi glanced at the claws of the zombie on the ground, used her small knife to sever one, wrapping it in cloth before approaching Zhang Wen and swiftly slicing at her neck. The irritating cries abruptly ceased. "Your name is Wang Hu, correct? There exists a safe zone towards the end-city direction. You should head there." Wang Hu watched Huang Yi's departing figure, a sense of loss washing over him. He felt he had missed an opportunity. Had he supported her earlier, he might have been able to join her as a companion. It was too late now. After Huang Yi left, Wang Hu led a few individuals in a meticulous search of the bar for food, gathering a meager supply along with some alcohol before setting off towards the safe zone she had mentioned. "Brother Hu, do you think she is deceiving us?" one security guard inquired. Wang Hu cast a glance at him without responding. Sometimes human nature led one to assume others were just as flawed as themselves. Chapter 11. The comprehensive evolution of plants as they journeyed. The number of abandoned vehicles gradually increased, by the time darkness enveloped the sky. They arrived at a roadside sign indicating that Eagle City was just 5 kilometers away. "That I hope my aunt and her family are safe," Huang Yi murmured softly, discovering a grassy area with a slight depression. She spread out her small blanket and lay down. The night sky was breathtaking, each star twinkling with dazzling brilliance. It had been a long time since she had gazed upon such a starlit sky. Joyfully counting the stars and inhaling the fragrant grass around her, Huang Yi slowly closed her eyes. Not long after she drifted into slumber, several confused zombies approached from 4 different directions, converging upon the sleeping Huang Yi. Suddenly, their bodies convulsed, and the 4 zombies disintegrated into dust, swept away by the wind, leaving behind only a few red specks of light that gradually floated towards the slumbering Huang Yi. As the red light entered her body, it coalesced in the palm of her hand. In her dreams, Huang Yi found herself transported back to her childhood, witnessing her parents' deaths once more. She realized she was dreaming, yet could not awaken. As time sped up, she beheld the dream she had experienced before, a blinding white light flashing as she was bitten by the zombies that had broken through the door. Huang Yi awoke to the sun's rays piercing her eyes, stretching luxuriously as her loose top accentuated her alluring curves. After a quick wash with a bottle of mineral water, she mounted her bicycle, determined to reach Eagle City today, regardless of whether her aunt's family was alive or dead. She felt compelled to see for herself, even if just for a glimmer of hope. This moment, parts of Eagle City had transformed into a hell on earth on the day of the apocalypse. Coinciding with the mayoral election held every 5 years, tens of thousands had gathered in the square, awaiting the commencement of the election. When the apocalypse struck suddenly, panic ensued, and people scattered in all directions. However, the sheer volume of the crowd obstructed any escape routes, resulting in nearly everyone being trapped, turning the area into a playground for zombies. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky as Huang Yi rode her bicycle. She felt a faint pain in her palm, only to notice a swirling red pattern appearing in her hand, emitting a faint glow. Thunder rumbled, and soon, rain began to pour in a farm within Eagle City. A group of people huddled in a dimly lit room illuminated by a single candle. On the floor lay 2 women, entangled together, their clothes disheveled, and their hair unkempt for what seemed like an eternity. Several middle-aged men in prison uniforms were playing cards, a pile of cigarettes on the table. Seated at the east side was a bald man with a scar on the back of his head, accompanied by a lanky individual with an explosive hairstyle. "Baldy, do you think those cannibalistic creatures outside will starve to death in a few days?" the man with the explosive hair asked. The bald man, referred to as Baldy, slapped him hard across the face. "Do you possess any common sense? Do you even know what a zombie is? I never felt you were this dim-witted while in prison." This group had escaped from prison after the outbreak, initially trapped in their cells, awaiting death, that an older prison guard had bravely fought off the zombies, rescuing them one by one and covering their escape. They had managed to find a vehicle, but in a tragic twist, they fled without waiting for the guard, abandoning him to face the zombies alone. The old guard, armed and watching the car drive away, was left with a mix of emotions. The group seized the farm upon arrival, slaughtering the men and commandeering food, while the women suffered at their hands. That I'm hungry. I can't play any longer. That I've grown tired of just playing cards for days. The farm had been abandoned for some time, with no livestock or crops remaining, and they had gluttonously consumed all available food over the past few days. Baldy, what should we do? We're completely out of food. Perhaps we should leave? One suggested. Leave? Where can you go? Outside is crawling with zombies, and the city is even worse. It's safer here. He kicked at a corner where some moldy chicken feed lay, motioning for the lanky man to sample it. Having served lengthy sentences, some inmates had been imprisoned for over 20 years. The apocalypse had granted them a second chance at life, and they felt reborn. Compared to the years spent in confinement, their newfound freedom was akin to paradise. Suddenly, thunder crashed, and the sky turned overcast. After a prolonged build-up, rain began to fall. The zombies in the yard stood motionless in the downpour, their heads tilted skyward. Mouse agape. It seemed as though only the area above them was drenched, while the rest remained clear. The rain washed over the parched land. They had been drinking the foul, stagnant water from the ditches for days. Baldy promptly instructed his henchmen to collect rainwater, and before long, a cup was filled. Glancing at the slightly reddish rainwater, he disregarded any potential issues and drank it down. Despite the rainwater's peculiar color, he felt no immediate repercussions as the night continued with thunder and rain. Around 4 or 5 in the morning, during the most drowsy hours for humans, 2 women stealthily entered the room where the men slept. The older of the 2 produced 2 daggers from her clothing, having endured enough of the relentless torment. These men had murdered their families, seized their homes, and subjected them to humiliation. The younger girl, Xiaoxue, had been so thoroughly tormented that she held no attachment to the world anymore, and as she entered the room, she plunged the dagger towards the bed, only to find it empty beneath the covers. Lin Jie, where are they? Sister Lin felt the coldness of the blanket, indicating that no one had occupied this place throughout the night. That in the courtyard, Scar and Thin, along with a few zombies, were huddled together. Drenched by the rain that washed over them, blood-red tendrils emerged from certain parts of their bodies, entwining them together and taking root in the ground, intermittently flashing with a crimson glow as they relentlessly siphoned off nutrients. The fruit trees on the farm began to grow wildly overnight, ravenously absorbing the nutrients from their neighboring trees, and under the cleansing of the blood rain, the plants commenced their evolution. As dawn broke, Xiaoxue observed Scar and Thin in the courtyard, gesturing to Sister Lin. After a prolonged gaze, she could no longer suppress the fury within her. Brandishing a knife, she charged towards them, intent on striking. A tendril slowly extended from the ground, wrapping around her ankle. Xiaoxue glanced down, yet she did not flee, having long since detached herself from any nostalgia for this world. The tendril did not harm her, but instead enveloped her. Nearby, Sister Lin watched helplessly. Their family had intended to rebuild the farm, and Xiaoxue, a child from the neighboring house, had just graduated from university and come to help, her cheerful laughter a daily melody. In this apocalypse, both women had succumbed to despair. Sister Lin approached and embraced Xiaoxue, who was ensnared by the tendrils, wishing to merge into one and conclude their lives together. Xiaoxue, Lin Yin asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. It is me. Chapter 12. Xiaobai and Xiaoyi Scar and the zombies had now been reduced to mere bones, the red tendrils seemingly imbued with life as they visibly stretched upward, covering the entire courtyard. Huang Yi gazed at the crimson rain pouring from the sky, grateful for her umbrella, and leisurely pedaled her bicycle through the downpour. Following the highway, she found the road relatively smooth, but soon encountered a cluster of wrecked vehicles blocking her path. She knew she had arrived at Eagle City. Woof, woof. Suddenly, a small white dog leaped out from one of the cars. The dog, robust and around 2 or 3 years old, sat at her feet. It wore an identity tag around its neck, which jingled with the sound of a bell. Your name is Xiaobai. Huh. Your previous owner certainly lacked creativity in naming. She pulled out a packet of ham from her backpack, opened it, and offered a piece to the dog. The little creature, clearly famished after days without food, devoured it greedily. disregarding any semblance of decorum. Huang Yi had once owned a small black dog, aptly named Xiaobai, while the neighbor's white dog had been dubbed Xiaowang. Suddenly, she felt a pang of nostalgia for the time spent with Xiaobai. Lost in reflection, "Woof, what are you barking at? Can't you see I'm deep in thought?" Huang Yi scolded the foolish dog. "Come along with me. Who knows, you might be useful for food one day." Thus, the cheerful dog followed her, believing it had found a new master. It must be said that having a pet made the journey ahead seem less lonely. She occasionally pulled out bits of food to amuse it. And by midday, she had completely fed it a packet of ham. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but Huang Yi felt the dog had grown noticeably larger since their first encounter. She pedaled ahead while Xiaobai joyfully chased after her. When suddenly, a small flower sprouted from its head, and its eyes transformed into the distinct gray-red hue characteristic of zombies. Preoccupied with her thoughts as she rode, Huang Yi was oblivious to the changes occurring behind her. Xiaobai, exuberantly trotting along, abruptly came to a halt, sensing danger. It felt an ominous presence watching it. From the hillside emerged a gigantic zombie, towering over 2 city buildings, lumbering towards them with a deliberate gait. Its skin dark and mottled, with sinewy veins as thick as a man's thigh. Upon spotting Xiaobai, it quickened its pace as Xiaobai's eyes turned red in an instant, a blade of grass sprouting from its head. Its original owner had fled the suburbs with Xiaobai after the apocalypse began, but a car accident on the congested highway had led to its abandonment. Fortunately, Xiaobai had survived, as the horde of zombies did not immediately attack it. However, after several days of hunger, it succumbed to eating a small piece of rotting flesh and drinking the blood rain, resulting in its current form. The plant virus and the zombie virus within it fought for dominance. Neither able to fully control Xiaobai's body. Gradually, Xiaobai adapted to both viruses, rendering them no longer a threat. The gigantic zombie exhibited a semblance of intelligence, clutching a mangled red car, which it had crushed into a massive iron club. It let out a series of roars directed at Xiaobai, intrigued by the small dog that possessed both enticing and repellent energies. Yet, its limited intellect led it to believe that consuming Xiaobai would enhance its own strength. So it advanced without hesitation. Xiaobai calmly observed as the giant zombie raised the car to strike it down. With a swift maneuver, Xiaobai evaded the blow, leaping onto the giant zombie's back and sinking its teeth into a large chunk of flesh. The amplification of both viruses had granted Xiaobai remarkable biting power, and it tore away a significant piece of the giant zombie's flesh. The zombie, in pain, swung the car down upon itself, slapping its own body in a desperate attempt to retaliate. To avoid being struck down, Xiaobai nimbly jumped down and began circling the hulking creature. Huang Yi pedaled along when, at times, Xiaobai would dash ahead, seeking snacks. After a while, she noticed its absence and turned to find nothing behind her. That dog better not have fallen behind. What a useless creature, Huang Yi thought, deciding to backtrack and search for Xiaobai. Not far along, she spotted the massive zombie, akin to a whack-a-mole game, using the car to strike at Xiaobai, who appeared unafraid, playfully dodging the blows and occasionally teasing the giant zombie by provoking it to stomp on its own toes. Upon seeing Huang Yi, the giant zombie paused, instinctively wanting to flee. In its mind, Huang Yi was a formidable zombie capable of effortlessly ending its life, which could then be absorbed as energy for its evolution. That as Huang Yi approached, it abandoned its attention on Xiaobai and flopped onto the ground, flailing its limbs. "Have you lost your mind, you big fool? Get up!" Huang Yi exclaimed. The giant zombie, seemingly understanding, rose to its feet and stood motionless. Xiaobai scampered over to Huang Yi, nuzzling against her shoes in a display of loyalty. Observing the two foolish creatures, Huang Yi was at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, their presence had deterred any conflict between them. She whimsically named the giant zombie Xiaowi and leisurely continued her ride. As they reached a stretch of road, Xiaowi suddenly halted, the sound of its heavy footsteps ceasing. Huang Yi and Xiaobai immediately sensed the change. Xiaowi was fixated on a vehicle parked by the roadside. Lifting a hand to point at it, following Xiaowi's gesture, Huang Yi approached the car and discovered a woman trembling in the corner of the back seat. Xiaobai, step back. I have questions for her. Xiaobai leaped onto Xiaowi's back and moved aside. While Huang Yi pulled open the car door, the woman, startled by the sudden opening, screamed at the top of her lungs. Hey, Hey, stop screaming, ma'am. I'm not a threat. The woman quieted down upon hearing Huang Yi's voice. Yet she continued to whimper. Hello? Do you know the way to the Sunshine Garden community in Eagle City? If you tell me, I can offer you some food. The woman did not respond. Huang Yi pushed her gently. But there was still no reaction. Growing impatient, she raised her hand and slapped the woman, awakening a long-buried sense of paternal love from her childhood, and the woman came to her senses. Cautiously, she covered her face. Avoiding eye contact with Huang Yi, "Oh, you know the Sunshine Garden community? I need directions, and I can give you food as a reward." Huang Yi repeated her question. Upon hearing the word food, the woman's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded, reaching for Huang Yi's backpack. She grabbed a bottle of water and drank it in one go, then stuffed her mouth with bread and biscuits, eating messily and choking several times. Despite this, she continued to shove food into her mouth. Huang Yi patiently waited. For her, this amount of food was inconsequential. If she wanted more, she could easily find a supermarket riddled with zombies. I hope you genuinely know the way. I'd like to visit my aunt soon. Chapter 13. Finally arrived after finishing her meal, the woman lay on the ground, motionless, her belly swollen. Despite her discomfort, satisfaction radiated from her face. Are you done eating? Can you now tell me exactly where that community is? I need to get moving. What community? Oh, that community. It's in the center of Eagle City. Just follow this road straight ahead. Huang Yi furrowed her brow at her words. She had previously visited her aunt, and it was never situated in the city center. Once, on a trip to an amusement park, it had taken a long time to travel from home to the city center. And at that time, due to the low housing prices, her family had opted for a slightly outskirt property that her uncle had purchased. Huang Yi inquired, "The Sunshine Garden. We all refer to it as Future City, right?" Yes, everyone calls it Future City. Very few still call it Sunshine Garden," the woman replied without a second thought, hoping to dismiss Huang Yi and find a place to hide. Even if she realized she had been deceived, there was nothing she could do. "Since I've given you the address, could you spare me some more food? I'll wait here for my family to find me and one tea follow you into the city." The woman was calculating with a fervor that resonated like the rhythmic clinking of an abacus. As the apocalypse began to unfold, her entire family had succumbed to the transformation, and she did not reside in Eagle City, but rather in a nearby village, a community she had never even heard of as mentioned by Huang Yi. She contemplated how she might assist others along this road in the future, envisioning it as a means to sustain herself. Prior to this, she had been too fearful to poke her head out as cars passed by, huddling in a corner until they departed. Unbeknownst to her, the earlier vehicles that left the city had encountered no misfortune. Survival had turned into a gruesome affair. Should she dare to venture outside, she would undoubtedly become prey. Huang Yi's gaze hardened as she waved towards the direction where Xiao He and the others had departed. Xiao He, who had been observing from afar, quickly approached. The woman, lying on the ground with her eyes squinted, was startled awake by Xiao He's heavy footsteps. Her scream resumed as if it had merely been paused, and she crumpled, her legs giving way beneath her. The sight of the towering Xiao He, standing at 4 to 5 meters, sent her into a frenzy, and she desperately looked to Huang Yi, silently pleading for salvation. Xiao He glanced at Huang Yi, who gestured dismissively, propping up her bicycle and continuing on her path without a backward glance. As soon as Huang Yi departed, Xiao He seized the woman's head, silencing her screams once more before hastily devouring her. Meanwhile, in Unit 201 of Building 65 in Sunshine Garden Community, Huang Yi's uncle and aunt had fortified their windows and doors against the encroaching threat. Her uncle sat alone on the sofa, gazing at his wife, bound with twine, whose lifeless head was pierced by a kitchen knife. Their children were supposed to attend school today, but following the outbreak, a single phone call had revealed that almost none of the children had survived. Huang Yi's uncle, Long Tianxi, had once moved to Eagle City with his wife and children in search of a better life, working tirelessly in a large corporation. After years of paying off their mortgage, their children had grown into responsible individuals, only for this accursed apocalypse to strike, claiming the lives of his wife and children, and leaving him in utter despair. Thankfully, his frugal lifestyle had allowed him to stockpile affordable food, which had sustained him thus far. The community's access control system had kept the zombies at bay, trapping its residents inside, much like Huang Yi's community. After the outbreak, every home had been transformed into a fortress, with thick security doors that barred the undead entry, rendering the hallways safe. However, the secluded location of their building meant that few families resided there. Long Tianxi spent his days poring over old photographs and videos, awaiting the inevitable depletion of his supplies in the dimly lit room. As he flipped through the images, he came across a picture of a young Huang Yi, a time when she had just been born, and his family had been as blissful as his current self. She had been an adorable child, endearing and beloved. Calculating the timeline, he concluded that Huang Yi must have been at school when the apocalypse erupted. In his mind, places teeming with people, such as schools, supermarkets, and hospitals, offered almost no chance of escape. Luck might allow one to find temporary refuge in a seemingly safe spot, but ultimately, one would face the dual threats of zombies and starvation. Huang Yi and her companions abruptly entered a square resembling a miniature soccer field, strewn with corpses. The ground was stained dark with blood, and the stench of carnage wafted through the air for several streets. Some election balloons still floated in the sky, while a few zombies lay sprawled on the ground, some gnawing on severed limbs. Was online voting not an option? Why must so many gather in one place? She muttered a complaint as she cautiously lifted her skirt, allowing Xiaohei to carry her beloved bicycle and Xiao by as they navigated through the mass of dismembered flesh, despite her efforts to find a cleaner path. Her white shoes were now sullied. Fortunately, they were near a shopping district. Upon entering a large supermarket, the zombies inside displayed expressions of excitement upon spotting Huang Yi. Initially, their enthusiasm was palpable, but it swiftly morphed into disappointment. She discovered a section for women's clothing and shoes, relishing the thrill of a $0 shopping spree, a practice some foreigners had previously enjoyed. This time, she selected a pair of ash-gray sneakers, glancing at her fair thighs. After all, donning a skirt in the midst of an apocalypse was hardly prudent. Ultimately, she opted for a sports tank top paired with a loose gray short-sleeve shirt and light-colored pants that a cute bear backpack adorned her waist. Containing essential supplies, while she chose a kiddie underwear set that had once seemed juvenile but now felt just right. With her new outfit uplifting her spirits, she exited the supermarket, leading Xiaohei and Xiao by to a nearby noodle shop. Unfortunately, the lack of electricity had rendered the food within moldy and spoiled, but this shop still sold packaged noodles. And with a functioning gas canister, she prepared a pot of noodles, though Xiao Bai and Xiaohei showed little interest. Through a series of navigational trials, Huang Yi finally arrived at the entrance of Sunshine Garden Community. The journey had been arduous, but the presence of city maps along some streets had saved her considerable time. After securing her bicycle, she instructed Xiaohei and Xiao Bai to wait in place as she took a running leap over the fence and ventured inside the community. Within the complex, a handful of elderly zombies shuffled about, moving sluggishly and lacking agility. She strolled leisurely towards Building 65, but the unit door was locked due to the power outage. With a determined kick, she forced the door, warping it in the process. Fortunately, her aunt's family resided on the second floor, sparing her from the arduous climb. Standing before the door, she summoned her courage and began to knock. Chapter 14. The Safe Zone at Summer Resort Long Tianxi. Reclining on the sofa, was jolted awake, his ears pricking at the sound of knocking. He was convinced that someone was at the door. Knock, knock, knock. After confirming that someone was indeed knocking, he hurriedly dressed and grabbed a baseball bat for protection. "Aunt, uncle, are you home? It's Huang Yi. I've come to find you." Upon hearing her voice, Long Tianxi did not hesitate to open the door, and upon seeing Huang Yi, tears streamed down his face. "Yi, how did you get here? Come in, quickly." The joy of reuniting with a loved one filled both their hearts. Upon entering, Huang Yi's gaze fell upon the lifeless form of her aunt in the living room, momentarily pausing in shock. She refrained from inquiring about her uncle's siblings, focusing instead on the food she had brought, laying the cooked noodles and provisions before him. Although Long Tianxi had yet to finish his meal, the prospect of warm food was a welcome reprieve from the daily ration of biscuits and nuts. After their meal, silence enveloped them. Long Tianxi was curious about how Huang Yi had traversed from North City to this place, but he felt it unnecessary to ask. Her safe arrival was all that mattered. Huang Yi broke the silence. "Uncle, have you thought about what you want to do next? There is a large safe zone in End City. Would you consider going there?" Just a few days ago, the government announced the establishment of a safe zone here as well, that I don't want to leave, that if it weren't for your arrival. I might have taken my own life today. I can't bear to leave your aunt. She would be terrified on her own that I want to stay with her." Huang Yi stood frozen, her mouth slightly agape. Unsure of how to console her uncle. She knew how deeply in love her uncle and aunt had been, often bickering playfully, yet she understood that despite his complaints, he always fulfilled her aunt's wishes. When the apocalypse began, Long Tianxi's wife had transformed. He had contemplated not resisting, allowing her to bite him so they could perish together, but the thought of their child had stopped him. Even a glimmer of hope surged within him. Their child could not be left without care. Thus, he had taken the heartbreaking step of ending his wife's life, only to later receive the devastating news that none of the children at school had survived. His despair deepened as he realized that those who had once stood by him were now gone, leaving him bereft of hope, feeling that there was little reason to continue living. Huang Yi spent a long time conversing with Long Tianxi, who seemed to be both lamenting and bidding farewell. She left him with ample food, parting ways with a renewed sense of purpose, to uncover the cause of the apocalypse and discover a means to end it. At that moment, she was uncertain if she was a zombie or still human, perhaps a creature of the undead with human thoughts, having genuinely transformed alongside others at the outset. Xiao Bai, Xiao He. Do either of you have a place you wish to go? Wang. All right, we shall heed Xiao He's advice and venture to the safe zone in Eagle City this moment. Within the safety zone of Eagle City, a bustling atmosphere pervaded as individuals fervently engaged in various tasks. Veteran Xiao Wang, who had previously worked as a truck driver before the apocalypse, had rescued numerous souls with his large truck during the cataclysm. This act garnered him the initial wave of goodwill, and he drove all the way to a mountain resort near Eagle City. The resort, which had yet to commence operations, was sparsely populated, save for the staff. After eliminating the zombies within, they began venturing out daily in search of supplies to rescue more survivors, gradually expanding their operations. Within just a few days, the resort underwent a remarkable transformation. Its walls were reinforced and heightened by several meters, and various defensive structures were erected. Those who had experienced life and death struggles still found insufficient security in this haven, which spurred the rapid growth of the safety zone. The inhabitants toiled diligently, with few indulging in idleness. With each additional centimeter added to the walls, a modicum of reassurance was attained. Xiao Wang, now transformed into the highest authority within this safety zone, could hardly fathom that in the pre-apocalyptic world, he had achieved nothing, yet now found himself a hero among many. This mountain resort, nestled on a small hill within Eagle City, was easily defensible against the relentless onslaught of zombies. Patrols conducted daily examinations of the surrounding area, and upon discovering clusters of 10 or more zombies, they would deploy their so-called hunters to eliminate the threat. Those brave enough to confront zombies in hand-to-hand combat for food and status were revered as hunters. Enjoying numerous privileges within the safety zone, the convoy of trucks employed for rescue missions grew steadily, with several school buses and trucks now on hand, alleviating the need for Wang Wenjie to venture out personally. Every day, Wang Wenjie stood at the entrance awaiting the return of the convoy. It was agreed that they must return before 5 in the afternoon, even if no survivors or supplies were found. Typically, preparations for the return journey commenced by 3 o'clock, and the latest return recorded was just after 5. However, today, at 20 minutes past 5, there was still no sign of the convoy. The anxious crowd awaited, some relatives kneeling in prayer for blessings, as their loved ones ventured into danger seeking sustenance to secure a life free from want. Wang Wenjie furrowed his brow, remaining standing as his subordinates brought over chairs. Yet he did not sit, fixated on the distant horizon. Time slipped away, and while some remained unconcerned, having witnessed too much death during the apocalypse, only he, as the leader, understood the gravity of losing multiple supply trucks at once. The tranquility of the safety zone would undoubtedly be shattered. Without provisions, no one would be motivated to contribute to its construction. Casting a glance at his watch, he noted it was already 6 o'clock. With 2 backup trucks still available, he contemplated whether to venture out in search of them, considering the possibility that the vehicles might simply have broken down. Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed this notion. If one truck had malfunctioned, the others would surely have abandoned the supplies to find alternative means. As the leader, it was time for him to make a decision. Control tower, arrange for personnel to monitor and patrol throughout the night. If the supply trucks return, notify me immediately and ensure the base is combat ready. He had already come to terms with the likelihood that something had gone awry with the supply trucks, preparing himself for the worst-case scenario. After issuing his orders to his subordinates, He dragged his weary body to a resting place at the entrance. A few individuals lingered, unable to depart. Among them was a woman cradling a small boy, who weakly inquired, "Mommy, did Daddy really say he would bring back medicine and something delicious?" In these dire times, even common ailments could claim lives, and a mere cold could plunge one into despair. The woman awaited help helplessly when suddenly a disheveled figure approached. Instinctively, she recoiled. The ragged man, resembling a beggar, produced a box of cold medicine and remarked, "Treating ailments is no easy feat now. I fear the child may not endure much longer." Relying solely on his own recovery might prove challenging. Upon seeing the medicine, the young mother felt a glimmer of hope. But as the man withdrew the medication, she understood and pleaded, "I can offer you food, bread, and instant noodles in exchange for the medicine." Noticing her beseeching tone, the man chuckled derisively that I lack for food. At the onset of the apocalypse, I gathered a large bag of medicine from the pharmacy. The food I can trade for will sustain me for quite some time. Realizing his ulterior motive from the man's predatory gaze, she turned to gaze outside the gate, still shrouded in silence. The child in her arms had begun to drift into unconsciousness, gritting her teeth. She seized the medicine, tore it open, and administered it to her child, unwilling to gamble with his life. With heavy steps, she followed the man, clutching her child. Chapter 15. Encounter with the supply convoy. The night wore on, and Xiao Wang was abruptly awakened from his slumber. He and Xiao Li, weary from exhaustion, reported for duty. The safety zone saw no one venturing out at night. The towering walls stood guard against the encroaching zombies. And when dawn broke, the hunters would eliminate the zombies that wandered too close to Ligo. What do you think happened to the convoy that went out today? Although it was summer, the night air remained chilly, and both men were clad only in jackets. That Ligo inhaled deeply from a cigarette before offering it to Xiao Wang. That I suspect they encountered a horde of zombies and became trapped in a building. Or perhaps they were ambushed while seeking supplies. Xiao Wang countered, "Surely if they faced a large horde, at least a few trucks should have made it back. Then aren't the drivers on each truck also supposed to assist in gathering supplies? If they saw a tide of zombies, they could have fled, and if they encountered outsiders, they could simply relinquish their supplies. That I bet they found plenty of supplies and made a quick getaway." Li Guo playfully smacked Xiao Wang on the back of his head. "With such a way with words, why not enroll in university? Leader Wang has made it clear that we must present a united front. We cannot trust anyone outside the safety zone. Those who didn't make the cut for the supply convoy were all of your ilk, lacking any sense of teamwork." Rubbing his head, Xiao Wang refrained from expressing any further opinions. Those selected for the supply convoy were typically individuals with families and legitimate professions before the apocalypse, having undergone a rigorous selection process by Wang Wenjie, with only a select few chosen. Although the risks were substantial, those selected enjoyed free meals from the cafeteria for themselves and their families, along with monthly stipends. With only a handful of trucks available, each team would typically have a day to rest in the safety zone before alternating with another team. The team that had encountered trouble this time was the second unit, Ligo, bored, flipped through a novel, tearing out pages to toss at Xiao Wang after finishing each chapter. That I end the pre-apocalyptic world. Many had found themselves uncomfortable without their phones for even a few minutes. Yet those who had experienced the apocalypse had grown accustomed to living without them, having discarded their wallets and phones early on in their flight for greater speed. Huang Yi had ridden her bike all day. Eagle City was vast, with towering skyscrapers dotting the landscape. Both Xiao He and Xiao Bai showed no signs of fatigue, while she herself felt somewhat weary and sought refuge in a nearby office building. Suddenly, the sharp sounds of screeching brakes pierced the air. One vehicle nearly collided with the entrance, leaving long skid marks on the ground. Then, hurried footsteps echoed as they entered. The zombies at the entrance were swiftly dispatched, prompting Huang Yi to grab her handgun and rise. The individuals downstairs seemed disinclined to ascend. They had stationed guards at the stairwell, likely wary of encountering zombies on the upper floors. Xiao He and Xiao Bai remained silent, their eyes wide as they gazed at Huang Yi, sensing that Xiao He could spring into action at her command. Feeling somewhat constrained in the second-floor lobby, he occasionally bumped his head against the ceiling. "Xiao He, can you wait here for me? I need to go with Xiao Bai to investigate the situation." Xiao He nodded in agreement. Huang Yi adjusted her skirt, tousled her hair, and smudged dirt on her face before cradling Xiao Bai and preparing to descend. Downstairs, the group was reinforcing the entrance, needing to stay barricaded for the night. At the forefront stood a man named Qin Ming, holding a flashlight and studying a hand-drawn map. Today, their team had planned to search for supplies. He initially believed there was a small clinic along their route, but upon arrival, they discovered it had long been shut down. Recalling the frail appearance of one of his team members' children, they diverted to a nearby private hospital. Unfortunately, upon entering, they were confronted by a multitude of zombies, with the vehicles outside surrounded. Struggling to find an escape route, they managed to avoid losing any teammates, but wasted considerable time. As darkness fell, Qin Ming, the team leader, intended to sacrifice himself to hold off the zombies while his team made their escape. However, one of the child's fathers leapt forward, attracting a horde of zombies. Turning back only to say, "Take care of my child and my wife. It's my fault for putting you in this position," before disappearing from view. The zombies blocking the entrance were drawn away, allowing the team to break free and ultimately reunite with the convoy. However, it was too late, and the team members were too exhausted from the ordeal. The drivers, having safeguarded the vehicles, had little energy left, forcing them to rest for an hour in an office building before making a final push back to the base. The expressions on the team members' faces were grave. This had been their most fruitful outing in recent times, having secured a significant amount of gasoline and rice. Yet in comparison to the loss of a brother, such gains felt trivial. The bonds forged through shared trials were indelible. Suddenly, a light, melodious voice shattered the silence. "Hello, are you military personnel?" The group, having just faced life and death, nearly suffered heart attacks, mentally cursing, "Does this girl make any sound at all when she walks?" Qin Ming swiftly grasped the situation, brandishing a short knife towards Huang Yi. They had previously encountered small factions that would send out individuals or broadcast messages to lure survivors, only to plunder their resources upon their arrival. To end this treacherous world, even brothers could turn against one another for a mere morsel of sustenance. Hence, they maintained a stance of hostility towards all strangers. Huang Yi, placing Xiaobai down, raised her hands in a gesture of peace to signify that she posed no threat. Xiaobai, on the ground, feigned the demeanor of a foolish dog, and together they presented an innocent facade. Qin Ming, however, remained vigilant, gazing intently into Huang Yi's eyes before speaking. "Fatty, keep an eye on her. You three, go upstairs and conduct a thorough check. Stay alert and report any developments immediately." Fatty approached, his face a mask of concern as he reassured Huang Yi, "Don't worry, beautiful. Our captain is just serious about his work. There's no need to be anxious." Huang Yi shot a glance of disdain at Fatty. Her tension stemmed entirely from the presence of Xiaobai upstairs, that if they were discovered, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Contemplating whether to act decisively, Fatty turned to Qin Ming, suggesting, "Boss, I don't see the necessity for a check. Let's just head home. Last time we fell for a trap due to our inexperience, but this lady doesn't resemble those types at all." Internally cursing Fatty for his naive optimism. This was the same glutton who had once led them into a warehouse due to the charm of a woman. Qin Ming was relieved they had sensed the danger in time. Studying Huang Yi, he too sensed her inherent goodness. Contrasting sharply with the foul, disheveled women they had previously encountered, he dismissed the possibility of others lurking above. Even within their safe zone, there were those who would barter their bodies for survival. In a lawless apocalypse, most men succumbed to their primal instincts, leaving this defenseless girl utterly incapable of resisting. Thus, he halted the three who were preparing to ascend, everyone ready to depart. Fatty eagerly rubbed his hands together, intent on impressing Huang Yi. She exhaled in relief, thankful that Xiaobai had not been discovered. Had a confrontation erupted, she would have been compelled to eliminate everyone present alongside Xiaobai. Chapter 16. Isolation Room. Once aboard the vehicle, Huang Yi found herself placed in a cargo compartment, while Fatty incessantly fawned over her, and Qin Ming sat nearby. Upon noticing Huang Yi's gaze, Qin Ming inquired, "You seem quite young. Why are you alone?" "I am still in school. Since the outbreak, I've remained at home, unable to contact my family," she replied. Fatty interjected, "Rest assured, once we reach the safe zone, we'll secure you a decent position. You'll be more than capable of supporting yourself. Our safe zone is fortified with high walls, ensuring safety." The supply vehicle had been modified, with iron sheets and barbed wire affixed to its exterior, and the front mounted with thick blades that obliterated any zombies that obstructed their path. After finishing a novel, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li engaged in trivial conversation. Brother Lee, you've never told me about your family. Before the apocalypse, my wife and son displayed symptoms of mutation and were taken by the government to an isolation point. Initially, everything seemed fine, but that morning, they showed slight improvement and regained consciousness that I hurried out to buy breakfast for them. But upon returning, I found the isolation point sealed. Everyone inside had mutated. Xiao Wang, who had lost his parents early and entered the workforce after dropping out of school, reflected on Brother Lee's tale with a sense of melancholy. Even in this apocalypse, he was merely surviving day by day. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced the dimness, prompting the two to switch on their lights. Discovering the supply vehicle's return, they hurried to inform their superiors. Upon hearing the news, Wang Wenjie swiftly donned his attire and rushed to the gate to greet them. Qin Ming prepared to offer explanations. But Wang Wenjie preemptively silenced him, stating, "No need for words, brother. Your return is what matters most. Let the team eat and rest that you've all worked hard." With tears welling in his eyes, Qin Ming felt an unwavering resolve to follow such a leader. Wang Wenjie had braced himself for the worst. The complete return of the supply vehicle was a cause for celebration, but he feared that significant losses among personnel and vehicles could shatter the existing tranquility, especially with so many mouths to feed. While he noticed Huang Yi, he refrained from questioning her further. It was not uncommon for supply vehicles to return with survivors. After arranging for meals at the cafeteria, he returned to his duties. Qin Ming's first priority was to locate the medicine they had fought fiercely to retrieve and deliver it to his brother's wife, ensuring their child received the necessary treatment. The team members from the supply vehicle were housed in dormitories for ease of management and mutual support. After knocking for some time, a woman emerged, cradling a child in her arms. Upon seeing Qin Ming, she understood immediately. Her husband had likely met a grim fate. Supply vehicles often incurred losses every few days, and as she gazed at the cold medicine he offered, she hesitated to accept it. "I am sorry, sister-in-law, for not being able to protect him. He sacrificed himself to shield our entire convoy, and we will forever remember that debt of gratitude. Your future in the safe zone will be secure. Take care of your child." After delivering his message, Qin Ming departed, leaving her slumped on the ground, her child already fast asleep. She placed the child in a small bed, silently fanning her face in distress. Ultimately, her child's cold was due to her insistence on bathing him in cold water, and her husband had surely perished while searching for medicine, despite her warning him not to take unnecessary risks and abandon them. Huang Yi gazed out at the safe zone's walls. Due to the influx of outsiders, a one-day quarantine was mandated to assess any signs of mutation. She was assigned to an isolation room, which was far more rudimentary compared to the military safe zone in City Inn, possibly due to the military's ongoing construction efforts, as heavy artillery had been deployed. Feeling utterly bored, she rummaged through her backpack for snacks, the aroma of beef jerky rousing a few young men who lay sprawled on the ground. These three had narrowly escaped earlier that day and were now confined here without any food. During the quarantine, the safe zone would not provide sustenance, and the trio was on the verge of starvation, forced to lie on the floor in exhaustion. Noticing their desperate condition, Huang Yi tossed them 3 loaves of bread and a small bottle of soda. The three devoured the bread as if their lives depended on it, each taking a swift gulp of water. Huang Yi, wishing to avoid trouble, had preemptively offered them food to deter any potential harassment. Yet to her dismay, the three still sought more. After a brief, hushed discussion, they suddenly approached her point. One of them picked up a wooden stick from the ground, and the youngest spoke up, "Brother, let us just get her to hand over some food. There's no need to kill her." The others, however, showed no intention of relenting. "This is the isolation room. Tomorrow, we can claim she exhibited signs of mutation during the night, and no one will question us," the eldest asserted. "Just listen to your brother. We need some leverage when we get out. That I saw her backpack was filled with food, though we could feast on that dog for quite some time." The youngest was swayed, deciding to follow through, convinced that no one would know how the girl had met her end. Huang Yi, overhearing their conversation, realized that her kindness had been met with treachery. After offering them food, they now sought to rob her and perhaps even take her life. Glancing at Xiao Bai, who remained blissfully unaware and asleep, she swiftly retrieved a dagger from her backpack. The gleaming blade caught the trio's attention, momentarily stunning them. They had not anticipated that this seemingly defenseless girl was armed. However, they quickly dismissed the threat. Having survived the apocalypse, They had committed countless unscrupulous acts that as they drew closer, they noticed Huang Yi's delicate features. Momentarily forgetting their intentions, the eldest picked up several pieces of rotting wood from the ground, preparing to strike her unconscious. Seeing the impending danger, Huang Yi resolved to act without hesitation, gripping her dagger tightly as she charged forward. The man in front swung his makeshift weapon at her, but she deftly sidestepped, her dagger gliding across his throat. Blood gushed forth as he fell to his knees, desperately clutching his neck in a futile attempt to stem the flow. Before the second man could react, Huang Yi plunged the dagger into his heart. The youngest, paralyzed by fear, could only watch helplessly as his two brothers were dispatched in an instant, leaving him too terrified to entertain any further thoughts of aggression. Drawing nearer, Huang Yi knelt beside him and softly said, "Close your eyes. I won't harm you." You can rest easy. He had no time to ponder why he should close his eyes. He could only act on instinct. Inwardly grateful for her mercy in not killing him, and thankful that his kind-hearted nature afforded him this reprieve, that as he shut his eyes, Huang Yi mercilessly struck with a knife, and the room fell into a hushed silence. The little white creature, lost in slumber, minimized its breathing, careful not to disturb this warrior. Only through total annihilation could he justify the circumstances, just as they had initially claimed. An unexpected mutation in the dead of night had forced his hand to eliminate them all. Chapter 17. Joining the convoy as dawn broke, the few remaining chickens in the safe zone continued to crow amidst the apocalypse. Those awakening from their dreams first expressed gratitude for surviving another day in this wretched world, before promptly returning to their posts to commence work. Those fortunate enough to find employment in the safe zone enjoyed a steady supply of food. The unemployed, on the other hand, relied solely on their own ingenuity after receiving a meager daily ration. In a vacant lot near the walls of the summer retreat, a mix of people lived in makeshift shelters of tents or wooden planks, where robbery was a frequent occurrence. The leaders of the safe zone lacked the time to address such matters. While some employed individuals would take a portion of their food rations to indulge in the services offered by women here, relishing whatever respite they could find to be Y10 in the morning. Another batch of survivors arrived, escorted to the isolation room, that as they approached the door, the stench of blood assailed their senses. The two guards were not surprised. There had been incidents before where individuals in the isolation room had transformed, and they prepared to clear the area, assuming another mishap had occurred. Huang Yi, noticing the newcomers, strode to the door and called out, "Hey, uncle, open the door." That trio from last night suddenly mutated, but thankfully I acted quickly to deal with them. "Hurry, I don't want to stay with the corpses. I'm so scared." The guards were momentarily taken aback, but quickly ceased their doubts and opened the door. Huang Yi hurriedly led Little White out, and the others gasped at the scene within. Blood pooled on the ground, and 3 lifeless bodies lay still. This little girl is truly formidable. None who had survived to this point could be considered useless. It was evident that she had dealt with these 3 during their transformation. The safe zone had been unconditionally accepting survivors, leading to an ever-growing refugee camp where the daily rations consisted mainly of corn porridge and potatoes. In these dire times, having anything to eat was deemed fortunate, and no one dared to be picky. Suddenly, the crowd stirred as several burly men approached to select workers. The safe zone was in constant need of skilled laborers in construction. The higher and thicker the walls, the safer they felt. Among the newcomers, those who appeared physically strong were quickly assigned to move stones and bricks, earning a hearty meal as their daily wage. At that moment, a portly man wearing a chef's hat stepped forward, signaling for silence. The crowd quieted down. Yesterday, someone from our kitchen was caught stealing food and was immediately dismissed. Now, I need to recruit a few more hands. If you can cook, raise your hand to sign up. However, let me clarify, being dismissed means more than just being fired. That thief is now outside feeding the zombies, the chef declared. Upon hearing this, hands shot up eagerly, with one bespectacled individual rushing forward, shouting that he had studied culinary arts in college. "You studied cooking? Then how do you plan to prepare meals?" The bespectacled man confidently replied, "Don't worry, big brother, they'll be delicious." The chef, unimpressed, kicked him away. The DOU expect it to be a feast. This is the apocalypse. We must conserve food, materials, and fuel to maximize our resources. Who cares if it tastes good? Ultimately, the chef selected the bespectacled man and a middle-aged woman skilled in stewing, lamenting the abundance of charlatans. Those not chosen immediately slumped, some feigning health and vigor to increase their chances of being selected for work. Yet over time, this charade led to a slow decline in strength, resulting in a rising crime rate within the refugee camp. At that moment, a vehicle approached, and a man wearing sunglasses stepped out, instantly silencing the crowd. Huang Yi recognized both Qin Ming and the chef. They wasted no time getting to the point. Who here wants 3 meals a day and stable shelter? Join our convoy and enjoy the highest benefits at the base that no age or gender restrictions. Join now, and we will arrange accommodation for you. The benefits of the supply convoy were exceedingly generous. The onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to step forward, but if they had the courage to join, they would have done so without waiting for an invitation. Each person shrank back, unwilling to face the zombies. The risk of scavenging for food from the undead was immense. The safe zone provided at least 1 meal a day, ensuring they did not starve, allowing them to remain complacent rather than risk their lives. Calmly, Huang Yi approached, having intended to join the supply convoy from the outset. Qin Ming had already noticed her in the crowd. "That I want to sign up." Before Qin Ming could respond, the crowd erupted into mockery upon witnessing Huang Yi's determination to join the convoy. This girl's serious. Does she want to die out there? Just look at her skinny arms and legs. What a waste to feed the zombies, that a woman adorned with cheap makeup sneered. I bet she just wants to climb the ranks. Anyone in the convoy can easily find a partner and live comfortably. They feared confronting the zombies, but were loath to admit their own weakness, unwilling to accept that someone less capable than themselves could possess greater courage. The chef, witnessing the derision directed at his newfound idol, could no longer contain himself. "You lot talk big. Why not try persuading the zombies to take their own lives instead? The convoy welcomes everyone. Your cowardice doesn't reflect on others that you're all acting like you were never raised properly." The crowd fell silent, intimidated by the chef's retort. Those in the supply convoy possessed the authority to deal with those disrupting the order. Even if they committed an infraction, the safe zone would invariably side with them, as resource transportation and collection relied heavily on their efforts. The chef's ire was not solely due to Huang Yi being mocked. He recalled his own arrival at the safe zone, when he too was ridiculed for his size. Labeled a burden, but he had proven himself through hard work, delivering a resounding slap to those who doubted him that in this apocalyptic world, effort would undoubtedly yield rewards. Huang Yi cast a grateful glance towards the chef, which brought him immense joy. Qin Ming, as the team leader, spoke up. "The supply convoy accepts all brave individuals. The zombies outside are not to be feared. During missions, we will not abandon any partner. Unity in success and failure is the principle of our supply team. If you're ready, you can head to the main entrance to sign up or wait for us to return for recruitment." With that, he led Huang Yi onto the vehicle, and the crowd gradually dispersed, some still grumbling about their own prowess, unwilling to acknowledge their status as mere survivors in this grim world. Chapter 18. Food. Huang Yi followed to an office building, casually selecting a room that appeared relatively clean. Qin Ming informed her that there would be a meeting in the afternoon, and she should listen for the announcement before departing. Little White seemed to be in a deep slumber, and she wondered if Little Black was still waiting for her. Surely, as a zombie, he wouldn't feel boredom. The workers outside had already begun their tasks, and the cacophony of sounds that once annoyed people before the apocalypse now provided a sense of security. Huang Yi had previously consumed various narratives and films concerning apocalyptic themes, and the stark contrast between those fictional depictions and her current reality was striking. In her experiences, the onset of the apocalypse had granted people a day to prepare, and those with a modicum of courage managed to survive. The rapid establishment of the safe zone indicated that some had anticipated the initial symptoms. As she observed Little White, she found it increasingly peculiar. When she first encountered it, it was but a small creature, yet now it had grown to over 1 meter in length, its fur gleaming white. She was uncertain of its breed and whether it could develop so swiftly. For Huang Yi, pondering the unexplainable was futile. Time passed swiftly, and the chef knocked on her door, rousing her for the meeting. The large conference room in the summer retreat was already packed with people. The moment Huang Yi entered, a collective pause ensued, as members of Team 2 recognized her, while those from Team 1 assumed she was a newly recruited resource manager tasked with tallying the supplies they had brought back. "Wang Ge, you've done well. This new recruit is truly beautiful. Dressed so neatly, she's a rare sight in this apocalypse," The ethos and camaraderie of Team 1 and Team 2 differ vastly. Typically, Team 2 comprises individuals with families stationed at the base. Their operations primarily focused on transporting supplies and seeking survivors. In contrast, Team 1 is composed of the original group that accompanied Wang Wenjie in the initial foraging for resources. This group is characterized by their fierce demeanor, unafraid of the undead, and their missions often involve the exploration of uncharted territories. Their leader, Han Wei, is a former drug addict who spent the apocalypse's onset in prison. He had succumbed to addiction years prior, frequently entering and exiting rehabilitation centers, only to relapse upon release. After the outbreak, following the demise of his cellmate, he found himself trapped in a cell, with the outside guards transformed into zombies, that he awaited his fate until Wang Wenjie rescued him, prompting a vow to follow Wang into perilous situations, as the apocalypse had finally liberated him from his addiction. Now, securing enough food has become a significant challenge, rendering other desires unattainable. Many members of Team 1 are entangled with multiple partners, having taken on mistresses in the wake of the apocalypse. Huang Yi, whose beauty surpasses that of all these mistresses combined, incites further excitement among the team. Wang Wenjie signaled for silence, and the group settled down. Huang Yi had joined the supply team today, recruited by Team 2, and could be assigned to assist in organizing supplies, depending on her inclination. Without hesitation, Huang Yi expressed her desire to gather resources. Wang Wenjie, upon hearing her response, remained silent, as the attendees understood the necessity of having a few expendable team members to safeguard the supply vehicle in critical moments. Some felt a twinge of regret. Recognizing Huang Yi's exceptional beauty, certain rebellious members of Team 1 refrained from making further remarks. With Huang Yi joining the supply vehicle, she would be considered their peer. In the apocalypse, a beautiful woman poses a significant risk. Much like their sister-in-law, Han Wei, upon assuming leadership, encountered this formidable woman, who wielded a machete and fearlessly dispatched zombies. Captivated by her fierce presence, he found himself drawn to her, as she flaunted her alluring physique in tank tops and shorts, capturing the attention of many. Yet, within the safety zone, no one dared to provoke her, well aware of her lethal nature. Observing Huang Yi's courage to join the effort suggested she too was unafraid of the undead, thus silencing any lingering gazes. Li Shui, seated in a corner, cast a curious glance at Huang Yi. Wang Wenjie began assigning tasks and formulating the week's agenda. With the security walls being reinforced, they needed to visit a steel mill to procure materials for the final phase of construction. His ambition was to become a savior, firmly believing there would come a day when the undead would be vanquished, envisioning himself as a future deity. His eyes sparkled with fervor, aside from the initial challenges faced at the apocalypse's onset. Circumstances had gradually improved. The safety zone's fortifications were continuously bolstered, and he sought to establish contact with military personnel, yearning for enhanced firepower. After the meeting, they arrived at the makeshift dining hall, a large tent where a lengthy queue had formed at the entrance. The rotund man remarked, "Those of us from the supply vehicle should head over there for our food. No need to stand in this line." The long line mostly consisted of ragged individuals, each craning their necks to glimpse the bubbling pot of beans. Each person was allowed only a single spoonful of cooked beans. Nearby, a designated area for those with jobs and supply vehicle personnel offered larger portions, with a bowl of beans, a small dish, and several buns, while those from the supply vehicle could claim additional canned goods, as they were the ones risking their lives to bring back valuable resources. Huang Yi glanced around, selecting a can of yellow peaches and a can of pineapples. Lacking appetite, she sampled the beans, finding them somewhat undercooked. A bite of the pineapple nearly made her retch due to its overwhelming sweetness. At that moment, a server accidentally dropped a bowl on the ground. Incensed by the belief that his portion of beans was less than others, that he attempted to demand an extra spoonful, but the server dismissively refused. The server, smoking a cigarette, disdainfully flicked ash into the bowl, exuding an air of indifference. When the man failed to react, the server scolded him. "If you won't eat, then leave. No one here is going to cater to you. If you have the skill, go find a job or venture out to slay zombies." The disgruntled man turned to the queue, seeking allies for his rebellion, but none responded. They too understood that to secure a full meal, one must confront the undead. Without a job and too intimidated to venture outside, he was left to subsist on meager rations. Realizing no one was willing to support him, the man slumped in defeat. Sheepishly retrieving his bowl, now empty, the server, seeing he hadn't left, barked, "1 spoonful per person. If you spilled it, don't expect to get more. Hurry up and get lost. You're wasting my time." The patrons waiting to be served had seen enough and swiftly intervened, delivering a few blows that sent the man crashing to the ground, unconscious. The server, in turn, rewarded the assailants with extra beans. The rotund man observed the chaos and commented, "People die here every day. These individuals lack any courage against zombies, but can be ruthless towards their fellow survivors." Chapter 19. The mission. Upon returning to the dormitory and opening the door, the silly dog Xiao Bai leapt up joyfully. Thankfully, Huang Yi reacted swiftly, stepping aside as the large dog nearly knocked her over. She marveled at how quickly Xiao Bai had grown despite seemingly insufficient feeding. The exuberant pup circled around her, and she tossed a fruit can, which he eagerly devoured. In the afternoon, they proceeded to the designated waiting area. After each outing, specialized personnel would reinforce the vehicles, eliminating safety hazards and preparing various emergency supplies. No matter how severely damaged the vehicles became, they could always be restored. Numerous times, the front ends had crumpled in collision with zombies, now reinforced with spikes and crash nets. In the apocalypse, gasoline has become more precious than food. Fortunately, this retreat boasts its own gas station, stocked with ample fuel reserves. Each time the convoy ventures out, they also return with gasoline, allowing continuous foraging for resources, compared to the in-city military safety zone, which enforces a closed-off policy. This area has developed at a rapid pace, sacrificing extensive agriculture and livestock for efficiency. In the distant in-city safety zone, throngs of survivors arrive daily, causing the zone to expand continuously. The initial harvest of grains is nearing, with crops flourishing under the diligent care of the inhabitants. This shared endeavor fuels their collective hope, drawing from their previous experience combating the zombie tide. The safety zone has implemented numerous protective measures, including deep trenches filled with flammable materials around its perimeter. When a massive horde of zombies approaches, the residents can retreat to safety, igniting the traps to eliminate hundreds, if not thousands, of undead effortlessly. They have also constructed a series of walls behind the trenches, creating a maze with only one viable entrance, significantly dispersing the zombies. Huang Yi and her companions waited at the entrance, an unusual sight as both Team 1 and Team 2 prepared to set out together. Traditionally, supply vehicles were designated for Team 1, but this time, Huang Yi's group was headed to a steel mill on the outskirts to collect steel, allocated several pickup trucks and a cargo vehicle. Some women, cradling children or elderly relatives, came to bid farewell, eyeing Huang Yi with curiosity and then discreetly advising their husbands that as the gates opened, a line of vehicles set off in a grand procession. Seated alone in the back row, Huang Yi gazed out at the scenery, enjoying the warm breeze that wafted in, reminiscent of the last time she rode in a vehicle, a year ago during a school outing with her best friend. Filled with carefree joy, suddenly, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed, "Oh no!" The driver nearly swerved off the road in shock, jolting the vehicle and waking the rotund man in the passenger seat. "What happened? Can you drive properly, Old Lee? If not, let me take the wheel. This isn't a joke." Old Lee, while driving, cast a glance at the rotund man beside him. Through the rearview mirror, he observed that Huang Yi was unscathed and chose to remain silent. The hefty man, believing Old Lee was dozing off, muttered a few words before tilting his head and drifting back to sleep. Huang Yi found herself reminiscing about her dear friend Sinan at the onset of the apocalypse. Sinan had exhibited signs of zombification, and in her panic, Huang Yi had abandoned her, convinced she was doomed. Now, reflecting on it, she felt a twinge of regret. What if Sinan had endured as she had? Huang Yi lamented her hasty decision to forsake Sinan, recalling that during their time in City Inn, she should have sought her out. The spot where Sinan had collapsed was not particularly isolated, and surely someone would have passed by. It was likely that the government had taken her to the First People's Hospital in City Inn for treatment. Huang Yi made a mental note to search for Sinan there in the future. As the vehicle traversed the road, the lead car, with Qin Ming seated in the passenger seat, navigated the map. Occasionally, a few wandering zombies would approach, excited by the sight of the car, only to be struck and sent flying. Some would get caught beneath the vehicle, dragged along until their bones were ground to dust. A group of individuals, following their plan, continued to explore the unknown, seeking additional resource points. Han Wei wielded a machete to clear the way. As they were accustomed to hiding their vehicle, opting to proceed on foot, this strategy minimized the chance of alerting hordes of zombies. Each member of Han Wei's team wielded powerful weapons, dispatching zombies with the ease of quenching thirst. The undead would come lunging at them, only to have their heads severed in an instant. That Eli Shui, dressed provocatively in a miniskirt and a sports tank top, brandished a modified baseball bat wrapped with a machete. Finding it quite handy. Not far from them lay the site of an election event, a place now shrouded in a sense of foreboding. Those with diminished mental defenses would likely faint at the sight, blood flowing like rivers. Severed limbs strewn about. The zombies had fought fiercely over this territory, resulting in countless casualties, akin to a battle for supremacy, with the strongest zombie emerging victorious. The area was now dominated by an enormous, corpulent zombie, lumbering along on its pudgy legs, casually picking up what remained of either a human or a zombie's limb to consume, crunching away with abandon. The surrounding ordinary zombies dared not approach. While a small, sharp-clawed, mutated zombie, its vision impaired, eyed the remnants on the ground. Previously, this area had witnessed the demise of thousands, with plenty of flesh on the ground, making it seem like a self-sustaining banquet compared to foraging outside. It stealthily lurked atop a building, preparing to pounce on the giant zombie when it bent down for food. However, the hefty zombie's movement came to an abrupt halt, defying logic as it evaded the attack. The mutated zombie crashed to the ground, its hands embedded in the concrete, unable to extricate itself. The fat zombie effortlessly seized its ankle, tossing it into its maw, perhaps relishing the taste of the mutated creature. Letting out a few gleeful cries, the team continued to navigate cautiously. This area constituted the city center of Eagle City, filled with numerous large shopping malls and abundant supplies. They had opted not to drive, which proved both advantageous and disadvantageous. They could only scout the terrain without transporting excessive food, selecting only convenient resource points for later retrieval. The clock tower still stood in the square, and beside it was a large supermarket where a few individuals slipped through the back door, making a beeline for the second floor. The first floor was cluttered with cosmetics and jewelry. Items that once cost thousands now lay abandoned, unclaimed. Upon reaching the second floor, a foul odor of decay wafted through the air. All fruits and vegetables were spoiled, though some potatoes and sweet potatoes remained relatively fresh. The snack aisle still held products in place, indicating that since the outbreak, no one had ventured here for a $0 shopping spree. Suddenly, Han Wei raised his hand, signaling the team to heighten their vigilance and silence. They had conducted a thorough check before departing, ensuring no sound-producing items were permitted. Even buttons and zippers on their clothing could be the source of their demise. Though puzzled, no one dared to question further. Eli Shui, unable to contain her curiosity, whispered, "What's wrong, Han Go? There are no zombies here, and the goods remain. Is there an issue?" Chapter 20. The giant zombie. Something feels off. The apocalypse began in the morning. There shouldn't be a lack of zombies in a supermarket, in every other store we visited. There were at least a few. How is it possible that in such a large place there isn't a single one? Upon hearing Han Wei's words, the group began to sense the anomaly. The supermarket was eerily pristine, devoid of blood or undead. Unbeknownst to them, just beyond the front entrance lay the corpulent zombie, still unaware of their presence. Each advanced zombie claimed its territory, forbidding lesser zombies from entering. After the hefty zombie seized control of the square, it had expelled all other zombies from the supermarket. Perhaps someone diverted all the zombies away. Han Wei speculated that in any case, this place appears safe. Even if there are survivors, we can make our intentions clear. They wouldn't dare to confront us, despite his musings. Han Wei remained troubled, unable to fathom the situation. However, he was certain there was no large-scale survivor group nearby, as evidenced by the untouched food on the shelves. Even if there were survivors, they would likely be solitary individuals posing no real threat. The supermarket was a cornucopia of goods, and they bypassed items like chips, opting instead for canned goods and biscuits that were easy to carry. They ripped open the packaging of the biscuits, tossing them into a large bag without concern for expiration dates. Even if they became soggy, many would still find them edible. As the team members filled their bags, they munched on snacks, a routine they had grown accustomed to. After all, it was impossible to take everything, so they simply gathered what they could. Their primary mission was to scout these supermarkets or resource points, taking what they could and leaving the rest for the second team. Their map already marked hundreds of locations, both large and small. Does so much flour. I wish I could take a bag back. One team member exclaimed that if you could manage that, the ladies in the refugee camp might just go mad. One bag could last a year. Although the supermarket was filled with items, only so much could be carried that a short, dark-skinned man, the team's mechanic and a member of the crew, carried no food. His backpack was filled with lubricants and various repair tools. A privilege granted to him as a designated team member. Hongo, why not leave this behind? There's enough food and drink. You can come back for me next time, he suggested. The group gradually relaxed their guard, beginning to jest. Sensing it was time to leave, Hanwei signaled for them to prepare to depart. Their bags were brimming with canned goods and biscuits, as well as ample rice and millet. Feeling secure in their surroundings, they contemplated driving back to collect more food. Quietly exiting through the back door, the last team member shut the door behind him, perhaps not wishing for such a bountiful location to fall into other survivors' hands. The corpulent zombie in the square paused at the sound of the closing door, halting its meal. The team retraced their steps, soon arriving back at their vehicle, the two members guarding the car side in relief upon their safe return. After you left, we explored the vicinity and discovered a noodle shop and other eateries. We cleared out all the packaged goods and the water from the fridge, they reported. Good job. Now, do we continue exploring or head back to fill the vehicle with supplies from that supermarket? Typically, a captain would not consult team members regarding such decisions. He would simply make a call. However, this time he felt uncertain. The supermarket was vast and stocked with resources, yet held an unsettling air. The team exchanged glances and Li Shui spoke up. Hangu, we've already gathered supplies once. There's south, no need to drive over. The city center is crawling with zombies that if we want more supplies, we could venture to the flour mill we found last time. We could still fill the car. After she finished speaking, the mechanic, Old Hay, countered, we've been inside for quite a while, without any issues. I believe we can drive over. The flour mill only has flour, while the supermarket holds a greater abundance of supplies that I've modified the car. It won't attract too many zombies that if we drive slowly, we should be fine. One of the guards chimed in. Exactly. Besides, the flour mill is nearly empty. The second team has already cleaned it out. The two young brothers guarding the vehicles were eager to venture into the supermarket for a delightful experience of zero-cost shopping. As long as the team members could take turns guarding the cars, they only needed to swap places with others. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to drive to the supermarket. However, upon encountering more than 10 zombies, they promptly turned back and retreated to the flour factory. Since not everyone was adept at driving, they left one person to guard the vehicles while the others proceeded with 2 supply trucks at a slow pace. The modified vehicles had significantly reduced noise, allowing those not in the cars to effectively deal with the attracted zombies. Soon, they arrived at the back entrance of the supermarket. Han Wei furrowed his brow. As soon as the vehicle started moving, it had drawn the attention of zombies. Although only a few had approached, none were visible now that they were near the supermarket. The group entered through the back door, propping it open with a brick. Once upstairs, they began transporting various food items, such as rice, down in a continuous stream. The bread was deflated and packed into bags. 2 members, who had not come to guard the vehicles during the first trip, began to show off that the captain, Qin Ming observed but felt it inappropriate to say much. After all, they still had ample time. While they were busy moving supplies, the mechanic Old Black inadvertently knocked off a new wrench he had found in the supermarket, which was attached to his multifunctional belt. The wrench clattered to the ground, producing a jarring sound. Everyone held their breath, and as a minute passed without any response from the zombies, they remained still. Be careful, Old Black. Just focus on the supplies. You only need to take the tools you require, someone advised. Old Black intended to reply, but a dark shadow flashed by, and he was suddenly seized, the sound of crunching bones echoing through the air. The group turned to see a massive zombie, gripping Old Black and gazing in their direction. Prepare for battle, they shouted. Everyone dropped what they were holding, seeking the nearest cover and arming themselves for the confrontation. They had previously encountered mutated zombies, which had initially posed a challenge, but they had gradually learned to exploit their weaknesses. This gigantic zombie, however, should have been slow-moving with a powerful attack and thick flesh. Yet its speed in dispatching Old Black was perplexing. Additionally, it had approached so silently that it was unlike any giant zombie they had ever seen. Han Wei armed himself with a crossbow, while several teammates hurled small knives at the zombie. The bolts embedded themselves in the creature, but its enormous bulk rendered them inconsequential. The zombie-esque skin appeared elastic, causing the knives to bounce off and fall to the ground. Clearly incensed, the massive zombie slapped Old Black downward, instantly reducing him to a cloud of blood mist. IT charged toward the group that don't fight it head-on. Find an escape route and regroup by the vehicles. Hanwei quickly assessed that they stood no chance against this creature and urged everyone to retreat behind the shelves for their survival. He now understood why there were no ordinary zombies in this area. They had unwittingly entered its domain, that he held no grudge against Old Black. Instead, he blamed himself for not recognizing the abnormality sooner. Watching Li Shui, who had lost her earlier assertiveness and now wore a worried expression, he gently brushed the sweat from her brow and made a firm decision. You and the others go. I'll hold them off. With this swift zombie, we can't risk everyone dying here without cover. The Li Shui ignored him, surveying the scene as her comrades sought opportunities to attack the zombie. She scolded Hanwei. What are you thinking? Is this how you lead? Look, none of the brothers are leaving, that who's following your orders to go downstairs. Even Xiao Zhao, who was guarding the vehicles, has come to help. Hanwei observed the massive zombie charging at his friends, who were swiftly dispatched if they faltered even slightly. The bonds forged in this apocalyptic world were now threatened. He reflected on his past. Feeling utterly wretched that in his youth he had strayed down many wrong paths, committing numerous infractions, and had few friends. Even his family shunned him. The apocalypse had presented him with a chance for rebirth, and he had seized it. Determined not to let those who placed their trust in him perish before his eyes, with resolve, he declared, "Brothers, let us fight back and avenge our fallen comrades." "All right, big brother," they responded, eagerly searching for a chance to strike. The massive zombie lunged, catching Huang Mao. Despite the excruciating pain, swung his sword at the creature's eyes. The zombie, in pain, flung Huang Mao aside, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. "Huang Mao, I'm coming to save you. Cover me." Huang Mao, known for his cautiousness and heavily equipped with makeshift armor, had often been the subject of ridicule among the group. Yet his protective gear had absorbed the impact, leaving him with multiple fractures, but still alive. Hanwei drew the zombie's attention while seeking refuge on the shelves that he vowed that if he survived this ordeal, he would prepare more ranged weapons. The zombies were evolving, and without a definitive strategy. They were destined for elimination. The massive zombie moved swiftly, but the obstacles in its path hindered it, causing it to lash out wildly, grabbing anything in reach and hurling it toward the humans. Meanwhile, Li Shui stealthily approached the zombie, clutching a grenade gifted to her by Wang Wenjie for self-defense. Even Hanwei was unaware of this, as Wang Wenjie feared they might encounter other factions and be captured. Leaving her with a last resort, Li Shui held the grenade. Memories of the apocalypse flooded back. Her husband had passed away early on, leaving her and their daughter behind. Fate had been cruel, as her daughter suffered from severe leukemia and, after enduring long treatments, succumbed to the illness. That fateful night had changed her perspective. She had let go of all attachments. When the apocalypse struck, Hanwei had rescued her from despair, providing warmth and care, rekindling her spirit. After all this time together, she alone understood Hanwei's unwavering kindness and how he never forced her into any actions, stepping boldly in front of the massive zombie. She swung her baseball bat at its abdomen, the blade slicing into its flesh. The wound was trivial compared to its colossal size, yet the zombie was momentarily confused by her sudden appearance. Just as it was about to grasp her, Li Shui resolutely pulled the pin from the grenade, while the zombie lunged forward, biting her waist in the process. With a thunderous explosion, the giant zombie's head was obliterated into fragments, blood vessels the size of fists spewing forth. After a brief moment of staggering, it collapsed to the ground. The grenade's power had proven formidable at such close range. Hanwei, in a last-ditch effort to save Li Shui, inadvertently stepped into the blast radius, the shockwave sending him tumbling to the ground, unconscious. The surviving members rushed to lift their captain, while others vented their fury upon the corpse of the massive zombie. After a moment of regaining their strength, they realized their fallen leader lay unconscious, and remaining idle was not an option. They needed to return to treat their wounded. They quickly gathered their belongings, hoisted the injured Huang Mao and Hanwei into the vehicles, and set off toward the base. This time, they had suffered tremendous losses. Huang Mao was left with multiple fractures and unable to care for himself. while Han Wei was in a coma, his fate unknown. Li Shui, Old Black, and Xiao Zhao had all perished at the hands of the zombies, though the base would compensate their families with ample supplies for a lifetime. The loss of any teammate weighed heavily on the entire group. Many individuals were solitary in this apocalypse, devoid of any other ties. Perhaps death was a form of liberation. Huang Yi felt nauseous from the car ride, believing that becoming a zombie would alleviate her motion sickness. Yet it was even worse than before, leaving her with no choice but to sleep it off. Unbeknownst to her, they had arrived at their destination, and the vehicle came to a stop. Stepping out and rubbing her eyes, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The area, once filled with numerous trees, now resembled a lush forest straight out of an Avatar movie, with each tree flourishing and the ground covered in vibrant, unidentified green plants, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Clearly, they had not reached their destination. The raised roots and vines on the ground obstructed the vehicles. As the group disembarked, Qin Ming consulted the map and said, "Let us take just one vehicle. We only need to bring back a truckload of steel that a few individuals forged ahead, and in the span of just a few days." The area had been entirely reclaimed by vegetation. With a guide leading the way, the vehicle managed to navigate through the overgrowth. Huang Yi noticed some trees adorned with the bodies of zombies, their trunks entwined with the corpses, roots embedded within the decaying flesh. That a wave of concern washed over her, pondering whether the plants too had undergone some form of mutation, while the zombies posed no threat to her. She could not guarantee the same for the flora. The forest was eerily silent, save for the rustling of leaves and the occasional cracking sound of growing trees. Chapter 22. The Mutated Giant Tree. Suddenly, an eerie scraping noise pierced the stillness, and she felt something dart swiftly beneath her feet. That a black vine rapidly coiled around the ankle of a teammate ahead, yanking him to the ground and dragging him away before anyone could react, leaving no trace behind in the depths of the woods. What on earth was that? It just snatched Xiao Zhang away. Stop it. In the blink of an eye, the team member had vanished, leaving only a few drops of blood behind, invoking an unprecedented fear among the group in the presence of this unknown creature. Not far from their location lay a farm, at the center of which stood a colossal red tree, beneath which sat an individual engrossed in a book, narrating stories. "What do you think of the farmer and the pig story, Xiao Shui?" Just as Lin Jie prepared to continue her tale, she noticed the branches of the tree contracting. Realizing that Xiao Shui had captured something once more, the trunk constricted, hoisting Xiao Zhang aloft, and as they looked up, they beheld a macabre sight: a mass of corpses, predominantly that of zombies and animals, some having been entirely drained of life. Xiao Zhang had long since ceased to breathe, his head ground to a pulp. Lin Jie, momentarily taken aback by the newly acquired individual, speculated that this must be someone from a government or organization. Questioning whether they were there to eliminate Xiao Xu at that moment, a mechanical voice echoed, "Lin Jie, what's the matter? Why have you stopped the story? I want to hear more." Lin Jie's face was etched with worry. Ever since Xiao Shui had mutated, she had begun attacking all living beings nearby, using vines to drag them to her. Occasionally, she would bring Lin Jie a morsel to eat, having endured long-term abuse. Lin Jie harbored suspicions that Huang Yi and her companions sought to eradicate Xiao Shui. Huang Yi and the others boarded the vehicle, disregarding whether it could pass, and pressed forward. The deeper they ventured, the more the dark red vines proliferated. Breaking through a thicket, they were met with an expansive farm, dominated by a massive tree with a black-red trunk and gray leaves, its roots sprawling across the ground. "Xiao Shui, visitors have arrived. May I see who they are?" "Don't go, Lin Jie," she cautioned. "Didn't you say the outside world is filled with bad people? I'll drive them away." Lin Jie's expression shifted momentarily. Yet she quickly regained her composure, conceding, "All right, whatever Xiao Shui says goes." That I end the days following Xiao Shui's mutation. She had mentioned something vying for control of her body. Initially, they could converse normally, but gradually, Lin Jie noticed Xiao Shui seemed to forget many things. Sometimes, it would take ages for her to respond to Lin Jie, who had suggested going outside for fresh air, only to be met with a drastic change in Xiao Shui's demeanor as she threatened to block all exits with her vines. Insisting that Lin Jie remain within the confines of the yard, as Qin Ming entered, his gaze fell upon Lin Jie seated beneath the tree. "Hello, we mean no disturbance. We just wish to retrieve some steel plates from the factory behind." With that, he tightened his grip on his weapon noticing the tree festooned with corpses, including that of Xiao Zhang, lifeless and with a vine penetrating his abdomen, siphoning nutrients. Lin Jie could only lower her head in silence. Continuing her narration. Once upon a time, there was a princess who was confined by her father to her chamber, simply because she was too. A foreboding sense enveloped the group as Qin Ming subtly gestured for his teammates to retreat. Now you wish to leave? Is it a bit too late? Xiao Shui's frigid voice interjected. Men are nothing but trouble. Let them all perish. Two vines shot forth, obliterating the heads of two teammates ahead, their skulls bursting open as the bloodied vines ensnared them like hands, dragging them skyward, while the remaining vines lunged toward the others. Run! Qin Ming shouted without hesitation, and the group scattered. The roots of the trees bulged, obstructing their escape. One team member attempted to slip beneath a rising root, but as he crouched halfway, the animated root descended with force, cleaving him in twain. Seeing Huang Yi frozen in place, the heavy-set man contemplated returning, but was blocked by the vines. It seemed the giant tree had only a few vines capable of long-range strikes, while the others were restricted to close combat. Teammates outside urged the heavy-set man to distance himself from the roots of the giant tree. Hurry up, stop resisting and retreat. Huang Yi remained silent, brandishing a short sword, and as she observed a vine reaching for her, she sliced through it with a swift motion. Xiao Shui, now agitated, retaliated as the vines that had been draining the corpses released their prey and surged toward Huang Yi. Standing her ground, Huang Yi felt a surge of battle fervor, her blood boiling with the desire to fight as her eyes turned crimson. Dodging an incoming vine, she countered, severing three with a single stroke. This blade is incredibly dull, she muttered, lamenting its lack of sharpness. Had it been keener, she could have cleaved all the vines in one blow. Green liquid oozed from the severed vines, and Xiao Shui appeared somewhat intimidated. Observing that the creature did not attack, Huang Yi aimed for the roots on the ground. The vines proved resilient, but the roots were different. With a single strike, she cleaved a root half a meter thick, producing a crisp sound akin to slicing through a radish. Stop! I do not wish to harm you. I merely want you to leave. Xiao Shui's mechanical voice resonated. Huang Yi retorted incredulously. You merely want us to leave? So using your hands to kill is just a means to frighten us into fleeing. But those men might harm me. Enough. Let's fight. Grabbing a long sword from the ground, she charged forward, leaving Lin Jie momentarily torn between whom to assist. Xiao Shui interjected. I am curious about your identity. I sense you are a zombie, yet you resemble a human. Lin Jie stared at Huang Yi in shock, now realizing her blood-red eyes, an unmistakable trait of zombies. Fear gripped her. She was more frightened of an unfamiliar zombie than of Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, stop her! But Huang Yi had already engaged, evading the attacking branches, and struck the trunk with her sword, carving a long gash that released a viscous red-green fluid. The sentient tree was aware of her zombie nature, and it had to be eradicated. Gazing at the immense trunk, she pondered if uprooting it was necessary and what its weaknesses might be. Her attention was drawn to a bulge wrapped in vines, resembling a human form. As she leaped to a branch, the limbs lashed out towards her, the gray leaves sharp as blades, tearing through her loose-fitting pants, which she had chosen for this mission. While Huang Yi slashed at the leaves before her, she failed to notice a vine stealthily extending from behind, penetrating her abdomen with a swift thrust. Chapter 23. The strange flame. Huang Yi looked down to see a vine protruding from her stomach, a searing pain coursing through her. Without time to ponder, she severed the vine embedded in her belly and leapt from the giant tree. With every vigorous movement, blood gushed from her wound uncontrollably. Yet her fighting spirit remained undiminished, intensifying as she spotted Lin Jie nearby and fired a shot at her. Lin Jie collapsed, her head bursting open, and Xiao Shui merely prodded Lin Jie's body with a branch before swiftly inserting it in her abdomen to siphon nutrients in an instant. The red energy coursed through the branches into the trunk, ceasing the flow of blood from the wound. Having dismissed her earlier strategy, Xiao Shui assumed the giant tree would protect the woman beside her, presenting an opportunity for Lin Jie to approach. Immediately, she fired at the bulge, but Xiao Shui extended a vine to intercept, the bullet penetrating through multiple layers. Meanwhile, outside, Qin Ming and the heavy-set man retreated to their vehicle, anxiously awaiting the return of their teammates. After an extended wait without sight of Huang Yi, they decided to take a detour. Only after confirming that no plants pursued them did they breathe a sigh of relief. With such significant losses in a single encounter, they dared not linger. The plant's formidable combat prowess suggested that those trapped within had little hope of survival. Upon entering the ironworks, they found the molten iron pools long cooled, and only a handful of zombies remained inside. After dispatching them, they commenced the task of moving the iron plates. Fortunately, a few cranes were available, hastening their efforts. The heavy-set man remained preoccupied with the recent events, prompting Qin Ming to approach him in consolation. "What is wrong, buddy? You didn't seem this affected when your best friend, Shozi, passed." Upon seeing the leader come to offer solace, the hefty man ceased his troubling thoughts. The last glance he cast at Huang Yi, wielding a knife to shield them, nearly brought him to tears. He assumed she was willingly sacrificing herself for her comrades. The evolution of plants had reached a definitive stage, and as time progressed, both zombies and plants rapidly advanced, as if the heavens conspired solely against humanity, making survival increasingly daunting for people in this apocalyptic world. Firing a shot that missed would only waste precious ammunition. He pondered how to eliminate her. Noticing the ground beneath Xiaoshu's roots saturated with a pool of crimson and verdant blood, he fired a shot, igniting the liquid upon contact. She, too, was merely experimenting. Akin to firing at Lin Jie, it was a shot-in-the-dark attempt, to her astonishment, actually ignited. Xiaoshu panicked as the flames erupted, her attempts to extinguish them only causing the fire to engulf her entirely. "You damn zombie! Why must you drive me to my death? Are you not aware of the rules that have been established?" Upon hearing Xiaoshu's words, Huang Yi was left bewildered. "Rules? What do you mean?" Xiaoshu's voice trembled further at Huang Yi's response. "You don't know? You really don't know?" Initially, the flames consuming Xiaoshu diminished as the combustible blood nearly depleted. Yet inexplicably, a black fire emerged around her. The flames seemed devoid of heat, yet visibly devoured her flesh, turning everything it touched to ash in an instant. Moments later, the colossal tree was reduced to wisps of green smoke, and the gray flames vanished, leaving behind a deep pit, within which lay a solitary red fruit, quietly resting. Huang Yi leaped into the pit and grasped the fruit, its hard shell akin to that of an apple, evoking an instinctual desire to consume it. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Despite her ignorance regarding the nature of the fire, she felt a sense of foreboding, realizing that it was likely a malevolent fruit. She placed the still warm fruit into her pocket. The wound on her abdomen still throbbed, though it had ceased bleeding. During the recent battle, her clothing had been torn in several places, revealing her flawless figure. Fortunately, some areas remained unscathed. She picked up an unknown jacket from the ground and draped it over herself, surveying her surroundings in preparation to depart. Outside, there was no sign of the convoy. Recalling their prior destination, she ventured toward the factory. Inside the factory, Qin Ming and others were busily preparing to evacuate, eager to inform the base of the plant mutations and implement necessary countermeasures. They were gathering steel for the construction of defenses against the mutated zombies. The factory, with its concrete floors and expansive warehouse, provided them with a sense of security. Upon entering, Huang Yi announced, "I'm back." Her voice nearly startled the busy workers in a panic. The hefty man almost dropped the steel plate he was holding. Narrowly avoiding injury, with a hint of skepticism, he inquired, "Hold still. Are you human or a ghost?" Huang Yi, exasperated, silently cursed him as a ghost to appear more convincing. She collapsed onto the ground, feigning unconsciousness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the back seat of a vehicle. The others, too frightened to walk beneath, had all climbed into the car. Those unable to find seats sat on the steel plates at the back. Emerging from the dense forest, they drove away in their respective vehicles. She had been carried into the car by Qin Ming, despite the hefty man's insistence that he should be the one to do so, which was unanimously opposed by the team. Once the vehicle hit the highway, the jostling ceased. Huang Yi decided to continue sleeping, knowing that waking would only lead to a barrage of questions. The vehicle sped along the road, and Wang Wenjie waited anxiously at the gate, concerned about potential mishaps as both teams set out together that day to at last. He spotted the vehicles in the distance, and the guards promptly opened the gates. As the first team returned, Wang Wenjie rushed to assess the situation. Noticing the vehicles were intact, he felt a momentary relief, yet his heart sank upon seeing team leader Han Wei being carried out. along with Huang Mao, who was entirely wrapped in bandages. "Why are there only a few of you? Where are the others?" "Brother Wang, we encountered mutated zombies. The others have perished. Sisterly sacrificed herself to save us." Wang Wenjie regarded the surviving members without blame. The fact that they returned alive was a stroke of fortune that he felt unqualified to reproach them. Team leader Han Wei remained unconscious, so he refrained from inquiring about the events that transpired, instead instructing, "You all need to rest up. I've informed the cafeteria to prepare extra food for you." The first team had suffered heavy losses. Although they had salvaged numerous supplies, the toll on human lives made even tenfold the provisions seem insignificant. Huang Mao, with multiple fractures rendering him nearly immobile, was directed to the Seoul hospital in the safe zone for treatment. Despite its simplicity, 2 doctors managed to save his life. Han Wei, having sustained injuries from an explosion, remained unconscious, but examinations revealed no grave threats to his life. In this post-apocalyptic world, no one cared about scars or appearances anymore. Chapter 24. The third party as they neared their destination. Huang Yi roused groggily. Indeed, as she awoke, Qin Ming in the passenger seat inquired, "You're awake. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? How did you manage to escape?" They had been too fearful to pass by the giant tree on their return. Taking a long detour, thus unaware that the mutated tree had been vanquished by Huang Yi, that "I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious by a direct blow, and when I regained consciousness, it seemed unaware of my presence. So I hurriedly fled, that I was terrified." Qin Ming accepted her explanation without skepticism. For him, having one more teammate survive was worthy of celebration. Rest well. The vehicle soon arrived at the base, where Wang Wenjin noticed the wheels were smeared with green moss. Observing the number of people disembarking, he felt another jolt of apprehension. Nearly half of the first team had perished. Afterward, he inquired of one survivor and learned they had encountered an enormous mutated zombie, resulting in the vice captain perishing alongside the creature, allowing the rest to escape. Seeing that the second team also bore heavy casualties, most of their members covered in dirt, he hastened to approach Captain Qin Ming. "How are things? Are you all right?" Qin Ming sighed. "Brother Wang, let us find a quiet place to discuss this, that I was too hasty. Let the brothers rest well. The cafeteria has prepared meals for them. They should take a break from missions for the next few days." Most of the second team members had families, and some, noticing their loved ones hadn't alighted from the vehicle, began to suspect the grim truth. They embraced one another, although the organization would provide them with ample resources as compensation and support them indefinitely. It was at the cost of their primary breadwinner's lives. Huang Yi exited the vehicle. Those who had previously looked down on her and doubted her abilities no longer dared to meet her gaze. She was stained with still-drying blood, a clear testament to her recent brush with death, a stark contrast to those who merely cowered within the safety of the zone, instead of heading to the cafeteria. Huang Yi made her way directly to her dormitory, where she found a decent stock of snacks remaining. The supplies they had procured were rapidly sorted and distributed, and they enjoyed preferential treatment. Those below them subsisted on thin rice porridge and meager rations, perhaps a small serving of vegetables once a week, while encountering meat felt like a celebration. The supply truck's crew enjoyed an abundance of canned meats. Their single delivery enough to sustain them for quite some time, and they could indulge in various snacks without restraint, all while the residents of the safe zone dared not protest. Seeing a small pile of snacks at her room's entrance, she joyfully gathered them into her room. Xiaobai lay on the floor, seemingly larger than before. She had left food and water for it when she departed, yet it hadn't touched a morsel. "Ah, never mind. I need to rest. It's exhausting out there." She collapsed on her bed and quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the refugee camp within the safe zone, a man's face erupted with white patches. His teeth began to fall out, and as he ran his hand through his hair, clumps fell away. Despair gripped him as he stared into the mirror, his eyes gradually turning white, watching his roommate drool. He seized the fruit knife on the table and thrust it toward his own heart, ravenously devouring the flesh. Just as he was midway through his meal, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Terrified, the man glanced at the door, suddenly recalling he had forgotten to lock it. Looking down at his blood-soaked body and the remnants of his recent feast strewn across the floor, he grabbed the bloody knife, resolute that he could not expose himself. Anyone who entered had to die. The knocker, after a prolonged silence, slowly pushed the door open. Upon seeing the door ajar, the knife-wielding man lunged at the intruder. only for the figure in the black robe to deftly seize his wrist, causing the knife to clatter to the ground, that a swift kick sent him sprawling onto the floor, unable to rise from the pain. The black-robed man, unfazed by the blood and remains scattered about, closed the door and approached the corpse, leisurely slicing off a piece of flesh to consume. With a look of rapture, he remarked, "Fresh meat truly has an exquisite flavor." The man sprawled on the ground gazed at him in astonishment, speechless with disbelief. The figure in the black robe removed his hat, revealing a face marred with white patches and cataract-like eyes. They referred to themselves as corpse eaters, a term bestowed upon those whose hair had fallen out and whose bodies were gradually overtaken by white spots, each having consumed human flesh at some point. From the onset of the apocalypse, Xiao Wang found himself trapped in a restroom of an internet CAF, accompanied by 2 roommates. The 3 of them endured for quite a while, subsisting solely on water. One roommate, having gone a day without food, succumbed to hunger and perished within the confines. The remaining 2, unable to withstand the gnawing hunger, tearfully resorted to consuming the deceased. Initially, a single bite induced retching and overwhelming guilt. Yet the instinct for survival triumphed over all. With the acquisition of sustenance, the immediate threat to their lives dissipated, and the 2 clung to the corpse for survival, awaiting rescue from a supply vehicle. A group had originally intended to seize the provisions within the CAF, typically stocked with instant foods or items with extended shelf lives, fortuitously saving the 2 by the time they reached the safe zone. Xiao Wang's other roommate joined the supply team, but during an outing, inadvertently contracted the virus and perished, leaving no one privy to his secret. He had wished to bury this matter deep within his heart. His companion, loyal to a fault, managed to scrape by in the refugee camp through the sale of clothing, and although they lived in a precarious situation, they were relatively well fed. Initially, Xiao Wang would occasionally reminisce about the days of consuming human flesh. But gradually, those memories consumed his thoughts, and the sight of his roommates sleeping ignited a primal urge within him. Ultimately, reason faltered against desire. The figure clad in black led him through a labyrinthine path to a room where a group gathered around a table. Upon entering, they beheld a rotund man bound to the table, surrounded by cups filled with a viscous red liquid. The man, his mouth stuffed and hands restrained, looked around in despair and confusion that he had been a languid soul merely coasting through life. Having heard of work available here, only to find himself imprisoned upon arrival. Those who had been confined with him were equally bewildered, as 1 or 2 were taken away each day. Today, it was his turn. Washed clean and bound, then tossed onto the table. The others took their seats, leaving one place for Xiao Wang, all eyes upon him as if welcoming his inclusion. The one who had led him there proclaimed, "Let us welcome the newcomer, and may our organization grow ever stronger. Cheers, cheers." As he gazed into the cup before him, he noted the thick, crimson liquid and, despite his reservations, closed his eyes and drank. The moment his tongue touched the liquid, an electrifying thrill surged through him. It was the taste of blood. Chapter 25. The scheme the rotund man on the table now appeared to them as a mere dish. After the toast, a figure donned in a chef's hat emerged, wielding a blowtorch, igniting it before directing the flame towards the man's belly. In an instant, the skin seared and crisped. The chef then sliced it open and distributed the portions among the crowd. As they feasted and conversed, their plan unfolded. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, heralding rain. The first and second teams had suffered substantial casualties. Team leader Han Wei, having awakened, remained sullen and brooding, drowning his sorrows in liquor. The 2 teams merged under Qin Ming's command. A decision Han Wei accepted silently, his heart hardened since witnessing Li Shui's demise, devoid of any affection for this apocalyptic existence. The rain poured down, washing away the blood-soaked earth, while many in the refugee camp had neglected waterproofing in their makeshift shelters, leaving them shivering in the cold. It was uncertain how long this deluge would persist. Huang Yi, having not ventured outside, found solace in her downloaded novels on her phone, engrossed until the battery waned. As night fell, the rain continued, and several figures in black robes stealthily ascended the surrounding walls with rudimentary tools. The walls, tall and smooth on the outside for reinforcement, featured a step-like structure on the inside, allowing them to scale it with ease. They lowered a rope and swiftly vanished into the rainy night, in a simple wooden structure illuminated by bright lights. A casino thrived, tables and benches arranged for games of chance, where a deck of cards sufficed to commence betting. Despite the scarcity of resources, some managed to produce items for wagering. With no designated dealer, the games were played at leisure, resulting in both wins and losses. Xiao Li, having received his rations, decided to gamble, slicing his food into small pieces and adding gelatin. Hygiene no longer a concern, as food was a precious commodity. Unfortunately, Xiao Li's luck was poor, and he quickly lost everything. However, he remained unfazed, recalling his previous good fortune when he had won a loaf of bread, sufficient to stave off starvation for now. As he prepared to leave for the night, a figure in a black robe intercepted him. "Brother, leaving so soon? Care for a game? It's my first time too." "Your first time? Well, in that case, let me teach you." Noticing the newcomer's inexperience, Xiao Li agreed, intrigued. They bypassed the tables, finding a vacant spot where the black-robed man produced a die and several cans of biscuits from his robe. Xiao Li's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated the presence of canned goods. Forgetting his own financial constraints, he eagerly insisted on wagering. The two engaged in a simple game of chance, Xiao Li reasoning that after such a streak of losses, it was surely his turn to win. After all, how could a child cry every day or a gambler lose perpetually? He scrutinized the die to confirm its integrity before casting it, resulting in a 4. Not too great, nor too small. The black-robed man, unfazed, tossed his die, and Xiao Li leaned in, eyes wide, as it landed on 5. "You lost, brother. By the way, where's your food?" Xiao Li, disheartened, lowered his gaze and pleaded, "Could I perhaps owe you the food until I can repay it?" Such a request was taboo in gambling circles, especially without a dealer. A mere life was of no value. To his surprise, the black-robed man, upon hearing his plea, rolled the die again, landing on 3. This implied a tacit agreement to continue betting. Xiao Li, contemplating the worst-case scenario of losing a loaf of bread, picked up the die, a mix of anxiety and excitement coursing through him as he threw it. The die tumbled across the ground, and he silently wished, "Just let me win once, just once." Yet, fate was unkind. He rolled a 2, seeing the outcome incited a frenzy within him, and he pressed on, gambling away 20 rounds, winning only twice. The black-robed man yawned and declared, "I'm done. This is getting dull." Xiao Li, feeling as though his very soul had departed, lay limply on the ground. "I won't make it difficult for you. Help me with the task, and our debts will be settled. Additionally, I'll give you a few cans." With that, he tossed a can toward Xiao Li. "Fine. I'll agree to anything except death." Seizing the can from the ground, he bit through the lid, ignoring the pain of his cut lip as he greedily devoured the contents. The rain continued to pour. In the distance, outside the city, 2 figures clad in black road motorcycles, holding a chunk of meat and a loudspeaker to attract the zombies. The surrounding undead began to congregate, slowly coalescing into a horde. As the two approached, zombies from all directions converged, enveloping them in a frenzied throng. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, and they found themselves trapped amidst the tide of corpses. Having evidently been deceived, their leader had assured them that becoming corpse eaters would render them immune to the zombies' attacks. The following morning, the sky was overcast, with a light drizzle falling. A lengthy queue formed before the cafeteria, where Xiao Li tightened his clothing, anxiously surveying the scene, his expression heavy with concern. 4 individuals bore a large iron pot, setting it down on the ground and lifting the lid to reveal steaming contents. The fragrant aroma of beans wafting through the air, stirring restlessness among the crowd. Meal times were not fixed. As soon as food arrived, they commenced serving. Today, a portly chef, responsible for the communal meals, was on duty, sheltered beneath an awning, dishing out food to those before him. Regardless of the size of the portions presented, he ladled out only a single scoop, even for those with basins. Always just one serving. At that moment, a woman clutching a child realized that her food container, which she had hung at her waist, was missing. Bewildered, she scanned the crowd behind her, repeatedly inquiring, yet receiving no response. The chef, noticing the delay, impatiently urged, "Hurry up. It's your turn. Don't waste time." She helplessly tore a piece of fabric from her clothing and stretched it out, only to have a few droplets of soup splatter onto it. The broth visibly seeped through, and she hurriedly pressed her hand against it, the scalding liquid instantly reddening her skin. The indifferent crowd looked on with cold eyes, none willing to extend a hand to assist her. At that moment, The tantalizing aroma of meat wafted from the nearby canteen, a result of yesterday's supply truck returning fully loaded, which meant an improvement in their rations today to reward the truck drivers and some frontline workers. The people in line craned their necks greedily, inhaling the delicious scent. The cook, noticing that the meal was ready and there was meat today, hastened his serving. Sometimes, when the bowl was barely steadied, he would carelessly scoop a portion, causing more frequent spills due to the scalding heat. Then came a man in a black robe to collect his meal. Due to the rain, many wore various types of raincoats, making it unremarkable. He placed his bowl slowly, but the cook, not paying attention, served him, spilling nearly half of it in the process. "Can you serve me properly? Your ashes have fallen in. Can't you see?" The chef, eyes wide with fury, retorted. "Are you brain dead? If it weren't for the leader's kindness in feeding you useless lot, do you think you'd still have food? If you don't want to eat, you can leave any time. The door is always open for you." With that, he tossed his cigarette into the large pot. Feeling unsatisfied, he even threw in a pair of black gloves that to him. This group, unwilling even to work, resembled parasites, merely coiling up in the base, living off others while waiting for death. Refusing to undertake even the simplest tasks, some elderly men could join the sanitation team, yet this group of able-bodied individuals continued to squander their days. Chapter 26. Rebellion. The crowd watched as the porridge in the pot slowly turned black. The gloves, having been used for who knows how long, caked with mud and bacteria. As their own interests were at stake, murmurs arose among them. Seeing this, the cook hesitated to continue and fished out the gloves to keep serving. Usually, after receiving their meals, some would express their gratitude for the organization's aid. But today, with such an incident occurring and the cook's growing impatience leading to many scalds, some did not rush away. They feared being robbed upon returning to their quarters. So they lingered nearby to finish their meals. Those who had been scalded stared at their swollen hands, knowing there were no burn treatments or anti-inflammatory medications available, that if infection set in or the wounds were improperly treated, their hands could be rendered useless, and they glared resentfully at the plump chef. Soon, it was Xiao Li's turn, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. The man in the black robe, who had gambled with him yesterday, had given him a task: to overturn the pot of porridge in exchange for wiping out his gambling debt and receiving a handsome reward. Initially, he feared that his act would incite the wrath of the crowd or lead to punishment from the security personnel. However, seeing that some in the crowd already harbored disdain for the chef, it seemed that overturning the pot might not be too problematic, especially since the chef treated them with such contempt. "Next, hurry up. There are so many people behind you. How long do you intend to stall?" When it was Xiao Li's turn, he stood there in a daze, and the cook grew impatient at his indecision. Xiao Li looked at the chef and asked, "Are you responsible for killing people with your cooking?" "What did you say?" "I said, you idiot." With that, Xiao Li pushed the iron pot over with both hands. Bricks had been placed beneath the four corners of the pot. Ignoring the risk of burns, he exerted all his strength. Once the pot toppled, the scalding soup splashed onto the chef's calves, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Within a minute, the security personnel responsible for maintaining order rushed over. Without a word, one of them thrust a knife into Xiao Li's body, for the order was clear. Those who disrupted order could be dealt with summarily. Moreover, Xiao Li had just overturned the porridge, a grievous offense in times when wasting food was taboo. The crowd was left in shock, staring at the mixture of porridge and mud on the ground. While not far away, another individual lay in a pool of blood. "Someone's dead. What happened? Why is the porridge all over the ground?" "I don't know. I just looked up and saw this brother pushing the pot." The weather was cold, and it had been raining continuously. Those who witnessed the scene were in a state of confusion, and as they saw the porridge spilled, they gathered around that moment. The black-robed man who had played cards with Xiao Li approached the corpse, checked Xiao Li's pulse, and, wiping away tears, said with righteous indignation, "Brothers, I witnessed the entire ordeal from the front. This organization does not regard us as human, calling us parasites. This young brother merely spoke a word of justice, and he was met with insults that he acted out of frustration. I can no longer tolerate such an organization. Who will join me in overthrowing them?" Some in the crowd, suddenly spurred on, unleashed emotions that had been pent up during the apocalypse, placing all blame on the base's management. Many thugs who spent their days lounging about and bullying the weak began to shout for rebellion and liberation from their constraints. An elderly woman exclaimed in anger, "This is utterly dehumanizing. I see plenty of supplies being brought in daily, yet our meals consist solely of bean soup. Indeed, a small fraction of them hoard 90% of the food. What sense does that make? They never mentioned how the food was obtained. The crowd, increasingly agitated, did not contemplate the origins of the supplies, but only lamented their own lack of food. The masses surged into the canteen, where the aroma of meat lingered, leaving only a few cooks and diners. They began to seize the food, and the security personnel were utterly unable to stop them. Amid the chaos, a black-robed man struck a security guard in the neck with a knife, prompting several guards to retaliate indiscriminately upon witnessing a comrade's death. In an instant, the crowd overwhelmed the canteen, seizing the supplies at this moment. Several black-robed individuals arrived with a cart loaded with weapons and agricultural tools capable of inflicting harm. Brothers, since we have rebelled, let us fight to the end. Overthrow the tyrants and establish a safe zone anew. I promise to ensure that each of you will be free from want. Overthrow the tyrants. Those planted among the crowd echoed the call. After raiding the food supplies in the canteen, they armed themselves with the weapons from the cart, preparing to confront the advancing security personnel. With too many refugees to suppress at once and the safety zone lacking overwhelming firepower, the scene descended into chaos. Wang Wenjie was in a meeting with the higher-ups when someone burst into the conference room. Interrupting his speech, he suppressed his anger and demanded, "I'm already aware of the situation outside. I'm in the middle of a meeting that don't you know? Which department are you from?" Just as he wondered why the guards outside hadn't stopped him, the young man shouted, "Leader, there is a massive horde of zombies approaching the safety zone. They will arrive in about half an hour." "What? Zombies are coming." Upon hearing the word zombies, the conference room erupted in chaos, but he had previously instructed the gate guards that zombie attacks took precedence over everything else, and they were to report immediately, even at night. Wang Wenjie quickly regained his composure and ordered, "Immediately set up defensive lines and notify all combat personnel to gather at the gate. The safety zone is on high alert." With that, he grabbed his coat and headed out to establish the defense. "Leader, what about the rebels?" Wang Wenjie had already gone far, leaving the others in the conference room stunned, unsure of how to proceed. The refugees had taken over the canteen, monopolizing the food, and began to resist the advancing security personnel. Both sides were at a stalemate, with the disparity in numbers causing the guards to hesitate. In this tense standoff, the refugees inside the canteen suddenly noticed that all the security personnel outside were rushing away, leaving the crowd bewildered. The black-robed individuals had long since vanished. Their plan was to incite conflict between the common people and the management. The zombies attracted from outside would surely occupy most of Wang Wenjie's forces, allowing them to lead the refugees in rebellion. Once Wang Wenjie's troops dealt with the zombies, they would strike decisively to overthrow him. At this moment, a few cannibals, seizing the opportunity, killed a few individuals and hid in a room to indulge themselves, seeking to establish a safety zone under their control, viewing ordinary people merely as livestock. They had shed the fear of being regarded as outcasts and felt their superiority growing. The people in the canteen gradually stepped outside. A light rain continued to fall, and the sky was filled with dark clouds, creating an oppressive atmosphere that hinted at impending doom. Chapter 27. A siege. Wang Wenjie stood at the gate, gazing into the distance, where he could already see scattered zombies staggering toward them. Workers were digging pits with shovels, implementing rudimentary defenses. The walls were high, yet an ominous premonition lingered in the air. The loudspeaker in the safety zone blared, "All personnel, gather at the gate. The zombie horde will arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Please prepare for battle." Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd in the canteen was taken aback. Several young individuals wasted no time and dashed toward the gate. In such critical moments, some could still discern the gravity of the situation, while others remained paralyzed by fear and indecision. That moment, several black-robed cannibals entered, addressing the group. "You all know how high the walls are. The zombies won't breach them, but they will trap us inside. Without supplies, we will surely run out of food, and when that happens, we won't have the strength to resist. It's better to fight now. I guarantee you will want for nothing." In the crowd, those who still possessed a semblance of humanity have departed to the entrance to fend off the zombies. The remaining individuals are merely those who fear for their lives. Hearing the analysis of the flesh-eaters, they find it rather reasonable. After all, if they are truly trapped inside by the zombies, food cannot be guaranteed. Moreover, the mere fact that they are provided with only beans daily, despite the abundance of food available, strikes them as exceedingly unfair. I shall heed your words. You must lead me to a life free from worries about food and clothing, that we support you in your endeavor to overthrow the rulers and establish a new order. The crowd's spirits soared, while the figure in the black robe rejoiced inwardly that as he had anticipated, the humanity of these individuals had long since twisted, with a little encouragement and the painting of a grand vision. They had become mindless. The zombies were closing in, prompting everyone to retreat back into the city. Many of the zombies fell into the pits that had been dug earlier, during the construction of their safe zone. They had only considered defense and had not devised many offensive strategies. The relentless onslaught of zombies clogged the entrance, with archers wielding makeshift bows beginning their assault. Compared to the safety zone in End City, their offensive capabilities were pitifully scant, lacking heavy firepower. Though Wang Wenjie possessed some firearms acquired previously at the police station, he was powerless against the immense horde of zombies. The summer resort safe zone was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. However, in the face of zombies, their only recourse was to slightly diminish their numbers. Fortunately, their stored supplies were sufficiently abundant to sustain them for a considerable duration. Huang Yi was awakened early in the morning by the cacophony outside, where loudspeakers blared about the arrival of zombies. Rubbing her eyes, she opened the curtains to glimpse the outside world, only to suddenly remember that she was clad merely in her pajamas, hastily donning appropriate attire. She peered outside once more. In the refugee camp, clusters of people were cooking, having seized food from the dining hall. Thankfully, all the food in the safe zone was stored in the warehouse, which was heavily guarded, preventing those individuals from drawing near. The sound of footsteps approached from outside, and when Huang Yi opened the door, she was met with the sight of several ragged individuals with unkempt faces, their eyes shining with greed upon seeing her. After their raid on the food, they were left with nothing to do, believing that even if the safe zone were to blame them, they would not be the first to be targeted. Noticing that everyone from this building had gone to the entrance to confront the zombies, they considered entering to search for more food. They understood that this building was dedicated to the supply trucks, and it was likely filled with abundant resources. Risk and reward beckoned them to seek food inside. Many rooms remained unlocked, some even ajar. In no time, they had gathered a sack full of food. And just as they were preparing to leave, they spotted Huang Yi emerging. This seemingly pristine girl appeared out of place in the apocalypse, and they stared, momentarily dumbfounded. The leader, Wang Ermao, snapped out of it and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and grab her. Are you not afraid she will report us for stealing?" The others quickly regained their senses and charged toward Huang Yi. Seeing this, she thought little and hurried back into her room, locking the door behind her. The intruders, upon discovering the locked door, found themselves momentarily at a loss. They resorted to smashing it open. They had to capture her today. Wang, Xiaobai, awakened by the ruckus, barked toward the door. "Damn it, we're starving, and this little girl has a dog. Perfect, we can stew this dog tonight for a meal." Whether it was desire clouding their judgment or fear of Huang Yi's potential betrayal, they chose not to flee, but instead began to batter the door. The wooden barrier soon splintered under their onslaught. Returning to her room, Huang Yi felt no fear. Calmly, she retrieved a handgun and loaded a bullet, firing it through the gap that had formed in the door. The deafening gunshots startled those outside, freezing Wang Ermao in place as he looked down in disbelief at the wound on his abdomen, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. "She has a gun. What do we do now?" Just as they contemplated their escape, more footsteps echoed from below. It turned out that the residents of the refugee camp had come in response to the gunfire, filling the area outside. "What is happening here?" Observing Wang Ermao and his companions clutching food, the onlookers began to piece together the situation. "There is a woman inside. She must be Wang Wenjie's kept mistress. And there should be plenty of food in there, as well as a handgun." Upon hearing the mention of food, the crowd's eyes lit up, though apprehension lingered regarding Huang Yi's firearm. Inside, Huang Yi, seeing the throng of people, slung her backpack over her shoulder and donned a black robe to avoid drawing attention to herself, then climbed out the window and carefully descended the balcony. The sky was still drizzly and overcast, and no one noticed her stealthy escape. Wang Wenjie and his companion stood atop the city wall, gazing down at the horde of zombies below, their guttural roars sending shivers down spines. The deep pit outside the walls was already brimming with zombies, and due to the rain, they were unable to employ fire attacks. Nearby, Han Wei's gaze was fixed on the zombies, ever since he had awakened. He had been sullen, spending his days locked away in his room. Upon hearing the broadcast about the zombies, he had rushed to the walls, armed and ready. Had he not been restrained, he would have already descended to slay them. Consumed by a singular desire for vengeance against Li Shui, his hatred had clouded his judgment that a soldier peering over the edge suddenly found himself nearly decapitated by a leaping shadow. It's a mutated zombie. A small, slender zombie, its limbs elongated, pressed its hands to the ground, preparing to leap again. With a sudden burst of strength, it propelled itself towards the wall that in an instant. It was upon them, drooling as it regarded the crowd, its claws swiping and claiming 2 lives in one swift motion. Wang Wenjie immediately grasped a spear, aiming it at the creature, and the others regained their composure. They watched as it crouched low, preparing to charge once more. Archers unleashed their arrows, but only 2 struck home, that in the blink of an eye. The zombie dashed into the throng, flailing its arms wildly, and those who failed to flee were torn asunder. Han Wei charged forward with a machete. The mutated zombie, seeing him approach, retaliated with a claw swipe. However, it did not anticipate that its target would not retreat. The claw pierced Han Wei's body effortlessly, but he clung tightly to it with his left hand, preventing it from withdrawing and escaping, while his right hand swung the blade toward its exposed head. The sharp edge cleaved through, but in its final moments, the mutated zombie twisted its claws within him, causing Han Wei to crash heavily to the ground. Han Wei, Captain. Chapter 28. The Path of Redemption. Huang Yi hurried towards the entrance after descending the stairs, only to be halted midway by 2 figures clad in black robes. "Brother, where are you headed? Come here quickly." Huang Yi paused, looking at them with confusion. "Come on, the leader just called for an emergency meeting. I hear there is plenty of food prepared." Thus, Huang Yi followed them to a makeshift shelter, hastily constructed in the wake of the apocalypse. Pushing open the door, she found a crowd already gathered inside. At that moment, a figure stepped forward and declared, "Our plan is already halfway complete. We just need to execute the final step that in 30 minutes. The walls will collapse, and they will be forced to retreat to the resort. The zombies and the rulers will annihilate each other, and we will seize the opportunity to wipe out the safe zone. Seize the safe zone. Rule humanity." The crowd erupted in fervor, lifting goblets filled with a blood-like liquid and downing them in one gulp. The 2 who had brought her also offered Huang Yi a cup. She grimaced at the foul-smelling concoction before her, thinking how absurd it was for these fools to believe they could dominate the safe zone while consuming such a repulsive beverage. "Why aren't you drinking, brother?" the eager Xiao Li inquired amicably. "That I'm not thirsty, thank you," Huang Yi politely declined. Hearing her soft voice, Xiao Li felt a thrill of delight. As ghouls, their organization had few women, and those who were female ghouls did not suffer from hair loss like the men. As long as they had sufficient food, they could maintain a human appearance with only slightly paler skin. Thus, among the gathering, there were few female ghouls, most occupying significant positions as spies. "Would you be interested in sharing a meal? I captured a few people just yesterday." Huang Yi remained silent, puzzled by the connection between dining together and his capture of individuals. Clad in layers and wearing sunglasses, Xiao Li remained oblivious to any peculiarities. At that moment, the previous chef emerged, followed by 2 individuals bearing a large metal tray. Upon seeing the contents, Huang Yi understood everything. These individuals were abominable deviants, due to the large number of people and the lack of chairs. They crowded around the table, removing their hoods to reveal grotesque heads, sparsely covered in hair, marred by scars, and devoid of whites in their eyes. They devoured their food in a manner that resembled ravenous beasts. Huang Yi fought to suppress her nausea. As everyone else had removed their hoods, she stood alone in her attire, drawing the attention of many. The leader, a black-robed figure, struck a heavy fist upon the head of a rotund individual. Scolding, "Can't you see someone is standing without a seat? Why can't you just shift over?" The portly man, too busy shoveling food into his mouth, shifted slightly to create a space, yet Huang Yi remained unmoved. An awkward silence enveloped the room as the attendees turned to stare at her, the only sound being the fat man's chewing. Realizing that the onlookers were not gazing at him, but rather at Huang Yi behind him, the fat man stammered, "Eat? Why aren't you eating? Is it because I'm hogging too much?" Huang Yi took a step back and several ghouls, recovering from their stupor, lunged toward her. "Quick, grab her!" Huang Yi dashed directly toward the doorway. forcefully kicking open the wooden door as she burst outside. The rain continued to pour, the water on the ground already submerging her ankles. The individuals inside the room swiftly emerged, charging at Huang Yi, only for her to realize that this group moved sluggishly, appearing rather feeble and unwell. Aside from being a tad nauseating, there was nothing particularly remarkable about them. She swiftly retaliated against one of the assailants, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him flying backward, sliding 2 or 3 meters across the ground before falling unconscious. I expected you to be formidable. The commotion quickly drew the attention of those lingering in the refugee area and the cafeteria, and soon the entrance was teeming with onlookers. They gazed at the cluster of figures draped in black robes, momentarily perplexed about the situation. There was no food on the ground. What was this brawl about? At that moment, the black-robed figure who had initially incited the crowd stepped forward calmly and declared, "This woman is a traitor. She is one of us. She just attempted to persuade us to surrender and to return the food we had taken. Would you comply? Just moments ago, these same people were looting food in the cafeteria, and upon hearing such words, they were sure to stand in opposition." Huang Yi was at a loss for words. Feeling wronged yet again. Was it that she was so easily bullied? Removing the hat from her head to reveal her beautiful visage, she brandished a handgun to deter any unwitting individuals from approaching her. These people were inhuman. If they shed their black robes, one would see that. If you don't believe me, feel free to check the room behind us. That a few brave souls circumvented the black-robed figures and entered the very room where they had just dined and conspired. The leader rushed back out, his expression one of sheer shock. The sight within was too harrowing. Blood was splattered across the table and floor, and a body lay on the dining table, its limbs gruesomely dismembered. Scattered bones and shredded flesh assaulting his vision, causing him to immediately retch upon exiting. Others who followed suit and dared to enter experienced the same visceral reaction, having finally filled their stomachs only to lose it all. Witnessing such a scene, the remaining crowd began to piece together the grim reality, instinctively retreating several steps to distance themselves from these man-eating monsters. That I was wondering why my cousin has been missing lately. Someone remarked, "Indeed, many have gone missing of late. I thought it implausible that anyone could simply vanish from such a small area, but now it seems they've all been devoured by them." Huang Yi continued to stoke the flames. This group, aside from their cunning deceit, was utterly inept. Their fighting skills were no better than those of children. Just look at that one lying on the ground. One kick from me, and look at his state. Hurry and avenge your fallen kin. As her words echoed, the crowd seized the makeshift weapons provided by the ghouls and charged forward, for they could no longer trust a single word from these flesh-eating creatures. Several of the ghouls were swiftly felled, their terrifying visages now laid bare, leaving no room for doubt regarding Huang Yi's claims. The astute among them began to realize that they had been misled into opposing the very organization that had sought to rescue them. Most of them had been saved from a dire fate, offered the choice of work by the base, opting instead for a comfortable existence rather than remaining trapped in the confines of a building, awaiting death. The realization dawned upon the crowd, and the remaining ghouls were ultimately dispatched, for if such monsters were to rule over them, they would inevitably become mere sustenance. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted from the direction of the gate, creating a massive breach in the wall. The blast sent the zombies at the entrance flying, and as the smoke cleared, a horde of zombies surged through the opening, charging toward the onlookers. One particularly bedraggled ghoul cackled ominously. "Ha! Await your doom. You are destined to become food." Chapter 29. Collapsed with a gaping hole in the wall beside the gate, Wang Wenjie immediately ordered his men to fortify the breach. Should they falter here, they would find themselves trapped like fish in a barrel. With resolute determination, everyone fought valiantly, wielding knives against the oncoming zombies. Just 5 minutes prior, while strategizing, a logistics team leader had stealthily approached Wang Wenjie, only to be evaded as he aimed a lethal strike. As Wang prepared to deal with her, the female ghoul confessed everything. Xiao Mei had been working at a luxury hotel before the apocalypse, masquerading as a socialite to swindle the wealthy, a quintessential green tea girl who thrived on the attention of her suitors. After the world fell apart, she had taken refuge with an older man, and when food ran low, she ruthlessly slit his throat while he slept. With no hesitation, she consumed him to survive. Now a ghoul, she frequently lured men with ulterior motives, ensnaring them at her dwelling before disposing of them. having hidden her true nature well. Now that this operation had failed and she was captured, she knew she would face death. And in her terror, she divulged everything, including their plans. They had hoped to use explosives to create a hole in the wall, believing it would lead to mutual destruction, not anticipating it would attract so many zombies. The relentless tide of zombies surged through the breach, and few had experience battling them in close quarters. The crowd fought while retreating, suffering heavy casualties. Just then, the earlier instigators of chaos joined the fray. Wang Wenjie found himself momentarily stunned, for in the face of this sudden onslaught of corpses, he could scarcely afford to focus on those who had once caused trouble. It was a testament to his initial intentions in establishing a safe zone that they were willing to fight alongside him now. Ordinary zombies were manageable, yet the occasional mutated one could dispatch a multitude in an instant, requiring tremendous effort to conquer. Huang Yi soon arrived, noticing that the front lines had stretched significantly. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Xiao He was plowing through the throng, trampling both zombies and people indiscriminately, while Xiao Bai, having found him, perched on his shoulder, barking excitedly. Upon noticing Huang Yi, the duo sprinted toward her with glee. Wang Wenjie sighed in resignation at the relentless tide of zombies flooding in. Finally realizing they had reached a critical juncture, he ordered the supply truck personnel to retrieve vehicles from the parking lot. After all this time, they had amassed sufficient resources to lead everyone to safety. Several trucks, typically used for transporting supplies, arrived and he issued a command. Women and children should evacuate first. They could not hold out much longer. The truck beds could accommodate many passengers, and the crowd had no time to gather their belongings. They hastily grabbed whatever food they had stored and clambered aboard. The vehicles continued to arrive, and refugees piled in, nearly 100 people being whisked away on a bus. Following behind, 2 off-road vehicles forged a path forward, setting off with great fanfare. Wang Wenjie could not afford a final glance at the base, as he had not anticipated the urgency of the situation, that a warm haven in the apocalypse was a rare commodity. Qin Ming counted the personnel in the supply vehicle and realized Huang Yi was missing. Leaving her behind at the base would be perilous. He could only hope she was on another vehicle. There was not enough time to collect all their resources. They could only hastily salvage what they could, ultimately escaping with merely a quarter of their supplies. With the pressure lifted, the zombies quickly breached the city gates, mercilessly pursuing anyone who had failed to flee in time. Some in their vehicles, driven by panic, crashed into walls and were swiftly surrounded and devoured. Others, rushing back to their homes for belongings, found themselves desperate at the gates, pleading for their lives. However, all departing vehicles were already filled to capacity. No one halted to save them. When one person attempted to stop a truck, the driver, unwilling to take the risk, accelerated forward, plowing through. The rain continued to fall as the convoy gradually disappeared from view, leaving behind a scene of carnage as the corpses were quickly consumed by the following horde. Most managed to escape and quickly joined the procession. As the distance grew, silence enveloped the surroundings. Moments before, the air had been filled with the roars of zombies, the desperate cries of the captured, and the furious shouts of those rallying for courage. Now, only the whispers of the wind and the sound of the vehicles remained, hearts slowly calming. Some wept for loved ones lost in the recent battle, while others bore resolute gazes, having survived a harrowing ordeal. Yet many appeared lost, knowing that without the safety of the zone, every night would be fraught with trepidation. Those who had initially betrayed the organization felt a profound guilt, lamenting their trust in those who had brought ruin upon their homes. Had it not been for those flesh-eating monsters, so many would not have perished, leaving everyone displaced. The apocalypse had unveiled the darkest facets of human nature. Wang Ge, where are we headed? Qin Ming and the others turned to Wang Wenjie, who remained composed as he studied the map. But we drive forward. A new home awaits us, but he had come to a revelation. One cannot allow a momentary failure to lead to despair. He was determined to establish a new safe zone, guiding those who followed him toward survival. The convoy set forth with great determination, and at long last, the rain ceased, giving way to warm sunlight. Xiao He and Xiao Bai hurried to Huang Yi's side, who assumed a commanding presence as she regarded them. Xiao He, why did you run out on your own? You mustn't wander off recklessly. I only do this for your own good. Xiao He wore a look of grievance, clearly believing in its own misguided intelligence that it was at fault. Huang Yi glanced at Xiao Bai, hesitant to scold it, for she had forgotten this foolish dog when she leaped out the window to escape. Xiao Bai, appearing more astute than Xiao He, remained silent. The trio, a person, a dog, and a corpse, reunited, but as they surveyed their surroundings, they found the horde of zombies had already overrun the safe zone. Those who had taken refuge in their rooms, hoping to evade danger, were soon breached by mutated zombies. They believed it wiser to hide than to follow the convoy. Suddenly, Huang Yi spotted a colossal mutated zombie, upon whose head sat a diminutive zombie. The small zombie had an oversized head with limbs that seemed underdeveloped, swaying unsteadily as it perched. The horde advanced around it, as if it were their nucleus. Huang Yi exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of this pint-sized creature, commanding its kind with such prowess. The small zombie, noticing Huang Yi from a distance, paused momentarily before gesturing for the zombies beneath it to halt. Once the giant zombie came to a stop, the small one leaped and struck a peculiar pose. Its brow furrowed, as if exerting considerable effort. That moment, Huang Yi's mind was flooded with strange sounds. Although she could not comprehend their meaning, her subconscious interpreted them as an invitation to follow, promising to lead her to food. Thus, the small zombie exercised its control over its kin, but any creature possessing even a modicum of intelligence should not be swayed. Just look at Xiao He, who, admittedly, was rather dim-witted. Upon realizing there was no response, the small zombie ceased its attempts, for it could only command the lowest-ranking zombies. The mutated ones had followed it here voluntarily, drawn by the signal of food. Chapter 30. Zombie Civil War. After dispatching the remaining humans in the city, several mutated zombies congregated in the square of the safe zone. Huang Yi observed these grotesque creatures, some with elongated arms and legs, others with bloated bodies, as ordinary zombies respectfully cleared a path for them. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head. Turning, she saw the small zombie once more striking an even stranger pose, this time with its head down and finger pointing skyward. "You audacious creature, do you still wish to control me? Take this." She brandished her handgun and fired a shot directly at its oversized head, which exploded upon impact, bringing her momentary relief from the pain. Indeed, it was true that those who do not court danger shall not meet their demise. The gunfire attracted the attention of numerous zombies, who turned their curiosity toward her, unaware of being manipulated. Now wandering aimlessly without guidance. After the small zombie met its end, its corpse was swiftly devoured by a few rushing mutated zombies, who in their frenzy began to attack one another, each refusing to yield. Suddenly, tension filled the air as ordinary zombies retreated to the periphery, clearing a wide space as the mutated zombies prepared for battle, hissing and displaying their sharp teeth. Huang Yi, undeterred by the chaos, noticed a particularly long-armed zombie gazing at her. Without hesitation, she fired again, eliminating it swiftly. The other zombies, like athletes responding to a starting gun, charged forward, engaging in a fray. The zombies fought without fear of death. Two colliding head-on, claws digging into flesh that a stout zombie faced a tall one. The stout one attacked first, charging forward, while the tall one met it head-on. Its slender arms lashed out with claws aimed at the stout zombie's head, severing half of it in an instant, with a finger impaled by an eye from the stout zombie. Unfazed, the stout zombie grasped the tall one's arms and twisted with all its might, snapping the bones as if wringing a towel before yanking it apart and leaping onto its head, crushing it as if stepping on a watermelon. Huang Yi, Xiao Bai, and Xiao He were all taken aback by the gruesome display. It was far more brutal than any fight they had previously witnessed. Watching Xiao He, who was visibly excited, she realized that with just a word from her, it would eagerly charge into the fray. Xiao Bai, the foolish dog, occasionally barked to add to the excitement. Suddenly, a mutated zombie with a large head, resembling the one that had attempted to control Huang Yi, approached at it pointed, summoning several ordinary zombies to join the fray, forming a protective circle around it. The arrival of this zombie shifted the dynamics. Previously, the mutated zombies had been engaging in one-on-one duels, but now it devolved into a chaotic melee. Huang Yi struggled to keep up with the rapid developments. As weaker mutated zombies were swiftly dispatched, the remaining ones grew increasingly formidable that a massive zombie barreled into the fray, targeting the controlling zombie, which contorted into a twisted pose that in the final meter, the giant zombie halted. and the controlling zombie's eyes oozed a murky fluid, clearly exhausted from exerting such control. The giant zombie brought its hands down upon its own head with tremendous force, shattering it and collapsing to the ground. The large-headed zombie had only been able to exert control for a few seconds, leading it to take its own life. Huang Yi glanced at Xiao He, which appeared even more robust than the typical giant zombie. Had she not forbidden it, it would have already rushed into battle. One must learn to employ tactics. Although she could not discern what the zombies were fighting over, reaping the benefits of their conflict was undoubtedly prudent. Xiao He, evidently not grasping the situation, spotted a zombie approaching too closely and unleashed a powerful punch, eagerly looking at Huang Yi as if to flaunt its strength at the youth is indeed unteachable. If you wish to fight, then so be it. With that, Xiao He eagerly joined the fray, leaving Huang Yi uncertain if it was truly foolish or merely pretending that AS had entered the melee. Xiao He was soon wounded. A long-clawed zombie evaded its punch and retaliated, leaving 3 deep gashes across its dark back. Huang Yi turned away, preparing to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai lay on the ground, half of its body decayed. One eye glaring a ghastly white, with a sprout of grass emerging from its head. The zombie virus within Xiao Bai had begun to dominate the plant virus, seeking to seize control of its body. The two forces within could not find balance, and Huang Yi, at a loss for a solution, suddenly recalled the fruit left behind from the burned tree. She promptly stuffed it into Xiao Bai's mouth, hoping it might help. After all, she dared not consume it herself. Now, the safe zone was littered with zombies as Huang Yi navigated through the throng, arriving at a warehouse that in their haste to evacuate. The inhabitants of the safe zone had left behind a bounty of food, neglecting to secure the warehouse doors. Huang Yi retrieved her backpack and wheeled her bicycle closer, emptying its contents: instant noodles, small loaves of bread, and other delicacies. Carefully selecting her favorite snacks. When supply trucks delivered food, they would clear out any spots with fewer zombies to ensure safe transport, making this warehouse akin to a grand supermarket filled with a variety of treats. She even secured some snacks to the back of her bicycle, nodding in satisfaction. At this point, Xiao He was battered and bruised, having lost several fingers from its left hand, and its scars oozed blood. The square was now sparsely populated with zombies, each severely injured. Upon spotting Huang Yi, Xiao He's eyes sparkled with joy, yet she had no intention of interfering in their skirmish that a one-legged zombie leaped high. Targeting Xiao He, it adjusted its balance mid-air, its hands descending rapidly towards Xiao He's head. Xiao He did not shy away, instead raising its fists to meet the blow head-on. The two zombies collided with a resounding impact, shattering Xiao He's fists, while the one-legged zombie's claws were mangled, leaving a bloody mess. The tremendous force left it momentarily incapacitated on the ground, and Xiao He, placing a foot on its chest, pressed down with a crushing force, caving in its ribcage. Xiao He's defensive and offensive capabilities were formidable. The other zombies dared not challenge it in single combat, some possessing an intelligence akin to that of a 3-year-old child, capable of basic judgment. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai had awakened, its once pale fur now bright and lustrous, as the zombie virus and plant virus within it reached a harmonious balance, each diluting and enhancing its form. You reawake, Xiao Bai. Please assist Xiao He. We need to finish this quickly and leave. Wang. Chapter 31. Farewell. Xiao Bai dashed into the battlefield with the speed of lightning. Xiao Kai, upon seeing Xiao Bai, was momentarily taken aback, then shook its head, indicating that it did not require assistance. Subsequently, it charged towards a nearby zombie. Observing this scene, Huang Yi felt a sense of comfort, yet an unsettling feeling lingered as she regarded Xiao Kai, fearing it was on the brink of demise. Among the remaining zombies, some appeared to be rather incompetent, while Xiao Kai had already dispatched a multitude of mutated zombies without a clue as to how many it had slain. Xiao Bai lunged at the nearest zombie, swiftly tearing off its arm with a single claw. Huang Yi, not one to remain idle, instantly transitioned into a combat state, her eyes gleaming with a crimson hue. Drawing out a dagger, she joined the fray, causing the surrounding zombies to tremble in trepidation. That a few zombies exchanged glances and surprisingly banded together, preparing to confront her, with a pistol in her left hand and a dagger in her right. Huang Yi leaped onto the back of a colossal zombie, aiming for its head. She fired her pistol at a nearby zombie, instantly eliminating 2 of them. The remaining zombies, though momentarily cowed, retaliated in an instant. Several claws lunged towards her position, prompting Huang Yi to propel herself backward in a deft evasion. The zombies' claws missed their mark, colliding with one another and sparking in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yi kicked one of the zombies, sending it flying. With a powerful sweep of her right hand, she drove the dagger into the flesh of another zombie. Despite its dulled edge, the sheer force crushed its bones to dust. Huang Yi observed from a distance that several zombies, possessing a modicum of intelligence, dared not approach her. Her eyes, now blood-red, exuded a subtle aura of dominance, causing the ordinary zombies nearby to avert their gazes and refrain from movement. At that moment, Xiaokai had finished dealing with its opponent, and upon noticing that only Huang Yi and Xiaobai remained, it boldly raised its head and let out a roar towards the sky. The cloud seemed to disperse under the force of its roar, and the remaining mutated zombies hastily fled, not daring to linger for even a moment longer. Xiaobai cast an envious glance at Xiaokai. Huang Yi approached Xiaokai, and though it bore numerous injuries, its physique appeared to have grown larger, with its arm muscles more pronounced. Paying no mind to its condition, she retrieved some simple provisions from her backpack. After satisfying her hunger, she noticed Xiaobai sitting nearby, pulling out a sausage and offering it to its mouth. But this time, Xiaobai showed no interest in eating. Instead, it sat there, gazing at Huang Yi as if bidding farewell. "What are you doing? Don't you want the sausage?" Xiaobai remained silent. "Are you planning to leave?" Woof. After conveying its intent, Xiaobai began to walk eastward, glancing back 3 times as if reluctant to part, before rushing back to her feet to sniff her scent. Huang Yi was perplexed as to why Xiaobai wished to leave. The little dog she had just encountered had grown immensely, now exuding an air of confidence and power. "Take care of yourself, and don't be reckless like Xiaokai, that if you can't win, run away quickly." This time, Xiaobai was truly departing. It nodded at Huang Yi with a profound understanding. Xiaokai, meanwhile, took notice of Xiaobai and was puzzled about the little dog's intentions. Watching it intently until it vanished from sight, approaching Xiaokai, Huang Yi gave it a hearty slap on its back. Now that she too was a zombie, she could sense that this territory rightfully belonged to Xiaokai. However, risking her life for a territory seemed excessive. Xiaokai lay on the ground, a paw extended outward in a gesture of offering. "Are you giving this to me? Whoa, enough of that. You earned it with your life. Keep it for yourself." She was well aware of Xiaokai's loyalty and had high hopes for this foolish zombie. Just stay here and recover. Once a zombie claimed its territory, the remaining mutated zombies would not dare approach easily. There were also plenty of ordinary zombies in the vicinity, and humans would not venture into danger. Allowing Xiaokai to recuperate in the safety of the resort was the best course of action. Xiaokai, dragging its battered body, entered a large building. Turning its back to Huang Yi, she caught sight of its ankle, where bone was visible, and its back was marred with claw marks that in a dimly lit underground tunnel. Silence reigned. The cramped passage was filled with people, all unusually quiet, not daring to make a sound. They were part of the mob that had instigated the riot, and upon learning the truth, they had hidden away in fear of death. Remaining silent after a loud explosion sent screams echoing as zombies flooded into the city. They remained motionless, aware that the supplies they had brought were insufficient, as this tunnel served as the resort's sewage system. Filled only with the foul stench of waste, mingled with blood and remains that it seems quiet now. Someone should go check. "Why don't you go?" The water in the tunnel had risen to their knees due to the rain, making it uncomfortable to be submerged for long periods. Suddenly, they heard a girl's voice, seemingly advising someone. "Wang Ge, did you hear that? Don't speak that moment." Huang Yi was conversing with Xiaokai in the room, informing it of her intention to venture out, instructing Xiaokai to rest well. Upon hearing someone speaking, the people in the underground tunnel became animated. Some had entered later, informing others that the walls of the safety zone had been destroyed, and the zombies had invaded the city, causing everyone to abandon their posts. The tunnel was not far from the surface, and the sounds of screaming and footsteps above filled them with despair. Believing the city was overrun with zombies, leaving them no means of escape as the tunnel was semi-enclosed. Now, hearing voices indicated that there were no zombies above. Perhaps they had all chased someone else away. And the speaker was merely another survivor. After finishing her conversation with Xiaokai, Huang Yi prepared to exit the city, leisurely pushing her bicycle. The resort was strewn with blood and corpses, making cycling impossible. Suddenly, a manhole cover was pushed open, revealing a corpse half submerged. The sudden movement startled Huang Yi. It haunted. She feared ghosts more than zombies. After watching horror films, she always checked under her bed before sleeping. In a state of panic, she drew her pistol to investigate, and as the manhole cover was pushed up, the corpse was shoved aside, revealing a dark head. Without hesitation, Huang Yi kicked it, leaving an imprint on the dark head. The man was momentarily stunned, his hands giving way as he fell into the filthy water below, where more voices echoed that "Don't be afraid. We are human." Upon hearing this, Huang Yi felt reassured. Moments later, a dozen individuals covered in filth and reeking of decay climbed up from the tunnel. They had emerged from a tunnel not far from the warehouse, where ordinary zombies were congregated in the square. Leaving this area relatively safe, several people ascended. They immediately noticed the open warehouse door and the scattered supplies that had fallen during a frantic evacuation. Several famished individuals rushed to grab the food, stuffing mud-covered biscuits into their mouths. Chapter 32. Self-destruction. The individuals who had climbed up rushed into the warehouse, brazenly seizing the food within. 2 women retrieved bottles of mineral water, attempting to wash off the stench that clung to them after spending such a long time in the sewer. Huang Yi entered as well, pulling out her small backpack to gather some snacks, as she had recently developed a fondness for nuts. "Wang Ge, look at all this food. We're rich now. We won't have to go hungry anymore." The man addressed as Wang Ge did not partake in the food hoarding. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, seemingly calculating something. "Xiaolong, let me tell you, do you want to monopolize the food? The leaders of the safety zone have fled. If we become the leaders here, we'll be set for life." Xiaolong, with his mouth full of food, paused and quickly spat it out. "Wang Ge, you want to be the leader? I'll definitely support you. Now there are just a few of us. We're from the same hometown. I won't deceive you. Just look at the others. Aren't they all just trying to survive? They pose no threat to us." Huang Yi approached to grab a few bottles of water to wash her white shoes, which had become stained amid the bloodshed in the safety zone, due to their excessive wastefulness with water. The 2 women were scolded by several men. However, given the abundance of supplies, they did not chastise them too harshly. Huang Yi walked over, opened a bottle of water, and began rinsing the stains from her shoes. "What are you doing? Someone come!" a shrill voice rang out. Nearby individuals hurried over to investigate. "What's wrong? Don't you know not to make too much noise right now?" The 2 girls burst into tears, feeling wronged. "She is wasting water. We were too anxious to see her do this. Goodness gracious." Huang Yi was inwardly cursing. The 2 of them had nearly squandered over 50 bottles of water just from their recent bathing. And while I had only opened one, they were already making a fuss. Ignoring them, Huang Yi continued rinsing her shoes with water. All she wanted was to finish quickly and leave, uninterested in engaging in further conversation with this group. The moment a few of them noticed that Huang Yi had completely disregarded them, their expressions shifted dramatically. Huang Yi's beauty outshone the 2 women in their group by hundreds of times, and several gazed at her figure, lost in fantasies that moment. Huang Yi approached. "If I were you, I would refrain from digging my own grave." She remarked that they've already warned you about wasting water. "We, reeking of filth, haven't wasted any, yet here you are washing shoes." Huang Yi furrowed her brow and could no longer contain her indignation. "Your foul stench results from your incessant food snatching, leaving you no time to wash. They've already used countless bottles while bathing, yet I can only use one, and it's an issue." She had just held a meeting with those individuals, an assembly of indecisive, fear-stricken people who would do anything to survive under a leader. Which is how Huang Yi smoothly ascended to the role of new leader. Huang Yi let out a cold laugh, stating, "Not acceptable. All the resources here belong to us, that I will punish them for their wastefulness. But you are also not exempt. Since you have already wasted it, I offer you 2 options. Repay us with the food in your backpack, or join us. That, of course, you can also accept our punishment." Upon finishing, the group shared sinister chuckles, and they were determined not to let Huang Yi escape. Noticing her silence, they continued, "Now that the zombies outside have dissipated, if you obediently comply, we guarantee your safety. In the future, once we repair the walls, we can live here without worry for food or shelter." The onlookers joined in the ruckus, saying, "As long as you stick with us, you can eat whatever you want." Huang Yi stared at them as if they were fools and then remarked, Who told you that the zombies outside are gone? Just then, the zombies, attracted by the earlier commotion from the two women, surged into the warehouse and rushed towards Wang Yi and her group. Where did these zombies come from? Aren't all the zombies supposed to have left? One of them exclaimed, as they had seen Huang Yi leisurely pushing a cart outside moments ago. Thinking the city was devoid of zombies, the zombies circumvented Huang Yi and lunged at them, throwing Wang Yi and her group into chaos. The limited space of the warehouse, coupled with the absence of alternate exits, led to them swiftly being caught and knocked to the ground by the zombies, and Huang Yi naturally had no intention of saving them. The two women screamed in terror. One abruptly shoved the other down, and as the zombie pounced on the fallen one, she ran toward Huang Yi, attempting to push her down to buy herself time to escape the warehouse. In that moment, her mind was blank, and she did not consider why the zombies were not targeting her. All she could think of was using every means possible to survive. Huang Yi, witnessing the woman running towards her, voiced her exasperation. If it weren't for your loud mouth attracting the zombies, we wouldn't be in this predicament. There is so much food here, and it doesn't belong to you. How can you be so selfish? Xiao Shui, ignoring her words, dashed behind Huang Yi, ready to push her down as before to gain time for her own escape. Huang Yi responded with a swift kick, sending Xiao Shui doubling over in pain and unable to rise, soon to be caught by a nearby zombie. After so long in this apocalyptic world, how could there still be someone so oblivious to danger? It seemed that life in the safe zone had made them too complacent. Pushing her cart slowly out of the city, Huang Yi sighed as she gazed at the towering walls, feeling a bit unaccustomed without Xiao Bai and Xiao He by her side, and set off on her bike. After bidding farewell to Huang Yi, Xiao Bai dashed forward, knocking down several zombies along the way. An oncoming car sped past, and the driver, a scruffy-haired young man, slammed on the brakes, causing the passengers to collide their heads against the front seats. It was a small passenger vehicle, which nearly toppled over due to the abrupt maneuver. How are you driving, Huang? If it's again because you need to use the restroom, I swear I'll kill you. A tattooed woman with red hair scolded. This group of people, in their 20s and 30s, had been gaming in an esports hotel before the apocalypse. Relying on their gaming experience, they overcame their fear of zombies, seizing supplies and rudimentary weapons to embark on their escape. While resting in a tattoo parlor, they had tattooed each other to relieve the stress brought on by the apocalypse, resulting in colorful and extravagant ink adornments. Previously, they had encountered a group that attempted to rob them due to their numbers, but were counterattacked, causing their tempers to grow increasingly volatile. The scruffy-haired driver fell silent, turning the vehicle around. The woman who had just scolded him approached, tugging at his ear. Where are you headed? Aren't we going to the summer resort safe zone? Upon arriving in Eagle City, they had discovered supplies and clues about the safe zone left behind by a supply truck at a small restaurant. After some deliberation, they felt it was not a trap, as the truck had left behind a substantial amount of food and a detailed map. They had been outside for too long and needed a safe haven. Chapter 33. Death Squad Don't Shout. I just saw a dog the size of a bicycle, enough to feed us for several days. As the vehicle turned around and gradually accelerated, the others behind them also caught sight of the dog Huang had mentioned. Xiao Bai continued to run, with the approaching vehicle slowly gaining ground. It glanced back, quickening its pace. Good eye, Huang. Just plow right into it. That way, we won't have to chase it down, the others cheered, recalling how they had previously caught chickens, ducks, and dogs to roast and eat. In this apocalypse, aside from canned goods and long-lasting meats, there was hardly any edible flesh available. A middle-aged man wearing a duckbill cap, the only one without tattoos, with a stubbled face and sharp eyes, gazed thoughtfully at the small, white dog ahead. Suddenly, he spoke. Stop, Huang. Don't chase it anymore. The vehicle skidded to a halt, sending several standing passengers tumbling to the ground. Huang only heeded this man's words. It was he who had initially led them in arming themselves against zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. They had hidden in rooms until the esports hotel as security guard rescued them, and they had since regarded him as their leader. The tattooed young woman sighed as she watched the dog run away, but there was no displeasure in her eyes as she asked, Big brother, why not chase it? Isn't it too far now? Huang was just about to hit it. Yes, Nyoga, such a big dog would last us quite a while. Another chimed in. He was Nyo Air, a veteran who had come to the city for work at an esports hotel through a friend from his hometown. Typically, he had a leisurely job, but when the apocalypse erupted, he armed himself with security gear to deal with the zombies in the building. Now, the younger ones treated him with great respect, even though he did not carry himself as a leader. They worked together to survive. Think about it. We were going 101, yet we couldn't catch up to that dog. And it seems like it wasn't he even trying to run hard, that it's likely a mutated zombie dog. Upon hearing Nyogu's words, they realized the truth. Upon reflection, normal dogs couldn't run that fast, let alone one that was excessively large, that a wave of dread washed over them. It was better to avoid unnecessary risks, as they had already lost several teammates along their journey. Seeing the vehicle behind them come to a halt, Xiaobai felt disinterested and sped ahead. The vehicle resumed its journey, but the drivers had changed, as they could no longer tolerate Huang's sudden stops. Once Huang Yi hit the road, she felt an unusual calmness. The weather was beautiful, and even the zombies on the road appeared almost endearing, with music playing from her phone. Thankfully, she had a habit of downloading songs. She pedaled steadily along the path. Suddenly, she spotted a car, its body covered in graffiti and with a zombie's head hanging from the front. The passengers in that vehicle instantly tensed. In the apocalypse, encountering other humans posed greater danger than zombies. Huang Yi felt a twinge of fear as the vehicle approached, gradually slowing down to a stop about 300 to 400 meters away. Huang peered through binoculars, then turned to Nyogu with a serious expression. That it seems to be a woman. She's alone. The others stared at Huang, who was bent over with the binoculars incredulously. They could see with their naked eyes that it was indeed just one woman. The surrounding area was grassy, with only a few small poplar trees lining the road, indicating there wouldn't be ambushes as the vehicle drew near. Huang Yi discreetly slipped her hand behind her back to grasp her handgun. Huang and the others disembarked, and Nyo Air spoke first. Where did you come from? Are you all alone? They were filled with curiosity about this unfamiliar girl. In this apocalypse, anyone daring to venture out alone was seldom benign. That I came from the Eagle City safe zone. It's just me. Upon hearing the mention of the safe zone, Huang eagerly pressed on, as their perilous journey into the city aimed to find the Eagle City Summer Resort safe zone. You came from a safe zone? Is it the Summer Resort safe zone? Why would you come out here with all the zombies outside? Huang Yi patiently elucidated, confessing that the sight of these individuals adorned with tattoos and dressed in a somewhat punk style filled her with unease regarding their intentions. The safety zone at the Eagle City Resort had been breached by zombies, prompting a frantic escape for all. In the haste, she had become separated from the group. Although the zombies were not particularly swift, she felt no fear as long as she avoided being surrounded. The others, uncertain whether to trust Huang Yi's explanation, found themselves unable to fathom a motive for deception. After a thorough inquiry, their doubts began to dissipate, particularly when Xiaomei from the group, having observed Huang Yi's perplexed demeanor for some time, called out her name. Huang Yi was taken aback to encounter a childhood classmate in such dire circumstances. Xiaomei had been her desk mate in elementary school, and their bond had been strong, though they lost contact in middle school. The affection remained intact. Huang Yi recounted the destruction of the resort's safety zone to her in detail. The revelation that humans resorted to cannibalism and transformed into monsters was utterly terrifying. She expressed disbelief that Huang Yi had the courage to venture out, confessing that she would likely have sought refuge somewhere instead. Xiaomei, with her hair dyed a vibrant red and her body adorned with tattoos, retained her original personality beneath her new exterior. Encouraged by Xiaomei's presence, the others shed their wariness towards Huang Yi. They set up camp on a nearby hillside to cook a meal. With the safety zone compromised, they began to strategize their next move, and Huang Yi suggested they aim for the safety zone established by the government in N-City, where armed protection would be more assured. Initially capable of withstanding zombie hordes, it had likely evolved into a more formidable refuge by now. After a simple meal, they boarded their vehicle, lifting Huang Yi's bicycle aboard. Some seats had been dismantled and converted into makeshift beds, a precaution taken after a prior harrowing night spent in the wilderness when they had nearly been surrounded by zombies. Since then, they had adopted a policy of continuous travel, siphoning fuel from passing vehicles devoid of zombies. The vehicle gradually made its way towards N-City. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. The power had been out for some time, leaving only the car's headlights to pierce the inky blackness outside. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted everyone awake, followed by a relentless series of thuds. Was it rain or hail? The vehicle rattled as if stones were being hurled at it. Huang Mao hastily brought the car to a halt, calling out to the others. Xiaomei approached the front, only to be struck dumb by the sight before her. A swarm of locusts, each as thick as a thumb, were violently battering the car's windows, some bursting upon impact and releasing green ichor. Close the windows. Check for any gaps. The sunroof had been left ajar, prompting Huang Mao to leap up and secure it. Fortunately, the vehicle's glass was of high quality, showing no signs of cracking, though it remained uncertain whether the locust had undergone any mutations. Chapter 34. The small village, the cacophony grew increasingly overwhelming. As if the vehicle were enveloped in a thick paste of locusts, their plump bodies clinging to every surface. Suddenly, a locust the size of a fist charged towards the rearview mirror, knocking it askew, mercifully missing the glass. Huang Yi seized one that had squeezed through a crack. It was entirely yellow save for its wings, which bore several black spots, its limbs thrashing desperately in her grip. The apocalypse had not only unleashed zombies but also severe natural disasters. The occupants of the vehicle used their clothing to block the openings, and after several agonizing minutes, the bombardment began to diminish, suggesting the locusts were merely migrating and posed no direct threat. Perched on a hillside was a modest village, characterized by a singular main road. The villagers cultivated crops, with some households boasting spacious yards wherein they grew fruits and vegetables. Due to their small population, the village had successfully dealt with the zombie threat during the outbreak, sealing off the roads and managing to survive on their stored food, with no threat from zombies or hunger. Life here continued with minimal disruption. As Huang Mao drove into the village, he noted the roadside sign and turned onto a narrow path leading to the entrance, which had been barricaded with bricks. The group disembarked, finding the wall low enough to leap over. Within the village, all the trees stood stripped to their trunks, and the ground was littered with locust eggs. Xiaomei, afflicted by a fear of clusters, took one glance and promptly retched, while some older locusts lay motionless on houses or withered branches. Not far ahead, they spotted an elderly man seated on a bench. He noticed them, squinting his eyes into slits before springing to his feet, shouting, "Zombies have invaded. Help!" As soon as he spoke, several individuals armed with hoes emerged from a nearby house. Upon seeing Huang Yi and her companions, they initially relaxed, though they did not lower their weapons. "Old man, your eyesight may be failing you. These are not zombies, but people that moment." Brother Nyo stepped forward, his expression warm as he reassured, "We mean no harm. We merely wish to rest here for the night before departing in the morning." Exhausted from their journey, the group had been living off quick meals scavenged from supermarkets, and the prospect of staying in a safe place where they could cook a proper meal was a welcome relief. More villagers gathered, including some women with children, all of whom bore sun-kissed skin, indicative of their hard labor. From the crowd stepped a robust elderly man with a square jaw. "The world has changed, and encounters are rare. We will provide you with a room to rest." "Thank you, good sir. Do we also have some supplies to share?" The group was led to a room that had evidently been tidied in anticipation of their arrival. It boasted minimal furnishings, a mud bed and a table, yet it was more than sufficient for their needs. That evening, Xiaomei and Huang Mao delivered some food, such as compressed biscuits, to the villagers, who reciprocated with corn and rice flour. Brother Nyo took it upon himself to cook steamed buns and noodles, pairing them with canned goods from the supermarket to create a sumptuous dinner. Even Huang Mao unveiled a cherished vacuum-sealed chicken he had been saving. Huang Yi's backpack contained only snacks. For others, high-calorie, easily transportable food was paramount, while her preference leaned towards indulgence. After the meal, they each sought a place to sleep. Aware that in this new world, one never knew what dangers lurked outside, as the morning sun streamed into the room, it became clear that the post-apocalyptic weather was consistently pleasant. After a brief wash and breakfast, the team began to gather their belongings for departure. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a throng of villagers, each laden with bags and tools, ready for the journey ahead. Surprisingly, their vehicle had reappeared at the entrance, its exterior cleared of locust remains. Huang Mao, puzzled, inquired of Brother Nyo, "What transpired?" "Yesterday I spoke with the village chief, and he wishes to accompany us to the government-established safety zone. Everyone present here hails from our village." Brother Nyo, unable to sleep the previous night, had taken a walk, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of his children. In the initial days of the outbreak, he had managed to contact his family, only to be met by an unfamiliar voice informing him that the phone's owner had succumbed to the undead. This was no surprise, given that he had not received a call from home since the outbreak began. Yet he wondered if perhaps his wife's phone had been lost and found by someone else. Troubled by these thoughts, he encountered the village chief, who had also been ruminating on the changes wrought by the apocalypse. The village had become nearly isolated, only venturing out annually to sell their produce. And few young people sought employment elsewhere, choosing instead to toil diligently within the village. As the village head, he was well-liked, with most decisions falling under his purview. Two middle-aged men sat together, smoking and gazing at the clear night sky, where the stars shone brightly apart from the occasional overcast evening. The village chief broke the silence, inquiring, "What is the world like outside? What are your plans for the future?" Neo Air snapped back to reality, responding, "It's chaotic out there. Zombies roam freely, and some living humans are even more terrifying. Each day feels like a preparation for death, that we plan to head to a safety zone established by the government, fortified against zombie hordes." A young girl in our group suggested it. Upon hearing this, the village chief furrowed his brow, deep in thought. That as you have seen, locusts have ravaged our crops over the past few days, and it will be challenging for us to survive the winter. With the locusts breeding at this rate, any effort will prove futile. That I wish to take the entire village to the safety zone you mentioned. We trust the government, and we trust you. Each year, the village receives provisions and subsidies from the government. That in previous years, funds were also allocated for road repairs. The simple villagers place great trust in the government. And upon hearing that a safe zone has been established, many contemplate venturing there. After all, as Captain Yo said, some individuals outside are more terrifying than zombies. Their hearts may be kind, but over time, malicious intentions inevitably arise. The two conversed deep into the night until a replacement arrived. The village chief returned to awaken several respected elders and some younger members. That as he finished speaking, the villagers unanimously expressed their willingness to heed his counsel. The decision to collectively relocate to the safe zone was thus made, leading to the morning scene. Women cradling infants and younger children exhibited no complaints. They understood that every decision made in the village was for the greater good. The village lacks vehicles, yet a few tractors and trucks are available. The trucks would carry both people and luggage, while the tractors were responsible for transporting grain. By 5 in the morning, the entire village was bustling with activity. The villagers, accustomed to labor, regardless of gender or age, exhibited remarkable strength and tirelessness. Huang Yi's vehicle was among the first to depart, the tractor hauling grain rattling as it started its engine. The wall at the entrance had long been dismantled. And after the last person boarded, the village chief climbed aboard as well, in the truck's rear compartment. People squeezed together, some clutching chickens and ducks, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at the receding village. Though small, it would always be their warmest home. Chapter 35, The Town of Ghouls. The quaint village lies not far from City Inn and Eagle City, and the villagers are familiar with the route to City Inn. During watermelon harvest season, they would drive their agricultural tricycles into the city to sell their produce. Huang Yi, having come from City Inn, knew that the roads leading into the city were largely blocked. The only way in was on foot. That as they neared City Inn, Captain Yo and his companions noticed the issue. Cars were piled up on the road, with a few scattered zombies trapped inside. Walking was tantamount to courting death, so they chose to take a detour through a small county adjacent to the west of City Inn. Fortunately, the village chief, who annually sold agricultural products in the city, was well acquainted with the nearby towns. The road gradually deteriorated, the asphalt riddled with potholes, and a sign appeared that read, "Welcome to Fog County." This moment, the village chief remarked, "This county isn't large. Just beyond it lies City Inn." The journey proceeded smoothly, and they arrived at City Inn by mid-morning. All vehicles entered the county, only to find an ominous addition to the welcome sign. "Here lurk man-eating monsters. Flee at once." Regrettably, none of them noticed the hastily scrawled warning that as they entered the city, they slowed their pace, wary of being cornered by zombies. The city was eerily quiet, devoid of zombies. The roads were clear, and the villagers breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Yo furrowed his brow, meticulously scanning the surroundings. Huang Mao sensed his brother's unease. "What's wrong, brother? Is there an issue?" Captain Yo explained. "Look at the ground. There are bloodstains, yet not a single corpse in sight. There are brake marks here, but no vehicles." His observations prompted the others to realize something was amiss. It appeared as though someone had deliberately cleaned the road. Xiao Mei suggested, "Could it be that someone has cleared the area? Perhaps individuals from the government's safe zone?" The vehicle hastened its pace. Leaving this place quickly was the best course of action. Just as they were about to exit the county, several individuals approached from the roadside. Standing in their path, Huang Mao queried his brother, "Should we stop, or just run them over?" The vehicle drew near, and without receiving a dissenting word from his brother, Huang Mao pressed on, aiming directly at the obstructing figures. The roadblockers, not foolish, sidestepped at the last moment. However, the villagers and the vehicles behind them did not react in time, and both the truck and tractor came to a halt, seeing the vehicles behind stop. Captain Yo sighed and gestured for Huang Mao to halt, for he had promised the village chief to lead them to the government's safe zone, and he could not bear to abandon these honest villagers. The roadblock consisted of a middle-aged man, an elderly woman, and a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. Upon seeing the number of villagers, they were taken aback, surprised that such a modest truck could accommodate so many. At that moment, a figure clad in a black cloak approached. The elderly woman spoke first. "We mean no harm. We merely wish to invite you to our home for a respite and to learn about the situation outside." "Indeed, times are tough. Come to our home for a while," echoed another. Huang Yi recognized the cloaked figure as resembling someone she had seen at the safe zone in the summer resort, causing her to suspect that this person might also be a monster. Captain Yo replied, "We appreciate the gesture, but if you're in need of food, we can spare some. We must continue our journey." They had already rested well in the small village, and in this apocalyptic world, no one would refuse excess provisions, that he felt it was suspicious for them to stop vehicles to invite strangers to their homes. From a distance, a group of ghouls watched with binoculars that I told you it wouldn't work. "Who would be so foolish? We might as well charge in and eliminate them," one of them remarked. "These ghouls have been lying in wait by the roadside for passing vehicles, intending to ambush and stop them." Typically, timid individuals would be so frightened that they could not resist, but a few times they had encountered bold teams willing to fight zombies, resulting in casualties among their kind. Recently, a middle-aged man and an elderly woman had approached them, suggesting that they could join them or help lure others, hoping merely to survive. Thus, the ghouls, with a glimmer of hope, targeted another group, intending to lure them into their trap, believing they could easily overpower them if they fell for the ruse. However, after so long in this apocalypse, no one was naive, leading to an awkward standoff. The elderly woman continued her invitation, her voice gradually tinged with desperation. "At this moment, the village chief interjected, 'Enough, dear lady. We can visit your home for a short while. We've walked all morning, and it would be wise for the villagers to rest and eat.' The truck's cabin felt stifling. While the youth could endure, the women, children, and elderly were already exhausted. "It's all right. Chief, we can manage. Just a little longer, and we'll reach the safe zone, where we will be truly safe." Observing the beads of sweat forming on his fellow villagers' brows, the village chief felt a pang of compassion and could not insist they continue. Captain Yo, too, found it difficult to speak. They were confident in their ability to retreat from danger and instructed Huang Mao to take their provisions, insisting they should consume only their supplies. Seeing their agreement, the elderly woman's face contorted into a strained smile, and the middle-aged man appeared pleased as he led the way, while the young man looked bewildered, his eyes betraying concern. That moment, Huang Yi slipped a note to Captain Yo, which he had hastily written on toilet paper from her backpack while hiding. Captain Yo opened it, puzzled. The figure in the black cloak is a monster. A brief yet alarming message. Captain Yo glanced at the silent figure leading them, who had not spoken a word, and returned a look of trust to Huang Yi. He had always held her in high regard, even considering her a comrade, just as he did with Huang Mao and Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei had previously confided in him that Huang Yi was trustworthy. Her bravery in seeking out her relatives in this harsh world earned his admiration. With a serious expression, Captain Yo communicated with his team. Having spent much time together, they had developed a deep mutual understanding, free of any suspicion. Huang Mao abandoned his usual flippant demeanor. Though unclear about the source of unease, he knew to heed Captain Yo's warning. Each team member carried a small knife or dagger for self-defense, ready to react to any sudden threat. A team member named Dahe always carried a backpack containing a steel pipe and a large machete, ensuring they were prepared for any encounters with people or zombies. Xiao Mei acted as their strategist during combat, alerting teammates to their safety and devising plans when facing zombies in the heat of battle. It was easy to overlook zombies lurking in blind spots. She walked alongside Huang Yi, and since Huang Yi had quietly shared her concerns, her palms had grown clammy. Huang Yi felt a chuckle rising within her. Xiao Mei, with her dyed red hair and fashionable appearance, seemed far more worldly than the timid girl in a skirt, who resembled a dutiful student that ITS fined Xiao Mei just a few days ago. I could take on 10 of them without breaking a sweat. Xiao Mei rolled her eyes at Huang Yi, thinking she was boasting. Keep dreaming. If it comes to a fight, stand behind me, and I'll protect you. Chapter 36. The banquet at Hongmin, all fears stemmed from a lack of firepower. Huang Yi, with a pistol holstered at her waist, remained utterly composed. Upon her return, she was determined to express her heartfelt gratitude to the individual who had gifted her the weapon. She also intended to visit her dear friend Xin Hui at school, feeling a pang of regret for having neglected her earlier, especially since she had not been aware that one could retain consciousness after transforming into a zombie. As the vehicle gradually approached the county town, no sign of zombies appeared along the way. Huang Yi and her companions did not board the vehicle. Instead, they had a teammate drive behind them. As they could not simply abandon the car on the road, did I end the room? The ghouls were bubbling with excitement, barely containing their urges to cry out. They quickly arranged for individuals to lie in ambush, already envisioning the scene of capturing these people alive. This group would provide ample sustenance for quite some time, as ghouls could only consume flesh and blood. Other types of food would cause them excruciating pain. Indeed, the leaders had arrived, and among them were the elderly and children. This time, it seemed that capturing them would be rather effortless. Previously encountered convoys were comprised of fierce individuals who, upon sighting them, would immediately resort to armed resistance. They relished the opportunity to confront families with elderly and young children, as these individuals posed little threat when merely intimidated. The group led by the blonde, outnumbered, refrained from launching a direct assault. They followed an old woman into a dining hall, reminiscent of a school cafeteria, spacious and adorned with posters advertising takeout services. Where are the people from your village? It doesn't appear as though there is food to be had here. Everything is coated in dust, one of them inquired. The old woman remained silent, anxiously surveying her surroundings. Logically, the man-eating monsters should have emerged by now to eliminate them. At that moment, several figures clad in black robes emerged from the back of the dining hall, bearing fruits, vegetables, and various beverages. One petite figure in a black robe stepped forward. Thank you for your patience. We have prepared a meal for you to enjoy at your leisure. There were simply too many of them. Upon closer inspection, the farmers appeared remarkably robust. Although their skin was dark and they seemed emaciated, an undeniable strength emanated from them. Should a conflict arise, these gaunt ghouls would stand little chance against such formidable adversaries, inevitably suffering significant losses. Thus, a last-minute decision was made to poison the food, planning to ensnare them once the toxins took effect. Soon, platters of vegetables and meats were brought forth, alongside various types of bread, all pilfered from passing vehicles. That as Huang Yi observed the steadily arriving figures in black robes, her initial suspicions were confirmed that if only one or two were dressed this way, it might have been a coincidence. However, the sheer number of similarly attired individuals raised alarm. Not only Huang Yi noticed this anomaly. A villager queried, I say, brothers, why are you all dressed this way? The weather is quite warm. Are you not concerned about overheating? The initially arrived petite ghoul approached. Our garments have undergone special treatment to mask our scent, preventing us from attracting zombies. That explains why there are no zombies in your vicinity, Huang Yi thought. Soon, the table was laden with food, yet the blonde and his companions showed no intention of taking their seats. The villagers, particularly the children, gazed longingly at the snacks on the table, creating an awkward atmosphere. The hidden figures in black did not know whether to advance. Huang Yi could barely suppress a laugh. This group of monsters was still playing their roles. Had their intelligence diminished since becoming creatures of the night? Suddenly, a middle-aged man wore a stiff smile, attempting to pull several villagers to take their seats. However, despite his efforts, he could not budge them. Turning back, he picked up a small cake from the table and approached a woman, offering it to the child in her arms, who turned away, refusing to look at him. Why won't you eat? Come enjoy it, he urged. Brother Nyo kicked his leg, sending him sprawling to the ground, unable to move. Seeing their leader take action, the team members swiftly drew their daggers and hurled them at the black-robed figures standing nearby. In an instant, the ghouls, lurking in the shadows, leapt into view, brandishing weapons. The village head positioned the women and children in the center, while the others formed a defensive line at the front. At that moment, a masked figure emerged. Why resist? Surrender to us and become our sustenance, liberating yourself from this arduous existence. Death is approaching. Before his words could fully settle, Xiaomei shouted, "Do not heed his nonsense. These creatures lack combat prowess and do not possess the infection abilities of zombies." This was information Huang Yi had just shared with her, intending to comfort her and alleviate her fears. The village head raised a shovel and bellowed, "Villagers, let us deal with this scoundrel. What a disgusting creature. Even worse than a zombie." Several young men from the village, unable to suppress their desire for battle, charged forward with sickles and shovels. The ghouls were few in number, and their scattered positions made them easy targets. The blonde and the villagers coordinated their efforts, pursuing the ghouls amidst the ensuing chaos. "Stay close to me. Do not fear. We shall protect these elderly and children." Xiaomei, holding an iron rod, spoke with utmost seriousness. However, after a few seconds of silence, she turned her head to find Huang Yi rushing towards the recently spoken zombie, wielding a board she had inexplicably acquired. Huang Yi, well aware of the adage that to catch a thief one must first capture the king, speculated that the speaker must be the leader of this group of zombies. The safety zone of the summer resort had been ravaged by these loathsome creatures, and the people within could have led tranquil lives if not for the havoc wrought by these aberrations. She harbored no fondness for these entities that were neither human nor zombie. Xiaoqiang toiled at an electronics factory, having endured a long night of labor and scolding, which soured his mood. He chose not to join his two roommates for a meal, opting instead to return to the dormitory to sleep, requesting that they bring him a portion. Upon arriving at the dorm, he lay down without even removing his clothes. After an indeterminate time, he was awakened by the sound of footsteps in the corridor. Suddenly, a man burst into his room, swiftly locking the door behind him, startling Xiaoqiang into a state of confusion. And no sooner had the door clicked shut than knocks began to resonate from the outside, soon followed by gut-wrenching screams. Overwhelmed by the influx of information, Xiaoqiang stared blankly at the man who was now pushing a table and using a chair to barricade the door. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was nearly 11 o'clock in the morning, puzzling over his roommate's absence. Staggering to the window, the sight that greeted him was enough to induce panic. Their dormitory was on the second floor, not far from the ground below. Upon drawing back the curtains and opening the window, the screams pierced his ears. The courtyard was teeming with panicked people, the ground a gruesome tableau of blood and dismembered limbs. Some fleeing individuals noticed him, frantically waving for help. Hastily, Xiaoqiang shut the window, only to turn back and find a man sprawled on the floor, clutching his chest and writhing in agony. The sheer terror of death sent Xiaoqiang into unconsciousness. When he awoke, it was already the following day. Their dormitory had scant provisions. The remnants of food in the trash and some soy milk powder purchased by his roommate kept him alive for a time. The corpses on the ground had long since begun to decay, and after enduring weeks of hunger, he succumbed to the desperation of consuming the body of an elderly man. Not long after, he transformed into a zombie himself. Realizing that the other zombies showed no interest in him, he perceived this as a divine opportunity, and he sought out other trapped individuals, imparting his knowledge and gradually expanding his own faction, ultimately becoming their leader. Chapter 37. Annihilation of the Zombies. Seeing Huang Yi boldly charge forward, he scoffed and made a move that a subordinate rushed in, but unlike the zombies Huang Yi had encountered in the safety zone, these creatures were not deprived of sustenance. Their flesh was somewhat more resilient, yet their skin remained vulnerable to sunlight that as several zombies closed in. Huang Yi showed no signs of slowing down, that a glint of crimson flickered in her eyes as she wielded the steel pipe she had just acquired from Dahe, smashing one zombie's skull and sending another sprawling with a well-placed kick before hurling a brick to finish it off. The remaining zombies were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such ferocity from a lone woman. One brandished a machete and swung it at Huang Yi, but her speed allowed her to evade the attack, swiftly dispatching one zombie after another with her steel pipe that in no time. All the zombies surrounding Xiaoqiang lay motionless on the ground. Xiaoqiang had been watching Huang Yi intently and was certain that for a fleeting moment, her eyes had indeed turned red. He felt an instinctive dread towards her, devoid of any desire for the flesh of the living. Behind him, Xiaomei was dumbfounded. She could hardly believe that her seemingly frail childhood friend had grown so powerful. And oh wonder she dared to venture alone in this world overrun by zombies. Casualties occurred on both sides. While attacking a zombie, Huang Mao was inadvertently ambushed, sustaining a knife wound to his waist, though fortunately, nearby villagers came to his aid. Nearly half of the zombies had already perished, the makeshift weapons wielded by the villagers. Accustomed to agricultural tools, proved devastating. One swing of a hoe could decapitate. The women did not shield their children's heads, understanding that awareness of danger could serve as a benefit in these dire times. A few little girls were reduced to silent tears, their fists clenched in fury towards the zombies that a slightly older boy used a slingshot to assist the adults from afar. The apocalypse had compelled people to grow stronger. The mutated aberrations thrived, and humanity could not afford to simply hide if it wished to survive. Fortunately, the majority harbored a sense of justice and compassion, observing that none of his subordinates could withstand Huang Yi's might. Xiaoqiang beseeched, "Spare me. Allow me to serve you, that I know not if you are human. But we would follow you, acknowledge you as our sovereign. Apologies, but you are far too grotesque." Huang Yi replied, leaping high to deliver a crushing blow to his head with her steel pipe. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the few remaining zombies knelt and discarded their weapons in surrender, while those unwilling to capitulate were swiftly eliminated. The group celebrated their resounding victory, aside from Huang Mao's minor injury. The others were unscathed. However, a young child from the village, eager to assist, had been caught and beheaded, and several young fighters had also sustained injuries. Though the villagers mourned briefly, they soon resumed their celebration, having already endured much loss. Yet the village chief could not find joy in the midst of their sorrow. The zombies at the entrance knelt in a row, and the villagers found themselves at a loss for how to deal with them. As Huang Yi opened the door and beheld the scene inside, her jaw dropped in shock, prompting her to silently step back. The kneeling zombies, witnessing her entrance and subsequent exit, felt an ominous dread. Indeed, Huang Yi picked up a machete from the ground and approached, swiftly cleaving 3 zombies' heads in a single stroke. The sheer force of her strike decapitated the first 2, while the last one managed to evade slightly, resulting in a grievous wound. "What's wrong, Yi? Are you all right?" Xiaomei asked with concern. The remaining zombies, terrified, began to scream. Huang Yi, sensing the futility of the situation, turned and walked towards the vehicles. The village chief, upon entering the room, immediately retreated, preventing others from entering. Through the cracks in the door, Huang Mao and the others caught glimpses of the room's horrific interior, devoid of furniture or light, with sunlight filtering through the windows illuminating the gruesome sight of numerous naked bodies suspended by hooks, their heads or necks pierced, the room densely packed with desiccated remains. Emerging from the room, the village chief comprehended Huang Yi's motivations for exterminating these creatures. Their existence was an affront to natural justice. Armed with a machete, he resolved to eliminate every last zombie, including the 2 men who had initially led them there and the old woman that a fire consumed the entire building. And after a brief respite, the group climbed back into their vehicles to continue their journey. Xiaomei gazed at Huang Yi with admiration. "Yi, I had no idea you were so formidable. How did you manage it?" Huang Yi paused for a moment and replied without blinking. "Every summer vacation, I practice Taekwondo. Since the outbreak, I have maintained my training. Primarily, those monsters are quite weak. They merely intimidate that if one is unafraid, there is little to fear that I in a nuclear power plant on the outskirts of City Inn." 3 police officers found themselves trapped in the control room, surrounded by a dozen zombies that incessantly howled at them. They were not alone in their predicament. Another room housed a dozen more survivors. Yet disturbing sounds emanated from within. Following the apocalypse, the government had dispatched personnel to retrieve equipment from the facility, but they unwittingly attracted the attention of the zombies, resulting in significant casualties, leaving only the 3 of them, 2 female officers and a traffic policeman named Zhang, trapped. On the second day of their confinement, they learned via the plant's landline that there were survivors in another building. Initially, they held out hope that the government would send a rescue team. But after several days, a vehicle did arrive, only to be besieged by the overwhelming horde of zombies before it could enter. Ultimately, they abandoned the rescue attempt and fled in panic as time passed. The scant food in the control room dwindled further, but they soon noticed that many of the zombies had been lured away. Now, aside from the dozen zombies outside their door, the area appeared deserted. The survivors in the other building, who had initially treated them with deference upon learning their identities, had grown increasingly arrogant, with some even deliberately taunting the 2 female officers. One woman among them was subjected to relentless humiliation and abuse. her anguished cries echoing through the air. "Little sister, are you listening? I really want to find you, that if it weren't for the horde outside, I'd definitely come to play with you." Faced with such words, the two female officers had grown numb. The constant pressure of the situation, the terror instilled by the zombies, and the degrading comments from the survivors had pushed them to the brink of mental collapse. After several hours of driving, having taken a longer route, they arrived at the outskirts of City Inn, passing a power plant where Huang Mao pulled out his binoculars to scrutinize the situation inside. "Boss, it seems there are no zombies here. That I in such a vast plant. Not a single shadow of a zombie can be seen. That IT must be too remote, with few people around. Shall we rest here for a while?" This morning, having skipped breakfast and after a long day of travel, everyone felt somewhat fatigued. Considering the villagers seated in the truck, it seemed prudent to take a moment to rest and recuperate before making a concerted push towards the safe zone. Chapter 38. The power plant. The vehicle drove directly into the power plant, where an elderly zombie was trapped inside the security booth, howling upon seeing newcomers, as if to warn them not to enter. Huang Mao swiftly decapitated it. The security booth was spacious enough for them to take a breather, while some villagers outside began roasting eggs and sweet potatoes that I in the command room, upon noticing visitors entering through the main gate. The occupants felt a surge of excitement and sought every possible means to attract their attention. The command room was soundproof, with windows that could not be opened. One of the male police officers angrily seized a chair and hurled it against the glass. However, the thick glass remained unscathed, save for a few shallow scratches. Frustrated, he drew his sidearm and fired a shot at the glass, which only contained 2 bullets. The sudden gunfire startled those at the entrance, who initially thought it was a fire igniting, though the cooks assured them otherwise. Huang Mao retrieved binoculars to investigate the source of the noise, spotting 3 figures on one of the upper floors of a building, waving their arms that there's someone over there. Brother Nyo also noticed the figures, and the dozen or so people bound inside the factory were awakened by the commotion that I in their dark and oppressive surroundings. They had lost all sense of time, perpetually wary of their companions, fearing someone might steal their meager rations, which consisted of a mere rat or cockroach that I in a desperate bid for survival. They would consume anything. The zombies blocking the entrance were drawn away by the gunfire, and those inside the factory lay flat on the ground, straining to hear footsteps. That IT seems like there are no zombies outside anymore. "Let's open the door. I can't stay here another second." "Wait a moment. Let me listen a bit more." The 3 individuals in the command room observed the security booth's team discovering their presence, and in a fit of excitement, they embraced each other. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, they realized no one was approaching. That an increasing number of zombies gathered outside, attracted by the gunfire from other floors. The village chief contemplated sending someone over, but quickly reconsidered, fearing that the cramped conditions within the building could lead to an ambush by the zombies, resulting in grave losses. Brother Nyo felt no inclination to save anyone. The lives of his teammates were far more precious than anything else. Suddenly, a horde of zombies poured out from a nearby factory, claws outstretched, charging towards those at the entrance. "Prepare for battle." Those resting on the ground sprang to their feet, weapons drawn, ready to confront the oncoming zombies. The 3 upstairs understood that these individuals were unlikely to come to their rescue. Observing the shattered glass from the gunfire, they devised a plan. They noticed a platform beneath the command room, accessible via a ladder, which would allow them to circumvent the zombies at the entrance and make their escape. Without hesitation, they began to remove the glass, which shattered into pieces as they worked. The zombies were few and showed no signs of mutation. Those that approached were swiftly dispatched with a shovel, reduced to mere fragments. Faced with ordinary zombies, there was virtually no threat, especially in the spacious area. After Huang Mao eliminated the last of the zombies, he spotted 3 individuals in uniforms emerging from a room, using curtains as ropes to descend to the platform and approach them. Having heard the gunshots, they were on high alert. Although the 3 were clad in police attire, they had shown no signs of seeking help just moments before. Indeed, the female officer Lily stormed over, exclaiming, "Do you have no sense of humanity or morality? Is it too much to ask for you to save us? Do you take our cries for help so lightly?" The 2 individuals behind her attempted to restrain her, but she shrugged them off. Lily, a recent university graduate, had been swiftly placed into the police force by her family, who leveraged connections to ensure her rapid advancement in the police station. She was treated like a star, her father's wealthy friends eager for their sons to pursue her. Yet in the wake of the apocalypse, everything had changed. Xiao Mei, feeling indignant, countered, "In this world, there's no such thing as altruism. You have no idea how many zombies are in that building. Why should we risk our lives to save you? We aren't even close, and besides, don't you have weapons?" Upon noticing someone daring to confront her, Lily was about to unleash her fury, but was silenced by the male officer behind her. Offending this group could have severe repercussions, especially since they would need their vehicle to return to the safe zone. After weighing the pros and cons, Lily regained her composure, casting a venomous glare at Xiao Mei, silently vowing to make her pay once they reached safety. "Hello, my name is Bai Xiao Fei, a traffic officer from N-City that we came here a few days ago to transport equipment and ended up trapped. Can you take us back to the safe zone? The government has established one in N-City." Upon hearing his words, the village chief felt a surge of joy, reaffirming his belief in these outsiders. Brother Nyo had not deceived him. There indeed existed a safe zone. Brother Nyo replied, "All right, we were heading there ourselves, just stopping for a break. It's not that we didn't want to save you. The building's layout is complex, and I cannot endanger my teammates." Bai Xiao Fei expressed his gratitude, relieved that their destination aligned, as returning alone would be perilous. Meanwhile, Lily fixated on the food by the campfire, her mouth watering. Each of them had brought emergency rations, expecting a safe mission, which is why she had insisted on venturing outside for some fresh air. Little did they know, the power plant was swarming with zombies, aside from the first vehicle filled with equipment. Everyone else had perished. Food was crucial for their survival, and the command room fortuitously had plenty of bottled water. However, after consuming nothing but biscuits for an extended period, she longed for the delicious corn lying on the ground. Xiao Mei deliberately broke a piece and offered half to Huang Yi, savoring it with delight. Lily wore a cold expression, having vowed in her heart to ensure that this woman would suffer immensely upon their return. With the zombies in the factory vanquished, the dozen survivors emerged, rushing towards the group at the entrance as if they were their long-lost kin. This sight startled those who had been eating, and Lily screamed as she sprinted into the crowd, prompting several young men to ready their weapons for the approaching figures. The leader stumbled but was immediately knocked over by those behind him when he halted. Ignoring his pain, he yelled, "Don't panic. We are human. We are not zombies." Their faces were ashen, the psychological strain of their dark confinement rendering them almost unrecognizable as human. This moment, Bai Xiao Fei furrowed his brow and counted them carefully, expressing his confusion. "Why are there only 11 of you? Didn't you say there were 15 at the start?" Chapter 39. The lesser ghoul, the foul-smelling individuals approached, with Lily still shrieking and hiding behind Bai Xiao Fei. Unable to bear the sight, Xiao Mei was left speechless, questioning how such people could even become police officers. The corruption within N-City's government had reached a deplorable level. Bai Xiao Fei, momentarily setting aside his concerns, reassured Lily, "It's all right, Lily. They aren't zombies. They are the scum who called for help." Only then did Lily glance up, relieved to find they were not zombies, but the disdainful looks from the surrounding people only added to her frustration. Huang Yi noted that some of these individuals had developed white patches on their skin, their hair nearly gone, reminiscent of the ghoul they had encountered previously. She recalled a similar being at the safe zone, not long after its transformation. Observing their bloodshot eyes, with the centers appearing pale, the village chief interjected, "Let us take a moment to rest. There should be vehicles nearby, though we need to set off for the safe zone by afternoon." After speaking, a few young men were called over to receive some food. Despite her sour expression, Lily reluctantly took the offered corn. Bai Xiao Fei and another female police officer also expressed their gratitude before starting to eat. The dozen or so individuals trapped inside the factory looked at the corn handed to them, instinctively holding it in their hands. Gazing at the corn, they experienced an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Perhaps it was the result of having gone too long without food. They took a few bites, only to find it as unpalatable as chewing on a piece of leather, far inferior in flavor to the rats they had caught inside the factory. A few of them exchanged glances, sharing an indescribable feeling that on the day the apocalypse began, the power plant underwent daily safety inspections. During the morning shift change, they would follow the established procedures, recording data on various equipment. Xiaoli felt somewhat disconcerted. The day before, his son had inexplicably collapsed during class, convulsing on the ground, and had yet to awaken by today. His request for leave had been denied by his supervisor. He glanced at his phone, where reports of successful vaccine research had emerged, yet he alone knew that the doctors at the hospital had no solutions for this affliction. The government merely offered comfort to the uninformed. His wife called, lamenting that she was alone with their child, unable to even find time to step out for food, as the hospital was overwhelmed with patients suffering from the same illness. Leaving the beds insufficient, with a helpless sigh, Xiaoli suddenly noticed his apprentice beside him collapse to the ground. Fearing the apprentice had contracted the virus, he immediately dialed for emergency assistance, but after several attempts, he was met only with silence. Even the police line was unreachable. The apprentice rose in a bizarre stance, his eyes glowing red as he let out a terrifying roar directed at Xiaoli. Startled, Xiaoli turned and fled, crashing directly into a hefty man who was also running away. Fortunately, he was lucky. Two zombies were preoccupied on the ground, gnawing at the hefty man, terrified by the horrific scene. Xiaoli soiled himself and scrambled toward the exit, but in his extreme fear, he stumbled twice over the short distance, his legs weak and devoid of strength, just as he neared the door. Someone nearby yanked him inside. The occupants of the room, initially paralyzed with fear, gradually regained composure and began to understand the situation outside, repeatedly attempting to contact family members. Some were fortunate enough to connect, but the majority encountered unanswered calls or busy signals. The zombies could not open doors, ensuring their safety, yet the cold factory workshop offered little in terms of food. They rummaged through storage cabinets and discovered a few snacks. Initially, their condition was tolerable, but by the third day of the power outage, the world was engulfed in darkness. That it was unclear who had taken all the food and hidden it away. Soon, the absence of sustenance began to take a toll on their mental state. The factory floor was vast, filled with enormous machinery that provided ample hiding spots. Clutching the food he had pilfered under the cover of darkness, Xiaoli resolved to remain hidden until the outside world had perished from hunger. Others deduced through process of elimination that he was responsible for the missing food and began to shine their phone lights in his direction. Many among them were clerical staff unfamiliar with the equipment, and some, unable to endure the pangs of hunger, began to curse him into the darkness, vowing to kill him if found. Xiaoli, terrified, dared not emerge, hiding among the machines. Soon, the others found their phones drained of battery, relying solely on spoken communication to ascertain each other's locations, with only the doorway providing any light. They began huddling at the entrance to discuss their predicament, deciding to open the door and let in a few zombies to eliminate them together. Gripping the door tightly, they dared to open it just a crack. However, the long unopened door creaked loudly, drawing the attention of the zombies in the corridor, who charged toward them. They barely had time to react before slamming the door shut again. An asthmatic individual, gasping for breath after having held it in from fear, experienced an attack. Others stood by helplessly, some watching him die with a hint of envy, believing that death in such dire circumstances would be a release from their suffering. Observing the body on the ground, the individual with the strongest mental fortitude quietly sliced off one of the victim's arms with a small knife, seeking something flammable to ignite a fire for cooking. Hunger ultimately triumphed over reason. The group transitioned from retching at the first bites to numbly consuming the grotesque meat merely to survive. Only one newcomer, having joined the team recently, refrained from eating the flesh, gnawing on his belt in a futile attempt to stave off hunger. Time passed, and the group discovered that the landline phone on the wall had connected. Upon learning the identity of the caller, they offered each other words of encouragement to persevere. Gradually, the prolonged psychological strain of cannibalism eroded their rationality. The sole female member of the group suffered abuse at the hands of these increasingly irrational individuals, calling the command center merely to taunt the personnel there for her own amusement. Xiaoli soon exhausted the provisions he had stolen, and despite his efforts to ration, the oppressive silence of the darkened environment amplified his fear of hunger. Outside, the others had finished consuming the body of the asthmatic man and began a systematic search for Xiaoli, slowly adapting to the pitch-black surroundings, their vision sharpening just enough to discern faint outlines. One day, while scavenging for firewood, an individual stumbled across an unpleasant odor near a piece of equipment. He gathered the others, and sure enough, they discovered Xiaoli hiding within. That night, they feasted on him, subjecting him to relentless torment. Xiaoli, having meticulously calculated his survival, had never anticipated that these individuals would endure so long by resorting to cannibalism that in just a few days, They finished off Xiao Li and subsequently devoured the one remaining member who had abstained from meat, leaving only those who had succumbed to the same primal instincts. Huang Yi observed these individuals, knowing without doubt that they were mere moments away from full transformation into flesh-eating ghouls. The village chief stood nearby, incessantly inquiring by Xiaofei about the existence of a safe zone. Turning to Brother Niu, she revealed a knowing expression, prompting immediate understanding from him. Addressing the corn-chewing Huang Mao, she said, "Stop eating. Do you see those people over there? Let us go take care of them." Huang Mao promptly stood, stuffing the remnants of corn into his pocket, and brandished a machete as he approached one of the ghouls, who was still mindlessly gnawing on a cob of corn. Contemplating how he would negotiate with the others for a chance to kill and feast once they reached the safe zone, as he raised his head, he was met with Huang Mao, who swiftly swung the machete, severing the ghoul's head, which rolled across the ground. The remaining ghouls stood in shock, while nearby villagers and Lily gasped in surprise. One of the ghouls rose and demanded, "What are you doing? Why did you kill him?" Xiaohei and Brother Niu approached, and together they swiftly dispatched the 11 remaining ghouls as if they were merely chopping vegetables. These partially transformed ghouls lacked any combat ability, being weaker than an average human, and they attempted to flee, but their hunger left them with no strength, forcing them to crawl on the ground. Chapter 40. The safe zone of N-City. The village chief and villagers appeared to grasp the situation, having learned of the horror these ghouls represented in their county, and they showed no opposition to Brother Niu's actions. After all, these man-eating monsters could no longer be considered human. Lily, witnessing this scene, screamed in disbelief, "Have you all gone mad? What are you doing?" Huang Mao merely glanced back at her, dispassionately bringing down his blade to eliminate the last ghoul. "Mad? You're all insane. You're worse than the zombies. How can you think you deserve to enter the safe zone?" Xiao Mei, already intolerant of her, was further provoked by Lily's accusations against them all. "Use your brain. They aren't human anymore. They've become flesh-eating monsters." Moments before, a ghoul had looked at Huang Mao and the others as they dispatched its companions, but when it came to confront him, it turned to Lily with a desperate scream, hoping these police officers would come to its rescue. Lily was consumed by thoughts of how these people had slaughtered a group of innocents, completely forgetting how they had insulted her over the phone earlier. By Xiaofei, equally astonished, couldn't he comprehend why they would resort to such actions. But the pressing matter was to persuade them to take them back. Lily seemed oblivious to his pleading gaze, relentlessly pressing her accusations. Huang Yi timidly interjected, "Why argue? Just kill them all." There is no point in explaining anything to her. Upon hearing her words, Lily looked at her as if she were a fool. "Haha, kill them all. Do you see anyone over there still breathing? They're all dead." Huang Yi was rendered speechless, pondering how this person had survived until now. Making sense of Xiao Mei's remark about her lack of intelligence. "When I say kill them all, I mean you too." Huang Mao could no longer contain his frustration. Brandishing his machete, he approached her with the intent to eliminate her. Bai Xiaofei immediately knelt before him, pleading, "Please don't kill her. Her father contributed greatly after the apocalypse. I beg you, let me take her place." Bai Xiaofei bowed his head repeatedly. That moment, Lily, frightened into silence, realized that these individuals were capable of killing those who had escaped from the factory. They would not hesitate to kill her as well. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofei remained on the ground, and another female officer bit her lip, looking at him with disappointment. "Get up. Those people are no longer human, though we have encountered many like them before. We must deal with them to prevent future threats." Bai Xiaofei expressed his gratitude repeatedly, rising to his feet and moving to Lily's side, determined to keep a close watch on her to prevent any reckless actions. Once they reached the safe zone, all would be well. Outside, without the protection of their identities, they were utterly vulnerable. Lily, however, did not utter a word of thanks. Instead, she regarded him with a reproachful gaze, as if accusing him of ineptitude, her hands directly retrieving his sidearm. Bai Xiaofei was instantly alarmed. "There was a bullet in the chamber. Don't be impulsive, Lily. You could perish. Leave me alone. Just go away." Lily concealed the gun within the inner pocket of her coat, fortunate that she refrained from making a foolish decision. After resting for another hour, the group gathered their belongings and reboarded the vehicle, setting off towards the safe zone. Within the safe zone of City Inn, soldiers stood guard as usual. During this period, There had been no large-scale zombie assaults. As time passed, the influx of survivors had dwindled from a daily occurrence to nearly non-existent, with only zombies lingering at the entrance. Soldiers at the gate used their bows to shoot at the zombies outside, while a cluster of children stood within the gate, led by a boy with a cold expression. "When can we go out, Jungo? Why is it taking so long today?" At the sound of his younger brother's voice, the boy snapped back to attention. Perhaps there are just fewer zombies. After the last incident where Ergo lost his life due to greed, he had made an agreement with the gatekeepers to venture out only when there were no zombies within 100 meters. Furthermore, each person was allowed to retrieve a maximum of 5 arrows per outing, and once they had collected enough, they were to return immediately. That a burly soldier approached, prompting the children to set aside their belongings and prepare themselves. The soldier always waited for the last child to enter before closing the gate, having even ventured out a few times to cover their retreat. "Take care, big brother, that if anything seems amiss, hurry back." The gate was opened, revealing a ground littered with corpses, save for the center path, which was regularly maintained. The safe zone would only send someone out to clear the zombies at intervals, leaving a stench emanating from the decomposing bodies piled on either side. The children lined up, cautiously following Jungo as they advanced. At a certain distance, he extended a hand, and the younger children scattered to retrieve the arrows lodged in the zombies. No zombies were permitted to gather at the gates, as the military aimed to conserve ammunition. Engaging in close combat was too perilous, relying instead on bows and the efforts of these children to whittle down the relentless horde. Observing his younger brothers swiftly collecting arrows using the techniques he had taught them, Jungo found he no longer needed to do the work himself. He merely needed to stand guard and watch over them. Some zombies, though not struck fatally, had lost their ability to move, and the children adeptly dispatched them with daggers. There were days when they had to venture out 5 or 6 times, but today seemed unusually easy. The zombies 100 meters away remained oblivious to their presence. Just as he reveled in their good fortune, a sudden scream shattered the tranquility. That a diminutive zombie, resembling an infant, lunged at one of the children, its limbs ensnaring the boy's head. "Run," he shouted, drawing his machete and charging at the creature. Over time, he had grown less fearful of these flesh-eating monsters. 1 or 2 zombies could easily be dealt with using a blade. The surrounding children fled back, and the distant zombies were stirred, roaring as they approached. The gatekeeping soldiers immediately tensed, witnessing a small horde of zombies gathering in the distance, rushing toward them. After the mutated zombie disposed of the boy in its grasp, it raised its head, scanning the area for new prey and, spotting someone daring to charge at it, leapt forward. That a Jungo swung his knife at it, but the mutated zombie was too swift and dodged his attack, knocking him down. Its claws lunged toward his face, and he hastily raised his blade to defend himself. Fortunately, he wore some makeshift armor, allowing him to block the attack just in time, preventing the zombie from making contact. Face to face with the creature, it roared, and Jungo felt its saliva splatter on his face. With all his might, he pushed it aside and quickly scrambled to his feet, relieved that its strength was limited due to its small stature and agility. The approaching horde drew ever closer, leaving him no time to hesitate. Gripping his knife tightly, he slashed at the creature before him. The mutated zombie seemed oblivious to the impending danger, leaping forward with vigor. Seizing the moment, Jungo exerted every ounce of strength he had to strike the airborne zombie. The diminutive creature was cleaved in 2, its green blood splattering across the ground and onto him, exhausting him completely. That he rested momentarily on the ground. The zombie horde was now mere feet away. Abandoning his knife, he sprinted toward the safe zone's gate. That a few slightly older children awaited him, rushing over to assist him as they all dashed for the entrance. The older soldier on guard urged him anxiously, but the soldiers behind him showed little sympathy, ordering him to close the gate immediately. Chapter 41. Turning the tables at that moment, the gate was heavily shut, and some children who arrived a bit later were left outside. The soldier who closed the gate wore a look of melancholy. The instant the mutated zombie and horde had appeared, the soldiers on guard had reported to their superiors, who issued orders to protect the gate at all costs. The lives of a group of children and the safety of the safe zone were not things the higher-ups would weigh carefully. Moreover, the gatekeepers had no obligation to those children. With orders to hold their ground and await reinforcements, the soldiers understood that any issues at the gate would come at a grave cost. Soon, the sounds of zombies howling and children's screams echoed from outside. Huang Yi and her companions were finally nearing the safe zone, spotting signs erected by the residents to guide survivors to safety. Lily peered through a crack, her face lighting up with excitement as they approached the safe zone that in the stifling confines of the vehicle. She felt immensely uncomfortable, with a small pig beside her continually nudging her shoes. And with nothing beneath her, her clothes were now caked in mud. Before the apocalypse, she had never even taken a bus. Now, she vowed never to leave again, even if it meant facing death within the safe zone. Upon her return, she intended to confront her father about why he had not sent more people to search for her after all this time. Soldiers soon arrived to support the gate, and upon confirming the absence of any additional zombie hordes, they began to eliminate the zombies at the entrance one by one. Through binoculars, they noted that the small mutated zombie had already been dispatched. After the last zombie fell, the gate swung open once more. As soon as it did, the corpses that had lost their support tumbled inside. A few surviving children witnessed their leader collapsed on the ground. Still clutching his machete, one arm visibly gnawed to the bone, they all broke into tears. Jungo was not merely their elder brother, but their pillar of strength and faith in this apocalyptic world. Their parents and loved ones had perished, and in this desolate safe zone, Jungo provided them food, shelter, and work to sustain themselves. Now that he was gone, the children felt utterly lost. One child who often trailed closely behind Jungo offered comfort, recalling how Jungo had once told him that if anything ever happened to him, he must take up the mantle and lead the younger children to endure bravely. The convoy gradually approached. Halting 100 meters away, Huang Mao leapt from the vehicle, waving toward them. Lily dashed out, sprinting toward him while shouting for the gates to be opened. The gate began to open slowly, and the soldiers raised their weapons, warning her, "Don't come any closer. We will fire if you advance." "It's me. Don't shoot. I'm from the safe zone." Seeing her continue to run, the soldiers fired at the ground in front of her, causing her to collapse in fright. Bai Xiaofei soon arrived and helped her up. "That we were on a mission a few days ago." She's just overly excited. The gatekeeping soldiers had received strict orders to stop and inspect everyone entering. And despite recognizing Lily in her police uniform, they fired without hesitation. As the vehicle reached the gate, Xiaomei stepped out and mockingly addressed the disheveled Lily. "You look utterly pathetic. Did the zombies scare you silly out there?" Lily, hiding behind Bai Xiaofei, broke free and pointed an accusing finger at Xiaomei, ready to retort. Now that she was within the safe zone, she felt empowered and vowed to make sure they would not thrive here. The soldiers at the entrance began conducting individual inspections, using powerful flashlights to examine their eyes, ensuring no mutated zombies slipped through. In the midst of the inspection, a military vehicle arrived, and a man in uniform disembarked. Upon seeing him, tears sprang to Lily's eyes as she rushed toward him, leaving the soldiers momentarily stunned. "Dad, why did you take so long to come? I almost didn't make it back." The middle-aged man wore an expression of guilt. He had not neglected to send help, but had faced numerous encounters with large hordes of zombies that forced him to retreat. Some rescuers had to abandon missions due to overwhelming danger. And recently, the safe zone had been undergoing reforms. Pre-apocalypse positions no longer held significance in the new world, and the safe zone did not harbor useless individuals. A long-time leader lacking in capability. He could only strive to avoid trouble and not give others a reason to oust him. Seeing her father silent, Lily scolded him. "These people are not good. They stood by while others died, and even killed many, mistreating me and denying me food." Xiaomei, witnessing the unfounded accusations against her, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Please refrain from maligning others. Were it not for us, you would still be lost. Truly, it is like a dog biting El Dongbin." Unable to recognize a benefactor's heart, Lily's father, sensing the underlying truth, could hardly deny that his daughter had been brought back by these individuals, and thus chose to offer her a few words of comfort before departing. For the rule of a day's isolation for those entering remained unbroken. The group entered the quarantine room, where Lily felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Not a single soul within offered her a friendly countenance, and she had not anticipated spending the night in such company. Xiaomei and Huang Yi whispered amongst themselves, indulging in snacks that Huang Yi had brought, which were undeniably delightful, each morsel a treat for the senses. "Let us confront that vile woman tomorrow night. I fear she may hide or conspire against us, leaving us with no chance to retaliate," Huang Yi stated earnestly. She nodded in agreement, recognizing that had she encountered such a person in the outside world, she would not have permitted her to live another day. Sometimes the so-called saintly bitch must meet her demise. After spending the day in the vehicle, the villagers produced the corn and sweet potatoes they had roasted at noon to satiate their hunger. At that moment, no one felt inclined to share their food with Lily, considering her a repulsive liability, especially since she had bitten the hand that once helped her. Brother Nyo, breaking from his usual demeanor, brought out some beef jerky to treat his companions. From this day forth, they had found a sanctuary, no longer needing to roam aimlessly, as the provisions stored in the vehicle sufficed for their newfound stability. Xiaomei, engrossed in her snacks with Huang Yi, declined the beef jerky, yet Brother Nyo tossed 2 bags towards them, landing them on the ground not far off that moment. Lily feigned indifference as she strolled over. However, upon noticing her, Xiaomei quickly picked up the beef jerky and stuffed it into Huang Yi's backpack. Witnessing this, Lily was infuriated, storming over to Brother Nyo, declaring, "You are their leader, are you not? Today you have seen my father in command here. If you were to share some food with me now, I assure you that in the future, there will be protection for you and your team. Rest assured, I will only target those 2 and spare you and your other companions." Brother Nyo regarded her with a serious expression as she spoke, having previously deemed her unworthy of his attention. Now, confronted with her audacity, he refused to allow her to sow discord among them. He tossed her a bag of instant noodles like one might to a dog, uttering not a word, turning away in disdain. This only served to fuel Lily's anger further. "Very well, just wait until tomorrow. Do not regret your attitude towards me today." With that, she snatched up the instant noodles from the ground and returned to Bai Xiaofei's side, devouring them with a fierce demeanor before lying down to sleep. Bai Xiaofei offered a few quiet words of comfort, but Lily sprang up, her fury reignited. "Are you defending them? You don't wish to be part of this, do you? If it weren't for my pleading with my father to use his connections, do you think you would still be a police officer?" Lily showed no mercy towards Bai Xiaofei, ruthlessly mocking him in front of everyone present. Did I in the dim light? She failed to notice that Bai Xiaofei's previously indulgent gaze had hardened. His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Chapter 42. Farewell. As night fell, the group prepared to spend the evening in their confinement. In the midst of slumber, someone nudged her awake. Huang Yi stirred groggily. "Do you remember our plan?" Xiaomei whispered. Rubbing her eyes and stretching, Yi tucked the small blanket into her backpack. Her vision, sharpened in the dim room, fell upon Lily, who was covered with Bai Xiaofei's clothing. Were it not for her earlier betrayal, she would not have received such a lesson. Now, within the safety of this zone, it was impossible to terminate her, so a beating would have to suffice to instill some sense into her. Xiaomei quietly approached, placing a towel beside Lily's head. It contained a sedative she had procured from Huang Mao, intended for hunting, applied to arrows when a viable target was spotted. Soon, Lily's head began to droop. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaomei delivered several sharp slaps to her face, while a few villagers still awake gestured in encouragement. The night swiftly passed, until a heart-wrenching scream shattered the calm, rousing the group that Lily's eyes resembled those of a raccoon. Her face smeared with blood, and fragments of shattered teeth littered her mouth. "Who did this to me? I will kill you," she shrieked, pummeling the quarantine room door. Xiaomei awoke to the commotion, her eyes widening in astonishment at Lily's disfigured face. She recalled having only slapped her a few times, careful not to strike too hard lest it be discovered. Yi, still asleep, was roused by the cacophony, her long eyelashes framing her beautiful eyes. "She deserves to have her tongue cut out." "She's insufferable," Yi remarked, sitting up, her hair tousled as she calmly regarded the frenzied figure at the door. Surveying her surroundings, she retrieved a nut from the pile of snacks and hurled it at Lily, striking her squarely on the head. Lily glared at her with venomous intent, vowing to have her father avenge her brutalization. She would not rest until those responsible paid dearly. The guards at the door, drawn by the noise, rushed over, alarmed by the sight of a bloodied woman frantically banging on the door. Brother Nyo and Bai Xiaofei pulled her aside, while Xiaomei addressed the soldiers outside, saying, "It's nothing. She's just overwhelmed and appears to have lost her sanity, that we are all fine." When the door was opened, no one instructed them on what to do next. Brother Nyo and the village head briefly outlined their tasks before departing. Lily lingered at the door until everyone had left. Even Bai Xiaofei and another female officer, she waited in vain. Just as despair began to settle in, her father arrived, albeit tardily. Yesterday, he had driven with a dedicated chauffeur. But today he approached on foot, still clad in military attire, yet drenched in sweat and looking exceedingly disheveled. The insignia of his former rank had become utterly meaningless. The incapable would not be coddled by the safety zone. Witnessing his daughter's deplorable state, he remained unmoved. For him, losing his position signified his own demise. Upon returning to the police station, Lily discovered that it too had been disbanded. The army now managed internal affairs, relegating her and her companions to guard duty at the entrance of the safety zone. Most villagers had brought seeds and a few livestock, for the government's safety zone differed from that of the resort. Here, the government would not dispatch individuals to forage for food. The safety zone boasted expansive agricultural land to sustain its inhabitants. The village head and his entourage received generous treatment, securing stable employment within this haven. Brother Nyo returned at noon with provisions, having secured accommodations for the convoy. Within the safety zone, some individuals would venture out on missions. As long as they registered, they could freely enter and exit, undertaking tasks that required components or tools for the zone's construction. After a tranquil afternoon spent with the convoy, Lily expressed her desire to depart. Where do you think you are going? It's dangerous outside. Xiaomei implored her not to act foolishly, that I will return. You must take care of yourselves here, replied, her farewells always abrupt as she shouldered her backpack and strode towards the exit. Brother Nyo barred her path, remaining silent as he silently handed her a bag. Despite their limited time together, they had grown accustomed to one another's presence. Stepping out of the dormitory, Xiaomei lingered by the window, silently praying for her classmate. Xiaoxue. It did not rush to leave, as the sky was still bright. After unloading her bicycle from the vehicle, she inquired about the direction of the military camp and set off towards it. The camp resembled an old-fashioned community, with guards stationed at the entrance. Since the outbreak, her memory had sharpened. She approached the guard and inquired, "Hello, may I ask if the captain of the 5th Squad is inside? I have business with him." The guard, assuming she was a relative, did not impose strict regulations. One soldier went to fetch the captain. Shortly after, a young man in a short-sleeved shirt approached, flanked by several curious onlookers. As the soldier had announced that a strikingly beautiful woman was seeking someone, Xiao Zhang immediately recognized Huang Yi, who recalled that he was the soldier who had delivered a firearm to her. "It's you, beauty. I didn't expect you to return so soon. Our captain is currently on duty at the main gate." Huang Yi quickly handed over the snack she had prepared, saying, "Thank you and your captain. Please pass on my gratitude to him." After delivering the items into his hands, she turned to leave. Once he departed, the soldiers behind her rushed forward, eagerly claiming the food from Xiao Zhang's grasp. One of the bystanders jested, "Well, Zhanggu, not many beauties like her are seen in the apocalypse. She personally came to deliver food." "That's nonsense. Remember the last time the zombies attacked? The gunfire was all her doing. Without her, we could never have set up the defenses so swiftly." Xiao Zhang's words resonated like thunder. After that triumphant victory, whispers circulated among their ranks, suggesting that someone had foreseen the arrival of the zombies. The tale grew ever more fantastical, and no one could have anticipated that it was this seemingly frail girl who had ventured out alone, a thought too audacious for even them to entertain. Just as before, she exited without hindrance. The door remained unguarded by any zombies. Observing the children waiting by the entrance, Huang Yi distributed a modest portion of food to them. Mounting her bicycle, she pedaled out of the city. After traveling a short distance, she lifted her gaze towards the city wall, where a few soldiers had noticed her. Some recognized Huang Yi and hurried off to summon their captain. After a brief wait of several seconds, a man with a square face approached the wall. Upon seeing Huang Yi, he instantly recognized the young girl. His eyes wide with astonishment that as he waved to her, he exchanged a few words with the soldiers nearby. 2 cubes, each the size of a Rubik's Cube, were tossed down, crashing heavily to the ground. The height of the fall shattered the packaging, spilling forth golden bullets glistening with a buttery sheen. Chapter 43. The Battle of Mutations as Night Descended. Huang Yi found greater solace in the darkness than in the light of day. With bullets now in her possession, her confidence surged, and she hummed a tune as she leisurely pedaled her bicycle. The zombies along the road had not fed in quite some time. Upon seeing her approach, they lunged forward with outstretched claws, only to freeze in place. pondering their undead existence when they recognized Huang Yi. The path gradually became familiar, and before long, she arrived at the entrance of her community. Only a few zombies lingered within, and she even spotted some familiar figures. An elderly man who usually played chess at the entrance after dinner was now meandering through the community garden. Retrieving her keys from her backpack, she unlocked the door. Her room still retained a pleasant aroma, as if everything had remained unchanged. During the onset of the apocalypse, she had stockpiled ample food and drinking water. Sitting at her desk, she played with Lego, engulfed in an indescribable feeling that on the rooftop of the community, a silhouette emerged, seemingly sensing something, radiating an aura of fire as the morning sunlight streamed in. Huang Yi stretched. Having slept comfortably without her clothes the night before, she had not experienced such comfort during her time outside. Opening the window, she took out a bag of dried fruit and a glass of milk. Savoring her breakfast while gazing at the scenery outside, the End City was vast, with a permanent population exceeding 30 million, that although there had been signs of the apocalypse, over 90% of the populace had perished by now. Huang Yi prepared to embark on her journey to As she swung open the door. She was startled to find a girl of similar stature standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Huang Yi, the girl immediately broke into a smile. As Huang Yi examined her face closely, memories flooded back. It was the same girl who had fallen from the building. That you are still alive. The ones who harmed you are all dead. Can you speak? Xiao Lan blinked at Huang Yi, a soft blue flame emanating from her body. Huang Yi felt no heat from the flames. Instead, the azure fire enveloped her, warming her without burning her clothes. Let me get you something to wear. A girl shouldn't be like this. After saying that, she returned to her room, retrieving a dress she had worn before and draping it over Xiao Lan, who admired the garment with delight. That I'm leaving now. Do you want to come with me? The girl seemed to understand and shook her head. Closing the door behind her, she descended the stairs, with Xiao Lan following closely until they reached the entrance of the building. Noticing that Xiao Lan didn't follow her out, Huang Yi bid her farewell. Xiao Lan continued to watch her until she disappeared from the community, then swiftly turned and dashed to the rooftop. Observing Huang Yi on the road outside, that moment, she had been cradled in warmth, her consciousness still intact. Feeling the comforting embrace, she listened to Huang Yi's heartbeat. This sister, untouchable by the zombies, became her anchor. Together, they sought retribution against those despicable individuals upstairs, aware that many zombies were trailing behind them. Listening to their desperate cries, had she been able to speak, she would have shouted out in joy. Suddenly, the warmth intensified, enveloping her further, but her spirit waned, and her consciousness began to fade. That a voice resonated in her mind. Just sleep a little, and everything will be fine. She peacefully succumbed to slumber, feeling remarkably at ease. Hours passed, and upon awakening, she found that all the zombies in the building had departed, her wounds had healed, and she discovered an innate ability to manipulate fire at will, conjuring flames that clung to her. This place had become her domain, where she absorbed the flames that inexplicably appeared around her each day. Today, she witnessed a girl entering the community, a figure she could not forget, the sister who had avenged her. Huang Yi pushed her bicycle, noting the increasing number of zombies in the city. Once a vibrant food street was now overrun with the undead. Arriving at the school gate, she gazed at the familiar structure, confirming that the number of zombies within the campus had multiplied. Surveying the entrance, she found no trace of Shinran, though she considered the possibility that she might have been subdued and taken to a hospital for treatment. Entering the campus, she made her way to the storeroom from her dreams, finding it deserted, the doors and windows intact. This was the very room she and Shinran had thought of during their entrapment. In the shadows, a dark figure darted past. Huang Yi sensed something and turned to investigate, but all she found was debris. As she turned back, a zombie with an elongated head was staring at her. Its head cocked to one side. That, oh no, buddy, you can't be this terrifying. Without hesitation, she drew her handgun and fired at the zombie. The mutated creature nimbly dodged, scuttling swiftly across the ground like a lizard. Its limbs transformed into suction-cupped appendages that allowed it to scale walls. Its skin seemed elastic. The bullet merely ricocheted off, falling to the ground. Huang Yi dashed towards the staircase, leaping down 2 steps at a time, while the mutated zombie roared in pursuit. Now she was perplexed as to why this zombie was attacking her. She had not sensed any territorial presence in this vicinity. the mutated zombie swiftly descended the wall. Leaping to the first floor, Huang Yi discarded her backpack and drew her machete as several more mutated zombies emerged from the surrounding classrooms that at the onset of the apocalypse, students had been in class. Attracting a horde of zombies, the sheer number had significantly increased the likelihood of mutations. Those that consumed enough flesh would inevitably evolve into advanced zombies that in that moment, Huang Yi realized why she was being attacked despite lacking a territory. It turned out that the overwhelming number of mutated zombies in this area had each claimed their domain, attacking anything that dared to intrude. Let us all calm down. I mean no harm. I'm just here to wander around. The school was vast, each classroom housing several mutated zombies that in the courtyard. More than 20 zombies of various types lurked, each adopting a combative stance, glaring at one another. Huang Yi quietly maneuvered to the side, but with so many zombies around, she inevitably drew closer to one. The nearest gigantic mutated zombie let out an ear-splitting roar, mistaking Huang Yi's presence for a provocation. As it perceived her approach amidst the throng, "What are you yelling for? Have a little decorum. Is having a loud voice something to boast about?" Upon witnessing the colossal zombie, she couldn't help but reminisce about Xiao He, wondering if his wounds had healed by now. The nearby zombies were incensed by her exclamation, and an immediate battle erupted. Suddenly, an unfamiliar fog began to spread as a mutated zombie expelled a series of green orbs from its mouth. Upon contacting the ground, these orbs detonated, releasing a dense green smoke, causing other zombies to retreat from the fog-laden battlefield, while a few engaged in combat. Some diminutive zombies scurried across the ground with alarming agility, their evolved arms sharp enough to sever the limbs of weaker mutated zombies. They favored ambushing those preoccupied with fighting others. However, their fragile defenses rendered them vulnerable. One such zombie, after successfully ambushing a giant zombie, failed to escape in time and was swiftly crushed beneath its weight. The giant zombie rampaged, seizing one of its foes to hurl it to the ground or crushing it with both hands. Its defenses were formidable. Its claws merely left superficial scratches on the others. Huang Yi had distanced herself considerably, realizing that none of these zombies possessed any semblance of intelligence. Initially, this place had been a sanctuary when the apocalypse began. But by now, any human presence would have long been devoured, rendering the struggle futile. Chapter 44. Near death, 20 mutated zombies launched indiscriminate assaults, swiftly eliminating some of the weaker ones. Among them, a group of mutated zombies within a building seemed to form an alliance, aiding each other in their quest to vanquish other zombies. One elongated zombie lurked in the shadows, biding its time, while the smoke-producing zombie ceased its emission, the moment the fog enveloping it dissipated. The elongated zombie sprang forth like a spider, landing atop it. Its hands descended like blades, instantly slicing the smoke-mutated zombie into pieces. The mutations among the zombies were largely similar, primarily manifesting in speed, strength, or physical evolution, with only a slight chance of skill-based mutations. The more comprehensive the evolution, the stronger the zombie. Huang Yi, contentedly munching on her snack, was suddenly overtaken by a surge of danger. She noticed the very zombie she had encountered in the supply room, stealthily approaching from behind. Unable to evade in time, her arm was slashed, leaving several claw marks. Pain surged through her. It had been a long time since she had been injured. Her eyes turned blood red, causing the ambushing zombie to instinctively retreat a few steps. Driven by an innate fear upon witnessing her gaze, grabbing a machete, she rushed forward and slashed at the mutated zombie, which leapt high, its hands adhering to the wall, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Missing her target, she pursued to deliver another blow, but the mutated zombie realized evasion was futile and prepared to fight. Initially, it had underestimated Huang Yi, assuming her to be weak when she fled. But it quickly discovered her true prowess that a viscous slime oozed from its body, hardening into a tough shell. It braced itself against her strike, the machete producing sparks as it scraped against its uneven surface. The mutated zombie's claws swiped at her abdomen, inflicting 6 deep gashes. Observing the wound on her belly that gushed blood uncontrollably, she felt a wave of self-reproach. She had just claimed these zombies were mindless. Yet now she found herself embroiled in this chaos. Other mutated zombies began to spectate, while only a few pairs continued to battle. The zombies secreted more slime, which flowed over its claws, extending them further. With a powerful leap, it surged towards her like a bullet. Huang Yi, holding her knife defensively across her chest, prepared to block, but upon contact, her weapon shattered in two, and its claws pierced her body. Sending her flying several meters, struggling against the pain, she hastily rose to her feet. If she were to be caught again, it would spell certain death. Glancing around, she stumbled towards the nearby playground, where two giant zombies were engaged in a brutal melee. Exchanging blows without flinching, relentlessly attacking each other. Huang Yi dashed to the side of one zombie just as the other lunged forward, its claws poised to impale her. Sensing the trap, she deftly sidestepped, causing the mutated zombie to stab into the giant zombie's side. The giant zombie let out a pained roar, seizing the attacking zombie with one hand while the other retaliated, mistakenly believing it was receiving assistance. The assaulted zombie, filled with rage, disregarded the other's assault, gripping the one on its belly with both hands and tearing it out, its grip akin to a vice, before feeding it to its mouth. The mutated zombie struggled futilely until its head was crushed with a sickening crunch. Huang Yi gasped for breath, her abdominal wound bleeding profusely, leaving her uncertain if she might succumb to blood loss. The other zombies resumed their chaotic brawl, and she felt her vision blurring, the world fading to black, that it might perish. Suddenly, azure flames enveloped her, the heat cauterizing her wound at a visible pace. From the moment Huang Yi was injured, Xiaolan had raced from the rooftop, a torrent of blue flames incinerating any zombies in its path. Xiaolan swiftly arrived at the school, spotting Huang Yi on the ground and rushing over. Scooping her up as she once had, the blue flames blazed around them. The school's zombies had long since fled, and those too slow to escape were instantly reduced to ashes upon contact with the flames. Xiaolan lifted her gaze to the sky. Suddenly, a tempest brewed, the blue flames within her growing fierce, some escaping and shooting skyward, forming a towering pillar of fire over 100 meters high. Xiaolan strained to contain this raging inferno, compressing the wild flames together. After countless attempts, she finally succeeded, but at the cost of her own being, as she was consumed by the flames, with a sense of relief. She gazed down at the unconscious Huang Yi, casting one last wistful glance at the world before transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that ascended into the ether. The once ferocious flames now dwindled to the size of a droplet. Hovering silently in midair, that a mysterious symbol glowed red in the palm of Huang Yi's hand, and the flames slowly drifted towards her, merging seamlessly. The surroundings fell silent. Huang Yi found herself in a peculiar dream, recalling a time when her parents took her to the beach. Their family was the sole presence on the vast sandy shore, the locals accustomed to the serene nightscape, undisturbed by others. Little Huang Yi insisted on playing statues, prompting her father to draw a line in the sand with his foot and call out from the other side. That night, they shared joyful laughter. It's time to go home, it's getting late. Next time, let us have Dad take us out again. No, I want to play more. Mommy, if we go back, I want to see you again with that. Huang Yi stood frozen, disbelief washing over her as she repeated her words. If we go back, I want to see you again. Gradually, she became aware of her surroundings, yet remained ensnared in the dream. Her father lifted her into the car. It was late, and after a day of fun, they needed to return home since her parents had worked the next day. She slowly drifted off to sleep in her mother's embrace, feeling warmth and tranquility. Her consciousness could no longer return to that little girl in the car. She retained the sense of being a child, but it was fleeting that on their way home, a massive boulder rolled down the hillside, crashing onto their vehicle, crumpling the front end. The car veered towards a roadside wall. Other vehicles swerving to avoid them, that a kind-hearted passerby stopped, quickly calling for help upon seeing the scene. The car doors were deformed and unopenable, and the crowd began to swell. Someone smashed the window with a baseball bat, and her mother exerted all her strength to push her free. Just as she emerged, flames erupted from beneath the car, engulfing it in seconds. The little girl, unconscious, was lifted onto an ambulance. Huang Yi felt an urge to cry, but found herself unable to do so. Merely watching as she gazed up at the hillside, there stood a colossal zombie, its eyes glowing red like lanterns, its size more than 5 times that of Xiao He, fixated on the scene of the accident. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, raising its gaze to the sky where Huang Yi floated. Chapter 45. Choice in an instant, Huang Yi jolted awake, gasping for breath. Spotting the nearby teaching building, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Grateful to be alive. She surmised that after being injured and losing consciousness, the zombies must have thought her dead, sparing her from a finishing blow. Lying back down, she looked up at the sky, where a few bright stars still twinkled. The dawn was approaching, and she felt damp, likely from the dew that had recently settled. Rubbing her eyes and stretching, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Glancing down, she exclaimed, "Oh no, where are my clothes?" In a frantic rush, she stood up, surveying the desolate landscape around her. The grassy expanse of the campus playground had been reduced to ashes, and in the distance a handgun lay. Its once sleek surface now a kaleidoscope of burnt colors that as she touched her abdomen, she was astonished to find that all her injuries had inexplicably healed. Indeed, the self-regenerative abilities of zombies were truly monstrous. Realizing this, she hastily made her way to the teaching building, relieved to discover a change of clothes in her backpack. Although the school was in utter disarray, the thought of being bare in her alma mater filled her with a profound sense of shame. She wiped the handgun clean with a wet wipe and fired a shot into the distance, relieved to find the weapon still functional. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a peculiar pattern in her palm, a red circle encircled by chaotic lines, with a small blue droplet at its center, evoking a powerful sense of familiarity. Reflecting on the only recent sight of blue, she recalled the flames that had enveloped the girl she had rescued. Awakening amidst the charred remnants, she understood that it was indeed that girl who had come to her aid, bestowing upon her the very flames that in an instant, her spirits plummeted. She felt a deep sense of injustice for the girl. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, countless happy families had been shattered. Memories of a family whose son had succumbed to zombification flooded her mind, as did thoughts of her aunt and uncle. Determined, she resolved to establish a safe zone to protect those who mattered most to her, vowing to overturn the apocalypse and restore order. Exiting the school gates, she found her bicycle still securely parked. While nearby, shared bikes had succumbed to rust. She planned to head to the nearest people's hospital, knowing that anyone discovered in such a state would surely be taken there. However, the hospital had devolved into a haven for zombies, teeming with corpses that in the chaos. All symptomatic individuals from their district had been transported here for concentrated treatment, each patient accompanied by family. The moment the apocalypse erupted, these people were swiftly engulfed by the undead, with few managing to escape. Some fortunate souls had avoided immediate bites. Yet the hospital's towering structure had led to a tragic bottleneck in the stairwells, causing a catastrophic stampede that claimed many lives. Now, the hospital was a gathering point for zombies, devoid of any living souls. Some mutated zombies, upon discovering the lack of sustenance, had abandoned the site. Typically, zombies would only mutate after consuming a significant amount of human flesh. Yet here, the average consumption was merely 2 individuals, far from the threshold for evolution. Riding her bicycle, Huang Yi approached the hospital entrance, where the streets were choked with both zombies and people, vehicles clogging the road to a standstill. Among the cars, some still housed the unfortunate souls who had starved to death. She parked her bike atop a taxi to ensure it wouldn't be knocked over by any oblivious zombies. And as she stepped into the courtyard, all the zombies turned their gaze upon her. Those at a distance, unaware, mistook the commotion for a sign of food and began to converge. An amusing spectacle unfolded as the zombies in front hesitated to approach her, fearing her presence, while those behind pushed them forward. Drawing her machete, Huang Yi advanced toward the inpatient building, swiftly cleaving through the zombies that crowded her path. Those who understood the situation were frozen in fear. The first-floor lobby was awash with blood, even the ceiling marred, and the floor felt sticky beneath her feet. She recalled the notice she had seen at the entrance, indicating that the quarantine area was on the 2nd floor. East wing of the inpatient department, bloodied trails dripped from above, a testament to the many lives lost in that place. Upon reaching the 2nd floor lobby, she made her way to the nurse's station, where the disarrayed surface was littered with records, mercifully free of bloodstains. After searching for a while, she found a list of quarantined individuals and, to her relief, spotted the name of her friend, Xinyan, alongside her mother's name as the caregiver. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door to the quarantine room, only to find it overcrowded with zombies. The door required a twist of the handle, so aside from those who had managed to flee at the first opportunity, the rest were trapped within. Huang Yi searched through the throng until she finally spotted a familiar figure in the corner. Approaching Xinyan, she noticed her still bore the same expression of anxiety and fear. Her eyes darting away from Huang Yi's gaze, that I in the eyes of these zombies. A high-level undead like Huang Yi was not to be approached lightly. Instinctual dread compelled them to shy away. Xinyan, I've come to see you. Did you remember me? She reached out to caress her face, gently urging her to look up. Yet, Xinyan remained expressionless, her gaze averted. Huang Yi sighed in disappointment, and then, with determination, she expelled all the zombies from the room. Intent on leaving Xinyan there, should a chance arise for her friend to recover, she vowed to save her. Simultaneously, she retrieved paper and a pen from her backpack, crafting a note to affix to the door. Hoping that one day, during another mass mutation, Xinyan might regain her consciousness and seek her out. Once her tasks were complete, a profound emptiness washed over her. She had expressed her gratitude at the military camp and ensured the village leader was settled. Now, having found Xinyan, her mind drifted to thoughts of Xiaobai and Xiaokai. Xiaokai's wounds should have healed by now, and it must have grown stronger with its territory. Yet Xiaobai's whereabouts remained a mystery, reluctant to return to the safe zone. Huang Yi, having confronted death, now saw the world through a different lens. The contrast between her dreamlike demise and this visceral experience was striking. She yearned for strength and the ability to effect change. Aspiring to establish her own sanctuary, riding her bicycle without a clear destination, she aimlessly ventured forth, memories of the colossal zombie from her dreams resurfacing. Since her parents' deaths, she had vowed to live on, carrying their hopes and finding joy in life. Her mother had often reminded her to maintain a cheerful disposition and refrain from lamenting life's tribulations. There were many things she failed to comprehend previously. But now, it seemed, her perspective had shifted. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, accompanied by a voice urging her to at the onset of the apocalypse. She had encountered individuals she intended to aid, only to find herself betrayed. Had she not confronted Lily a few days ago, her former self would never have dealt such a severe blow. Yet, that night, the lesson imparted to her had left her devoid of remorse. Only regretting that she hadn't silenced Lily's protests, the exhilaration of taking action surged within her. She now knew she was a zombie, imbued with human memories and the capacity for thought. However, the meaning behind the zombie from her dream that had pushed a stone to kill her parents remained an enigma. Chapter 46. The balanced zombie. Huang Yi spent the day cycling, targeting a zombie, a storefront, or a traffic light as practice for holding her breath. Over time, the clothing on the zombies became tattered, and those exposed to rain or water were now festooned with mold and small mushrooms. She casually placed a roadblock atop a zombie's head. It flailed like a headless fly, crashing against a wall, emitting a roar of discontent. What's the matter? I'm just giving you a hat for added protection. You should be thanking me. Whenever she spotted a small shop, Huang Yi would venture inside, searching for edible treasures. Even if ransacked, many inconveniently packaged drinks remained. Upon discovering a closed Luosafen shop, she effortlessly sliced through the rolling shutter door. The stench of decay wafted through, a consequence of prolonged stagnation. Fortunately, Huang Yi was no stranger to adversity. This was far more tolerable than a scene drenched in blood and flesh. Opening the beverage cabinet, she found the drinks still intact despite the lack of electricity, and she happily cracked open a bottle of cola. In her past, during holidays, she would indulge in a drink and some favorite snacks, lounging on her yoga mat with a blanket wrapped around her, savoring a day of leisure. Entering the shop's kitchen, she exclaimed at the grim sight. Everything seemed coated in grease. She took a cast-iron pot and a package of noodles, unsurprisingly, as Luosafen shops typically sold them in bulk. Before leaving, she snagged a rack, placing it down on a nearby step, then turned to enter a printing shop next door, gathering anything combustible. Meanwhile, the zombie adorned with a roadblock hat continued to struggle, flailing its arms in the air. After rinsing the pot with a few bottles of mineral water, she filled it with water, adding all the ingredients for the Luosafen, including a few hot dogs that on another street, a group of people was hurriedly transporting supplies. Mere meters away from a dozen zombies, 2 individuals stood guard for their teammates, with a hot pot restaurant behind them, tossing flour and rice into the trunk. Hua-ge, I think I can smell the aroma of Luosafen. Upon hearing the plump man's remark, Hua Cheng, who was intently observing the zombies, was instantly incensed. Luosafen, why don't you just claim a restaurant has reopened, and I'll treat you to a feast? The individuals inside the building transporting supplies rushed out, relieved to see the zombies hadn't yet detected them. They dropped their belongings and inquired, "What is going on, Fatty Hua? Is there a problem? Let us go." Huaching observed that since the individuals had emerged and the trunk was nearly packed, he promptly instructed everyone to get into the vehicle. Yes, the engine roared to life. It instantaneously attracted the attention of distant zombies. The van showed no sign of slowing down. It barreled straight through the encroaching undead, continuing until it reached the back entrance of an office building. Just as the vehicle entered, personnel from within rushed out to assist, effectively dispatching the remaining zombies that had followed. Upon disembarking, the rotund man was met with a fierce reprimand from Brother Hua, leaving him yelping in pain. "Stop hitting me, brother. I realize my mistake now. What did I say when we left? Did you think standing guard was merely a leisurely pastime? And you expect me to believe you mistook the smell of snail noodles for something else?" The rotund man endured several minutes of this chastisement, fortunate that Brother Hua refrained from targeting vital areas due to his robust physique. Although they had acquired somewhat fewer supplies, the outing had been remarkably smooth, and soon the team distributed the food among themselves. Huang Yi blissfully savored her noodles, seemingly oblivious to the zombies outside, who showed no interest in the enticing aroma. Suddenly, she noticed the curtains on the second floor of a building across the street fluttering slightly. Using her peripheral vision, she continued to indulge in her meal, only to see the curtains quiver once more, an occurrence unlikely to be caused by the wind. Hastily, she shoved some noodles aside, discarding the pot, and pulled out her handgun, loading a bullet. The establishment appeared to be a stationery store, with its doors ajar and dried blood staining the floor. She ascended the stairs to the second floor. She paused midway, pondering her motivations for investigating or her fear that someone might discover that zombies would not attack her. Reflecting on the previous day's dangers, she began to analyze the situation. If it were a single zombie, it would undoubtedly possess strength, as it had learned to conceal itself. If it were a human, knowing her secret would be inconsequential. But if it were a ghost, she could potentially meet her demise from fright. After much contemplation, she slowly retreated, returning to the area where she had been cooking the noodles, carefully lifting her cart back into the vehicle and preparing to flee. Behind her, the sound of shattering glass echoed, prompting her to glance back and see a massive mutated zombie charging toward her. "You can't be serious. I'm already leaving. Why are you still pursuing me?" She shoved her cart aside, drawing her handgun to aim at the oncoming zombie, releasing a flurry of bullets as if they were free. The mutated zombie crossed its arms defensively. As the bullets struck, they embedded themselves in its flesh, yet the creature remained undeterred, continuing its relentless advance. This was Huang Yi's first encounter with a zombie that could withstand gunfire, and with no time to reload, she recalled her previous lesson and dared not confront the zombie head-on. Some zombies, with enhanced claws, possessed hardness and sharpness that blades could not withstand. Fortunately, this particular zombie was not exceptionally swift, allowing her to dodge its assault, noting that blood was oozing from a puncture on its arm, indicating its defenses were not particularly robust, classifying it as a balanced variant. The mutated zombie, surprised that Huang Yi had evaded its attack, calmed itself, searching for an opportunity. Indeed, this zombie exhibited intelligence, having enhanced all its attributes. As it remained motionless, Huang Yi silently swapped magazines, loading new bullets. The mutated zombie, clearly not foolish, recognized the threat posed by her weapon and lunged once more. Huang Yi discarded her handgun, determined to test her ability to withstand its attack. Positioning her machete defensively while preparing to retreat at a moment's notice, the mutated zombie drew near. It struck at her with its claws, the clash of metal against flesh sparking in the air. Huang Yi felt the impact reverberate through her arms, forcing her back several steps. Despite being pushed back, her spirit soared. She had feared a repeat of her earlier encounter where her blade had been shattered, rendering her injured. Now, realizing her weapon could withstand the assault, she was ready to confront the zombie directly. The balanced zombie charged at her once more, and this time Huang Yi met its attack head-on, swinging her machete downwards. Once again, she was jolted back, but she had successfully severed two of the zombie's fingers, green blood cascading profusely. Seizing the moment, Huang Yi pressed her advantage, her fighting spirit soaring as her eyes glinted with fervor. Chapter 47. Blue Flame. The mutated zombie, observing Huang Yi's aggressive approach, mimicked her earlier evasion, narrowly avoiding her strike as it swiftly sidestepped. Both combatants remained cautious, testing each other's resolve. Huang Yi, recognizing the zombie's formidable learning ability, hesitated to initiate an attack. That as she crouched to retrieve her fallen handgun, the zombie watched her load new bullets, remaining still. Once prepared, she fired a shot at its head, only for it to deflect the bullet with its hands, which lodged itself within its flesh. "You think you can keep taking hits? I've got plenty of bullets," Huang Yi taunted the obstinate zombie. With that, she emptied her magazine, landing several shots on its legs. While the bullets penetrated, they posed little threat. Growing impatient, the mutated zombie, already harboring numerous bullets within its arms and bleeding profusely, suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing as crimson light erupted from its body. Its skin turned black, and its limbs swelled with muscle. Huang Yi was taken aback. This transformation was astonishingly balanced, enhancing all attributes and even bestowing skills that it would be a shame for such a creature not to conquer the world. Any ordinary safe zone would stand no chance against it. Now appearing impervious to blades and bullets, Huang Yi felt an urge to flee. Just as she moved a short distance away, the augmented mutated zombie lunged at her with newfound speed and an overwhelming menacing presence. It barreled toward her, hands outstretched. This time, Huang Yi was not foolish enough to attempt to block with her machete. Who knew if its enhanced strength could shatter her weapon? The mutated zombie, incensed by her evasiveness, relentlessly pursued her. In a moment of triumph, it successfully seized her arm, crimson blood gushing forth, striking her crucial right hand. At this juncture, they had traversed several streets, and the zombie showed no signs of relenting. Each attack aimed squarely at her life. Uncertain whether this skill enhancement was temporary, she recognized that time was slipping away. The injury to her arm hampered her movements. Suddenly, a blue flame erupted from her palm, enveloping her entirely, staunching the bleeding from her wound. Both she and the zombie recoiled in shock at the unexpected flames, the mutated creature seemingly paralyzed by instinctual fear. Initially, Huang Yi had assumed this was a skill employed by the zombie, revealing that even mutants had their limitations. The pain in her arm dissipated as she observed the dark-skinned zombie, contemplating how to eliminate it. That moment, she was engulfed in flames, and the balanced zombie dared not approach. Moments later, the flames extinguished, merging back into her body, leaving her with a comforting warmth coursing through her. As she shifted her body, a pleasant crackling sound echoed. Restored to her peak condition, she approached the mutated zombie, which now appeared eager to flee, having assessed the unfavorable odds. Scanning the surroundings for an escape route, it was then that its muscles reverted to their previous state, the blackened skin returning to normal. The mutated zombie collapsed to the ground, having missed its opportunity to escape. Now you know fear. Don't you think it's a bit too late for that? When a zombie lies down, it signifies complete submission. This particular creature had not anticipated that Huang Yi had no intention of sparing it. She plunged her blade into its skull with ferocity. Had it not crossed paths with Huang Yi, it could have found a secluded spot to cultivate its strength and eventually become a formidable zombie lord. Instead, it had sealed its own fate. Observing the handgun on the ground, she mused that the zombies they encountered seemed increasingly impervious to bullets. Their growing strength suggested that even the safe zones might no longer be secure. That NCT's safe zone, soldier stationed for guard duty, had mysteriously vanished over the past few days. Initially, it was presumed that a guard had dozed off and inadvertently fallen victim to the zombies at the entrance. However, as days passed with soldiers disappearing consecutively, those who had stood guard alongside them reported that they had merely looked away for a few moments before the individual vanished. Panic began to spread among the residents of the safe zone. Brother Nyo informed the government about the ghoul situation, leading to a compulsory assembly the following day, during which 2 ghouls were indeed apprehended. However, under duress, they denied any involvement in the disappearance of the guards. Consequently, the number of guards increased daily, with soldiers now grouped in threes, maintaining a safe distance from one another, ready to report any unusual occurrences immediately. That night, Xiao Wang and his 2 roommates stood guard together, enticed by the government's promise of 3 bags of instant noodles as payment for the night. Xiao Wang, step back a bit. What if a zombie leaps high and drags you down? Hey, could you refrain from cursing me? Regardless, he took a few steps back. Their watch required them to periodically check on the zombies below the wall. Typically, About 30 zombies would arrive throughout the night, with less than 100 posing no threat, as they would be cleared the following day. That night was particularly quiet, with no wind rustling atop the wall. The eldest among them remarked, "There shouldn't be any trouble tonight. The disappearances happened earlier in the night. But given recent events, it might be best not to stand guard for too long. We'll just earn a few bags of instant noodles." During their night shift, as the handover approached, the first half of the night crew reported no incidents. They suspected that the two ghouls had not been truthful. Now that those two had been captured, there would be no further disappearances. They were profiting from a feast of flesh, as the current safe zone offered little more than noodle soup and a few small potatoes as daily rations, rendering instant noodles a luxury for them. The first 3 hours passed uneventfully, but by 3 o'clock, Xiao Wang noticed that his two roommates were beginning to show signs of fatigue. Their conversations dwindled, and the three decided to take turns telling jokes, allowing the one on watch to remain alert while the others could catch a brief nap. This method proved effective, keeping them awake while allowing for slight rest. When one was unable to conjure a new joke, they would repeat the last one and add a bit of fresh commentary, resulting in hearty laughter among the trio. As the next round began, Xiao Wang recalled a joke he had seen in the newspaper, one he had racked his brain to remember. He closed his eyes and began to recount the joke, finishing it swiftly, yet this time he did not hear the signature laughter of his older companion, nor did he hear Xiao Li, who had long run out of new jokes, begin to repeat what had just been said. Sensing something amiss, he abruptly opened his eyes to an unsettling silence on the walls. Both Xiao Li and the elder were nowhere to be seen. Xiao Wang felt suddenly weak, collapsing to the ground. The night was eerily quiet, and he had not heard a single strange sound. Just moments before, he could still recall the elder's muffled laughter. Fear surged within him as he stumbled towards the stairs, misstepping and tumbling down, ignoring the pain coursing through his body as he crawled into a makeshift tent at the city gate. Chapter 48. The Mutated Owl. The following day, anxiety permeated the safe zone after an eyewitness emerged. Xiao Wang recounted the events in detail, yet many remained skeptical, perceiving his account as exaggerated, particularly his claim that 2 individuals had died silently within mere seconds. Some, however, chose to believe him, recognizing that he had no motive to deceive. The government dispatched investigators who analyzed the recent disappearances and concluded that they could not be attributed to zombies, as all incidents had occurred during the night watch, and not all at a single gate. That night, 2 soldiers stood nervously on the city wall. They had been forced to sleep throughout the day, gripping their rifles with fingers poised on the triggers. Not far from them, a squad of soldiers lay hidden, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the sky, rapidly diving towards them. In the blink of an eye, the 2 soldiers vanished from sight, and those behind them rushed forward, firing their rifles at the shadow. The creature in the air was a mutated owl, which had recently birthed a brood and now hunted nightly. Upon realizing it had been discovered, the owl released the bodies of the 2 soldiers it had grasped and soared towards the safe zone, gliding silently through the air, its thick plumage rendering it impervious to bullets. As it descended upon a cluster of soldiers, it crashed into the throng, its talons instantly claiming the life of an unfortunate soldier. While its wings flailed, sending several others sprawling, reinforcements rushed in, but the mutated owl began pecking at the fallen, those caught unawares swiftly losing limbs before being swallowed whole. The flapping of its wings left those nearby unable to maintain their footing. Fortunately, heavy firepower was soon brought forth from within the safe zone. Soldiers hoisted a rocket launcher, beads of sweat forming on their brows as they urged the operator to bring down the beast. "What are you waiting for? Fire, Xiao Hu." The owl continued to circle the safe zone, occasionally executing a fatal strike on someone below. Several individuals it targeted attempted to flee for cover, only to be severed in 2 by its wings. Xiao Hu, overwhelmed and flustered, found the mutated owl's speed impossible to track. "I was just asleep a few minutes ago, and now I'm being dragged into this chaos. If you think you could do better, then step up and stop bothering me." As the owl swooped down, claiming a few more lives, it prepared to take flight once again. Xiao Hu finally pulled the trigger, but the rocket launcher fired too late, missing the owl and exploding against a distant wall. The owl flinched at the sound of the explosion, momentarily pausing in midair. Just then, another rocket flew toward it, but it was not only Xiao Hu's team equipped with rocket launchers. A soldier resembling a sergeant bore an 80mm single-man rocket launcher, the nozzle still smoking. The mutated owl was struck and rocked unsteadily, struggling to escape the safe zone before crashing heavily to the ground. The government quickly ordered a pursuit, opening the gates for a convoy of jeeps that sped out, the road outside littered with blood as they followed the trail. The owl's wings were singed, its strength waning, yet its claws remained intact as it summoned every ounce of energy to flee. As day turned to night, time flew by, and without a phone, Huang Yi had no sense of how late it was, only that it had been dark for quite some time. Suddenly, she was startled by a distant explosion, feeling it was far off, seemingly from the in-city government safe zone. Shortly after, she noticed a massive shadow racing towards her, crashing to the ground as it neared, its wings slightly lifting and then falling still. Huang Yi approached cautiously. The owl opened its enormous, lantern-like eyes, struggling to turn its head towards her, seeing its singed feathers. She could surmise that the recent explosion had been aimed at it. Faced with such a large creature, she was at a loss for what to do. Those who had pursued it had come to a halt, their confidence waning with the realization that their numbers were few. Should we keep chasing, brother? We haven't seen a trace for ages. Even if the blood trail continues, such creatures typically possess strong regenerative abilities. What if it recovers? A team leader, clutching the last cigarette in his pack, frowned deeply that he had received orders to pursue and eliminate the beast, but it was becoming evident that continuing might cost all their lives, especially with scattered zombies closing in around them. Without the protection of the walls, they felt vulnerable, a sense of impending doom hanging over them. Everyone, get in the vehicles that if anyone asks, will say the creature flew off after recovering and we lost its trail. Understood. The soldiers sighed in relief, unwilling to venture further, as the darkness beyond their headlights was impenetrable. Upon returning, none would betray their commander, as he had only sought to protect them for the creature. It would surely avoid the safe zone, knowing it was no longer a safe haven. Meanwhile, Huang Yi prepared to cook, determined not to waste the owl's meat. She tore off a leg, removing the claws and skewering it with a nearby steel pipe, setting it by the fire to roast. For seasoning, she opened a few packets of spicy strips, coating the meat with oil, and soon, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. Before the apocalypse, she had enjoyed reading novels about the end of the world. Yet now that she found herself in such a scenario, she felt lost without guidance on what to do, fiddling with the branches of the campfire. Since her parents' departure, she had struggled with feelings of inferiority. But as she grew older, the challenges she faced compelled her to confront her insecurities. Gradually, she became more open, holding on to her mother's words about living passionately and embracing the world, even in the face of the apocalypse. Fate had spared her from becoming a zombie or living in perpetual fear. As she pondered, a burnt odor suddenly caught her attention. One side of the meat had charred black. Huang Yi hurriedly flipped it over, the flames causing the meat to sizzle and exude oil, filling the air with the enticing sense of spice and roasting meat. In an office building, a group crowded into a room, the floor covered with foam boards for sleeping. Suddenly, the plump one among them twitched, awakening abruptly. His large movements startled everyone else awake. "What's wrong, fatty? Is something the matter?" Flashlights illuminated his face, and they felt secure, for the door was tightly barricaded, with guards stationed outside. Chapter 49. The determined Fatty furrowed his brow, eyes closed in concentration as the others watched in silence. Noting the remnants of today, his earlier lessons from Hua Cheng, that I smell roasted chicken legs and spicy strips. At this proclamation, several short-tempered individuals hurled pillows and clothing in his direction. Hua Cheng, particularly incensed, recalled that during their earlier mission, Fatty had inexplicably claimed to detect the scent of snail noodles, and now he was bringing up chicken legs in the dead of night. "Are you dreaming, Fatty? We can't smell anything." Hua Cheng slapped Fatty across the face, leaving him teary-eyed and indignant. "Stop hitting me, Hua Ge. I swear I'm not lying. Even if I don't believe someone could be roasting chicken legs at this hour. My nose definitely caught the scent." As Hua Ge was about to take action, his foot inadvertently brushed against a plastic bag. He shone his flashlight upon it, revealing a vacuum-sealed bag containing a chicken leg. The people present fell into a stunned silence, recalling how, during dinner, the chubby fellow had specifically bartered with others for a chicken leg using cookies. They all believed he had grown so ravenous that he had become delirious from the aroma of the bag. Hua Ji's face turned an ashen shade of green with anger. This what you refer to as catching a whiff, he exclaimed. The chubby man attempted to explain that the scent was different from what he had perceived. But before he could utter another word, Hua Gu and a few others seized him and hurled him out of the room. The guard stationed outside looked bewildered, entirely unaware of the commotion that had transpired. After tossing the chubby man out, the door was promptly shut and barricaded. Truly a group of fools, blaming others for their own ineptitude when it came to their sense of smell. He had indeed caught a whiff. The chubby man muttered a few words under his breath before sulking into a corner. Huang Yi continued to roast for a while longer, feeling that it was nearly done. The skin of the meat had become charred and sizzled, glistening with oil. She took out a small knife and sliced off a piece. The meat fibers were dense, and, though slightly tough from overcooking, it became increasingly savory the more it was chewed. Hastily, she retrieved a bottle of drink from her bag and savored a refreshing sip. After the chubby man exited, he noticed that the aroma of the roasted chicken leg had intensified. He inquired with the guards on duty, who indicated that aside from the stale odor of the stuffy room, there was no other scent. Unwilling to give up, the chubby man produced a pack of cookies as a bribe for the guards, asking them to let him step outside for a moment. You better think it through. If zombies chase you, we won't open the door, one of the guards cautioned. You know the rules. If Hua Ge learns of this, you'll have to weigh the consequences yourself. Another individual advised against venturing out, deeming it unnecessary to prove his keen sense of smell. They speculated that the chubby man had perhaps dozed off or dreamt something, and now, having been exposed, was eager to escape. The chubby man was resolute, and the two could say nothing more. They opened the back door of the office building, shutting it promptly behind him as he stepped out. A gust of cold night air sent a shiver down his spine, but fortunately, the moonlight at this hour was still quite bright. But he felt embarrassed to turn back, as doing so would surely lead to ridicule from the two. Steeling himself, he ventured outside, relieved to find no zombies in sight. Their office building was situated on a quiet back street. Drawing in a deep breath, he confidently concluded that someone was indeed roasting chicken legs and, based on his years of culinary experience, the seasoning used was spicy oil. While keeping an eye out for zombies, he cautiously approached the source of the enticing aroma. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing him to halt abruptly. Initially, he merely sought to affirm his sense of smell, but upon further reflection, he pondered the potential dangers of encountering another organization. What if they captured him and subjected him to brutal interrogation, ultimately endangering the entire team? And what if they were zombies? The mere notion made him chuckle. If they were zombies with such high intelligence to be roasting meat, he might as well let them bite him. He too wished to be a zombie. Their group typically confined their movements to nearby shops, rarely venturing out unless food supplies were ample. Occasionally, they would hear vehicles passing by outside their room, and Hua Ge strictly forbade anyone from exposing themselves. The chubby man found himself in a quandary. He had validated his sense of smell, yet he grappled with the decision of whether to investigate further. If it were indeed another team, he would be in peril. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over reason. As he crossed the street, he spotted a flickering light in the distance that in the pitch-black night. A campfire blazed brilliantly. To his astonishment, he discovered someone was roasting meat right on the street, rather than inside a room or shop. Peeking out from behind a billboard for cover, he beheld a beautiful girl sitting by the fire, savoring a colossal leg of meat with great delight. His jaw dropped in disbelief. Not only was it nighttime, but in a world overrun by zombies, how audacious it was for her to dine alone. That he admired her bravery. But after waiting a significant while, fearing the girl's companions might return, he confirmed it was indeed Huang Yi before stepping out from his hiding place. As soon as he emerged, Huang Yi caught sight of his rotund figure and initially mistook him for a zombie. Not giving him much thought, that he cautiously approached, mustering the courage to ask, "Hello, is it just you here?" Huang Yi nearly dropped the leg in fright, startled by the sudden appearance of this person in the dead of night, leaving her momentarily speechless. When she finally regained her composure and saw him frozen in place, she replied, "Are you that good at scaring people? You should give a heads up so others can prepare themselves." The chubby man's face contorted into a slightly unsettling, yet confident smile. He remarked that if everyone were saying such things about him, it must stem from his own shortcomings. He remained unfazed, gazing longingly at the meat in Huang Yi's hands, saliva almost pooling in his mouth. Being hospitable, Huang Yi decided not to pry further. Instead, she cut a small piece of meat for herself and generously offered the rest to him. The chubby man devoured it ravenously, and Huang Yi, having a modest appetite, began to inquire about him after finishing her portion. "How did you find your way here? Is it just you?" with his mouth full. The chubby man still managed to respond, first pointing to his nose, then muttering a no from his mouth. Huang Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Well, it seems your nose is quite keen that I take it you're not alone. Once you finish eating, could you take me to your shelter? I'm looking for a safer place to rest," she requested. Upon hearing this, the chubby man swallowed his food without hesitation, replying without a hint of caution. "Sure, our place is very safe. You're welcome to join us." Chapter 50. Stunned into silence, Huang Yi regarded the chubby man. It had been so long since the apocalypse began, yet he dared to venture out alone, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying mutated zombies. Had he encountered one of those types of zombies she had faced in the hospital, he would not have displayed such bravery. As the chubby man continued to relish his meal, he suddenly froze, the meat in his mouth ceasing to be chewed. Huang Yi queried, "What's wrong? Why did you stop eating?" The chubby man's pupils dilated as he fixed his gaze on the meat in his hand. He had just realized that such a sizable piece of meat was somewhat abnormal. Just the bone was as thick as his arm. Glancing over at the calm beauty beside him, unfazed by the possibility of nearby zombies, he felt a chill run down his spine as a cold breeze swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood. Turning his head, he spotted a massive shadow lying eerily on the ground, the crimson blood pooling ominously around it. That moment, he dared not turn back, his heart racing. Unable to utter a word, he feared that if he looked at Huang Yi again, her mouth would suddenly split open, lunging at him to bite. Huang Yi began to understand why the chubby man had gone still. Indeed, that leg was rather large. Rather than explain, she considered the necessity of silencing him, drawing out her dagger. She pondered how to resolve the situation, but no, that wasn't right. She realized she must have watched too many movies lately. Why was her first instinct to eliminate him? Even if this foolish chubby man knew something, it wouldn't impact her in the slightest. "Chubby, why didn't you respond when I asked you a question? Why did you stop eating?" The chubby man's eyes darted nervously, stammering as he internalized his previous thoughts. After all, the initial impression of such a serene and beautiful girl was now overshadowed by her fierce demeanor. As he averted his gaze, he inadvertently caught sight of Huang Yi wielding a glinting knife. And at that moment, he regretted not bringing any weapon when he ventured out at night. His pockets contained nothing but snacks. "You don't think I poisoned it, do you? The meat is perfectly fine. Did you see that owl over there? I discovered it nearly at death's door and took care of it," she explained. Hearing this, the chubby man softly replied, "That was an owl? I'm already full. Aren't you afraid? There are so many zombies outside." Huang Yi pointed at a small bicycle parked nearby, confidently stating, "Zombies can't run fast. With a bicycle, escaping is a breeze. There's nothing to fear. You simply don't venture out often enough. Next time you see a couple, give it a try. You can easily slip past them." Indeed, the chubby man had seldom faced zombies alone since the outbreak. He had been fleeing alongside Hua Ge, who, with his exceptional tactical arrangements and leadership, had kept them out of harm's way. During relocations, they always had vehicles to assist them, instead of losing weight in the apocalypse. The chubby man had actually gained a few pounds from consuming high-calorie food. While Huang Yi's words provided some comfort, he still felt a twinge of doubt as he stood up to lead her back toward the office building. The two guards stationed at the entrance were still engaged in conversation. "That I hope he isn't been gone too long." One remarked that "Don't worry. He is probably hiding in some corner. Just wait. When he comes back, he'll surely boast about his adventure, that if anything had happened, he would have been screaming by now. That is true, but he does have some guts that I wouldn't dare go out." The other man scoffed, feeling that the chubby man was not brave, but rather foolish for running out recklessly. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside as the chubby man approached the door, softly calling out, "Open the door." The guards, hearing him return, chose not to rush to open it, deciding to tease him instead. "That's so. How was your little stroll? Did you enjoy your walk? I thought you wouldn't be back until morning." In a lively exchange of banter, the stout fellow outside the door cast an awkward glance at Huang Yi. Fortunately, at that moment, the door swung open, and the stout man squeezed inside, only for Huang Yi to follow closely behind, startling the two individuals within to the brink of their wits. With an air of composure, Huang Yi pushed her cart into the office building, leaving the two stunned by the sight of such a pristine beauty amidst the post-apocalyptic chaos. Clean drinking water had become a rare commodity, making the act of washing one's face a luxury, and they had not encountered anyone so immaculate in quite some time. Thankfully, both had undergone professional training. No matter how frightened they felt, they managed to stifle their cries, resorting to covering their mouths with their hands, acutely aware of the dirtiness of their own palms, which tasted saltier than pickled vegetables when they were pressed to their lips. The stout man, suppressing laughter, introduced, "This is the beauty I encountered outside, by the way, I haven't asked her name yet. These two are our companions. The others are resting inside and will join us tomorrow." "I am Huang Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you," she replied. The two now believed the stout man's earlier claims. Indeed, there was someone outside cooking meat. A beauty, no less. Their worldviews began to crack. Realizing that perhaps in this apocalypse, as long as one was fearless, they might evade the undead. Huang Yi retrieved a small blanket from her backpack and sought a clean spot to rest, while the stout man began to boast, occasionally leaning in for the others to catch a whiff of his greasy breath, remnants of his recent meal, leaving them utterly speechless and almost convinced by his exaggerated tales. "You two have no idea. Those zombies were merely a few dozen meters away from me. Guess what? I calmly finished my last bite before I ran." Initially, Huang Yi found his tales amusing, but his incessant chatter soon became irksome. A relief when he finally succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep in a corner. The following morning, the occupants of the room awoke, and a few designated for breakfast opened the door to fetch food from the adjacent room. Huang Yi, snug under her small blanket, remained unnoticed in the dim light, while the stout man continued to slumber soundly. The two guards, spotting someone awake, immediately retreated to rest, unable to withstand the fatigue of the previous night. In this desolate world devoid of entertainment, no one indulged in sleeping in. Instead, they gathered in small groups to play cards. The building was not tall, and they had scoured for anything entertaining, eventually discovering a mahjong table in one of the offices, which provided a welcome distraction. With an abundance of food, the group was devoid of any scheming or rivalry. After breakfast, Brother Hua joined a few others for a game of Texas Hold'em, while Huang Yi remained in the corner, still wrapped in her blanket, unnoticed by those who mistook her for a previous night's guard. Awakened by the sounds of mahjong, Huang Yi sat up, rubbed her eyes, and stretched luxuriously. The thick coat she wore was comfortable and warm, so she had not removed it during the night. The room was terrifyingly silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Brother Hua, oblivious to the falling ash from his cigarette onto his leg, remained engrossed in the game until Huang Yi opened her eyes completely, gazing at the room full of astonished faces, as a small child remained frozen, on the verge of tears. "Good morning. I arrived last night and wish to join your group," she announced. Chapter 51. Joining the team, the room erupted in a flurry of conversation. Prior to this, they had only glimpsed survivors passing by from their window. Brother Hua had instructed them to remain concealed, as they could not ascertain the newcomers' intentions, particularly with their vulnerable mix of elderly and children lacking combat prowess. Hua Qing quickly grasped the situation, dispatching someone to thoroughly check the room. And upon confirming that Huang Yi was indeed alone, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He promptly roused the two guards from the previous night, who, still groggy, managed to relay the stout man's account. Brother Hua and several members of the leadership escorted Huang Yi to a separate room for questioning. "Welcome to our group. Could you elaborate on how you arrived here and found us?" "I was barbecuing when a stout man approached, asking for food from him. I learned about this place, and since I was alone, I decided to follow and hope to join you," she explained. Brother Hua nodded, whispering a few words to a nearby associate, who then stepped outside. Moments later, the air was pierced by the stout man's cries, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. "How could you still be alone after all this time? How have you survived? We've been here for a while. If you knew about us, why didn't you join us sooner?" Huang Yi was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of questions, but took a moment to gather her thoughts before responding. "Zombies aren't particularly fast. As long as you avoid crowded areas, you'll be fine. Besides, I arrived by car, and if zombies approached, I could simply drive away as long as I don't panic and fall. I should be all right. Regarding my solitude, I left previous groups due to their violent nature. I only arrived here yesterday." Huang Yi's calm demeanor and truthful answers left Hua Cheng and the others without ground for suspicion, as they were already aware that zombies were not swift. As long as one was not cornered, they could generally outrun ordinary zombies. After their inquiries, they left Huang Yi alone in the room, while Hua Cheng went to confront the stout man. Hoping to compare notes to that moment, the stout man had been thoroughly beaten, his drowsiness vanishing, his head swollen. "Brother Fat, it's not that I'm seeking revenge. If I go easy on you, Brother Hua will hold me accountable. You should have called me when you encountered such a beauty, that I could have stayed with her until dawn and reported back to the boss." Thus avoiding all this trouble, he continued to be relentlessly struck on the head with a stick. Brother Hua entered, surprised to see the stout man in such a state. "Fatty, explain how you met that girl." Tears streamed down the stout man's face. He had planned to tell Brother Hua about this encounter at dawn, but had fallen asleep instead, only to be forcibly awakened by two individuals. "Brother Hua, do you remember when I mentioned the aroma of roasted chicken legs? I didn't mean to retell the story from the beginning." He assumed the stout man would start from the moment he was expelled. The scent of roasted chicken legs was from this beauty. She was cooking on the street next to us, roasting a large owl, that I was tempted and went over to ask for some. And since she was alone, I brought her back with me. Brother Hua furrowed his brow upon hearing this, as Huang Yi had not specified where she was barbecuing. The distinction between doing so indoors and on the street was vast, especially at night, when even he dared not wander outside. Seeing Brother Hua silent, the stout man continued, "She doesn't seem afraid of zombies. She told me they aren't fast, and that she could easily evade them on her bicycle." This echoed Huang Yi's own words, affirming that if one could conquer their inner fears, they could adeptly maneuver around the undead to go rest. "From now on, no one is allowed outside at night. If it happens again, you'll be punished with 3 days without food." The stout man hurriedly thanked Brother Hua, relieved as he exited, rolling up his sleeves to confront those who had just beaten him. Huang Yi patiently awaited in her room, her handgun loaded with bullets, ready to fire should anything go amiss. For the element of surprise was paramount. Brother Hua entered, choosing to trust Huang Yi. After all, in this apocalypse, he could hardly fathom what harm could come from such a seemingly meek and unassuming girl. "Welcome to our group." Huang Yi expressed her eagerness to contribute to the team, hoping to bring back the owl for a hearty meal, though uncertain if it would spoil after a night's rest. With the addition of a beautiful woman, the younger members of the team worked fervently. The place had remained untouched since their arrival, yet now several individuals were diligently sweeping and mopping the floors, ensuring that the scant furniture was spotless. The daily scramble for snacks and fruits had transformed into a well-organized affair, with portions neatly cut and arranged on plates. Upon waking, the stout man rejoined the others in boasting about his exploits. Now having adopted the phrase, "Let me tell you, zombies aren't truly frightening. Just a few quick steps and you can easily shake them off. What is truly terrifying are those massive creatures, each as large as an elephant, capable of crushing a person with a single step that in everyday life. The overweight individual's words often go unheeded. Yet now, there is a conspicuous absence of dissent. For if one were to doubt him, he would merely open his mouth, allowing the scent of roasted meat to waft through the air. Huang Yi perceives that this group consists of kind-hearted souls, devoid of any malevolent or treacherous intent. Unlike a safe zone, the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished is stark here, and the members of the group treat the elderly and children with equal respect, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, Huang Yi seems to sense something amiss. She approaches the window, where a few narrow gaps between the wooden boards allow her to glimpse a mutated zombie, its size exceeding that of a typical zombie by more than double. Prowling below, it catches the scent of human presence in the building and begins to search for a way up. Abruptly lifting its gaze to see Huang Yi, in an instant, her eyes turn a deep crimson, radiating an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The mutated zombie, upon witnessing this, instinctively recoils a few steps, too frightened to meet her gaze, before turning and fleeing. Elsewhere, numerous shelters exist that are even safer than this one, including a luxurious mansion's basement where a family resides. The entrance is remarkably sturdy, and the shelter is stocked with ample provisions, complete with an advanced air purification system and water recycling apparatus. The food stored here boasts a long shelf life and is easy to preserve alongside a hand-crank generator. This family has sought refuge here since the apocalypse began. Every mansion is equipped with such a shelter. Yet now they cower inside, trembling as the shelter's door is battered with a resounding thud. At the entrance stands a colossal mutated zombie, relentlessly pounding on the door with its enormous fists. The occupants can only pray that the door withstands the onslaught, hoping fervently that the zombie will relent. They have underestimated the zombie's determination. The giant continues to strike the door, bloodied knuckles showing no signs of ceasing. After 2 days of relentless assault, the door ultimately succumbs, and the family is devoured as effortlessly as one might pluck a chick from its nest. The giant zombie, satisfied, shakes its head and rises. Proceeding to the next mansion. Chapter 52. The enormous head. Throughout the day, everyone enjoys a cheerful camaraderie, akin to a retirement home, where life seems tranquil and comfortable. However, Huang Yi feels that something is amiss. After lunch, the group gathers around a table to reorganize the duty roster due to the arrival of new members. Huaqing's management philosophy insists that everyone, regardless of age or gender, must contribute their value to the collective. Huang Yi draws the short straw, assigned to today's shift alongside a bespectacled girl who is perpetually engrossed in her book. As dusk approaches, the absence of electricity renders the surroundings dim, prompting everyone to retreat to their rooms, leaving only Huang Yi and the girl outside. The young girl, nestled against the windowsill, reads her thick book by the faint moonlight that slips through the wooden slats, occasionally adjusting her position to catch the light. Huang Yi rummages through her bag, producing several packets of snacks, and the two sit in comfortable silence, keeping their vigil. "Big sister, what is it like outside now?" The girl suddenly inquires. Huang Yi had anticipated a quiet night, and her irritation flares as she retorts, "First, tell me your name. My name is Xiao Xiao. Can you tell me about the world outside?" Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's tone, devoid of any emotional inflection, Huang Yi feels a pang of sympathy, realizing that she hadn't considered how prolonged confinement could alter a person's disposition in the apocalypse. "Just call me Yi Jie. There are many zombies outside, some as large as elephants, while others have become slender, their hands evolving into claws. It's very dangerous out there. You know there's a government-established safe zone in the suburbs?" Xiao Xiao listens intently, putting down her book. "Uncle Hua said that safe zone is too far away, and it's inconvenient for us to relocate. That's so we voted, and the majority preferred to stay here." Yi Jie, "Are you afraid of those zombies you mentioned?" Huang Yi finds herself growing fond of Xiao Xiao, especially since the girl seems to trust her words without doubt. "I've encountered many such zombies. Some can even control ordinary zombies. In any case, when a person kills enough, they may undergo mutation, and the direction of that mutation is unpredictable. Additionally, some plants outside have also evolved, growing to immense sizes." As she speaks, a faint tremor reverberates through the ground. Huang Yi rises to peer outside, spotting the giant zombie from earlier in the day returning, lured once again by the scent. She signals for Xiao Xiao to remain silent and quietly opens the door. The in-city government safe zone, established on the outskirts, attracts numerous zombies daily. Currently, they are fortunate that no mutated zombies have traversed this area. Huang Yi scales the wall, approaching the mutated zombie, which recoils in fear upon seeing her. "Did you not understand what I meant earlier?" The zombie's eyes betray only instinctual terror. Recognizing its lack of intelligence, Huang Yi brandishes her dagger and charges at it. As the giant zombie readies to strike, it raises its arm, only for its head to be severed in one swift motion, landing on the ground beside it. This newly mutated giant zombie poses no threat to her. Gazing down at the round, plump head, she contemplates picking it up to show Xiao Xiao. After all, in this apocalypse, it might be beneficial for her to understand the harsh realities of the world. Thus, she decides to do just that. The head being the size of a steering wheel, adorned with only a few sparse hairs. She carries it back to the office building, mimicking the overweight individual's voice to call out softly. Xiao Xiao anxiously awaits at the door, unsure of why Yi Jie suddenly dashed outside, but convinced that something significant must have transpired. Upon hearing Yi Jie speak, she inquires, "What have you brought me?" Xiao Xiao's eyes widen as she sees the dark, round object in Huang Yi's hands, mistaking it for roasted meat, recalling the overweight individual's claim that Yi Jie had roasted an owl the previous night. She nearly expresses her disinterest in meat. The moonlight glimmers on the head, enhancing the blood-red eyes of the zombie, which seemed to gaze back at her as if still alive. Jia. What is this? Xiao Xiao stifles a gasp, covering her mouth in fright. For Uncle Hua had taught them that unless it was a matter of life and death, they must not make noise at night to avoid attracting zombies. Huang Yi hastily tosses the head aside and comforts Xiao Xiao, whose already pale complexion has turned ghostly white from fear. Do not be afraid. This is merely a zombie's head. Quite large. Isn't it? This is what I mean by mutated zombies. They are significantly stronger than ordinary ones. Gradually, Xiao Xiao's fear dissipates. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, she has grown accustomed to such things. However, the sheer size of this head still unnerves her, and she thinks that if she were to face such a zombie, she would undoubtedly be paralyzed with fright and unable to flee. Huang Yi also believes it prudent not to keep the head in their room. Stepping outside, she hurls it away, watching it crash against the wall of another building. Excitedly, Xiao Xiao urges Huang Yi to continue sharing stories, her first smile emerging since the onset of the apocalypse. Huang Yi adores this little girl and is eager to impart knowledge to her. Jie, do some zombies possess intelligence? Might they choose to help humanity? Perhaps that if a zombie were exceptionally benevolent, it might refrain from harming humans. You remember what I told you. Zombies must consume many beings to evolve. There is a possibility that a mutated one could become kind-hearted. Xiao Xiao nods earnestly. Jie, if I were to become a zombie in the future, I would never harm anyone. Being an ordinary zombie would be perfectly fine. I believe in you, Xiao Xiao. Huang Yi gently patted her head, contemplating the myriad of individuals she had encountered. Some were impervious to emotion, relentlessly seeking to exploit every opportunity. Both humans and zombies possess their dualities of good and evil, rendering it nearly impossible to discern right from wrong amidst these opposing forces. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, extreme weather had diminished significantly, allowing flora to reclaim urban landscapes as forests began to expand. The air quality improved remarkably in the absence of pollution, and animals proliferated wildly. Some mutated and thrived unabashedly, creating a novel ecological chain. Once lowly life forms underwent a reversal due to these mutations, rendering the biological chains theorized by scientists prior to the apocalypse utterly worthless. This world, it seemed, could quickly adapt to the loss of any single species. Nothing was truly irreplaceable, and no one could definitively judge the morality of the virus. Yet, humanity remained selfish, unaccustomed to descending from their lofty positions atop the pyramid. Chapter 53. A trip to the supermarket. The two of them conversed throughout the night, with Huang Yi sharing her snacks generously with Xiao Xiao. By the following dawn, Xiao Xiao's eyelids began to wage war, and as the inhabitants of the room emerged, Huang Yi took Xiao Xiao to rest, feeling the weight of exhaustion herself. After watching at breakfast, he began organizing plans. Having spent the previous day in leisure, today they needed to strategize their tasks to prepare for upcoming outings. Although the storage room was well stocked with food, it was imperative to ensure a continual supply. During the day, few lingered in the bedrooms, allowing Huang Yi to sleep soundly without disturbance. The blood from the severed head they had brought in the night before was cleaned up by Xiao Xiao. As the denizens of the apocalypse had long acclimatized to the stench of decay and the foul odor of zombies, as noon approached, Huang Yi awoke groggily, noticing Xiao Xiao's absence. Feeling too shy to return to sleep, she got up and, after lunch, was summoned to a meeting. All gathered in the hall, awaiting Huaqing's address. The meeting yielded little of substance, merely reiterating safety protocols. The night watch had increased from 2 to 3 individuals, with one assigned to guard the staircase to the office building's rooftop, prompted by news of the giant owl from the rotund man's lips. Huaqing personally accompanied every expedition for supplies, selecting several aides to assist with transport and lookout duties. Each return from an outing brought substantial rewards, a primary motivation for the rotund man to join the last excursion, where he had acquired plentiful snacks and meats. After the meeting, Huang Yi approached Huaqing, expressing her desire to join the supply run, as her snacks had nearly been depleted with Xiao Xiao's indulgence, and remaining cooped up in the room felt unbearably tedious. Brother Hua, I wish to accompany you on the supply run. Rest assured, I shall not hinder your progress. Huaqing was taken aback, yet upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, for Huang Yi had never exhibited fear when venturing alone outside. Have you considered this carefully? It is fraught with danger. Even with prior planning, the unpredictability of the outside world looms. That IT matters not. I have long since ceased to fear zombies. Thus, their team was swiftly assembled, and upon checking the time, merely 2 in the afternoon, Huaching resolved to act immediately, aiming to return before nightfall. The weather gradually turned chilly, and their destination was a small supermarket situated 5 intersections away, stocked with ample supplies. Even if pillaged, essential goods could still be salvaged. Soon, the vehicle was filled with fuel, and the tires meticulously inspected. This outing involved 6 individuals, including Brother Hua, Huang Yi, a driver, and 2 tasked with transport and lookout duties. The others in the room bid them farewell, while those at the entrance remained vigilant for any signs of commotion outside, ready to swiftly open the door to allow their return, should they be pursued by zombies. The vehicle crept forward, and once the rear door was confirmed closed, the driver, Xiao Li, suddenly accelerated, roaring toward the intersection, drawing the attention of surrounding zombies as they sped past, sending a few tumbling away. Huang Yi watched with trepidation, feeling a mix of concern for their safety and envy for their fortune. Had they encountered any mutated zombies prior, the outcome would surely have differed. Xiao Li's strategy proved effective, diverting nearby zombies from the office building. Navigating around abandoned vehicles, they quickly arrived at the supermarket, where the entrance stood ajar and shards of glass littered the ground, stained with crimson. It was evident that this place had suffered looting during the onset of the apocalypse. Emergency lights flickered within, and upon hearing the vehicle, zombies rushed forth. Huaching wielded a baseball bat, swiftly dispatching the approaching zombies. Before long, the supermarket was cleared, and the entrance was barricaded with a vehicle, preventing the outside zombies from entering. As they disembarked, the scene inside the supermarket was chaotic. Shelves lay overturned, and food was strewn across the floor. Their plan entailed gathering some warm living supplies, but food remained paramount. Brother Hua and a teammate began hoisting bags of flour and barrels of oil, while driver Xiao Li and another individual maintained watch, one at the main entrance and the other at the staircase leading to the second floor, uncertain of the presence of zombies on the upper level. They deemed it unnecessary to send anyone up, as the first floor was already abundant with supplies that, in contrast to their previous experience, this location offered a geographical advantage, allowing for easier defense against zombies. Although Huang Yi had no assigned task, she remained industrious, filling a large bag with snacks. The vacuum-sealed meat products had already been snatched up, but she managed to salvage a few intact packages to share with the rotund man. Spotting some jelly, she hesitated but ultimately added a bag to her collection, filling her sack with biscuits and cookies to the brim before rushing to the entrance to deposit her haul in the vehicle. Xiao Li, observing her bounty, eagerly tore into the snacks she had brought, skillfully balancing his duty with his appetite. Potato chips were hastily stuffed into the bag, air released, while the fruit section emanated an unpleasant odor. The proximity of the fruit and seafood sections created a jarring olfactory assault on Huang Yi. Flies buzzed around some rotting fruit, but she managed to pack coconuts from the shelves, along with dried fruits like longan and goji berries. Others ventured out to search for supplies with trepidation, racing against time to gather as much flour or rice as possible, while few shared Huang Yi's inclination for snacks. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she sought out the seasoning section, packing chicken essence, soy sauce, and an abundance of hot pot base. Despite their plentiful supplies, the quality of their meals left much to be desired, often reduced to mere salt enhancements. Time was ample, and after completing her gathering, Huang Yi returned to the entrance, noticing that the vehicle had only partially filled its cargo. Brother Hua and the others were still busy transporting rice, while outside, 5 or 6 zombies had congregated, unable to breach the doorway due to the vehicle's obstruction. The van's trunk was intentionally left clear, creating a path for a swift exit. They could simply crash through the zombies at the entrance when the time came. In the astonished gaze of Xiao Li, Huang Yi climbed onto the vehicle, exiting from the passenger side, brandishing a cleaver as if slicing through watermelon, swiftly dispatching the zombies at the entrance. Within a minute, all had lost their heads. Following her lead, Brother Hua and a few others ascended to the second floor, where they tackled the zombies lurking among the home appliances and bedding, emerging with a few comforters in tow. Witnessing Huang Yi's prowess, wielding her knife like a goddess of war, they could not help but feel a mix of admiration and incredulity. Despite also slaying zombies, none could match her calm and efficient demeanor. Brother Hua, perhaps we should organize the supplies and move more items? They tidied the disarrayed supplies, creating ample space for further transport. At that moment, within the office building, blood pooled upon the ground, and the rotund man's head was gruesomely impaled upon a stick. Chapter 54. The thugs shortly after Huang Yi and her team set out. The rotund man stood guard at the entrance, with Xiao Xiao awaiting nearby. What brings you here, Xiao Xiao? Is a night of watch not sufficient? Are you really vying for my meager snacks? With individuals dispatched on missions, it was crucial to have personnel at the entrance, and the more the merrier. The rotund man often took his post here, eager for any rewards that might come his way. Xiao Xiao scoffed. I'm merely waiting for Sister Yi's return. Unlike you, who has somehow gained weight amidst the apocalypse. Watch your tone when speaking to your elder brother, he retorted, producing a box of chocolates from his pocket in an attempt to entice her into flattering him. Upon seeing the snacks offered to her, Xiao Xiao assumed he wanted her to partake. And without hesitation, she retrieved her own treats, which Huang Yi had generously bestowed upon her the previous day. Delicacies once coveted before the apocalypse. Suddenly, the sound of approaching vehicles reached their ears, prompting the rotund man to call for reinforcements. Several regulars hurried to the door, opening it just in time to witness a convoy of trucks passing by. Realization dawned upon them that these were not Brother Hua and his team, and they hastily shut the door. But alas, the outside convoy had already taken note of their presence. The vehicles halted, and the occupants rushed to report back to their leader. Tiger Brother, there are people over there. Tiger Brother lounged on a sofa within one of the trucks, surrounded by scantily clad women. Unperturbed by the interruption, he casually inquired, How many? His subordinate hurriedly replied, I couldn't see, Tiger Brother. They shut the door as soon as they spotted us. Brother, who rose to his feet, donned his clothes, and seized a machete before stepping out with his underlings. The women sprawled on the sofa hastily followed suit. Once a bouncer at a bar. Brother, who maintained a robust physique through regular workouts, often engaging in side jobs to discipline unruly individuals, surrounded by a cadre of unsavory companions that on the first day of the apocalypse, he felt no fear. Brandishing his machete, he carved a path through the chaos, leading his loyal followers from the bar and a few working hostesses as they commandeered a vehicle to flee the city. With the internet still functioning on that first day, he reached out to former associates in the bouncer trade, men notorious for their ruthlessness. Some fortunate souls managed to find him, thereby steadily augmenting their ranks. Upon arriving at a town, hunger compelled the group to seek sustenance from restaurants or supermarkets. However, in the early days of the apocalypse, most people remained holed up at home, and when they sought food, they were met with hostility, being forcefully ejected and confronted with a refusal to accept currency. Faced with impatience from his brother who was compelled to take a life for the first time, surprisingly, he felt no remorse. Instead, he was inexplicably exhilarated by the admiration in the eyes of his subordinates. While the once indifferent hostesses began to gravitate towards him, the group displayed little restraint, indulging in only the finest provisions, frequently relocating their stronghold and depleting supermarket supplies before moving on to the next location. When encountering survivor groups, they resorted to outright plunder, as the women they had brought along were insufficient to share among them, leading to the ruthless seizure of resources and accommodations, with male survivors met with swift execution. Recently, feeling unfulfilled by their rural and small-town exploits, they journeyed to In-City, emboldened by their numbers and dismissive of the zombies. Upon disembarking, Brother, who found his underlings gathered at the entrance of an office building, clamoring for entry, that a portly man inside was visibly sweating, peering through the boarded-up windows at the ominous figures outside, while zombies drawn by the commotion were dispatched with a swift strike. Hesitantly, he proposed, Brother, are we out of supplies? Would you accept half of ours? Brother, who signaled for silence and stepped forward, addressing the younger brother within, We seek no supplies. The hour is late, and we merely wish for a safe haven. We not only refuse your food, but I also extend an invitation for a meal. Laughter erupted among the surrounding underlings, while the portly man trembled, pleading, Brother, do not jest. In this apocalypse, we have elders and children. Spare us. He gestured to his companions to hasten their preparations for defense, recognizing that these thugs were more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Brother, who, a muscular figure adorned with tattoos, stood assertively, flanked by his equally frenzied subordinates. The scantily clad women unabashedly exposed themselves to the air. Suddenly, a window on the second floor swung open, and bags of flour and rice rained down, along with various instant noodles and other food items. The portly man urged them not to hold back, desperate for the group to depart, fully aware of the disparity in strength. "What are you doing, little brother? Is this a refusal to let us rest?" "Just say so, and we shall leave," Brother Hu retorted, signaling to a vehicle that charged toward the entrance. The car smashed through the doors, sending the portly man flying and crushing a brother who was closer to the entrance. The portly man shouted upward, "They are coming! Be cautious!" A young thug ran over, stepping on the portly man's head to silence him, only to be taken aback by the man's unexpected strength. The portly man, seizing his ankle, toppled him over and quickly pinned him down, eliciting desperate cries. Others rushed to assist, but the portly man's weight rendered them ineffective. Brother Hu approached, swinging his machete down onto the portly man's head, embedding the blade halfway. The young thug was freed, venting his frustrations on the fallen man, while those above barricaded the staircase to prevent their ascent. Yet, the numerical advantage of Brother Hu's gang was overwhelming. All present knelt in the hall, and Brother Hu gestured to the two brothers who had perished in their attempt to ascend, pleading, "I simply ask for a place to rest, and in return, I have lost two brothers. What shall we do?" The kneeling individuals trembled in silence, too afraid to speak. Half of their number lay dead, while the survivors were primarily elderly, women, and children. Xiao Xiao bowed her head, eyes shut tight, silently praying for the safety of Jiejia outside, hoping that Uncle Hua and the others would not return, or if they did, that they would leave swiftly. Brother Hu, seeing the silence, lost interest and ordered his men to prepare a meal, satisfied with the abundance of supplies at hand, knowing he had ways to deal with the kneeling group. His gaze fell upon Xiao Xiao, whose pale complexion captivated him despite the dim room. Meanwhile, his subordinates began to dispose of the captives, blood pooling on the floor only heightening their excitement, with some women being dragged away. "This little girl will be taken to my room," he declared, prompting disappointment among his men, who had already set their sights on the young beauty. Xiao Xiao opened her eyes, witnessing the demise of those around her, the blood-soaked scene overwhelming her senses. And tears finally escaped her eyes. Chapter 55. Wrath outside the supermarket. Huang Yi, tasked with guarding the vehicle, suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, while Hua Cheng continued to load supplies. She approached the vehicle, asking, "Brother Hua, how much longer until we return? I feel unwell." Noticing the nearly full cargo space, Hua Cheng decided against adding more, uncertain if the tires could bear the weight. Returning to the store, Huang Yi suddenly remembered something and hurried to grab several packs of sanitary napkins, stuffing them in her pocket. Meanwhile, Li the driver brimmed with excitement. The day had gone exceedingly well, and the supermarket was replete with resources. With time on their hands, he had scavenged numerous batteries and playful toys from the aisles. Hua Cheng felt a swell of satisfaction, envisioning a winter spent hoarding sufficient food, hoping the cold would eliminate the zombies. And he felt pride in leading a thriving team that as the vehicle cruised down the road, Li adeptly maneuvered to avoid the zombies, cautious not to slam the brakes lest they risk a flat tire and lose all their supplies. Back at the office building, after their meal, Brother Hu and his men idled away the time, the stench of blood in the air ignored as they engaged in gambling games. Hua Cheng, Li, and a few others exchanged thoughts, considering a return to the supermarket in a few days, for much still remained, and they loathed the idea of waste. Upon reaching the intersection before the office building, their laughter abruptly ceased as they beheld a cluster of vehicles haphazardly parked. One blocking the entrance with the door ajar. I halted the car at a distance, cautiously approaching the entrance, where a couple of zombies ambled toward them, swiftly dispatched by Hua Cheng's blade. Suddenly, a zombie on the car's roof caught Huang Yi's attention. It seemed familiar. As it turned its head, she froze in place. Xiao Xiao, suppressing her anger, she rushed forward, with Hua Cheng following closely. They soon spotted something resembling a mailbox at the entrance, a portly head impaled on an iron rod. The gruesome sight of the severed head sending them into a fury. Huang Yi reached the car, caressing Xiao Xiao's face, her friend convulsing, but upon seeing Huang Yi, she momentarily calmed. Hua Cheng passed by, not inclined to treat her like the other zombies. "Sister Yi, leave quickly." Half an hour prior, Brother Hu's underlings had finished dealing with the others and dragged Xiao Xiao by her hair into a room, where the wooden boards had been removed from the windows, the same spot from which supplies had recently been thrown. Upon entering, Brother Hu glimpsed the vacant stare of Xiao Xiao, a girl so clean and demure that he felt compelled to act without regard for her age. Xiao Xiao, however, did not grant him the opportunity. She turned and leaped towards the window, landing atop a car. After claiming the area, a thug drove the vehicle closer to collect the fallen supplies. But with nightfall approaching and zombies drawing near, he opted to wait until morning. Attracted by the noise, the surrounding zombies gathered, reaching out to claw at the car, while Xiao Xiao glared defiantly at Lu, who said he was unable to stop her in time. But upon seeing her land on the car, he sighed in relief, determined not to let this beautiful girl slip away. Just as he contemplated sending someone to rescue her, a zombie's claw snagged her ankle. Moments later, Xiao Xiao began to convulse, the surrounding zombies dispersing, that he spat onto the ground, his frustration boiling over, and summoned his female companions to attend to him. Huang Yi, watching Xiao Xiao, gently stroked her face, whispering, "Xiao Xiao, wait for me here. I will avenge you." Turning to enter the building, Hua Gu awaited Huang Yi at the entrance. He had long since steeled himself for a confrontation with these scoundrels, determined to fight to the bitter end. Upon spotting the rotund figure at the door, Huang Yi felt a surge of suppressed fury. As she approached, Hua Gu spoke as if preparing for his last rites, urging, "Yi, you must leave. The farther away, the better. With so many vehicles, they surely have numerous accomplices. The supplies in those cars will sustain you. Do not concern yourself with us. Rest assured. And in the future, be cautious about joining others. Always find a place to hide, that I end this apocalypse. Many have lost their humanity." Having spoken, Xiaoli handed the car keys to Huang Yi. Unable to contain her rage any longer, her eyes turned a blood-red hue. And with the last vestige of rationality, she addressed Hua Gu. "Hua Gu, wait for me here. I will return shortly." Tio reassured them. She drew her handgun, chambering a round before their eyes. Hua Gu and the others were momentarily at a loss for words, watching as she ascended the stairs step by step. Xiaoli exclaimed, "Big brother, she hopes that those scoundrels do not meet an easy demise." Hua Gu, his eyes brimming with tears, would have gladly sacrificed anything for vengeance on behalf of his comrades. Meanwhile, a henchman on the upper floor heard footsteps and assumed a zombie was climbing the stairs. Armed with a machete, he prepared to dispatch the creature, only to collide with Huang Yi, who swiftly severed his neck with a single stroke. Entering the room, she was met with a gruesome sight. The floor was soaked in blood, and familiar figures lay lifelessly on the ground. That a few henchmen engaged in a game of mahjong in the hall stood up, startled to see an unfamiliar woman approaching. Without granting them a moment's respite, Huang Yi charged at them with her blade, instantly decimating those in her path. The remaining henchmen were thrown into disarray, their panic palpable. Others emerged from their quarters, joining the fray. They had long bullied the weak, often terrorizing survivor groups, easily intimidated by appearances, rendering them defenseless against slaughter. Yet upon seeing Huang Yi's blood-red eyes, an unmistakable sign of the undead, they hesitated, fearing infection. With fierce determination, Huang Yi struck at their limbs, ensuring her victims did not die instantly. The fallen lay paralyzed with terror, finally comprehending the anguish of those they had tormented in his room. Lu, who initially dismissed the commotion as mere squabbling among his men, a frequent occurrence due to the absence of clear resource distribution guidelines. However, as the noise escalated, accompanied by screams, he pushed aside the woman beside him, donned his clothes, and stepped outside to ascertain the situation. Chapter 56. Torment. Upon opening the door, Lu, who beheld Huang Yi wreaking havoc amidst the crowd at a nearby henchman, was swiftly disarmed, his arms severed cleanly by her blade. Lu, who cursed under his breath, grabbing his machete as others rushed to inform him of the dire circumstances. "Tiger, this woman is insane. She fights like a demon. In close combat, we stand no chance. Look at her eyes. They are blood red, just like those mentioned in the zombie novels." Lu, who furrowed his brow, realizing that negotiation was futile. A fight to the death was inevitable, yet this woman's combat prowess was terrifying. Huang Yi noticed Lu, whose emergence, and the nearby henchmen gravitated toward him, recognizing their leader. Upon seeing him, she drew her enchanted handgun. In an instant, the noisy room fell silent. Huang Yi aimed her gun at Lu Hu, leaving everyone dumbfounded by her possession of such a weapon. A nearby henchman twitched, prompting Huang Yi to fire, obliterating his skull. A bespectacled man, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, nervously implored, "Miss, please calm down and listen to me. We were merely passing through." Huang Yi dismissed his pleas, shooting him in the leg. Earlier, he had advised Lu Hu against excessive brutality, arguing that the office building housed mainly the weak and infirm, posing little threat. Yet Lu Hu and his henchmen had ignored his counsel, slaughtering everyone in their path, driven by bloodlust. Huang Yi was uninterested in any further discourse. Her sole desire was to avenge all those lost in the building. "What is your name?" "Lu Hu, is it? I will count to 10. For every count, you will kill one of your men, or you shall perish. 10, 9, 8. Without allowing him a moment to respond, Huang Yi watched as Lu Hu, in a moment of panic, struck down a nearby henchman, cleaving his head in two. The others, witnessing this, instinctively recoiled, fearing they might be next. Pleased with his compliance, Huang Yi continued, "Excellent. Now, you have two choices. Kill one man every 10 seconds, or sacrifice yourself for the others to live." Lu Hu remained motionless, realizing that Huang Yi intended to toy with him. A henchman, hiding in the back, suggested, "Tiger, how many rounds does she have? With our numbers, we can easily overwhelm her." Before he could finish, Huang Yi emptied her magazine, shattering the legs of those in the front row. Several unfortunate souls met a grisly end as she reloaded. Some of the more agile henchmen rushed toward her, while others, paralyzed by fear, deemed themselves fortunate merely to have escaped leg injuries. They yearned only to survive and flee the scene. Huang Yi retreated slowly, methodically reloading her weapon as she finished. A quick-thinking henchman just steps away from her, froze in place upon seeing her ready to fire. In that moment, he cursed the cowardice of his peers and longed to eliminate the fool who had suggested rushing her. "I give you an opportunity. Pick up the knife on the ground and slay the one who spoke earlier." The quick-thinking henchman, relieved, bent down to retrieve the machete and turned to seek out the man who had spoken. At the back of the crowd, a cowardly figure cowered, but the others parted, revealing him. Lu Hu's expression darkened as he declared, "The thin one is right. Brothers, grab your blades. Fear not death. Charge forward. Those who survive will reap double the spoils. And women will be theirs to choose from. Stand with me as equals." Yet, no one moved. The very man who had just charged forward now stood before the thin one, who trembled on the ground. Without hesitation, he brought his blade down upon him. Many of Lu Hu's followers had joined later. Originally, his crew had been small. When they encountered survivors in the countryside, they offered the choice to join them. Those who refused were executed in their homes. Some, intimidated by Lu Hu's authority, complied, yet they held no real allegiance to him, merely fellow travelers in this perilous journey. Meanwhile, Lu Hu's companions quietly opened the door. Having heard the chaos outside, they remained oblivious to the unfolding carnage, believing Lu Hu had resolved the issue. Stepping out, they were met with a scene of bodies strewn across the floor, blood saturating the once pristine ground. Seeing Lu Hu's lack of control over his men, Huang Yi scoffed, "You are a poor leader indeed. Since your followers do not heed your commands, do you suppose they will listen to me? Whoever kills him will be the one to survive." At that moment, Huang Yi exuded an overpowering presence. Her blood-red eyes instilled fear in all who dared to meet her gaze. Those beside Lu Hu gripped their knives tightly, driven by a primal instinct to survive. They were willing to do anything to live. Realizing the shift in his men's demeanor, Lu Hu seethed. "Damn it. Are you all afraid of a single woman? You could crush her with a thrown knife. Have you forgotten who has provided for you all this time? Without me, you would have perished long ago." As soon as the words left his mouth, a few of Lu Hu's subordinates stealthily drew out their daggers, contemplating how to swiftly eliminate Huang Yi with a well-aimed throw. However, Huang Yi offered them no opportunity. She promptly emptied her magazine, and even those few trembling underlings who hesitated to arm themselves were dispatched with ruthless precision. Now, any movement would mean death. The demise of the corpulent man and Xiao Xiao's transformation into a zombie weighed heavily upon her. She resolved that all these lives must pay the ultimate price. They could have thrived in this apocalypse, yet their existence was obliterated by this band of scoundrels. The remaining individuals dared not entertain any thoughts of rebellion. Brother Hu attempted to utter something more, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist as one of his subordinates plunged a knife into him. With the first act of treachery committed, others, driven by the instinct for survival, joined in the fray with their blades, creating a chaotic melee. Lu was swiftly reduced to a pulpy mass, the stench of blood thickening in the room, causing the floor to tremble slightly. Huang Yi sensed something amiss and turned to descend the stairs. There was but one exit, and she harbored no fears of those inside escaping. Downstairs, Hua Guo and the others awaited her. They had been listening to the screams and gunfire from above. And upon seeing Huang Yi emerge, they hurriedly inquired, "Yi, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Everyone up there will perish. Hua Guo, you all should leave quickly, that I will take Xiao Xiao away. This place will soon become unsafe." The tremors grew more pronounced. And as Hua Guo gazed into the distance, he could already see hordes of zombies rushing toward them. Chapter 57. Xiao Xiao Hua Guo understood that they could not linger any longer, but he cast a reluctant glance at the office building, filled with memories of their time spent there. They had been together for quite a while, a team of kind-hearted individuals who helped one another navigate the apocalypse, dreaming of celebrating the first spring festival together, fantasizing about the cold winter freezing the zombies to death. Tears welled up in Hua Ji's eyes at that moment. Xiaoli had driven the vehicle over. Hua Qing wiped his eyes and solemnly addressed Huang Yi. "Yi, take care of yourself and Xiao Xiao. May we meet again if fate allows." With that, he boarded the car. Huang Yi stood momentarily frozen, waving goodbye to the departing vehicle. The others in the office building, upon witnessing her descent, hurriedly gathered their belongings to barricade the staircase, to them. Huang Yi was a terror far exceeding that of any demon. The women among them began plotting how to deal with her should she return. Bustling about in the pool of blood that stained the ground, the entrance, Xiaoli had already stowed the corpse of the corpulent man in an abandoned vehicle that he and a few teammates fought back tears, blaming themselves for having ventured out to scavenge that day. Zombies converged from all directions, driven by the intoxicating scent of blood. Unable to restrain themselves, that a few mutated zombies led the charge, halting in their tracks upon spotting Huang Yi. As if struck by an overwhelming fear, silence fell upon the horde. Sensing the gathering numbers, Huang Yi turned and retrieved her bicycle from the staircase, lifting Xiao Xiao on her back as she strode toward the horizon. The moment she left, the zombies could no longer contain their ravenous desires, surging toward the office building, with several giant mutated zombies crashing against the walls. The scene mirrored that of the election square in Eagle City, transforming into a veritable paradise for the undead, as more and more zombies approached from afar. The people inside the room wore expressions of despair, having just glimpsed Huang Yi standing amidst hundreds of zombies, who appeared to fear her. After her departure, a throng of zombies lunged toward them, with one mutated creature scaling the wall to pound against their window. Instantly, the room erupted in screams. The staircase leading up had been barricaded, while the zombies below breached the obstacles, scrambling upward in a frenzy. One underling draped himself in a blanket, while only one or two wielded blades to guard the staircase. The rest cowered in the room, even some who had just suffered broken legs crawling toward what they believed to be safety. The wooden door of the room was smashed down by the zombies, and the wooden planks on the window shattered under the assault of the mutated creatures. In an instant, the mutated zombies burst through, prompting a cacophony of terrified screams from the occupants. Upon entering, they had hastily barricaded the door with various items, and now found themselves unable to escape. The mutated zombies extended their claws, unleashing a whirlwind of death within the confined space, merging the crowd into a single mass. Among them were those who believed the apocalypse had granted them a second chance. Before the end, some had been complacent, waiting for death, while others engaged in petty crimes to survive. Yet with the onset of the apocalypse, survival no longer relied on wealth or status. They no longer needed to heed anyone's whims. They firmly believed the end was a new hope, a divine second chance to become saviors, the hope of humanity. However, once they obtained power and strength, these individuals, lacking self-control, devolved into perpetrators of violence, more despicable than those they had once derided. They lamented their misfortune at encountering such formidable zombies, cursing the heavens in their despair. Huang Yi had traversed far, with Xiao Xiao remaining eerily silent. "Xiao Xiao, can you still speak?" The girl on her back quietly uttered two words. "Sister." Huang Yi was puzzled by her condition. Upon inspection, she discovered claw marks on Xiao Xiao's legs. Logically, she should have succumbed to a state of mindless existence, like Shinran, yet Xiao Xiao was still capable of communication, quietly remaining at her side. After placing her behind the vehicle, Xiao Xiao gently clung to her. Could it be that the zombie virus was insufficient to fully transform her? Huang Yi pondered, observing Xiao Xiao's somewhat vacant expression, and suggested, "How about I catch some bad people for you to devour, so you can transform quickly? Perhaps then you could speak normally." Xiao Xiao's head shook vigorously, as she slowly articulated, "I help people." Huang Yi, misinterpreting her, replied, "Just now you were shaking your head. Now you want me to help you catch people. All right, let's see if we can find someone like that group from earlier." Huang Yi began to wander with her, searching for any remaining nefarious individuals. That as night fell, they discovered a hotel, obtained a room key from the front desk, and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the door, Huang Yi realized the power was out. She aimed her gun at the lock and fired several rounds, but aside from a few bullet holes, the door remained resolutely closed. Isn't this how locks are opened in the movies? She picked up a machete and began hacking at the door. The wooden door concealed some metal structures, and after 5 minutes of relentless assault, the door finally yielded. Xiao Xiao was now drenched in blood. Having collected some on her clothes from the lobby, Huang Yi wasted no time in stripping her down, retrieving towels from the hotel and several bottles of mineral water to cleanse her body. In the darkness, the girl's skin was pure and unblemished, save for the ghastly veins visible at her ankles. "Thank you, sister. It's nothing. Xiao Xiao, I actually wish I had a little brother or sister. Taking care of you makes me quite happy." She retrieved food from her backpack, opened a box of biscuits, and attempted to feed her, but upon tasting the food, Xiao Xiao struggled violently. Huang Yi quickly assisted her in expelling it. It seemed Xiao Xiao was no longer capable of digesting normal food, only able to consume fresh blood and flesh. As night deepened, it felt as though they were reliving the previous night, keeping vigil at the door while sharing amusing stories. "Sistery, can you tell me a story?" "Sure, let me tell you about a dog I once had." "Wait, Xiao Xiao, that was a great line you just said." On the top floor of the hotel, in one of the rooms, a young man sat in a bathtub, his veins bulging with blood that had turned black. Huang Yi's earlier battering of the door had awakened him, and he slowly opened his eyes, revealing orbs that resembled black holes. Chapter 58. Lin Hao. Huang Yi and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, engaging in conversation throughout the night, each waiting for the other to succumb to drowsiness. Yet neither seemed inclined to sleep. "But aren't you tired?" Xiao Xiao, no zombies indeed, had no need for rest. Huang Yi, stretching her limbs after maintaining a single posture for too long, revealed an enticing silhouette. "Xiao Xiao, why don't you try resting? Close your eyes." Xiao Xiao obediently shut her eyes, while Huang Yi succumbed to slumber. A shadow loomed at the doorway, peering through the shattered wooden door. Its dark eyes fixated on Xiao Xiao. Beside Huang Yi, it had a few drops of viscous, black liquid dripped from its mouth as it scrutinized the occupants of the room. After a prolonged silence, it kicked open the locked door with a forceful thrust. The two slumbering figures on the bed remained undisturbed as it approached, gently lifting Xiao Xiao from the bed and exiting the room. His name was Lin Hao. In high school, he had been caught skipping class by jumping over the wall. His parents worked far away, leaving him to care for his younger siblings in another city. When the teacher demanded he call his parents, the proud Lin Hao refrained from involving his grandfather. Each morning he would still go to school at the usual time, but would instead turn and hide in an internet CAF, as their home was nearby, enabling him to register as a day student. While online, Lin Hao found little joy in gaming. His mind was in turmoil, laden with a sense of dread that a few familiar figures entered the internet CAF. It was his classmates. "What is going on? Did the old teacher not come to school today? You all are out and about. No, your grandfather has come to the school. He has asked us to find you. You should hurry back that we can say we didn't locate you when we return for the evening party." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao, who was engrossed in his computer game, momentarily froze, his mind blank. After a brief pause, he feigned indifference and replied, "I'll head back shortly. Just let me finish this round." The group that had come to find him also took their time, casually logging onto their computers. When the teacher announced the search for Lin Hao, everyone volunteered to go, seeking a breath of fresh air. They were among the worst students in high school in this county. Facing minimal supervision, a few borrowed the electric bike of a day student and effortlessly made their way to the internet CAF they frequented, where they indeed found Lin Hao. Lin Hao grabbed his belongings and rode the electric bike back to school. On the way, he felt an unusual calm, reassuring himself that if he sincerely admitted his mistakes later, it would be manageable, that he recalled the companions he had jumped the wall with. They escaped with no consequences while he faced family discipline. He regretted not running away at that moment. That as Lin Hao departed, his friends resumed gaming, commenting, "Poor Hao, I saw someone coming and fled immediately," but he insisted on waiting to confirm it was a teacher. They jested, "Look over there at the playground. It's filled with girls." Little Hao felt embarrassed about being chased if he ran. The internet CAF was near the school, and he arrived quickly upon reaching the office. He saw his grandfather standing beside a dog, while the teacher held a phone. Upon Lin Hao's return, the teacher deliberately raised her voice in irritation, saying, "All right, your son is back. You can educate him yourself." Thus, with the phone in hand, Lin Hao endured over an hour of scolding. On the other end, his mother was nearly roaring, and he could hear his younger brother crying in her arms. Eventually, the homeroom teacher assigned him a week of family discipline. Afterward, his grandfather returned home with him, then hurried off to work, having asked someone to cover for him for an hour. Now, 3 hours had already passed. Lin Hao lay on his bed, his mind a blank slate, clutching a small knife. The next day, as expected, his father rushed home overnight and scolded him for an extended period. In a fit of defiance, Lin Hao declared that he might as well drop out of school. Drop out? Have you considered what you would do? All your friends are still in school. That if you go out now, aside from the internet CAF, where else can you go? After lunch, his father rushed back again. In despair, Lin Hao left a note for his grandfather, packed his belongings, and went to the city to work. That he directly approached an agency and was assigned that very afternoon to a hotel as a cleaner. Responsible for housekeeping, earning 80 yuan a day, he stayed there at night, free from the pressures of study and the confinement of school, and felt an unexpected joy. Each day after work, he could indulge in some computer gaming. And he often met others at the internet CAF, who, like him, spent their days online. They would frequently stay up late, enjoying late-night snacks and drinks while discussing their dreams. Initially, old-school friends would ask how he was doing. But gradually, they ceased to reach out, and Lin Hao adapted to this new lifestyle. On the morning of the apocalypse, after attending the morning meeting, he busied himself. Some patrons, after a night's sleep, would check out, with few remaining until 2 in the afternoon. After cleaning several rooms, he would sit in the lounge playing on his phone during the many idle moments without guests. Suddenly, after watching several videos titled about disasters, he paid little heed. After scrolling a few more times, he noticed the same type of videos, missing the usual beautiful faces he often viewed. Just as he began to suspect whether he had accidentally activated a filter, he heard chaos erupt outside, with car horns blaring incessantly. Before he could check the window, a loud knocking came from one of the rooms he was responsible for, accompanied by faint cries. "Hello? Could you please open the door? Fighting and damaging property inside will incur full compensation." The screams from within persisted. A woman was shouting angrily. The door swung open, revealing a woman in a short skirt, behind whom a man was gnawing at her leg with wild ferocity. Seeing Lin Hao at the door, the woman urgently dragged the man towards him, exclaiming, "Help me, please, this man has gone mad." He started acting like this as soon as he arrived, after a moment's thought. Lin Hao kicked the man in the head. That he noticed the man had already bitten chunks of flesh off. The woman's leg was exposed, blood gushing profusely. Supporting her, he rushed towards the lounge, shutting the door behind them and collapsing to the floor. The screams outside grew louder, and violent explosions echoed through the streets. Picking up his phone, he carefully watched a few videos, capturing horrifying scenes of people indiscriminately attacking those around them, even their own children. Those brave enough recorded themselves being pursued by a mob, as reports of similar incidents flooded in from around the world. Hospital surveillance footage revealed that those quarantine days prior had all mutated, attacking medical staff and accompanying family members. Soon, experts began posting videos urging everyone to stay indoors and await government assistance. The man Lin Hao had kicked down was now at the lounge door, roaring and clawing at it. The woman in the short skirt lay motionless on the floor, but suddenly convulsed and stood up in a grotesque posture, her veins bulging, blood no longer streaming from her leg. Upon spotting Lin Hao, she lunged at him. Luckily, the distance was sufficient. The zombie fell to the ground, quickly crawling toward him. Lin Hao seized an ashtray from the table and struck her head with force. With one foot pressing down on her head, he continued to smash until the short-skirted zombie lay still at his feet. Chapter 59. The Rise of the Demon. Despairing, Lin Hao sat on the ground, gazing at the body beside him, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Not long after his arrival here, his parents, upon learning of his situation, had tried to persuade him but eventually gave up. His father had told him one thing: to earn money diligently, save wisely, and take care of himself, stressing the importance of abiding by the law, warning that otherwise his life would be irrevocably ruined. Now, having taken a life, witnessing the lifeless form of the woman on the ground, he realized she could not be saved. Lin Hao's hands were soaked in blood, shaking uncontrollably, his mouth slightly agape in regret for having dropped out of school. Trembling, he picked up his phone and dialed for help. Waiting for what felt like an eternity, repeatedly calling until nightfall, but to no avail, he finally reached his father. After a long wait, the call connected, but on the other end, he heard his mother and younger brother crying. "Is that you, Lin Hao? Your father is dead, bitten by a zombie. Now he is transformed, completely losing his mind. Your younger siblings and I are hiding in the kitchen. Can you come quickly to save us?" "Mom, I'm trapped too. There are zombies everywhere. I can't get out," I in her usual tone. His mother shouted, "How can you not get out? Your siblings are too young to be in danger. You never listen to me. You must come and save us. I swear I will never interfere with you again." In Lin Hao's memories, his mother was always stern, never offering him a compliment that a yes, say child. He was obedient, yet her tone was perpetually laced with reproach. Growing up in such an environment, he gradually became more rebellious. That it was not that he was disobedient, but rather he questioned why normal requests had to be delivered with an authoritative tone. Lin Hao did not yearn for her to speak kindly. He merely wished for a semblance of tranquility. However, the relentless stream of criticism, compounded by their decision to work away from home after the birth of his younger siblings, left him feeling utterly forsaken. Consequently, he harbored no affection for her. After hanging up the phone, he attempted to call his grandfather, only to discover that his number had long been disconnected. As he scrolled through his call history, he recalled that his grandfather had called from various numbers on multiple occasions. Eventually, his phone battery died, leaving him in silence. Lying quietly in bed, he was engulfed by a profound sense of guilt. The break room offered no sustenance, and the restroom was outside. He found himself trapped in his room, gazing out the window at a scene filled with zombies and wrecked vehicles. For the ensuing days, he sat on the windowsill, contemplating life. Eventually, hunger dragged him back to reality. Unfortunately, there was not a morsel of food in the small room, which was merely a storage space for cleaning supplies in the hotel. The number of zombies in the corridor increased, with some crawling up the emergency stairs. The corridor, devoid of windows, became oppressively dark after the power went out, making it akin to seeking death to venture outside. Lin Hao felt utterly desperate. Hunger and dehydration had sapped him of the strength to confront the undead. As he stared at the zombies on the floor, a horrifying thought entered his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Could a zombie's flesh be consumed? From that moment on, each second became an agonizing torment, with the pain of hunger pushing him to the brink of delirium. He stumbled to the corpse beside him, driven by a primal instinct. Overwhelmed by hunger, Lin Hao ravenously devoured the flesh, the bitter taste igniting his senses. Perhaps, at that moment, becoming a zombie was a form of liberation. He consumed until he lost consciousness, collapsing onto the floor. When he groggily awoke the next day, Lin Hao discovered that he had not transformed into a zombie. He still possessed his consciousness, observing his hands. He noted that the veins on both his palms and backs had turned black. Hastily shedding his clothes, he confirmed that his entire body was similarly affected. With a sharp nail, he inflicted a painful cut on the back of his hand. Thick, black blood oozing out slowly. Looking back at the corpse on the floor, he felt no fear. A few drops of viscous black saliva dripped from his lips, but he quickly consumed the body in the room and hesitated at the door, listening to the zombies in the corridor growling and scratching at the walls. Slowly turning the doorknob, the wooden door creaked ominously, drawing the attention of the zombies, who rushed toward him, armed with a mop handle. Lin Hao thrust it at the first zombie that entered, catching it off guard. The others hesitated, clearly intimidated. Feeling reassured, he realized that as long as the zombies feared him, he could easily dispatch them. Soon, he had eliminated 4 zombies in the corridor and began feasting on their fresh flesh. From that day forward, he lured zombies to consume them daily. One morning, the door to a guest room on his floor creaked open, revealing a couple. Inside the room lay instant noodles and bottled water, but the couple had depleted their supplies in just 2 days due to their inexperience. The noise piqued Lin Hao's interest. He initially thought it was another zombie. Stepping outside, he unexpectedly collided with the couple, startling them. "Hello, are you human?" They stammered. Lin Hao had little interest in them. He intended to ignore them and return to rest. However, a wicked idea crossed his mind to don't be afraid. The patterns on my body are tattoos, and my eyes are merely colored contacts that I thought this would keep me safe from the zombies. Hesitant yet relieved. The couple cautiously accepted that he was not a zombie. "Are you the only one left on this floor?" they inquired. "Yes, just me." "Please wait in your room while I fetch some food," he replied. Grateful, the couple settled back in their room, lowering their guard. "Just call out when you need me to open the door," Lin Hao instructed before heading downstairs that he exited the hotel and casually dragged a bewildered zombie back with him. Upon reaching the door, Lin Hao lightly knocked. "The food's here." "Open up." The couple quickly opened the door. "Thank you so much. We truly appreciate it. Please come in." However, the eager zombie rushed past him, drawn by their warmth. Lin Hao kindly shut the door behind them. An hour later, he unlocked the door, only to find the couple had undergone a transformation. In Lin Hao's eyes, they were now merely additional sources of sustenance. And he eagerly indulged. From that point onward, he developed a taste for fresh zombies. Fortunately, the hotel housed numerous rooms, and some survivors still lingered on other floors. Chapter 60. In a predicament, Huang Yi slowly opened her eyes. Her head throbbing painfully, she had just dreamt of being trapped in a pitch-black space, unable to move. Rubbing her temples, she sat up, startled to find the space beside her empty. "Xiao Xiao is missing," she exclaimed. Glancing at the ajar door, she distinctly remembered locking it upon entering and hurried outside to search for Xiao Xiao. Lin Hao, having placed Xiao Xiao on the bed, regarded her as a work of art. Too perfect to consume that he lay atop her, greedily inhaling her scent. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps from downstairs, his patience wearing thin. He did not wish to be interrupted while savoring such exquisite prey. As he slowly descended, Huang Yi, hearing the commotion above, dashed up the stairs. The two collided in the corridor, both startled by the encounter. Lin Hao pondered why the girl had awakened so quickly despite his abilities, while also questioning why she had shared a bed with a zombie. Huang Yi had never seen someone like him before and felt a surge of anger at the thought of such a being taking Xiao Xiao away from her. In an instant, her eyes turned blood red. She dared not underestimate her opponent, uncertain of his strength. That moment, Lin Hao's pupils dilated in astonishment. The girl before him was far more captivating than the prey he had just spared. Excited, he let his mouth hang open, dark saliva dripping uncontrollably. "Could you be any more repulsive? If you look down, you'll see you're drooling all over yourself," she retorted. She gazed through the mirror at the doorway. Catching sight of Xiao Xiao peacefully resting on the bed, and a sense of relief washed over her. Lin Hao, observing the seemingly harmless Huang Yi, felt an inexplicable instinctive fear towards her, gripping a fruit knife. He realized that since his mutation, he had remained in the hotel, never encountering any mutated zombies. Assuming that zombies generally possess moderate combat capabilities, he noted that this beautiful woman seemed not to be entirely one of them. Thus, he rationalized that his primal fear was merely a reaction to his heightened excitement. Huang Yi retrieved her pistol with calm composure. Xiao Xiao remained blissfully unaware in the room, determined to conclude matters swiftly. She aimed and fired, while Lin Hao's dark pupils constricted in shock, never anticipating that she would brandish a gun, that he instinctively ducked to evade the bullet, which was aimed directly at his head, narrowly escaping. The second shot followed swiftly. Having wasted many bullets while eliminating scoundrels in an office building, she aimed to conserve ammunition this time, knowing that survival was a long-term endeavor. Lin Hao was caught off guard by the second shot, which struck him in the abdomen. Writhing in pain, he clutched his stomach as dark blood seeped through his fingers. Lacking both speed and physical fortitude, he felt weaker than even the mutated zombies. Yet, Huang Yi fired again, this time carelessly hitting his right leg before confidently sheathing her knife and approaching him. Her footsteps echoed ominously, reminiscent of death itself. Lin Hao pressed down hard on his abdomen, blood erupting forth, his bloodied hand brushing against his eyes as he stared at Huang Yi, who met his gaze directly in that instant. Huang Yi's consciousness was transported back to a dimly lit room, where the walls were an even deeper shade of black, enveloped in silence save for the faint thrum of her heartbeat. She looked up to find a massive clock suspended above her head. its hands frozen in time. After what seemed like an eternity, she realized she had been wandering aimlessly without any reference points, the clock's stillness mocking her sense of time. Counting silently, she reached 10,000 before nearly losing her composure. Realizing she had been trapped in this consciousness for almost 3 hours. Outside, Xiao Xiao and her body were likely slaughtered by that grotesque creature, plunging her into despair and self-reproach. She vowed that if given another chance at life, she would fight without reservation. That I end these moments of reflection. She recalled the day her parents met with tragedy, that I asked their family prepared to leave the seaside. She had pleaded for just 5 more minutes of playtime. Since that fateful day, she had avoided confronting those memories, fearing she might never have the chance to reminisce about them again. Perhaps if she had not asked for those 5 minutes, they might still be alive. As her memory sharpened, the events of that day unfolded in her mind like a film reel. The tragedy had struck. She was cradled in someone else's arms beside a vehicle engulfed in flames, while well-meaning onlookers wielded fire extinguishers in a futile attempt to control the inferno. The fire had escalated beyond control, and amidst the chaos, 2 individuals remained trapped inside. Those must have been the little girl's parents. Poor souls. The little girl's eyes fluttered open, and she caught a glimpse of the ominous red glow atop a nearby hill, where a colossal zombie only revealed its head, observing the scene below. The girl's brief glance was all she could muster before being whisked away by emergency responders. Lin Hao, ensnared by the terror emanating from the girl's gaze, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Though the wounds on his abdomen and leg continued to bleed profusely, threatening to render him unconscious. Stifling the agony, he tore at his clothing to fashion makeshift bandages, while Huang Yi lay slumped on the ground. With a painful limp, he approached her, prioritizing the need to eliminate her before tending to his own injuries. That as he leaned down to retrieve the fallen knife, he was startled to see the girl awaken. Ignoring his pain, she lunged for the blade, and in that moment, Huang Yi regained her consciousness. Spotting Lin Hao picking up the knife, she swiftly kicked him, sending him crashing against the wall, unconscious. Relieved that this monstrous figure had been incapacitated, Huang Yi hurried to check on Xiao Xiao, finding her still lying peacefully on the bed, her heart finally settling. However, when she pushed Xiao Xiao, receiving no response, she anxiously turned back to Lin Hao, plunging the knife into his eye and twisting it cruelly. Lin Hao awoke with a start, screaming in agony, his eyes feeling as though they were being scorched, rolling on the ground in torment. Huang Yi was resolute. She would not grant him another chance. "How can that girl on the bed awaken? Speak now, or I shall end your life," she demanded. Chapter 61. Unconsciousness. Lin Hao writhed on the ground, losing consciousness only to be jolted awake again by the relentless pain. He pressed his hands against his eyes, fingers digging into the sockets in a desperate attempt to alleviate the suffering. But to no avail. Dark blood pooled around him. Hearing footsteps, he flailed his arms, instinctively preparing to attack. Throughout his life, he had never experienced the intoxicating sensation of power that I end this apocalypse, while others struggled to survive. He reveled in his newfound freedom, viewing the feared zombies merely as sustenance. During the early days of his mutation, he had sought out his former supervisor, who had always looked down on him due to his university education. This supervisor often derided him in front of the front desk and female colleagues, increasing Lin Hao's workload out of spite. After his transformation, Lin Hao had found this supervisor, now a zombie, and had savored the experience of consuming his flesh, relishing each agonizing moment. He harbored deep resentment towards Huang Yi and her companion. Had they not appeared, he might not have found himself in such a pitiful state. Huang Yi, feeling ignored, repeated her question, "Can you tell me when the girl on the bed will awaken?" When Lin Hao offered no response, she delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, fearing Xiao Xiao might never regain consciousness. Lin Hao gradually acclimated to the pain in his eyes, which had dulled somewhat, but the blow to his stomach felt as if his insides were being violently displaced. Blood gushed from the wound, and he struggled to breathe. "I will give you 1 minute, but if you do not answer my question, I will kill you," she warned. The minute passed swiftly, and despite the searing pain, Lin Hao gasped, "Spare me. I will do anything you ask." Huang Yi, taken aback by his plea, quickly dismissed it. She swung the knife, severing his right leg with precision, deliberately avoiding the already injured limb to prolong his suffering. "Wait, I'll tell you," he cried, but before he could finish, she severed one of his hands, feigning ignorance to his pleas. Enough. Consider this a lesson for your next life. Lin Hao initially intended to discuss the conditions with Huang Yi, for even he was uncertain how long those afflicted by their own abilities would remain in a state of unconsciousness, that he feared that upon discovering the truth, Huang Yi might decide to eliminate him outright. Now, at this critical juncture between life and death, he felt compelled to reveal the truth, hoping she might spare his life that he could no longer afford to gamble, with one arm and one leg incapacitated. Prolonging the situation could truly lead to his demise, that he remained in the dark about how long she would remain unconscious. Perhaps a blade stained with dark blood fell ominously upon his head. Huang Yi, unwilling to entertain his ramblings any longer, surmised that this creature also lacked knowledge of the specific duration of its own state, for when she regained consciousness, his expression had been one of utter confusion. If he had been aware, he would not have been caught off guard. Approaching Xiao Xiao, who lay on the bed appearing as if she were merely asleep, her pale complexion exuding a certain charm, Huang Yi felt powerless, resigned to waiting patiently. With her uniquely convoluted thought process, Huang Yi had a fleeting inspiration. She bent down and placed a gentle kiss upon Xiao Xiao's lips, yet no miracle unfolded. She remained by Xiao Xiao's side, quietly vigil throughout the night, reflecting on the memories she had revisited within that illusion. She recalled that following the car accident, she had awakened in a hospital bed. Yet in both of her recollections, she had encountered that zombie, and the information gleaned had only increased. Later, on the day marking 3 years since her parents' passing, she had accompanied her aunt to pay respects, where she learned from her aunt of the report stating that the police had classified the incident as a natural disaster, attributing it to the prior days of rain that had loosened the soil on the slope, resulting in a landslide and the fall of boulders. Time had elapsed, and she had long since come to terms with it. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, she had revisited these memories twice within a brief span. Huang Yi found herself perplexed. She could no longer engage with her thoughts as before. Rather than grapple with the incomprehensible, she resolved to let things unfold naturally. The loss of her parents weighed heavily on her heart. As the night swiftly passed, dawn gradually illuminated the world outside. Xiao Xiao remained in slumber beside her. Thankfully, as a zombie, Xiao Xiao could not perish. Having ventured into that illusion herself, Huang Yi pondered whether every individual experienced it similarly. Yet, she had awakened. Thus, she believed Xiao Xiao would as well. It was merely a matter of time. The day passed swiftly, and as dusk approached, Huang Yi observed Xiao Xiao countless times, enduring her own nausea as she smeared Lin Yang's blood across her eyes. However, aside from the pain, nothing extraordinary transpired. Initially, she had intended to leave Xiao Xiao behind, but then realized that she was not a complete zombie. Xiao Xiao possessed thoughts and would not harm others. Through her reflections, she had come to understand the nature of Xiao Xiao's earlier plea for assistance. It had been a misinterpretation on her part. What Xiao Xiao intended to convey was a desire to aid humanity, much like she had expressed while on duty. Even after becoming a zombie, she retained her inherent kindness. She could not abandon Xiao Xiao here, and her little bicycle was no longer an option for transport. At that moment, she felt a twinge of envy towards those who could drive. After a brief excursion outside, she stumbled upon an electric tricycle at an intersection. Inside, an elderly man had transformed into a zombie. Trapped and unable to open the door, compassionate citizen Huang Yi assisted him in escaping. Attempting to turn the key, she discovered there was still ample battery power remaining. After the elderly zombie was freed, he seemed offended, lingering at the doorway and preventing it from closing. Without hesitation, Huang Yi delivered a swift kick, driving the vehicle to the hotel entrance. Her beloved bicycle was once again secured atop the vehicle, and she carefully lowered Xiao Xiao, securing her at the back, and set off towards the government's safe zone. Memories of the family she had encountered earlier resurfaced. She now realized that the child surely possessed consciousness. When she had turned to bid farewell to the couple, she vaguely recalled seeing the little boy waving to her from the second floor. She was determined to take Xiao Xiao to see the child's situation, hoping that perhaps on their journey, Xiao Xiao might awaken. Meanwhile, within the safe zone, Hua Ge and the others toiled diligently. Though the work was arduous, they found joy in their efforts. With government support, they had been assigned tasks upon entering, engaging in various menial jobs. The walls of the safe zone were sufficiently high, and aside from the military tasked with guarding the city, all inhabitants were required to participate in planting and maintaining vegetation daily. During a break, Xiaoli could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Hua Ge, "Brother Hua, what do you think of Huang Yi?" Hua Cheng, biting into a dry bun, handed half to Xiaoli, his mind conjuring the image of the girl as he replied, "What about Yi? She's our companion." Chapter 62. The laboratory, the electric tricycle, was evidently less convenient than a bicycle, as many damaged vehicles obstructed the roads, forcing her to navigate detours. Fortunately, she harbored no fear of zombies. In areas teeming with them, Huang Yi would simply disembark and shoo them away as though they were mere ducks. Some zombies, having lingered in one spot for too long, found their legs stuck to the ground, unable to move. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky. Along the way, Huang Yi discovered several identical electric tricycles and proceeded to violently dismantle them for their batteries, storing them for when her own ran out of power. Nightfall brought with it an increase in zombie activity as they roamed the streets. Huang Yi had already driven slowly, yet some oblivious zombies collided with her vehicle. The tricycle was not particularly sturdy. After only a few encounters, the side mirrors had shattered and the right door had become deformed. Reluctantly, she sought refuge in a nearby shop, steering the vehicle inside. It was a bookstore, remarkably clean, save for a thin layer of dust at the entrance. The books were neatly arranged on the shelves, indicating that no one had visited since the onset of the apocalypse. Huang Yi closed the door. For the past 2 days had offered her little respite. She retrieved a small blanket from her backpack, spreading it atop the many books scattered on the floor in preparation for sleep. Suddenly, an ambulance approached from the distance. Huang Yi peered through the glass door of the bookstore, watching as the vehicle halted at a nearby intersection. Several fully armed individuals, donning gas masks, disembarked and swiftly bound a zombie that had been lingering on the street. The innocent creature struggled in vain, yet was soon rendered immobile, encumbered by ropes and a contraption resembling a helmet atop its head. The vehicle departed quickly, and Huang Yi, having witnessed the entire scene, mused, "Goodness, there are still those who capture zombies." However, she felt no particular surprise. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, she had encountered both cannibalism and the consumption of zombies, so the abduction of a zombie seemed trivial in comparison to the former two. After waiting a minute or two, she finally emerged to pull down the bookstore's roller shutter, wishing to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the night. The ambulance gradually entered a parking lot where several security guards stood on duty. An individual exited the vehicle and engaged in a brief conversation with the guards, producing identification before being granted entry. Upon entering the underground parking garage, they found only a few vehicles parked. They drove to the end where all occupants disembarked, each one leading a zombie bound by rope, its head encased in an iron helmet, guiding them through a discreet wooden door hidden beneath the staircase. After traversing a dimly lit corridor, they pushed open a heavy metal door, revealing blindingly white lights that momentarily disoriented them. One zombie managed to break free from its restraints, lunging at a nearby guard. The ropes evidently failed to secure the creature entirely, allowing one of its hands to slip through and violently claw into the guard's flesh. The man, pinned down, screamed in terror, unable to fully extend his arms to dislodge the zombie from atop him. Several individuals clad in white lab coats approached, accompanied by a contingent of armed security personnel. One man, gloved and smeared with blood, barked orders to the security staff to regain control of the situation. One of the guards overseeing the zombies hurriedly approached, eager to flatter. "Director Lee, this is the zombie we captured as per your request at Li Chi." His hands, stained with blood, wore a look of disdain as he surveyed the zombies before him. Clearly dissatisfied that my request was for intact and robust specimens, that any of these even meet my criteria. "You didn't just grab them off the street, did you?" The guards felt a twinge of guilt. Fully aware that their current task was to procure zombie samples for the laboratory, that if they pleased their superior, they might receive food in exchange, and they dreaded the thought of death, opting only to capture solitary zombies on the streets. Just then, the team member who had been injured by the zombie began to exhibit signs of mutation, collapsing to the ground and convulsing. Director Lee, initially disheartened, suddenly brightened at the sight of the newly mutated zombie. This one, hurry, get it to operating room 3 in 5 minutes." Upon concluding his remarks, he hurriedly departed, while several security personnel tossed a few pieces of bread onto the ground. Prior to the apocalypse, This location served as a research and development laboratory for a pharmaceutical company. The day before the catastrophe, the owner sought to seize an opportunity and assigned personnel here to investigate the sudden outbreak of the disease, eager to expedite the discovery of an effective treatment for profit. However, the following day, the apocalypse erupted. Each room within the laboratory was secured with doors that required card access for entry and exit. And the security staff were plentiful, swiftly regaining control of the situation inside. Some researchers immediately recognized the gravity of the viral outbreak and commenced their investigations. Astonishingly, on the second day of the apocalypse, their employer had yet to perish and had managed to escape here with numerous employees from various pharmaceutical companies. The main entrance was sealed, and a passageway was established in the underground parking lot. With the absence of legal constraints, these researchers embarked on audacious experiments, fully aware that discovering a cure could signify monumental power, enabling their employer to establish a new dynasty amid the chaos. The experiments progressed rapidly. In a quiet room, enormous containers housed the corpses of zombies, some of which had their limbs severed, leaving only the torso and head. The zombies, with lifeless eyes, coldly observed the individuals studying them. In Laboratory 3, a recently injured individual was secured to a bed, his arms and legs removed, his head firmly restrained to avoid inadvertently harming the experimental subjects. Any potentially aggressive body parts had been excised. After administering tranquilizers and serums, within mere minutes, the man's arm bore numerous injection sites, a grotesque tapestry of punctures and blood. The nurse responsible for his injections displayed an emotionless demeanor, forcefully inserting a thick needle into his flesh. Observing the data on the computer, several researchers shook their heads in regret. The person on the bed had irrevocably transformed into a zombie. One of them pondered aloud whether the subject had been brought in too late, suggesting that if experimentation had commenced sooner, perhaps a favorable outcome could have been achieved. The other two, suddenly enlightened, eagerly concurred, entirely absorbed in the thrill of experimentation. Before the apocalypse, they had accomplished little, with some being mere recent graduates. However, now a mission to save the world lay before them, and each aspired to become the savior. In Laboratory 4, a visibly anxious man, who had only minutes prior been a security guard, was informed of his promotion and brought to this location. Surrounded by a group clad in protective gear, he was injected with a canister of dark red liquid, causing his veins to swell alarmingly, as if they might burst through his skin at any moment. His consciousness began to fade, accompanied by the distant sound of a chainsaw, followed by a sensation of lightness in his hands. As dawn broke, many, gripped by fear, abandoned their jobs, opting to become hunters of the undead. After a night passed, Huang Yi found herself gnawing on a piece of bread, which had been stored in her bag for several days, its texture reminiscent of chewing wax. Accompanied by yogurt, she managed to consume one loaf before her appetite waned. After tidying up, she boarded her vehicle, preparing to depart. In the back seat, Xiao Xiao remained in the same position as the day before, yet Huang Yi was pleasantly surprised to notice that the veins in her legs appeared somewhat diminished. Before leaving, she picked up a few beloved books from the bookstore. Each journey she undertook filled her with hope as a tricycle traversed the sunlit road. The construction of the safe zone was nearing completion. Following the recent attack by mutated owls, defenses against aerial threats had been strengthened. A contingent of soldiers stood guard, with an increased number of personnel monitoring the skies and distant zombies during the day. At night, guards ensured their safety within a small brick structure. Several vigilant patrol officers were the first to spot the approaching tricycle and promptly notified the gate guards. Just minutes prior, the city gates had been cleared of zombies. And upon seeing Huang Yi's vehicle approach, they opened the gates without hesitation, allowing her entry. Huang Yi, upon witnessing the open gates, exhibited no intention of stopping, calmly passing along National Road 112 beside the safe zone, leaving a group of bewildered soldiers in her wake. Did she not see us? Surely, she can't be blind, with such a large gate, one soldier remarked, excitement evident in his voice as he spotted Huang Yi, recalling the rumors of the beauty who had saved the safe zone. Although the government had not confirmed the events during the initial zombie siege, he firmly believed he had heard a gunshot prior to the emergency assembly. Once clear of the city, the road became significantly easier to navigate. The battery was nearly depleted, allowing for only a speed of 20 miles per hour, but Huang Yi remained unhurried, opting to wait until it was entirely drained. Suddenly, a blinding light approached as a small truck turned the corner onto her path. The truck, having noticed her, gradually slowed down. Initially, Huang Yi intended to ignore it, but with her electric vehicle's power waning and the road being narrow, the truck obstructed much of her path. Retrieving a handgun from her bag and loading it, she tucked it in her pocket just as 3 or 4 individuals exited the truck, armed with machetes and clubs. Presuming the small tricycle could only accommodate a maximum of 2 passengers, the driver adjusted his position, directing the headlights fully at her vehicle, causing the men to gawk in disbelief. "Boss, it's a woman." "It's a woman," one of the subordinates exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he slapped his forehead. The leader, irritated by his lack of composure, kicked him down and scolded, "Show some dignity. Calm yourself." After chastising his underling, he approached Huang Yi with an eager demeanor, rubbing his hands together at the sight of the beautiful woman, having not encountered such a sight since the onset of the apocalypse. Huang Yi stepped out to ascertain their intentions. The leader's grin, following his earlier reprimand of his subordinate, filled her with disgust, his face a grotesque amalgamation of flesh. "Miss, it's dangerous to wander out alone at this hour. Would you like a ride?" In that moment, Huang Yi found herself wishing she were a man, lamenting the ease with which one could encounter such lecherous individuals in this post-apocalyptic world. Noticing her silence, the men grew impatient, with even the one who had been knocked down scrambling to his feet, advancing towards her with ulterior motives that as they approached, Huang Yi sighed in resignation, realizing that her beauty had rendered her a target in this perilous world. Drawing her machete and revealing her handgun, she declared, "I advise you to surrender. If you insist on drawing weapons, the outcome will be the same, and I cannot afford to harm you, even if we take a couple of cuts. It's worth the risk for the blood," they taunted, oblivious to the firearm in her grasp, fixated instead on the glimmering machete in her other hand, hurling insults and provocations her way. Without hesitation, Huang Yi hurled her machete with precision. Embedding it deep into the skull of the man who had just spoken, he collapsed instantly, disbelief in his eyes as he fell, unable to comprehend the suddenness of his demise. The surrounding group froze in shock, while their leader rushed over, attempting to pry the weapon from his fallen comrade's head, but to no avail. The gruesome sight left little hope for survival, blood pooling around them, furrowing his brow. The leader glared at Huang Yi. "That's excessive, miss. This man was like a brother to me. You must provide an explanation for this today. Why waste your breath on her? She is seeking death. Let her face the consequences of her choices." Another interjected. Huang Yi couldn't help but chuckle internally at the audacity of these scoundrels, who had grown accustomed to bullying others, believing they were untouchable and that no one could challenge them. "So, you're the boss, are you? Manage your subordinates well, or they might just meet their end." As soon as the words left her lips, a subordinate mimicked her actions and hurled a small knife into the fray. After all, they had already lost one person, and the gravity of the situation had shifted. They feared that at such close quarters, this woman might be desperate enough to drag one of them down with her. Despite her undeniable allure, anyone who posed a threat to their lives was met with utmost caution. The apocalypse had taught them many lessons, and those lacking would have long since been eliminated. Unfortunately, the distance and poor lighting caused the knife to veer off course, landing by Huang Yi's leg, which she promptly bent down to retrieve, creating an awkward tableau that is my fault for being a bit too theatrical. This woman cannot be allowed to live as long as she is still warm. I'll risk it. Brother Wang, hand me another knife, and this time his words were cut short as the blade that belonged to him found its mark in his skull. There were only 6 of them in total, with the driver remaining in the vehicle, leaving just the 3 of them. Each was lost in their own anxious thoughts, 2 bodies sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from their wounds. At this point, Brother Wang was beginning to feel fear. The beauty across from them showed no signs of trepidation, indicating that her skills extended beyond mere luck. Her knife throwing was precise. But it felt like a loss, given that they had already sacrificed 2 subordinates. The remaining 2 stared at him wide-eyed, their expressions mirroring their dread. At that moment, Huang Yi spoke, "Are we going to fight or not?" As their gazes turned towards her, her eyes transformed into a deep crimson, glaring fiercely under the dim lights that in the shadowy surroundings. Her blood-red eyes rendered the legs of the 3 men as if they had turned to jelly, leaving them utterly powerless. Tremor seized their limbs, and the unknown terror loomed larger than any other fear. "Boss, Why are her eyes red? One stammered. You ask me. I ask whom? Follow my lead, slowly retreat, and get in the car. The driver, Xiao Li, had long since succumbed to slumber against the steering wheel, oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Huang Yi recognized that she had successfully instilled fear in them. Anyone who moves will meet their end. With the exception of their leader, the two remaining men stood frozen in place, while the other two turned and sprinted towards the vehicle as if in a 100-meter dash. The night was pierced by the sound of 2 gunshots. The echoes startling the birds roosting in the distant woods, and the driver jolted awake, his hands inadvertently slamming onto the horn. Their leader crumpled to the ground, paralyzed by the reality of the situation. The woman before him had transcended all comprehension, and her willingness to kill without hesitation compounded their dread. Don't kill me, I won't run. Have you never played statues? Sitting on the ground doesn't count, that I told you not to move. She approached and swiftly dispatched him with a single strike. Turning her gaze towards the trembling driver in the car, she pointed the gun through the glass, compelling him to exit. What are you people? Where are you heading at this hour? Upon exiting, the driver was met with the sight of his fallen comrades, rendering him speechless with fear. Huang Yi had no intention of killing him, but rather sought a ride. As maneuvering the tricycle had begun to strain her hands. After steadying himself, the driver hastily replied, "We are employees of a pharmaceutical company, out here to capture zombies for research on an antidote. Out at this late hour to catch zombies? We dare not venture into areas swarming with them. We're just taking a chance along the road. The likelihood of encountering others at night is low, and we fear being robbed." Such small teams were hardly significant among those dedicated to capturing zombies. The laboratory demanded vast quantities of the undead daily, offering substantial rewards, thus attracting many desperate souls. Approaching the back of the truck, Huang Yi opened the trunk to find a single zombie tightly bound and restrained, eliciting a bemused expression from her that you've managed to tie up a zombie weighing less than 100 pounds with at least 30 pounds of rope. The driver, feeling slightly embarrassed, explained, "I feared it might thrash about, hence the extra bindings. Originally, they had been pharmaceutical employees from various regions, lacking any real camaraderie, mechanically performing their duties, having previously worked as a truck driver." The driver sought employment amidst the apocalypse, showing no affection for the bodies strewn about. In fact, he had advised his companions against their lack of humanity. During their travels through desolate villages, the scrawny members of their crew often scouted for survivors, robbing them of food, and women were forcibly taken and sold for supplies. Huang Yi held no interest in the laboratory. Even if they discovered an antidote, it would be futile against the sheer number of zombies, especially since she knew that some mutations were beyond the capabilities of this group to capture and study. She unceremoniously discarded the unfortunate zombie from the vehicle, kindness compelling her to sever its bindings for the sake of securing her tricycle. However, she exerted too much force, nearly decapitating it, but thankfully, it remained attached by a fraction. Once the tricycle was secured, she took her seat in the passenger side, directing the driver towards the home of the young boy they had previously encountered. The discarded zombie, witnessing the carnage around it, felt a surge of exhilaration and raised its head, offering a look of gratitude towards the departing vehicle that in a dimly lit chamber, a middle-aged man floated within a grand apparatus. Gradually opening his eyes, beside him, a disheveled, bearded researcher wore an expression of fervent excitement that "You're awake. Let us commence the 3rd phase." The man lightly tapped his head before closing his eyes once more. As streams of crimson liquid flowed into the device, the scruffy researcher gazed at the data on the apparatus with fervent anticipation, driven by a desire to prove himself to those who had looked down upon him. During their journey, the driver pieced together the unfolding narrative. In this apocalypse, such was the way of life, he could not discern right from wrong, only that their leader had courted death by crossing paths with someone formidable. Had the woman beside him not possessed such prowess, she would surely have faced endless torment. The ride proceeded in silence until the driver broke the stillness. "To be honest, I admire your courage. You dare to venture out alone. Zombies are not inherently terrifying. If they can't run fast, a simple mode of transportation makes it manageable." Huang Yi had repeated this sentiment to many, and the driver chuckled softly. Indeed, at worst, death awaits. There is nothing to fear. With the assistance of the vehicle, they quickly reached their destination. Upon seeing the familiar little town, they disembarked and carefully unloaded the tricycle from the back. Xiao Xiao, still nestled in the back seat, remained blissfully unaware. Huang Yi tossed a few bottles of water and some bread to the driver, gesturing for him to depart. She had no intention of senselessly killing the innocent. After the driver got back in, he did not retrace his steps, but instead headed toward Eagle City. Inspired by Huang Yi's courage, especially that of a little girl unafraid of the zombies in this apocalyptic world, he felt he had no reason to succumb to fear. Regardless of the odds, he yearned to return home for a glimpse of his parents and child. Although hope was scant, as during the initial days when communication had not yet faltered, he had made countless calls, none of which connected. In this moment, he was filled with hope. His hometown lay far away in another province, a journey that would take an eternity and pose great danger. Nevertheless, he was determined to draw nearer to home, even at the cost of his life. Huang Yi cautiously entered the convenience store, her heart racing with concern that the old man might perceive her as a threat, especially given the intense hostility he had shown upon her arrival at the onset of the apocalypse. As she ventured to the back of the supermarket, she discovered the warehouse door ajar, with bloodstains marking the entrance. She hurried inside, only to be greeted by a strong odor of mildew. The room was in disarray, with numerous bloody footprints scattered across the floor. She found no trace of the familiar couple and ascended to the second floor, where she entered the little boy's room. At the doorway, she spotted a body lying on the ground, evidently deceased for quite some time. From the clothing, Huang Yi recognized it as the mother of the zombie child, who had welcomed her while wearing the very apron now stained with blood. Upon entering the room, she noted the dog cage was empty, yet beside it lay a corpse clad in a protective suit, its head severed and rolled into a corner. The sight of the protective suit reminded her of the ambulance she had seen that fateful night at the bookstore. It was identical to the suits worn by those who had been capturing zombies. Chapter 65. Xiao Xiao awakens. It seemed that the individuals who had just been slain and those who had donned protective suits that night were all engaged in the same nefarious activity of abducting zombies, evidently working for the same pharmaceutical company. Huang Yi felt compelled to visit the pharmaceutical factory to uncover what they were truly researching, especially since they had managed to reach this place, seemingly having taken the little boy with them. In the laboratory, Han Jun was submerged in a pool of nutrient solution. Having survived the third stage, as described by the doctor, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. He vividly recalled the night when a group of individuals stormed into his home, abducting his son while his wife, Lu Feng, had been brutally slain before his eyes as she attempted to resist. He understood that now was not the time to act. He needed to wait a little longer, closing his eyes to slowly absorb the power surrounding him that on the day his wife was murdered. He had been preparing to fight back, but a blow to the head had rendered him unconscious. Upon awakening, he found himself in a dimly lit room filled with other captives. His wife was gone, and his son had been taken, igniting a fury within him. He did not know how long he had been there, when one morning a disheveled man entered, escorted by several security guards. Shortly thereafter, he and a few others, similarly selected, were taken to a laboratory. Upon being confined, Han Jun remained remarkably calm, silently awaiting the arrival of death. Fortunately, he was the last experimental subject, caged and observing the madman conducting live experiments. The subjects undergoing testing exhibited fear and helplessness as they were injected with various substances, ultimately transforming into lifeless corpses. Those who were less fortunate became zombies, subjected to further dissection and study. The scruffy individual was named Wang Wei. Before the apocalypse, he had graduated from a prestigious university but found himself underutilized and facing numerous obstacles, ultimately becoming a mere assistant at this pharmaceutical company, where he was frequently bullied. A former classmate had even risen to the position of supervisor, neglecting him and assigning him tasks beyond his scope. After the onset of the apocalypse, all researchers were permitted to utilize equipment to study the virus. Wang Wei saw this as his opportunity to prove his worth once again. Yet he was dismayed to find no one willing to collaborate with him, leaving him isolated even in this dire situation. The management issued him an ultimatum. If he failed to produce results, he would lose his position. Thus, Wang Wei began to work tirelessly, immersing himself in research day and night, observing that only one person remained in the cage. He started to doubt himself after so many failures, lost in thought as he regarded the captive. Han Jun had not eaten for quite some time and felt exceedingly weak. Upon seeing the approaching figure, he realized his turn was imminent and in despair, asked, What has become of the zombies that were captured? My son was taken not long ago. Do you have any information? Wang Wei, contemplating his words, suddenly recalled something and replied. I believe I heard someone mention that the little zombie was dissected for research. After that, I haven't heard anything else. Was that your child? Alas. Wang Wei feared a shortage of experimental subjects, so he applied daily for more, only to be met with rejection each time. Han Jun was engulfed in despair. With his wife deceased, his son was his sole hope, but he had once dreamt of the possibility that his son might be treated. But now he was told the grim news of dissection, leaving behind nothing but useless data. With his last glimmer of hope extinguished, he loathed everything before him. The apocalypse had stripped him of too much. Wang Wei held a vial of anesthetic, his arms marked with bite marks from previous subjects who had resisted during the administration of the drug. The sizable canister of anesthetic seemed potent enough to take down an elephant. Han Jun, glancing at the syringe, suddenly thought of something. If I do not resist, can you make me stronger? Wang Wei, observing the determined gaze of the man in the cage, hesitated for a moment before choosing to trust him and slowly opened the cage. Han Jun, dragging his fatigued body, climbed onto the operating table and lay there quietly. In his heart, he vowed to endure, to tear this all apart with his own hands, avenging his wife and son. Wang Wei's hands began to tremble slightly. He sensed that success was within reach and commenced the serious enhancement of this man, willing to sacrifice everything to prove himself, no matter the outcome. One by one, the injections were administered, triggering immediate reactions. Han Jun writhed in agony, his teeth grinding as he endured the excruciating pain fueled by his rage. Neither man disappointed the other. Han Jun became the first to withstand the ordeal without transforming into a zombie. He calmly regarded Wang Wei, who understood his thoughts and promptly initiated the second phase of the experiment. After spending a night resting in the supermarket, Huang Yi awoke the next morning, quickly consumed a light meal, and set off with Xiao Xiao on the journey. Xiao Xiao, seated in the back, wore a serious expression, as if haunted by a nightmarish vision. The previous evening, she had noticed that the driver had approached via a road adjacent to the national highway, and she decided to follow that path, reasoning that if the pharmaceutical factory was substantial, it would surely have signage. Indeed, at an intersection, they spotted an advertisement for the factory. However, Huang Yi suddenly pondered how to handle Xiao Xiao. For if she entered and encountered danger, she could not simply abandon her. Leaving her outside felt equally unsettling. Just then, Xiao Xiao, clutching her head, began to awaken. Upon seeing Huang Yi before her, she leaped forward in excitement. Huang Yi, startled while driving, momentarily lost control of the vehicle. Fortunately, the speed was low, and the car merely veered into a patch of grass beside the road. Huang Yi glimpsed a small, fair hand encircling her neck and initially thought she was witnessing a ghost. Turning her head, she saw Xiao Xiao awake and embracing her. That you're awake, Xiao Xiao. Jie, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. Seeing Xiao Xiao not only awake but also speaking fluently eased Huang Yi's worry. And she righted the car, continuing toward the pharmaceutical factory. Xiao Xiao, how long were you inside? Xiao Xiao, suddenly queried, paused to reflect before replying, I don't know, maybe 100 cycles, upon hearing Xiao Xiao's seemingly nonsensical response. Huang Yi thought, while her speech had improved, her intellect had yet to fully return. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Xiao had been trapped in a dreamlike state, with the clock spinning at least 100 times, contemplating life and reminiscing about past events daily. Although Xiao Xiao had regained her consciousness, Huang Yi resolved to visit the pharmaceutical factory in hopes of discovering a way to awaken Shinran, the missing child. Together, they could seek out Xiao He and establish a safe zone for zombies. Chapter 66. The first lesson on the smooth highway. Occasional deep pits appeared, surrounded by fresh earth, clearly excavated not long ago. In the distance, a group of men, covered in mud and bare-chested, toiled away at one of the pits. Big brother, why are we digging this pit? It feels deep enough already, that a nearby individual, smoking a cigarette, directed his subordinates in their digging. You fail to understand. When the zombies approach, they'll fall into this pit, saving us the trouble of searching everywhere. Are you brave enough to venture into the city? Do you remember that zombie that was sprinting at over 40 miles per hour? A few of the younger men dared not utter a word, contemplating the desolate and remote location, where not a single zombie had been sighted for days. Yet, They were more than willing to engage in this risk-free labor, toiling like dedicated excavators. The previous night, they had returned from hunting zombies only to find themselves targeted by a monster, even at a speed exceeding 50 miles per hour. They had nearly failed to shake it off. Thus, they resolved to steer clear of the city, even if it meant facing starvation. Huang Yi, while she might not excel in other areas, certainly possessed commendable skills in driving a tricycle. However, the numerous potholes on the road required caution. The elder brother, who was digging a trench, listlessly took a few puffs from a cigarette before extinguishing it. In these times of scarcity, for an old smoker like him, being deprived of a cigarette felt akin to a death sentence. Suddenly, the sight of a tricycle startled them, prompting him to hastily summon the younger men nearby. Huang Yi honked a few times. Yet the individuals across remained motionless, seemingly unperturbed. She mused to herself, indeed, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, much like a steed that can be ridden. Glancing in the rearview mirror, she noted her own somewhat familiar visage and conjured what she believed to be a fierce expression. Xiao Xiao, filled with concern from the back, inquired, "Sister Yi, what should we do? There are so many of them." Unfazed, Huang Yi replied with calm assurance, "Do not fret, Xiao Xiao. Allow me to impart the first lesson of the apocalypse. When encountering such individuals, it is best not to waste words. Observe how I wield my weapon." Exiting the vehicle with a machete in hand, the sight of a beautiful woman left the men across visibly entranced. They also noticed Xiao Xiao, who remained inside. While there were a few women on the production line at the pharmaceutical factory, they were mostly older residents from nearby villages that in a confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. After all, this group of men, all under 30 and mostly unmarried, had little experience with women. One of the younger men, upon seeing Huang Yi step out, immediately addressed the elder. "Let them pass. Uncle Zhang, it's tough for everyone in this apocalypse." Uncle Zhang, without hesitation, finished his cigarette and slapped the young man. "You recognize this as the apocalypse, don't you? Remember that older sister at the factory who was twice your size, when she asked you to work overtime? You complied without question. Why are you so compliant now, just because a woman is present?" Xiao Li, feeling humiliated after being struck, darkened in countenance. Uncle Zhang, instead of backing down, kicked him a few times. After a few minutes of punishment, Xiao Li finally set aside his pride and began to plead for mercy. "That's more like it, that if you fancy her, then bind her and let her serve as a wife for you lot." Though the young men looked on with a mix of longing and trepidation, one timidly remarked, "But that wouldn't be right. She certainly wouldn't agree. What's wrong with that? If she were to encounter Ergo and his gang, she wouldn't even have the chance to wish for death. Think about your current lives. It's a matter of survival. Besides, you're not entirely bad." Uncle Zhang, a veteran employee of the pharmaceutical factory, had led them to escape during the outbreak, treating them like sons, which is why they were inclined to heed his words. Huang Yi felt somewhat numb to the scene, having witnessed similar encounters countless times. She found this group to be relatively benign compared to others she had faced, especially since someone was advocating for her. "Excuse me, I am an investigator from the in-city government's safe zone. Here to assess the situation of survivors that I kindly ask for your cooperation." Upon hearing the mention of the government, Uncle Zhang's demeanor shifted dramatically. It had been ages since anyone had referenced the government in this post-apocalyptic world. Initially, everyone had believed their nation would swiftly resolve the crisis. But the extent of the disaster had been vastly underestimated, leaving the government struggling for its own survival. The others, aside from Uncle Zhang, were evidently skeptical. They doubted that the government would send 2 women on such a mission, especially in a dilapidated tricycle. Huang Yi continued her ruse, adopting a serious demeanor that if she were alone, her threats might have been effective. But with Xiao Xiao's wide-eyed gaze fixed upon her, she was reluctant to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. "Step aside. I need to investigate this pharmaceutical factory." Uncle Zhang, now visibly anxious, reconsidered his earlier bravado about taking her as a wife. At that moment, a shirtless man, who had been silent but had displayed a greedy glint in his eyes, interjected, "Don't be afraid, Uncle Zhang. I sense they aren't truly government agents, that I doubt the government would send such beautiful women to investigate." Xiao Li, who had previously pleaded with Uncle Zhang, quickly retorted, "I believe they must be from the government. After all, they are incredibly attractive, so why would they lie?" The shirtless man, observing Xiao Li's swollen face from Uncle Zhang's earlier slap, looked at him in disbelief and quietly admonished, Are you really this dim-witted? Have you considered what kind of individuals Ergo and his gang are? Do you think they would let these women leave once they enter? Instead of letting them profit, we should seize the opportunity for ourselves. Who cares about the government? In this apocalypse, no one is of any use. Xiao Li, suddenly enlightened, stepped forward. You'd better not go in there. The people inside have long lost their humanity. That it would be better to follow me. I can lead. Before he could finish, he was kicked into a pit. The others contemplated burying him alive, initially believing that the beautiful woman would flee upon hearing his words. However, Huang Yi merely watched with an amused expression, while Xiao Xiao, wide-eyed, appeared equally entertained as expected. The beginning may differ, but the outcome remained astonishingly similar. Aside from Uncle Zhang and Xiao Li, the rest began to close in around her. Huang Yi turned to Xiao Xiao, who, to her surprise, nodded and instinctively covered her eyes. This simplifies matters, she thought, brandishing her machete and charging towards them for a swift resolution. The shirtless man clearly did not anticipate that the beautiful woman wielding a blade was not merely for show. As three of them positioned themselves to seize her, Huang Yi accelerated, her machete slicing through the air without hesitation. In mere moments, she dispatched several of them, her blade then directed at the stunned elder, flinging off the blood with a vigorous motion. Although Xiao Xiao covered her eyes, she could see clearly through the gaps between her fingers. Chapter 67. The pharmaceutical factory and the laboratory. All the prominent figures were gazing intently at Wang Wei, who stood on stage, passionately articulating his research achievements amidst a flurry of spittle. Just yesterday, Han Jun had successfully completed the final phase of the experiment, and his research plan had reached fruition. He informed everyone that upon the pharmaceutical owner's review of his results, it had garnered significant attention to that moment. Wang Wei felt as if he were at the pinnacle of his life. Those who had previously looked down upon him now dared not meet his gaze. After the meeting, the owner personally conversed with him, offering words of praise. Now that the experiment has succeeded, you must erase that subject's memory, ensuring they serve the company exclusively. This abrupt command left Wang Wei taken aback. From the start of the experiment, he had not administered any controlling substances to Han Jun, as he had cooperated fully without any signs of resistance. The thought of rendering him a mindless automaton stirred a pang of conscience within him. Yet, he no longer harbored the reckless abandon of his earlier days. Now, with fame and fortune at hand, he was determined to savor it all. Rest assured, boss, I will transform him into a machine that serves solely the organization. There won't be any errors. The owner beamed with satisfaction, patting Wang Wei on the shoulder. Excellent, Xiao Wang, that I've always had high hopes for you. You possess the youthful vigor reminiscent of my own past. Lily, please take good care of him. I have matters to attend to. With that, he exited the office, leaving behind a secretary named Lily. Wang Wei had been covertly admiring her as she sat opposite him in a short black skirt, occasionally crossing her legs, while her blouse was unbuttoned, revealing her exquisite décolletage. Lily, well aware of her boss's intentions, paid no mind to whether the door was locked. She climbed onto Wang Wei's lap, disregarding his disheveled appearance. This was her means of survival. After Uncle Zhang pulled Xiao Li up, he observed the bloodied ground and trembled. Uncle Zhang, what is happening? Did they fight over that woman? Uncle Zhang did not respond, the stark contrast rendering him hesitant to revisit the memories. Although it was daytime, he clearly saw the girl's eyes were blood-red, that he had resolved to leave this place, dragging Xiao Li away from the city, but he suspected that the creature they had encountered that night was a mutated zombie, while Xiao Li and the others believed it to be an animal. Zombies were evolving. Regardless of what that girl was, this place was no longer safe. With that, he pulled Xiao Li along and departed. Huang Yi arrived at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, where the gates lay in tatters, trampled by vehicles, and the ground was exceedingly muddied. The factory's entrance stood a makeshift structure, indicating that someone had likely conducted small-scale business there before the apocalypse. Spotting a simple building labeled as a barber shop, she drove her vehicle inside, reasoning that once she entered the factory, she could not guarantee Xiao Xiao's safety. This barber shop, devoid of supplies, would likely not attract any looters. Xiao Xiao, wait here for me. Stay quiet. This place is safe. You must wait for my return. All right, Sister As Huang Yi departed, Xiao Xiao fixated on her own hands, letting out a heavy sigh at this moment. A multitude of security personnel rushed towards a laboratory within the pharmaceutical factory. 10 minutes prior, Wang Wei had returned to the lab after indulging in the secretary's services, feeling guilty as he dared not meet the gaze of Han Jun, who was contained within the apparatus. Just yesterday, he had assured the latter that the experiment had been completed. His hands trembled slightly as he prepared the surgical instruments, and as before, upon activating the device, Han Jun slowly emerged, instinctively lying down on the bed. Observing Wang Wei beside him, he inquired with confusion, "Wasn't the experiment finished? Why the need for surgery?" Wang Wei, feeling a surge of anxiety, feigned calmness as he replied, "Well, this is just a final enhancement. It will make you even stronger." He produced the prepared anesthetic, lifting Han Jun's hand, knowing that once injected, Han Jun would become his ultimate slave. The mere thought of Han Jun's earlier words sent a shiver of dread through him. This man was intent on dismantling everything for the sake of avenging his son. That fateful instant when Wang Wei plunged the needle in, Han Jun deftly seized the syringe. What's wrong? Jun? Is there an issue? Without uttering a word, Han Jun snatched the syringe from Wang Wei's grasp and drove it into Wang Wei's thigh, injecting the substance. He then gazed at him calmly. Within half a minute, Wang Wei succumbed, rendered immobile. "That I never anticipated your betrayal. That I want to kill you. Instead, I owe you my gratitude for granting me the power to avenge my son and wife." Wang Wei had informed him the previous night that the experiment had been flawlessly executed, and Han Jun could distinctly feel the immense power coursing through his body. Unlike before, when Wang Wei would eagerly divulge the details of the day's experiments, now he sensed a stark difference in Wang Wei's demeanor. Wang Wei's collapse confirmed Han Jun's suspicions that on the floor, Wang Wei bore witness to Han Jun's departure, only to be met by the heart-wrenching cries echoing through the corridor, a sound he alone understood to signify the presence of a true monster. Huang Yi entered the pharmaceutical factory, finding the reality starkly contrasting her expectations. After wandering for quite some time without encountering a single soul, she ventured deeper, spotting a nearby parking lot teeming with people. The entrance was surrounded by a chaotic array of vehicles, some of which were haphazardly parked, and she could see several zombies bound together with ropes beside some cars. "Dog brother, what's going on inside?" "We've been waiting for half an hour for the zombie collectors to arrive." The man referred to as Dog Brother wore a grave expression. Typically, the personnel from the laboratory would be waiting here ahead of time since numerous zombies were required for the experiments. As a middleman, Dog Brother acquired zombies from smaller teams outside and sold them in bulk to the laboratory. Currently, he had amassed several hundred zombies, and his food supply was nearly exhausted, yet he was bound by orders not to breach the premises without notice. Behind them, beside a freight container, a zombie with a bulging belly bore a conspicuous scar on its neck and began to twitch. Before Huang Yi could approach, someone shouted, drawing the attention of everyone and the zombies towards her. "Dog Brother, a beauty! I'm not blind. You know well that such beauty belongs to the boss, that if you wish to avoid death, suppress those lecherous eyes that I in the pharmaceutical factory." The boss was akin to an ancient emperor. No one dared to offend him. Nevertheless, a few foolish individuals attempted to take advantage of the situation that a lecherous fat man stepped forward, intending to speak, only to be suddenly tackled to the ground by a shadow. The belly-bulging zombie had mutated, transforming into a colossal creature, and in an instant, it bit off the fat man's head, sending those around them into a panic frenzy. Mutated Zombie, Chapter 68. Vengeance. Stay calm. Grab your weapons and form a group. Dog Brother roared, attempting to direct his subordinates in defense, but to no avail. Everyone hastily scrambled to their vehicles to flee the scene. "Let us go, Big Brother, as long as we have the mountain. We need not fear the firewood." That a junior tugged at him, reluctant to leave the position he had painstakingly climbed to, but ultimately he was forcibly pulled away by several loyal subordinates. Huang Yi stood by, observing as the giant zombie wreaked havoc on the group, acknowledging the unpredictability of life, which had spared her the need to intervene. Soon, all vehicles in the courtyard had sped away, leaving behind a few bewildered zombies bound in ropes. The mutated zombie, now seated and feasting, seemed momentarily taken aback upon seeing Huang Yi, before rushing towards her. Huang Yi intended to approach with composure, but was taken aback when the silly zombie came barreling towards her. She drew her machete, ready to dispatch it, only to find it posed no threat, merely flailing its arms in a nonsensical manner. "Have you lost your mind? Don't block my way." The mutated zombie fervently waved its arms, lowering its head. That moment, Huang Yi noticed the scar on its neck, that "You're the zombie I saved." The creature appeared to comprehend her words, tilting its head. She recalled that although it had grown in size, it had only recently mutated, retaining much of its original form, and the wound on its neck had yet to heal. The mutated zombie, recognizing itself, seemed elated. After Huang Yi departed, it devoured the corpses on the ground, successfully evolving. "All right, you can be my temporary bodyguard. I'll call you Dezhuang from now on. Stick with me." Huang Yi chose not to let it follow her inside, opting instead to enter alone, wishing to assess the situation without alarming anyone. Upon reaching the entrance, she encountered only a few guards. When they saw someone approaching, their tempers flared. "Didn't I tell you? No entry without notification. If this continues, we'll stop collecting zombies." The guards often profited slightly from their posts, waiting for the zombie collectors to arrive as usual. They had notified the lab personnel to come out, but were told to wait. Seeing a woman descend, they quickly opened the door, sealing their lips. For in this factory, beautiful women were the property of the boss. Huang Yi, seeing the door open, stepped inside without pondering why they had not obstructed her passage. Just as she entered, several medical staff clad in white lab coats rushed out in panic. As if something were pursuing them, that a metal rod flew through the air, skewering several fleeing individuals, impaling them together like grasshoppers. The guards at the entrance were instantly thrown into disarray as Han Jun emerged. His upper body bare, muscles sharply defined, and exuding a formidable presence. The security personnel, armed with rudimentary protective gear, trembled before this beastly man, who strode forward, knocking them out one by one with his fists. Huang Yi recognized him immediately. "Uncle, do you remember me?" In a world ravaged by chaos, the number of people she had encountered was few, yet Han Jun recalled the girl who had approached his home with a firearm. "It's you. What are you doing here?" "I thought you were headed to Eagle City. Did I have matters to attend to here?" "Where's your son?" "I need to check on him." Han Jun was taken aback, moved that she had come for her son. "Wait for me." I haven't finished dealing with those beasts. He withdrew the steel pipe from a corpse and re-entered the laboratory, where most of the personnel had been eliminated, leaving only a few hiding in rooms. Moments earlier, Han Jun had exited the laboratory, and upon spotting anyone, he unleashed his wrath. Harboring deep-seated hatred for everyone within, he had once pleaded for the lives of his wife and child. Yet these individuals displayed no semblance of humanity. The management, upon observing through surveillance, promptly dispatched personnel to subdue him, but none could restrain the enhanced Han Jun. The laboratory's experiments had yielded a virus that was far from mature, producing zombies without any other utility. Thus, they could only seal off certain passages to limit his movements. Huang Yi followed closely, witnessing the one-sided massacre unfold without intervening. Based on her knowledge from her time at the elder's home, she began to piece together the unfolding events. Han Jun was determined to annihilate everyone here. Many areas of the laboratory featured glass doors, easily shattered. Upon breaching one such door, the personnel inside grew alarmed. Many remained unaware of the chaos outside, hiding in fear at that moment. The factory's owner was surrounded by a throng of people. He was known as Wang Long, or Dragon Boss to those familiar with him. His brow was furrowed as he berated a group of doctors who trembled before him. Too frightened to utter a word, "I in the midst of an apocalypse. I still provide for you. Do you pigs not recognize the gravity of the situation? You can't even handle this minor issue. What use are you to me?" Having built his empire through the sale of counterfeit drugs, he had gradually expanded into a substantial operation, witnessing the immense profits of pharmaceuticals. Many of these scientists had been lured to him at great expense, some of whom had even looked down upon him before the apocalypse. The room fell silent, interrupted only by the increasingly forceful banging on the door. With a powerful kick, Han Jun shattered the last door, revealing a room packed with people that a satisfied smile spread across his face. Everyone was present, preventing any potential escape. Wang Long, sweating profusely, was supported by two trembling women as he stepped forward. "Brother, let us discuss this rationally. You can choose any woman in this room. They're all yours. Take whatever food is in the warehouse, that we never meant to use you for research. I apologize profusely. Please forgive us." Upon finishing his words, he fell to his knees, and everyone else in the room followed suit. Han Jun gazed at the elegantly dressed man before him. Though he was sincerely apologizing, the flames of fury in Han Jun's heart showed no signs of abating. This group seemed utterly oblivious to the reasons behind their actions. indicating that they had never cared about the death of his wife and child. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure, the cowardly ruffian leader he had seen before. Ever since Han Jun's arrival, this man had recognized him but dared not lift his head while hiding among the throng. Their visit to Han Jun's home had been motivated by a desperate need for food from the supermarket he managed. Without hesitation, they had seized all the supplies they could find, and while there was no justification for resorting to murder, the sound of a small zombie stirring on the second floor had drawn their attention, leading to the death of the woman who attempted to intervene. After Han Jun was knocked unconscious, he and the small zombie were sold to the laboratory. He could hardly believe that this man not only survived but had also been enhanced. Chapter 69. Annihilation. Han Jun strode over and seized the man's head, lifting him effortlessly. Clearly, the man had lost the bravado he once possessed, and he immediately began to sob uncontrollably to do him in. With a command from Boss Long, Han Jun was suddenly surrounded, dozens of people rushing toward him, that in his excitement upon recognizing the ruffian leader who had taken his son. Han Jun had stepped into the fray, leaving himself vulnerable to the onslaught from all directions. Just then, a young thug brandishing a dagger sprang up beside him, aiming for Han Jun's waist. Unaware, Han Jun was about to be struck, the young thug already grinning with anticipation. With a resounding bang, the young thug's head exploded, showering those nearby with gore. Han Jun turned to witness a figure, knife in hand, collapsing to the ground. That moment, the crowd noticed a beautiful woman at the entrance. Gun in hand, smoke still curling from the barrel. Those preparing to make a move froze in place, astonished that this enhanced individual had an ally armed with a firearm. Yet, with the arrow already knocked, they had no choice but to charge at Han Jun, armed with machetes. Han Jun dashed swiftly in one direction, and those in his path scrambled to avoid him, well aware that a collision with such a large man could prove fatal. With his back against the wall, he no longer had to worry about a sneak attack from behind. Boss Long stealthily began to retreat, intending to escape, but a few female secretaries had the same idea and followed suit. Huang Yi quickly noticed, and Wang Long panicked as the gun was aimed at him, instinctively grabbing Lily next to him to shield himself. Huang Yi couldn't help but smile. She had no intention of firing her weapon, merely aiming to intimidate this suspected boss into not fleeing. Once the older man had dealt with the others, she would handle him personally. However, upon witnessing him use someone as a shield, she felt a sudden urge to slap him. One shot rang out, striking Lily in the head with devastating force, obliterating her skull. Wang Long, who had been hiding behind her, immediately dropped the corpse he was holding and fell to his knees, banging his head repeatedly against the ground. Anyone who tries to escape will die. At this, everyone fell silent. Han Jun swiftly dispatched the few remaining dissenters, acquiring several superficial scars but remaining largely unscathed. He approached the group of individuals clad in white lab coats and inquired, "Who among you has seen a small zombie?" Breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot, he resembled a feral beast fixating on its prey, poised to tear them apart at any moment. The dozen or so doctors in white coats were paralyzed with fear, akin to ostriches attempting to hide their heads in the sand, some still stained with fresh blood, evidently having rushed over from ongoing experiments. A nurse, appearing somewhat dazed, finally spoke, "I believe I recall that child. But after the experiment concluded, it was disposed of." She had taken note of the small child. Such diminutive zombies were rare among those delivered to the laboratory, and she had sensed that this one was perpetually frightened. Although it had roared like the others, there was a glimmer of confusion and terror in its eyes, lacking the ravenous desire for flesh that characterized the rest. Han Jun had already formed a conclusion in his mind, yet the nurse's words momentarily left him at a loss. That he gestured for her to step aside. And as she did, he lunged into the throng of researchers, beginning a brutal slaughter. That he had never been a benevolent soul. His family could have lived safely during the apocalypse, yet there were always those intent on shattering their happiness. At the onset of the apocalypse, he had failed to protect his son, and now, with the deaths of his son and wife irretrievable, Han Jun harbored an all-consuming hatred for these people, leaving him with no reason to spare them. Faced with Han Jun's onslaught, the researchers stood no chance of resistance. However, one individual withdrew a vial of green serum from his pocket, hesitating briefly before resolutely swallowing it whole, shattering the glass with his teeth as the viscous liquid coursed down his throat. The unscathed onlookers were filled with excitement, as if hope had been rekindled. Yet, the man who had ingested the serum collapsed, writhing in agony on the ground. Han Jun approached and brutally stomped on his head, instantly halting his convulsions that a colleague from the same team, witnessing this, no longer hesitated and performed the same act of swallowing the serum. His nearby companions were once again filled with hope, having nearly completed their transformation before being obliterated by this monster in one swift motion. Under their watchful eyes, the man who had just ingested the serum also fell to the ground, convulsing violently, and within moments, he had transformed into a zombie, lunging toward the others. Chaos erupted. Wang Long, now thoroughly exasperated, had initially thought this group of inept individuals had uncovered something to turn the tide, but it was clear that ineptitude would forever remain ineptitude. The zombie that had consumed the serum pounced on one unfortunate soul, barely managing to take a few bites before convulsing violently. Its body swelling, .it had ingested an entire bottle of compressed virus extracted from a dozen corpses, in an instant, it transformed into a mutated zombie. Growing 3 to 4 times in size, its belly distended like a water balloon, dragging along the ground as it slowly advanced toward the others. Huang Yi stood by, dumbfounded, likening the scene to a film she had seen before the apocalypse, where individuals would take a serum at the brink of death, transforming into monsters and reversing their fortunes. "Uncle, come quickly. Let that zombie deal with them. You can handle their leader." Han Jun observed the panic as the zombies sent the crowd scrambling, some even pushing their companions aside to buy themselves time. It seemed that the zombies instilled greater fear in these individuals. Deciding to heed Huang Yi's advice, he moved toward Wang Long, now covered in filth, saw Han Jun approaching and immediately resumed his frantic kneeling, banging his head against the ground until it bled, unwilling to cease for even a moment. "Spare me. It was all those beasts doing. I had nothing to do with it." He had gleaned from Han Jun's earlier inquiry that the man had come seeking vengeance for his son. The women surrounding him had begun shedding their clothes, hoping to attract Han Jun's attention and secure their own survival. "When they came to my home, I surrendered all the food, pleading for mercy for my family. Why did you still take my son? Did anyone show mercy to me? Did anyone spare my son or wife?" Wang Long found himself at a loss for words, continuing his mechanical bowing. Han Jun, with a powerful kick, struck his head, instantly rendering him unconscious. Huang Yi and Han Jun retreated to the doorway, where the nurse who had answered earlier stood by, relieved to see that all had been consumed by the mutated zombie before she felt safe enough to leave the premises. Chapter 70. Departing the pharmaceutical factory, the nurse's legs trembled as she guided Huang Yi and Han Jun to an abandoned warehouse. Upon entering, they were immediately assaulted by the stench of decay and the acrid scent of blood. As the lights flickered on, various dismembered limbs came into view, with a deep pit in the center already filled to the brim with corpses. The laboratory personnel had been systematically cutting the bodies from their experiments into segments and disposing of them here. Han Jun surveyed the countless corpses before him, relinquishing the last vestiges of hope in his heart. Gazing into the pit, he felt as though every piece of flesh could belong to his child. At that moment, Huang Yi remembered her primary purpose for coming here. "Sister, do you know of a virus that can enhance zombies? Or any method to restore a modicum of intelligence to them?" The nurse shook her head. "I am merely an assistant. They do not disclose core technologies. Most here are merely coasting along, with little to show for their research." She regarded the imposing figure beside her, unsure of the girl's identity or her connection to him, but aware of how this robust man had come to be. She was also deeply concerned that he might transform into a zombie in the next moment. She added, "The laboratory personnel primarily inject the virus into hosts, observing the reactions. Nothing more." Huang Yi ceased her inquiries, realizing that this group of individuals had likely never encountered mutated zombies, rendering any research data utterly useless. Their efforts were merely chaotic. Han Jun had a sudden thought and gestured for Huang Yi to wait for him. Before long, he returned, dragging a person along with him. Wang Wei was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, awakening with a jolt, only to find himself positioned before a zombie's head, which caused him to lose control of his bladder in sheer terror. Gradually regaining his composure, he surveyed his surroundings and caught sight of Han Jun, whose body was smeared with blood and marked with several injuries. It dawned on him that this creature must have slaughtered everyone in the laboratory. "Wang Wei, I will ask you some questions shortly, and you must answer truthfully. Given that you have enhanced me to seek vengeance, I may spare your life, Han Jun stated. Wang Wei sat limply on the ground. For him, honor surpassed all else. Initially, he had simply wished to prove his capabilities and retaliate against those who had looked down upon him. Now, with all the laboratory personnel dead, any research achievements he possessed were rendered meaningless, as there was no one left to impress. Huang Yi approached the disheveled figure on the ground and inquired, "Is this the uncle you enhanced? Do you possess the ability to enhance zombies specifically to restore their intelligence or augment their strength?" Wang Wei shook his head. When he had enhanced Han Jun, it had merely involved extracting the virus from a zombie and injecting it into a human, observing the reaction. Han Jun's success might have been fortuitous. Wang Wei later attempted the same with several individuals, all of whom had failed. Zombies were even more uncontrollable. The virus only rendered them more ferocious, without any beneficial effects. After becoming a zombie, most organs ceased to function, and the bacteria within the virus were unprecedented to them, rendering any attempt at control utterly futile. They had also experimented with fusion, yet even the mere transplantation of a small fingertip into a human body resulted in that individual becoming an ordinary zombie. Huang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing his lack of promising results. Her hopes for this place had completely dwindled. Rather than observing the young boy, it would be more prudent to take Shinran away and seek out Xiaohe to assess her current cognitive state, thereby determining whether zombies could indeed regain intelligence. Furthermore, unlike Xiao Xiao, Shinran could easily capture individuals to feed her, facilitating forced evolution. Han Jun was still contemplating how to deal with Wang Wei. After a moment of deliberation, he resolved to end Wang Wei's life. Perhaps these individuals had initially pursued the study of the virus with noble intentions, but their willingness to experiment with human lives had stripped them of any semblance of humanity. Had he not fortuitously succeeded in his enhancement, he might have been reduced to mere data himself. With a swift motion, he plunged a knife into Wang Wei's abdomen. Wang Wei staggered back, clutching his wound, only to fall into a pit filled with corpses. The nurse, whom Han Jun had released, was now safe. The pharmaceutical factory boasted its own cafeteria and dormitory, and there was a supermarket nearby, ensuring she could sustain herself. Huang Yi and Han Jun exited the pharmaceutical factory, where a few zombies had already gathered at the entrance, showing no interest in the two individuals emerging to AT that moment. I was curious as to why the little fellow reacted so indifferently to you. Now, I understand. It turns out you were never susceptible to zombie attacks. Han Jun remarked that he and his wife had admired Huang Yi's bravery as she ventured alone into the apocalypse in search of her loved ones. What are your plans moving forward? He inquired. Han Jun shook his head, feeling equally lost that he once had a joyous family. His wife and child were his entire world, and now, with everything gone, he found himself adrift. Huang Yi noted his silence and refrained from pressing further. She made her way to a nearby barber shop where she had parked her bicycle. Upon entering, she spotted a familiar tricycle, but, looking through the window, saw no sign of the person she sought. "Xiao Xiao?" She called out, pulling open the door only to find the interior empty. Panic surged within her as she realized Xiao Xiao was missing. Han Jun, intrigued, asked, "What's wrong? Is your companion gone?" Huang Yi noticed a piece of paper resting on the back seat, inscribed with words, "Sister Yi, by the time you read this note, I will have already departed. Please do not search for me. Once I have dealt with my matters, I will come to find you. That I am reluctant to leave, but it is necessary. Wait for me, Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao, caught in her plight, gradually evolved from a simplistic zombie mindset. Regaining her memories, she began to perceive the world through the lens of her zombie identity, reminiscing about her past life. During moments of near mental collapse, she recalled Huang Yi's words, which bolstered her resolve, as she firmly believed she would awaken and see Sister Yi once more. After reading the note, Huang Yi felt perplexed. It seemed that Xiaohe, Xiao Xiao, and Xiaobai each had their own missions, each departing from her side. Unbeknownst to her, the final line of the note contained a cautionary message. Rules lead one to their demise. Quickly recognize your position. At that moment, a zombie entered through the door, its size dwarfing Han Jun's by twofold. Han Jun instantly tensed up, shifting into a combat-ready stance to do not panic. "This is my newly recruited subordinate. Do not be alarmed," he reassured as the creature, Xiao Zhuang, emitted a series of friendly growls. Huang Yi followed the uncle back to his home, waiting outside with Xiao Zhuang for over an hour. Finally, Han Jun emerged, cradling a box, and buried it by the riverside. After interring his wife, Han Jun appeared remarkably relieved, as if all burdens had been lifted. He turned to Huang Yi and asked, "What shall we do next?" Huang Yi maintained her calm demeanor. "Let us proceed, bringing along a friend. We shall travel to Eagle City and establish a safe zone there." Han Jun was taken aback, glancing at the seemingly simple-minded Xiao Zhuang at us. "Certainly, let us propose a safe zone designated for zombies." Chapter 71. Xiao Zhuang's abilities. Han Jun was utterly astonished that he had never considered that zombies might possess intelligence in this apocalypse. And he lamented his inability to safeguard his son. The presence of Xiao Zhuang served as a vivid example. His son could indeed regain his memories. Ultimately, Han Jun resolved to remain behind for the time being. I will stay here a while longer. Once I have come to terms with my loss, I will seek you out in Eagle City. Please take care of yourself, he advised. Huang Yi did not press him, understanding the gravity of his recent loss. "Uncle, you must survive. I believe both of them would wish for your well-being, that I will be waiting for you." After bidding farewell to Han Jun, Huang Yi mounted her bicycle, with Xiao Zhuang following closely behind, and set off once more. Having lingered at the pharmaceutical factory for a considerable time, the afternoon had already arrived. As she pedaled, she rummaged through her backpack for food. Her control had improved significantly. She was able to ride with both hands off the handlebars, and Xiao Zhuang kept pace effortlessly behind her, finding the speed quite manageable. During her previous shift at the office building, all the delectable snacks had been consumed, and the food selected from the supermarket was still in Hewitt's vehicle. Noticing that her backpack contained little sustenance, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. It seemed necessary to locate a supermarket to replenish her supplies. Xiao Zhuang occasionally darted ahead, and noticing the few ragged strips of cloth adorning him, Huang Yi halted to fashion a makeshift skirt from the blanket she often used for sleeping, providing him with some coverage, which he greatly appreciated. Observing him, she discerned that he was not a giant zombie, being slightly smaller than the usual size. "See that bare tree up ahead? Run full speed towards it," she instructed. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Zhuang shot forward like an arrow, arriving at the tree in no time to wait for Huang Yi. She noted that Xiao Zhuang appeared far more intelligent than Xiao He, as communication with him posed no issues whatsoever. While his speed may not rival that of purely swift mutated zombies, it was certainly commendable. She ambled over to him, admiring his glossy, resilient skin, which seemed remarkably durable. It was now apparent that Xiao Zhuang was a versatile zombie, and Huang Yi was curious to discover whether he possessed any special abilities. "Xiao Zhuang, demonstrate your skills. Show me what you can do." Xiao Zhuang's expression turned serious, tilting his head slightly to one side, that a blood-red eye emerged from the wound on his neck, resembling the eyes of a creature from another realm, surveying the surroundings. Huang Yi silently marveled at the sight, but after 2 minutes of maintaining this eerie display, nothing particularly extraordinary transpired before the eye vanished. "Is that all there is to it?" she questioned, somewhat disappointed. Xiao Zhuang waved his arms vigorously, simultaneously shouting as if to elucidate the magnitude of his abilities. Regardless, Xiao Zhuang possessed a skill, having been confirmed as a balanced type of zombie. Regrettably, he lacked the capacity to control ordinary zombies. Otherwise, he could have commanded a horde in the future. With one person and one zombie, they proceeded on their journey. Huang Yi, perplexed, mused that she usually encountered reckless individuals during her outings. Yet now, with this peculiar companion, she saw not a single living soul. She wished to capture a few people to bring back to Shinran. Upon sighting the walls of the government's safe zone, Huang Yi instructed Xiao Zhuang to circle around to the front and wait for her. Xiao Zhuang immediately quickened his pace, sprinting into the distance, while Huang Yi calmly rode her bike past the entrance of the safe zone. As she passed by the gate, some distant zombies were stirred. Yet upon recognizing Huang Yi, they displayed indifference and instead rushed towards a few children at the entrance. This was the government's safe zone, primarily sustained by internally cultivated crops. Employment opportunities were scarce within the city. And many of these children, some of whom were orphans, relied on scavenging to contribute to their households. The government's military had also intensified training for these children, ensuring minimal casualties. Zombies moved at a sluggish pace, and the children had grown confident and unafraid, coordinating their efforts while on duty. As the distant zombies approached the gate, Huang Yi feigned fear and hastily pedaled away to distance herself. The station children, Noticing the oncoming zombies, quickly alerted their peers. "Shanga, zombies are coming. Let us move." The child known as Xiao Shan looked bewilderedly at the zombies charging towards them. When they had ventured out, the zombies had appeared too distant to pose a threat. After Junji's death, he had stepped into the leadership role, continuing to guide the group of children in their scavenging tasks. There was no time for contemplation, as the foremost zombies closed in within 20 meters. Several children hesitated before sprinting towards the city gate, lamenting the brevity of their scavenging time, knowing that their meager haul of arrows wouldn't suffice for much food. Suddenly, one child tripped over a stone while bending to pick something up, twisting his ankle and collapsing to the ground in a panic. The approaching zombies surged towards him, and despite the pain, he shakily stood up and stumbled a few steps, but the searing agony caused him to crumple back down. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his right foot numb and devoid of strength. Xiao Shan, hearing the scream, quickly turned back. "Air Mao, why are you sitting there? Hurry and run." Air Mao's legs were completely numb. He struggled to prop himself up with his hands as the zombies drew nearer. "Shanga, I twisted my ankle. Help me." They were far from the city gate, as the arrows had long been depleted. Xiao Shan calculated the distance, realizing he had only about 3 to 4 seconds to reach Air Mao and carry him, a perilous task. Yet, as the leader of these children, he gritted his teeth and dashed towards Air Mao. One zombie had already begun sprinting, and Xiao Shan thought to himself that it was over. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outpace the zombie, and even if they arrived simultaneously, he wouldn't be able to carry the injured Air Mao away in time. The soldiers on the city wall were equally tense. Although they had firearms, the distance rendered them ineffective. Suddenly, they spotted a figure rushing from the side. Just as the zombie lunged at Air Mao, a blade cleaved it in two. Huang Yi had arrived, feeling compelled to assist as she was responsible for attracting these zombies to the children. Xiao Shan reached Air Mao, hoisting him onto his back, and glanced back at Huang Yi before sprinting towards the city gate. Huang Yi feigned a struggle, aware that swiftly dispatching the zombies could arouse suspicion among the military. The remaining zombies had no intention of attacking Huang Yi. They succumbed to her with ease, and she methodically eliminated them all. Huang Yi felt conflicted. The children were innocent, and so were the zombies. Moreover, she too was a zombie now, contemplating that perhaps today she would aid humanity, and next time, she might extend a hand to the zombies, seeking balance. All the children successfully returned to the city gate, which remained ajar as if awaiting her arrival. Huang Yi waved from a distance, mounted her bike, and departed. Chapter 72. Embracing life. The soldiers on duty were left astounded. Though they had been fighting zombies for some time, they had never witnessed such bravery in a woman. Some impassioned soldiers felt an urge to venture out and prove themselves as saviors. After reuniting with Xiao Zhuang, Huang Yi continued her journey towards the hospital. Outside the hospital, 3 figures clad in black robes observed the throngs of zombies within, dark liquid trickling from the corners of their mouths. With Xiao Zhuang's company, Huang Yi found her solitude alleviated. Occasionally directing him for amusement, as they re-entered the city, the remnants of the apocalypse were evident. Most metals were rusted, and buildings were overrun with moss. Areas of soil had been claimed by rampant vegetation, and the streets became increasingly familiar as they approached her neighborhood. Navigating with ease, she located a supermarket with its doors ajar, bloodstains marking the entrance, a testament to its previous visitors to a convenience store. The shelves still held ample supplies. It appeared that patrons had prioritized quick snacks over extensive provisions, opting for bread and biscuits. Huang Yi, pleased to find spicy strips among the offerings, noted that dusk was approaching and decided to rest for the night. She rearranged the shelves to create space for Xiao Zhuang, who squeezed in. Finding some materials to burn, she instructed Xiao Zhuang to gather a few pieces of wood, and soon a campfire flickered in the room. She retrieved a book she had selected from the bookstore, unwrapped several packets of her favorite snacks, and settled into a chair at the store's counter, indulging in her feast. She had deliberately chosen a novel about the apocalypse, enviously observing the protagonist thrive amidst chaos, contrasting her own predicament with that of the oblivious Xiao Zhuang, who was amusing himself with the fire. Unable to contain her frustration, she wondered why she felt so lost, wishing for a system to guide her like in the novels, or at least some daily tasks to occupy her mind. The wood crackled in the flames as Huang Yi finished a bottle of drink and opened another, indulging in her snacks without concern for weight gain. Gazing at the abundance of food around her, she fantasized about having a system space or storage room to hoard it all, spotting a vacuum-sealed packet of large sausages. She opened it and tossed one to Xiao Zhuang. "Here, try this and see if you can eat it." Xiao Zhuang, without hesitation, popped it into his mouth and chewed before swallowing. Huang Yi recalled that zombies could not consume any meat other than human flesh and curiously tossed another sausage his way. But this time, no matter how she coaxed him, he refused to eat. Suddenly, she noticed a shared power bank at the entrance and rummaged through her backpack until she unearthed her phone, swiftly breaking it out. The device powered on quickly, revealing no messages aside from a few from the day the apocalypse began. Opening WeChat, she found a history of conversations, including numerous messages from Shinran the night before the disaster, pleading to take her along and restore her intelligence by any means necessary. After a moment of reflection, she sighed and resumed reading her novel. As night fell, 2 jeeps sped along the road. With Huang Yi's convenience store at the corner, the campfire illuminating the darkness, casting a faint red glow visible from several streets away. "Big brother, there's a light over there. What should we do?" The man in the passenger seat slowly opened his eyes and replied, "There's nowhere good to go at this hour. Stay alert, grab your weapons, and if there aren't many of them, we'll engage." Soon, the vehicle arrived at the convenience store, and upon seeing it, the group perked up with interest. The lead henchman stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Is anyone inside?" "Open up." Huang Yi, engrossed in her reading, raised an eyebrow in confusion. Who would come knocking at this hour? In her comfortable position, she felt no inclination to move. The group outside exchanged glances, unsure of what to do in the absence of a response. "Why are you staring at me? Find a way to get it open." Several henchmen prepared to force the door, but one clever member noticed that the roller shutter was not fully shut, revealing a narrow gap. With a strong push, he lifted it. The sight that greeted them was of a campfire illuminating the store, where a beautiful woman reclined in a chair, engrossed in a book while snacking. They had anticipated a tense confrontation upon entry, but this unexpected scene left them bewildered. "Mao Ge, there's only a woman inside." Mao Ge calmly walked into the convenience store, observing the unperturbed beauty before him. After they entered, she didn't even glance up. Huang Yi lounged in her chair, her long legs draped over the counter, drawing the gaze of the henchmen, each unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch her. Mao Ge, eyeing the woman, inquired, "Is it just you here?" One of the nearby henchmen could hardly contain himself. "Why waste words, Mao Ge? She is clearly a Na'vi girl, lighting a fire at night. She must not know the danger." "You are indeed correct. Fortunately, she has not encountered anyone else, which truly benefits us." Huang Yi has begun to feel somewhat exasperated and let out a single word: "Get lost." Instantly, several of her underlings erupted into laughter, as if they were being praised. "Beautiful lady, please curse at me a little more. I beg you." Huang Yi waved her hand dismissively, while her underlings continued to chuckle, their sharp laughter piercing the stillness of the night. Mao Ge glanced around, sensing something amiss, when suddenly a figure emerged from the darkness. Xiao Zhuang lifted his fist, as heavy as a sandbag, and struck a man with tremendous force. The underling's head was instantly driven into his abdomen, leaving him slumped on the ground for a moment. Everyone stood frozen, and those who had just been laughing found themselves splattered with blood. Mao Ge finally discerned the shadow, illuminated by the flickering flames, revealing a giant zombie with dark green skin glistening under the light, its head nearly touching the ceiling. His legs began to tremble, and the underlings scrambled in panic to escape. The sound of a gunshot abruptly immobilized them, as the beauty seated on a chair stood up, gun in hand, and shot dead one of the fleeing individuals. "What? Did you think you could come and go as you please? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Look who's the fool now." Clearly, Xiao Zhuang was not satisfied with just one hit and delivered another punch to eliminate another foe. Roaring in excitement, this group of individuals could never have imagined that in this apocalyptic world, there were indeed people who kept zombies. Under the menacing gaze of an extraordinarily large zombie, fear of death enveloped each one of them. The leader, Mao Ge, trembled as he spoke. "Please spare us. We saw a light over here and merely sought companionship for the night. We mean no harm." "Ha!" Huang Yi pointed at him, and Xiao Zhuang's massive fist immediately descended. Chapter 73. The Summoning System. This group truly believed themselves to be naive innocents. Had there not been Xiao Zhuang and the pistol, they would have devoured her without hesitation. The underlings, witnessing their leader being dispatched with just a few words, found their bravado dissipating, no longer daring to harbor any ill thoughts towards the beauty before them. This beauty could kill without a blink and commanded an obedient zombie. They dared not provoke her further. Huang Yi, seeing the situation stabilize, returned to her book, engrossed in its contents. Indeed, the text proclaimed that one must eliminate the naive during an apocalypse. The captivating narrative deeply resonated with Huang Yi, as she found herself fully immersed in its realism. Effortlessly glancing over 3 or 4 lines at a time, Xiao Zhuang, unceremoniously, began to drag the flattened corpse aside, gleefully indulging in his feast. The surviving underlings endured each agonizing second, witnessing the zombie feed. Even when they closed their eyes, the sound of chewing assaulted their eardrums, making them breathe cautiously. They had never encountered a mutated zombie before. Xiao Zhuang completely shattered their understanding. Huang Yi continued to read while snacking. And after Xiao Zhuang finished devouring several corpses, although he appeared unsatisfied, he refrained from killing the remaining survivors. The night passed without incident. At dawn, Huang Yi stood and stretched, while the underlings huddled together, too intimidated to raise their eyes to admire the beauty's figure. Xiao Zhuang had observed them all night. One underling, having inadvertently fallen asleep, was abruptly seized and consumed. They no longer dared to close their eyes for even a second. Thus, the fear of death tormented them throughout the night. Around 6 in the morning, the convenience store's door remained ajar, allowing the autumn chill to seep in, causing them to shiver that a few of the underlings, dressed too lightly, had already succumbed to numbness in their feet. Huang Yi gathered her belongings and approached the snack shelf, clearing it of spicy strips and ham sausages. After a moment of selection, she stuffed her backpack full of snacks and secured it to her bicycle. The group, having endured a night of torment, seemed to regain their spirits, believing that this beauty would not annihilate them completely. Now that she was packing her things, they thought she might leave with the zombie. Once Huang Yi finished gathering her items, she noticed everyone staring at her. Xiao Zhuang, a zombie who required no rest, had fully replenished his energy after consuming several individuals the previous day, and now awaited Huang Yi's command. "Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you ahead, no more than 3 minutes," she said, and leisurely set off on her bicycle. As she departed, the atmosphere in the room instantly erupted. Her words had effectively pronounced their death sentence that a few underlings, their legs already numb from wearing shorts, could hardly move and were swiftly crushed by Xiao Zhuang. Those who attempted to flee were caught one by one. After neutralizing everyone, Xiao Zhuang tilted his head, and his eyes emitted a crimson glow. A faint mist of blood began to swirl in the air, slowly coalescing into his eyes. All the corpses on the ground seemed to writhe, as if insects were crawling beneath their skin. Suddenly, their blood vessels burst, and the blood was instantaneously siphoned away, forming a blood sphere that floated into Xiao Zhuang's mouth, with more blood seeping from the corpses. Standing amidst the bodies, Xiao Zhuang savored the enhancement brought by the blood mist. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Xiao Zhuang abruptly opened his eyes. The crimson glow in his neck vanished. There remained 1 or 2 corpses yet to be fully consumed, but time was of the essence, and he hastened in pursuit of Huang Yi. Upon seeing him catch up, Huang Yi quickened her pace towards the hospital where Shinran awaited. The stench of blood emanating from Xiao Zhuang was overwhelming, and he appeared to have grown even larger. Huang Yi had not anticipated such a noticeable transformation after a zombie feasted. She had considered capturing some individuals to feed Shinran, but decided to first assess Shinran's condition before making any judgments. Perhaps, after all this time, Shinran had gained intellect. Suddenly, a frightening thought crossed her mind. What if consuming a bit of human flesh would yield results? This notion was quickly dismissed. Huang Yi held her principles firmly. She would not partake in such an act, even if it could strengthen her, as it would betray her moral integrity. Observing Xiao Zhuang's robust physique, she realized that if they were adversaries, she would stand no chance. Both speed and strength were against her, and she lacked any skills that in that moment. She felt a burgeoning desire to grow stronger. Recalling the novel she had read the previous day, she remembered that the protagonist also seemed to rely on system enhancements. With her mind racing, Huang Yi halted her bicycle and shouted towards the sky, "System, enhance my strength. 5 points of strength enhancement. Accept the task. Summon the system panel. Enhance intelligence and stamina." After waiting for a minute or two, Not a single change occurred. Xiao Zhuang beside her gazed in astonishment. Huang Yi silently mounted her bicycle and continued on her way. Did you just laugh? As the stout figure ahead stumbled, it quickly turned its head, feigning a lack of amusement, asserting that a mere zombie could not possibly laugh. Huang Yi, undeterred by such trivialities, unleashed a flurry of punches upon it, venting her frustrations on its resilient exterior. This experience reinforced her belief in a certain truth. No matter how much one studies strategies, they are rendered futile in the face of reality. She grew weary of contemplating the trajectory of this apocalypse, choosing instead to take each step as it came, pursuing her desires as they arose. Within the hospital, 3 grotesque zombies had claimed dominion over the premises, with a plethora of their kind available to satiate their hunger for quite some time. These 3 had been employed at a restaurant prior to the cataclysm, serving dishes and washing plates. Though their earnings were meager, they found joy in their camaraderie. Hailing from the same hometown where education held little significance, upon reaching adulthood, they sought jobs in the sprawling metropolis to earn a living. Having toiled their entire lives on the land, they were pushed out by their families to seek their fortunes, only to arrive in N City and find themselves swindled of every last penny. Fortunately, their agrarian upbringing endowed them with resilience against hardship, and they took to laboring on a construction site. Yet, fate seemed to favor the unfortunate, as after a month of backbreaking work, the site owner absconded with their wages, leaving the 3 brothers to sleep on the streets. They were subsequently rescued by a restaurant owner, and their fortunes flourished as they joined the establishment. Then on the day the apocalypse struck, the trio found themselves in the restaurant, only to be astonished that all but them had transformed into zombies. The once quaint noodle shop was swiftly besieged, trapping the brothers in a private dining room devoid of sustenance, while hordes of the undead roamed outside. In their despair, the eldest devised a desperate plan. They would take turns luring in the zombies, uniting their strength to eliminate each one until the area outside was cleared. However, they grossly underestimated the number of zombies, and the room soon became filled with the carcasses of the slain. That as the relentless onslaught continued, their minds dulled by the carnage and their bodies weakened by starvation, they ultimately resorted to consuming the bodies within the room, a choice that spiraled them into a grim new reality. Chapter 74. The Corpse Demon. Before long, Huang Yi and the stout figure arrived at the hospital, only to find the gates firmly shut. Puzzled, Huang recalled that the last time she visited, the doors had been wide open, and the zombies within had vanished without a trace. She parked the vehicle at the security booth and rolled up her sleeves, effortlessly vaulting over the fence. Turning back, she gestured for the stout figure to wait. The stout figure, bewildered by Huang Yi's abrupt departure, could not decipher the meaning behind her hand motions. Upon entering the hospital and making her way to the inpatient department, she noted that the blood on the floor had dried, a stark contrast to the sticky sensation from her previous visit. Now, her footsteps crunched like biscuits underfoot. That a few nurse zombies remained trapped in the billing room. Spotting the zombies brought a sigh of relief to Huang Yi, evoking a sense of familiarity. Ascending to the second floor, she was startled to discover fresh blood at the stairwell, prompting her to rush to the isolation room. The door had been left ajar, and the number of zombies inside was noticeably diminished. She hurried to search for Shinran, convinced that someone must have been there recently or that a zombie had evolved. She distinctly remembered locking Shinran inside before her departure, in the midst of the undead. She finally spotted Shinran, exhaling a sigh of relief upon realizing that her companion remained unchanged, devoid of any regained intellect. Glancing back at the door of the room, she was certain she had locked it last time. On the floor, she discovered a blood-stained note. Although some words were obscured by the crimson smudge, she recognized it as her own. That on the rooftop, the 3 figures each feasted upon a zombie, gazing out at the scenery beyond. Erming, your portion seems significantly larger than mine, despite our agreement on who would catch whom. One remarked. Fatty, weren't you the one complaining about hunger? If you're still unsatisfied, go outside the hospital and catch another. You can feast on whatever you find out there, another chimed in. The third, Yonga, expressed his dissatisfaction. The problem lies with your catches. They are either too lean or too corpulent. How are we to divide this one hefty and 2 thin ones? The stout figure felt wronged, having intended to keep the larger zombie for himself, only to find it snatched away upon his return. They had agreed that each would consume 1 zombie at a time, for soon they would need to relocate. Previously, they had stumbled upon the government's safe zone walls while wandering the outskirts. The sight of armed soldiers patrolling the walls instilled fear in them, worried they might be captured as anomalies and executed or taken for experimentation. After finishing a zombie, the stout figure felt unsated and aimlessly wandered to the edge of the rooftop, when suddenly, a massive zombie at the hospital entrance captured his attention, but he nearly lost his balance in his excitement, having never encountered such a colossal creature before. The other two noticed his reaction, with Yonga teasing. "Fatty, if you fall, you'll surely create a crater that if you were to perish, we would undoubtedly hold a grand memorial service in your honor tonight." "Shut it. I'm just taking a stroll down here. Quit bothering me," the stout figure retorted, seeking an excuse to descend. Erming and Yonga did not impede him. After all, the hospital was still teeming with zombies, and Fatty was unlikely to indulge excessively, perhaps just one more before he returned. Cautiously, the stout figure descended, fearful of being discovered by his companions above, but he even removed his shoes, his plump feet making contact with the ground. Meanwhile, at the entrance, the smaller figure stood waiting for Huang Yi. When suddenly, a stout figure caught his eye, covered in black lines and bloodstains. It hurriedly approached. Upon spotting the enormous zombie, the stout figure was awestruck by its size, which surpassed all expectations, since their transformation into corpse demons. They had realized they were no longer vulnerable to zombie attacks, allowing the three brothers to roam freely. To them, zombies had become akin to mere dishes. However, the stout figure found himself at an impasse. As the iron bars obstructed his path, and he could not simply open the gate without making noise, that he pondered whether to inform his companions on the rooftop, but ultimately decided to devour the giant zombie for himself. Huang Yi, cradling Shinran in her arms like a princess, stepped into the courtyard only to spot a rotund figure, reminiscent of the creature she had seen at the restaurant, clumsily climbing over the fence while the smaller figure looked on in confusion. Approaching, Huang Yi inquired, "What are you doing?" The stout figure, caught off guard, lost his grip and tumbled to the ground, landing unceremoniously. Fortunately, his tough exterior allowed him to bounce back quickly. "Who are you?" he stammered, momentarily disoriented, mistaking Huang Yi for one of his companions. "What does it matter who I am? Why are you bothering my little brother?" she retorted. "Your little brother?" The stout figure glanced at the massive zombie nearby, astonished to find that this girl considered it her subordinate. "Xiaozhuang, come over here. Ignore him and open the gate," Huang Yi instructed. Xiaozhuang stomped on the hospital gate, instantly flattening it. After Huang Yi and Shinran stepped outside, she hurried to the security booth, rummaging through her backpack in the car for her glasses. The stout figure watched in bewilderment as this woman rushed to don her glasses, finding her peculiar behavior amusing. However, witnessing the giant zombie obey her commands convinced him that it truly was her subordinate. After their previous encounter, Huang Yi had stashed a pair of sunglasses in her bag as a precaution. Though the stout figure bore no ill intent, she knew that vigilance was paramount. As the stout figure contemplated speaking further, footsteps echoed behind him. Erming and Yonga, having heard the commotion, rushed down. "What's going on?" "Fatty," one questioned, "that I spotted a large zombie from above and came down to investigate, only to run into them." "This girl seems to be the leader of that zombie," he replied. Huang Yi, realizing that in addition to the stout figure, there were now two other monsters, hesitated, exchanging a glance with Xiaozhuang. She handed Shinran to him and prepared to make a swift exit with the card from the security room. Xiaozhuang took Shinran. Still perplexed by Huang Yi's signals, but sensing her intent to leave, he followed suit. Yonga furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the massive zombie, and upon noticing its desire to depart, called out, "Stop! We have questions for you." Huang Yi halted, recognizing that fortune might not be on her side. It appeared that they could not evade this confrontation. "What is it? What do you wish to ask?" she replied. Erming stepped forward, questioning, "You are human. Why does the zombie beside you not attack you? Do you consume zombies as well?" He harbored doubts about their true nature, speculating that perhaps the girl had mutated after feeding on zombies. Explaining her lack of the telltale signs of transformation, Huang Yi was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, contemplating the absurdity of consuming zombies. What a grotesque notion. Chapter 75. Annihilation of the Corpse Demons. I do not consume zombies. Thank you, that I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance. With that, Huang Yi turned on her heel, taking Xiaozhuang, and Shinran with her, unwilling to squander time conversing with these three grotesque beings. Upon hearing her refusal to consume zombies, Erming abandoned his suspicions, shaking his head in disappointment. Yonga, like Fatty, was clearly reluctant to let go of what he perceived as a delectable opportunity. After all, it had been ages since they had encountered a zombie of such magnitude, and they were practically salivating at the thought. Yonga, I want to eat it. Just look at that meat. It appears absolutely delicious. This beast is at least 4 to 5 times the size of an ordinary zombie. Beside him, Yonggu also glanced at Erming. Despite their fraternal bond, both were keenly attuned to Erming's commands. Prior to the impending doom, Erming had assumed the role of strategist within their group. Observing the eager expressions of his brothers, Erming steeled himself. Beautiful lady, do not rush away. I wish to discuss a lucrative proposition with you. Huang Yi, once again summoned, had no intention of pausing this time. She rose abruptly and pedaled her bicycle, while Xiao Zhuang swiftly embraced Xan Ran and sped after her. Noticing the commotion, Erming hastily urged the plump fellow and Xiao Yong. Quick, employ that technique. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, pointing at Huang Yi, their eyes oozing black blood. In an instant, a surge of energy surged toward Huang Yi, affecting both Xiao Zhuang and Xian Ran, who were nearby. Huang Yi promptly lost consciousness, her hands slipping from the handlebars, and as her bicycle threatened to topple, Xiao Zhuang struggled to maintain his balance, gently placing Xian Ran on the ground before diving beneath the bicycle. Huang Yi fell onto Xiao Zhuang, succumbing to a deep slumber. The plump fellow erupted into laughter, his black eyes paired with his grin creating a peculiar sight as thick black blood dripped from his cheeks to the ground. Didn't I tell you, fatty? The ritual must be completed before we can conclude. This is the second time. Ignoring the admonition, the plump fellow dashed over to Huang Yi and her companions. The three erupted into laughter, recalling their encounter with a particularly swift zombie the previous week, which had succumbed to their skills and been rendered unconscious. The scent of that zombie had been delectable. Even now, the plump fellow retained a bone from it, savoring its taste from time to time. Fortune smiles upon us. This zombie's flavor should be even more exquisite, and I can scarcely contain my excitement that Ming regarded the unconscious forms of Xian Ran and Huang Yi. While Xian Ran bore no distinction from an ordinary zombie, Huang Yi appeared merely human, leaving him baffled as to why she had not been attacked. The plump fellow had already procured a saw. Showing no hesitation in his intent to consume, that he aimed the saw at Xiao Zhuang's thigh. Suddenly, Xiao Zhuang's blood-red eyes fluttered open, gradually awakening, only to find that his right leg had been sawed halfway through. The blade now grinding against bone, that he struck the plump fellow with a powerful punch, startling the trio, though Xiao Zhuang's prone position diminished the force, leaving the plump fellow with little more than a bruise. Yonggu retrieved a chair from the guardroom, feeling a twinge of anxiety as they faced the towering zombie. Xiao Zhuang rose, pulling the saw from his leg, his blood-red eyes wide open, emanating a sinister glow as they fixed upon the three, spotting Huang Yi at his feet. Xiao Zhuang erupted in a fury, pounding his chest and roaring ferociously at them. The plump fellow felt a surge of fear. The earlier punch had left his backside aching, and his toes felt as though they were broken. Yonggu, Minggu, what should we do? Should we flee? We stand little chance in a confrontation, Xiao Yong suggested. Ming pondered for a moment before nodding, and the three began to retreat step by step. Xiao Zhuang charged forward. Xiao Yong, clutching the chair, panicked at the sight of the rampaging mutant zombie barreling toward him. Glancing back, he saw the plump fellow, and Ming had sidestepped. Cursing his unreliable companions under his breath, he dove to the side, hoping to evade like a matador, but Xiao Zhuang abruptly changed course, colliding with him before he could land. Xiao Yong felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, his body instantly devoid of sensation. Blood surged into his throat as the world spun around him. By the time he regained his bearings, he found himself sprawled on the ground, immobilized. The plump fellow watched in horror as Yonggu was hurled through the air, spinning 180 degrees before crashing to the ground and rolling several times. His fear of the zombie dissipated, his legs trembling and his forehead slick with black sweat. Yonggu felt as though his entire body had been shattered from the impact. The side of his chest felt as if it had been pulverized, and he could not suppress a spurt of black blood. After colliding, Xiao Zhuang continued forward, stepping onto Xiao Yong's chest. Unbeknownst to the prone Xiao Yong, The colossal zombie loomed behind him. Xiao Zhuang's foot crushed one side of his body, shattering it completely. Surprisingly, Xiao Yong felt a sudden relief in his chest. As if his legs and feet had miraculously healed, he delightedly thought that perhaps the powerful self-healing abilities of the zombie would ensure his survival. As Xiao Zhuang lifted his leg again, Xiao Yong's head turned just in time to see a massive foot descending, resulting in a gruesome explosion akin to a watermelon. The plump fellow and Air Ming could no longer endure this torment. They turned and fled, with the plump fellow so paralyzed by fear that he could scarcely muster the strength to crawl away. Xiao Zhuang swiftly pursued Air Ming, seizing him. Then he approached the struggling plump fellow, effortlessly lifting him off the ground, blood spilling from his wounds under the immense pressure. He carried them to Huang Yi's side and set them down, gesturing as if to communicate. Air Ming weakly spoke. "I can only release skills. I don't know how to undo this. That I'm sorry. She will be fine. You need not worry." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Zhuang's fist descended. And Air Ming burst like a water balloon, black blood spraying everywhere. Xiao Zhuang shielded Huang Yi and Xan ran, ensuring none of the blood splattered upon them. The plump fellow, drenched in blood, had just been grasped and felt the life ebbing from him through every orifice. Regret consumed him. He lamented his foolishness for wandering about aimlessly after having eaten his fill. He had seemingly forgotten the despair and terror of his human days, becoming increasingly detached from reality. In this apocalypse, he could have safely feasted on zombies. When Xiao Yong and Air Ming had recently perished, they had harbored a deep resentment toward him. They had always been cautious, and their decision to settle in the hospital was Air Ming's strategy to avoid unnecessary danger. Regret served no purpose. The plump fellow's blood flowed uncontrollably, rendering him speechless as his organs had been crushed. Xiao Zhuang's eyes absorbed the blood of the three corpses on the ground, coalescing into a dark orb that swirled and compressed into an egg-sized sphere, resembling a black hole, before floating into Xiao Zhuang's mouth. Chapter 76. Conviction after vanquishing all the zombie demons. Xiao Zhuang surveyed the two individuals on the ground, uncertain of how to proceed, but he sensed that Huang Yi and Xan Ran were still alive, but he had no idea when they might awaken. After clearing the surrounding corpses, he stood guard beside them, repelling any zombies that emerged from the hospital entrance with a single punch. He would not permit anyone to harm Huang Yi and her companions again. Huang Yi, observing her familiar surroundings, felt an overwhelming urge to strike someone. The walls were shrouded in darkness, and the clock above her head was identical to the last time. This time, she vividly recalled facing those monsters. It seemed that evading their gaze was not as simple as she had thought, as their skills were clearly life-threatening and inescapable. With a sigh, she pondered whether Xiao Zhuang had fallen victim as well. If they all found themselves in peril, it would spell certain doom. Even if they managed to escape in the same manner as before, it felt insufficient, especially with three adversaries who did not appear to be fools. They would undoubtedly eliminate her at the first opportunity. Seconds turned into minutes as she remained rooted in place, her mind blank, occasionally exhaling exasperated sighs. She vowed that should she encounter such monsters again, she would strike first, regardless of their intentions. Boredom led her thoughts to wander, contemplating the possibility of death resulting in her consciousness being trapped in this void. The notion startled her. If that were the case, it would be more unbearable than death itself. As a child, whenever Huang Yi struggled to sleep, her mind would race with thoughts. Her understanding of death was that upon dying, one would exist as an observer in the world, invisible to others, yet able to witness everything. Thus, she always believed her parents were watching over her, accompanying her in a different way. Huang Yi began to count time and stood up, wandering aimlessly in one direction. The black walls around her remained unchanged. Time continued to pass without any reference points, leaving her uncertain of how long she had walked. 9866, 9867, 9999, 10,000. But upon reaching 10,000, she halted, sensing that this time she might truly be in peril. Words failed to express the discomfort she felt, but it seemed that many matters remained unresolved. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were likely still waiting for her, and her promise to Han Jun to establish a safe zone had not been fulfilled. Looking up at the clock, she noticed the second hand moving, perfectly aligned with her head. Sitting cross-legged, she laid her jacket on the ground and began to reminisce about the past. She recalled her days in school, where she had been the model student, praised by all, and how her parents, though busy, always made time for family outings. Memories of a trip to the beach flooded back. Huang Yi ran barefoot on the sandy shore, unbothered by the occasional coarse grains beneath her feet, reveling in the joy of the moment. The family arrived at a designated shallow area, where Huang Yi lifted her skirt and waded into the water. The waves quickly enveloping her ankles. Don't venture too far. Come back, her mother's worried voice echoed. Xiao Huang Yi, with a serious expression, declared, Today, I must touch those fences. The little girl slowly advanced through the water. The barbed wire fence was not far from the beach, merely 3 or 4 meters away. Her consciousness abruptly returned to the girl, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean before her, where the moonlight shimmered upon the surface like a dream. That as her feet sank into the cool sand beneath the waves, a delightful shiver coursed through her, akin to the sensation of stepping on a soft ice cream. She cautiously explored the water with her feet, moving forward until the water reached her knees, at which point she finally touched the fence. Her father, observing her from the side, swiftly lifted her into his embrace. Time passed swiftly, just as she remembered. Huang Yi felt a growing urgency. She longed to inform her parents of the impending events, yet she could not control her body. Let's go home now. It's getting late. Next time, let us ask Daddy to take us out to play again. No. I still want to play, Mommy. If we go back, I want to see you. Huang Yi dared not finish this sentence, recalling how her consciousness had been abruptly severed last time. She desperately attempted to regain control of her body to avert the tragedy, but just as she uttered those words, the control slipped away. What did you say? Let us play for 5 more minutes. Shall we? Don't be upset, okay? You look so pitiful. Noticing her daughter's silence, her mother, filled with concern, embraced her, mistakenly believing it was merely sadness over leaving. After a while, Huang Yi was placed in the car, which began to move slowly. Exhausted from a day of play, the final 5 minutes of exhilaration had left her utterly drained. Her mother gently held her, soothing her back that if you feel sleepy, just rest. When you wake up, we'll be home. Huang Yi was in a state of frantic anxiety. Her consciousness could not control her body and could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded as a massive rock crushed the front half of the car, causing it to veer uncontrollably into a nearby wall. In that moment of chaos, Huang Yi was tightly held in her mother's arms, who was seated behind her father, their legs pinned by the twisted wreckage. Soon, passing vehicles came to a halt. The outside world was engulfed in noise, the air thick with the scent of gasoline. Some individuals quickly reacted by smashing the rear window of the car. Huang Yi felt a tremendous force pulling her. As a kind man outside rushed to her aids, she opened her eyes and turned to look at her mother. She saw her smile faintly. Glancing at her husband, whose body was mangled and bloodied, with flames beginning to engulf the vehicle, with her hands still positioned to push Yi away, she managed to utter, live well that we love you that I will, Mommy. Huang Yi was carried away, cradled by the kind gentleman, while the car behind them erupted in fierce flames. Those nearby who wished to help were unable to approach. Fire extinguishers were directed at the fire. But it was already too late. Huang Yi felt the urge to cry, yet no tears came. She also wanted to turn and see if something awaited her on the hillside. Her consciousness began to fade, the surrounding clamor gradually quieting down. She slowly opened her eyes. A colossal clock hung silently before her. Huang Yi was astonished to find herself asleep in this place. Was this akin to dreaming within a dream? She mused as she sat up. Recalling the dream she had just experienced, the same storyline unfolded, but with more intricate details this time. Her mother's final words resonated within her, instilling her with immense motivation. Vivid images of her parents' gentle faces flooded her mind, and she silently vowed to live well, no matter what. Chapter 77. Gul Xiao Huang Yi brimmed with newfound confidence, yet found herself at a loss for any practical solutions. She picked up a garment from the ground and continued to meander leisurely within this realm. She felt no fear here, firmly believing she would surely find a way out, with her parents watching over her from above. Suddenly, the chime of a bell rang out from above, and a beam of holy light descended in the enveloping darkness. Intrigued, Huang Yi walked towards the light. After an indeterminate amount of time, she understood why the saying "the mountain runs faster than the horse" existed. As she began to run towards the source of the light, her mind clear of all worries. Whatever the light may be, she was determined to see it. As she drew nearer, a radiant temple emerged before her, glowing with white light. Upon reaching the grand entrance, she slowly pushed the doors open, the brightness intensifying to the point where she had to close her eyes momentarily to alleviate the strain. As the light gradually dimmed, she opened her eyes to find a massive head peering curiously at her. Little Zhuang, upon seeing Huang Yi awake, joyfully danced about. Rubbing her head, she realized she had returned. Glancing at the corpulent and two other monstrous corpses not far away, little Zhuang struck a triumphant pose. "Well done, little Zhuang. Thanks to you, we are back that I'll treat you to a chicken leg when we get home." Little Zhuang pointed to his neck, his hands gesturing animatedly as he explained how he had vanquished them. Huang Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes at his reference to the wound she had once inflicted upon him. "What's this, still complaining, are you? Since you've achieved such great merit this time, I'll offer you an apology. But truthfully, if I hadn't untied you, you wouldn't have been able to evolve."